Chapter 1. The science top scholar transmigrates into a farmer's family. In the Great Xia dynasty, at Xinghua village, Li Su felt an excruciating headache, as if a drill were boring into his skull, accompanied by waves of nausea. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to be met with an oppressive darkness. A foreign memory surged within his mind. He had transmigrated into an alternate ancient realm. The original owner of this body was also named Li Su, who, upon birth, encountered a Taoist who proclaimed him destined for high office, even bestowing upon him his name. By the age of 2 or 3, he indeed exhibited a remarkable aptitude for learning. Though hailing from a modest farming family, his parents insisted on sending him to school. At 9, he passed the preliminary examination and was hailed as a prodigy. However, jealousy from his classmates led them to deliberately lead the original Li Su astray, indulging in revelry and neglecting his studies, causing him to veer off course. He became selfish and indifferent to his family's plight, incessantly demanding money, which he squandered on drinking and feasting rather than on his education. For several consecutive years, he failed to pass the scholar examination, becoming the subject of gossip. As rumors circulated that he had fallen from grace, he grew increasingly despondent. His latest injury resulted from a confrontation incited by classmates, culminating in a brutal blow to the back of his head, which left him unconscious and ultimately led to his body being taken over by Li Su. Li Su, in this new life, was the top science student in the college entrance examinations, consistently achieving first place throughout his academic journey, a true prodigy with an exceptional memory and quick intellect. He had even forsaken a guaranteed admission to pursue the top rank. As for the circumstances of his demise, he had succumbed to exhaustion while burning the midnight oil, experiencing a moment of deafening tinnitus and dizziness, acutely aware of the heavy thump of his own heart. His parents, united through a business marriage, had been largely absent throughout his childhood, providing him only with financial support while maintaining a distant relationship, exchanging only a few words each year. Though he appreciated their monetary contributions, which afforded him intellectual enrichment, he disapproved of their views on marriage and parenting. He had resolved that upon reaching 18, he would no longer rely on their funds, promising to support them in their old age, albeit only financially. With no one to guide him, he immersed himself in books, exploring subjects beyond mere examinations: astronomy, geography, management, and agriculture, among others, broadening his horizons. In his previous life, he had read himself to death this time. He vowed to learn from that lesson and abandoned the imperial examination path, opting instead for farming and entrepreneurship. After all, achieving the title of a top scholar in the ancient imperial examination was far more challenging than in modern times, and as someone who thrived on being the best, he would have to dedicate himself to relentless study should he choose that route. The imperial examination also required the composition of rigidly structured essays and poetry, while he could recite poems effortlessly. The task of writing them was indeed a daunting one. In this life, he found himself in a family he had always longed for: loving parents and siblings, along with the promise of agricultural pursuits. Once he fully absorbed the original owner's memories, the throbbing in his head subsided, leaving only the pain from the wound on his scalp. Li Su gradually sat up, and the door creaked open to reveal a boy with 2 top knots, his cheeks flushed like a monkey's rear. Upon seeing Li Su upright, the boy paused for a moment, then burst into joyous exclamations, dashing outside while shouting, "Uncle has awakened! Uncle has awakened!" In his haste, he tripped and fell, sprawling on the ground. Li Su felt a pang of pain, yet before he could utter a word, he nimbly rose to his feet, running while calling out. Feng stumbled over, a mix of joy and panic washing over her as she saw the awakened Li Su, tears streaming down her cheeks. Li Su was instantly at a loss, unaccustomed to such emotional encounters. "My dear son, if anything were to happen to you, how could your mother possibly live on?" Feng Zhuangyuan sat at the bedside, pulling Li Su into her embrace. Li Su, feeling helpless, extended his hands but hesitated, suspended in midair. Was this the sensation of maternal love? Strange, peculiar, yet undeniably special. Li Su sought to embrace this unfamiliar familial bond, inhaling deeply to steady himself. "Mother, I am fine now. Please do not cry." He gently released Feng Zhuangyuan and reached out to wipe the tears from her cheeks. Feng Zhuangyuan paused, Realizing it had been a long time since her younger son had shown such closeness to the family, he only returned when he needed money. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Yes, my son is indeed fortunate. The physician had previously warned that if he did not awaken today, they should prepare for the worst. Fortunately, he had come to. Are you hungry? I shall fetch you some porridge. Feng Tsui rose, knowing that Li Su must be famished after lying down for so long. She returned with a bowl of white rice porridge. Li Su was indeed ravenous and quickly finished the entire bowl. At the door, 3 children, 2 boys, and a girl peered in curiously at Li Su. Whenever their gaze fell upon the porridge in Li Su's bowl, they would instinctively lick their lips in unison. These 3 children belonged to his elder and second elder brothers. Li Su waved them in. The children hesitated, fearful of their stern uncle, and promptly turned to flee. Li Su sighed. Am I truly that intimidating? In my previous life, I was a school heartthrob. Noticing the empty bowl, Feng Tsui quickly inquired, Li Su, would you like another bowl? Li Su still felt a bit hungry, but he was aware that a patient like him, just awake, should not overindulge. He slowly shook his head. No, mother. After several days of consuming nothing but porridge, Li Su was finally permitted to rise from his bed. Stepping outside, he took a deep breath, relishing the fresh air. The family had been preoccupied lately, tilling the soil to make it loose, clearing weeds and remnants in preparation for the upcoming planting season. Someone would return early from the fields to prepare meals for lunch and dinner. At present, only the youngest girl, and Li Su, remained at home. She regarded Li Su with the same trepidation a mouse might show a cat. Initially crouching on the ground playing with the chicks, upon seeing Li Su, she stood abruptly, timidly calling out, "Uncle." Her voice was scarcely audible. Li Ziru was terribly frightened her uncle would surely scold her for playing with the chicks, deeming it improper. Li Su smiled gently at Li Ziru. Ziru, do you know where Grandpa and Grandma are working the fields? He had no recollection of the locations of their fields, as the Li family had never taken him there, focusing solely on his studies. Li Ziru stared in astonishment. Her uncle was smiling at her. The little uncle is truly handsome, the most charming individual in their family. Li Su possesses a distinctly defined facial structure, with sharp lines that convey an extraordinary elegance. When he smiles, gentle softness enhances his demeanor. His complexion is notably fair, and he is clad in a flowing azure robe, fluttering gracefully in the breeze. I understand, Li Ziru murmured softly. Then I shall trouble you, to guide your uncle to the fields. Li Su spoke gently, momentarily startling Li Ziru. Li Su approached and lifted the young girl into his arms, unable to resist the urge to pinch her cheek, for she was undeniably adorable. Li Ziru gasped in surprise. Her uncle was holding her. The subtle scent of medicine wafted from him, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, yet she refrained from asking Li Su to set her down. Li Su relied on the little girl to direct him, carrying her to the edge of their family's fields. His arrival drew the attention of the villagers, who were all busy working in their fields at this hour. Li Su spotted the figures of his family. His elder brother and second brother were plowing ahead, utilizing a straight-teamed plow, with the 2 of them pulling it while their father guided it from behind. His sisters-in-law and mother were raking the earth behind them, while 2 young boys followed, diligently pulling up weeds. Beads of sweat adorned their foreheads, each droplet vanishing into the soil, yet it felt as though they had fallen into Li Su's eyes, sharp, piercing, and intensely stinging. Chapter 1. The science top scorer transmigrates into a peasant family. In the great Xia dynasty, nestled within the serene confines of Apricot Blossom Village, Li Su felt a piercing headache, as if a drill were relentlessly boring into his skull, accompanied by a wave of nausea. Gradually, he opened his eyes to a world shrouded in darkness. A foreign memory surged through his mind, revealing that he had traversed into an alternate ancient realm. The original owner of this body was also named Li Su, who, upon birth, encountered a Taoist who foretold his destiny for high office, even bestowing upon him his name. By the age of 2 or 3, he indeed exhibited remarkable talent in his studies. Though his family belonged to the ordinary peasantry, they were determined to send him to school. By the age of 9, he had excelled to become a child prodigy. However, while studying in the county, his peers, envious of his innate abilities, deliberately led him astray into a life of indulgence, causing the 9-year-old Li Su to stray from his academic pursuits. He grew increasingly selfish and indifferent to his family's plight, incessantly demanding money, which he squandered on drink and feasting rather than education. Year after year, he failed to pass the scholar's examination, leading to rampant gossip that he had become indistinguishable from the masses, which only deepened his descent into despair. His latest injury resulted from being provoked by classmates, standing up for someone else, and receiving a blow to the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. Upon awakening, he found himself inhabiting the body of the original Li Su. Conversely, Li Su, was the top science scorer of the recent college entrance examination, having consistently ranked first throughout his academic career, a true prodigy, with an exceptional memory and a quick mind. He had even relinquished guaranteed admission to pursue this title. As for the circumstances of his demise, he had perished from an all-night study session, succumbing to sudden cardiac arrest, acutely aware of the profound thudding of his heart in his final moments. His parents, united through a business marriage, had been emotionally distant, offering only financial support and maintaining a relationship that was essentially estranged, exchanging but a few words each year. While he appreciated their monetary contributions that facilitated his intellectual growth, he disapproved of their views on marriage and parenting. He had resolved that upon reaching 18, he would cease to rely on their funds, intending to support them in their old age solely through monetary means. With no one to oversee his choices, he immersed himself in books beyond mere examination subjects, exploring a wide array of topics such as astronomy, geography, business management, and agriculture. Having witnessed the fatal consequences of excessive studying in his previous life, he vowed to alter his path in this new existence, opting to cultivate the land and open a shop rather than pursue the arduous imperial examinations. After all, attaining the title of top scholar in the imperial examinations was far more challenging than that of the college entrance examination, and he was someone who relished being first. Should he decide to partake in the scholarly pursuits, he would be compelled to engage in frenzied studying. The ancient examination system also required the composition of rigid essays and poetry, a daunting task for him, as while he could recite poetry at will, crafting it was an entirely different challenge. In this life, he envisioned himself within a nurturing family, surrounded by affection, siblings, and the joys of farming. As he fully assimilated the original Li Su's memories, the throbbing in his head began to subside, now merely a result of the wound atop his head. With great effort, Li Su gradually sat upright. The door creaked open, revealing a boy with 2 buns atop his head and cheeks as red as a monkey's backside, who rushed in. Upon noticing Li Su sitting up, the boy was momentarily taken aback before bursting forth in jubilant exclamation as he dashed outside, shouting, "Uncle is awake! Uncle is awake!" In his haste, he stumbled and fell, sprawling on the ground. Li Su felt a wave of discomfort, and before he could utter a word, he swiftly rose to his feet, calling out as he ran. Feng Teve hurried over, a mixture of surprise and panic etched on her face, and upon seeing her son awake, tears streamed down her cheeks. Li Su, at once flustered and unprepared for such an emotional scene, found himself at a loss for words. "My dear son, if anything were to happen to you, how would your mother survive?" Feng Titsue sat beside the bed, enveloping Li Su in her embrace. Li Su, unsure of how to react, extended his hands, but they lingered in the air. Was this what it felt like to be cherished by a mother? It was unfamiliar, strange, yet profoundly special. Li Su yearned to experience this unique bond of kinship, taking a deep breath to steady himself. "Mother, I am fine now, so please do not cry," he said, gently releasing Feng Titsue and reaching out to wipe the tears from her cheeks. Feng Titsue was momentarily taken aback. It had been a long time since her youngest son had shown such closeness to the family, only returning home when he needed money. Her eyes glistened with emotion as she exclaimed, "Yes, my son is truly fortunate." The doctor had warned that if he did not awaken today, preparations for his last rites would need to be made. Fortunately, he had come back to consciousness. "Are you hungry? I shall fetch some porridge for you," Feng Titsue said, rising to her feet, knowing that Li Su must be famished after lying in bed for so long. She returned with a bowl of plain rice porridge. Li Su was indeed ravenous and quickly finished the entire bowl. At the doorway stood 3 children, boys, and a girl who occasionally peeked in to catch a glimpse of Li Su. When their eyes fell upon the porridge in his bowl, they unconsciously licked their lips in unison. The children were from his elder and second elder brother's families, and Li Su beckoned them to come inside. The three children hesitated, fearful of their stern uncle, and promptly turned to flee. Li Su thought to himself, am I truly that intimidating? In my previous life, I was the most handsome in school. Noticing the bowl was empty, Feng Sui promptly inquired, Li Su, would you like another bowl? Li Su still felt a bit hungry, but he understood that a patient who had just awakened should not overindulge. He slowly shook his head, no need, mother. After several days of consuming only rice porridge, he was finally granted permission to rise from his bed. Stepping outside, he inhaled deeply. The air was indeed refreshing. Lately, the family had been busy tilling the soil, loosening it, and clearing away weeds and remnants to prepare for the upcoming sowing and seedling nurturing. Before lunch and dinner, one person would return early from the fields to prepare meals. At present, only the youngest girl and Li Su remained at home. The little girl, upon seeing Li Su, froze like a mouse encountering a cat. Initially crouched on the ground playing with the chicks, she stood up immediately and timidly called out, Uncle. Her voice was barely audible. Li Ziru felt a surge of fear her uncle would likely scold her for playing with the chicks, deeming it improper. Li Su smiled at her. Ziru, do you know where Grandpa and Grandma are working in the fields? He had no memory of the fields' locations, as the Li family had never taken him to the fields, focusing instead on his studies. Li Ziru was taken aback. Her uncle was smiling at her. The younger uncle is truly handsome, the most attractive person in their family. Li Su possesses a strikingly defined facial structure, with strong lines and an extraordinary charm. When he smiles, a gentle softness graces his features. His skin is fair, and he dons a flowing azure robe that dances with the breeze. I know, Li Ziru replied timidly. In that case, it would be a favor to have Ziru accompany the younger uncle to the fields, Li Su said gently, leaving Li Ziru momentarily bewildered. Li Su approached and lifted the young girl. Unable to resist the urge to pinch her cheek, she was utterly adorable. Li Ziru gasped in surprise. The younger uncle was actually holding her. A faint scent of medicinal herbs lingered around the younger uncle, causing Li Ziru's cheeks to flush a rosy hue. Yet she remained silent, not requesting that Li Su set her down. Guided by the young girl, Li Su carried her towards the edge of their family's fields. His arrival attracted the gaze of many, as the villagers were laboring in the fields at this hour. Li Su spotted his family. His elder brothers and father were plowing ahead with a straight-teamed plow, the elder brothers pulling while the father skillfully directed from behind. His sisters-in-law and mother were raking the soil, while two young boys trailed behind, weeding. Sweat glistened on their foreheads, droplets falling into the earth, disappearing without a trace, yet akin to the tears that welled in Li Su's eyes. It was a bittersweet sensation, sharp and searing. Chapter 2. The curved plow is certainly preferable to this. Li Ziru gazed at Li Su with wide, sparkling eyes. Uncle, what's wrong? Feng Sui straightened her back, patting her aching waist. Upon seeing her younger son standing on the ridge, cradling Li Ziru, a trace of worry crossed her face, and she hurried over a few steps. Xiaoxi, why are you here? Are you feeling unwell? Ziru, how can you let your uncle carry you when he is not well? Li Ziru pouted in displeasure, wishing to slide down from Li Su's embrace. Uncle, why did you suddenly pick me up? Was it to get Grandma to scold me? Li Su was instantly taken aback, wondering how heavy could a 3- or 4-year-old girl be. What kind of strength would one lack to be unable to carry her? He bent down and gently placed Li Ziru on the ground, explaining to Feng Sui, Mother, it was my choice to carry Ziru. The little girl isn't heavy at all. With Li Su's reassurance, Feng Sui refrained from scolding Li Ziru further and expressed concern for Li Su. Xiaoxi, the sun is so strong now, you should return and rest. We can discuss matters later. A hint of difficulty shadowed Feng Sui's face. After providing Xiaoxi with treatment and medication, the family's finances were quite strained, and to ensure that they wouldn't go hungry, she would need to borrow money for Xiaoxi's journey to the county. Li Su shook his head. I merely wished to see if there was anything I could assist with. I have been lying down for several days, and I am quite well now. Upon hearing this, the bustling family turned to gaze at Li Su in disbelief, including the 3 children. Their astonishment was understandable. Throughout his upbringing, Li Su, being the pampered and scholarly youngest son, had never partaken in household chores, nor had he ever volunteered to help. Feeling slightly embarrassed under their scrutiny, Li Su cleared his throat a few times. I just want to try working, I no longer wish to pursue my studies. I have other means to support the family. What? Li father, Li Daping, exclaimed, dropping the plow in shock. The family has money. Focus on your studies. Take exams as many times as needed. You will definitely succeed. Xiaoxi, Zhuangyuan and Dong Fangfang exchanged glances, both surprised yet somewhat pleased. If this young uncle ceased studying, even if he remained idle at home, the savings from not having to finance his education would greatly ease the family's burdens. Zhuangyuan and Dong Fangfang genuinely thought the Li family was quite good. The mother-in-law and father-in-law were not harsh with them. The husband was considerate, and the children were caring. However, having a spendthrift scholar as a younger uncle had made their circumstances more challenging. Feng Zizue echoed Li Daping's sentiments. My son, you are meant for academic pursuits. Your hands should wield a pen, not these tools of labor. Listen to your mother. Return and study diligently. I will provide you with any amount of silver you need. After a heartfelt and earnest persuasion from Feng Zizue and Li Daping, Li Su began to understand the meaning of indulgence. While he might have viewed such pampering as flawed in others, it felt rather delightful when directed at himself. A slight smile graced Li Su's lips as he consulted with his parents. Father, mother, please allow me to try. If I cannot manage, I will return to my studies. Feng Zizue and Li Daping, though feeling a pang of concern for their youngest son, understood his steadfast nature and ultimately relented. They were acutely aware that their son had never toiled in the fields before, and thus his resolve might not endure. Li Daping, gritting his teeth, instructed his second son. You assist your mother, while let Xiaoxi take your place. We must dissuade your younger brother from this notion swiftly. Li Zhengqiang hesitated, casting a glance at his father. Father, perhaps we should let our younger brother help mother instead? Li Daping shot him a stern look, prompting Li Zhengqiang to quietly remove the rope from his shoulder. Feng Zizue seemed poised to voice her thoughts, but ultimately remained silent. Li Su lifted the hem of his long robe, removed his shoes and socks, and stepped into the paddy field. As his feet sank slowly into the mud, he experienced an odd yet fascinating sensation. Driven by curiosity, he prepared to take a step forward, only to freeze in place, perplexed by the sensation of someone tugging at his foot. Affectedly maintaining his composure, he yanked his foot free with considerable force, nearly toppling into the field in the process. The entire Li family observed him in silence. It's nothing, it's nothing. Life passes swiftly, Li Su reassured them. He reached for the rope held by his elder brother, Li Zhengqiang. Brother, you should assist mother. I can manage this. Despite lacking prior experience, Li Su felt an inexplicable surge of confidence, though he could not pinpoint its source. Li Zhengqiang patted his shoulder, and Li Su grimaced at the force of his brother's grip, wondering if he intended to commit fratricide. Their eldest brother, Li Jingyi, interjected. You must call for help if you cannot endure, little brother. Li Su nodded in agreement, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Indulging in a playful spirit as he emulated Li Zhengyi and draped the rope around himself. Li Daping, his expression stern, pondered the perplexing nature of his youngest son. I truly do not understand this child, he mused. What is Xiaoxi up to today? Dong Fangfang inquired softly of Li Zhengqiang. He continued his task, glancing anxiously toward Li Su. I am unsure. A glint of intrigue flashed in Dong Fangfang's eyes as she tentatively suggested, if he truly abandons his studies, perhaps life would be easier for the rest of the children at home? Li Zhengqiang looked up at his wife. Fangfang, as long as our younger brother wishes to pursue his education, the family will support him. Please refrain from suggesting otherwise. Taking a deep breath, Dong Fangfang replied. But he seems unwilling at this moment. He has studied for several years. It would be acceptable for him to seek employment in the county. Numerous merchants would welcome him. I understand your bond with your siblings, but consider me and the children. We have young ones, and I am expecting again. While he enjoys the better fare, I must labor in the fields, yet he has never even stepped outside to help. Her voice grew increasingly agitated, nearly escaping her control, and a sense of dread washed over her. Although her mother-in-law treated her kindly, she feared that such remarks would not earn her favor. Fangfang, rest assured. Once the busy season passes, I will seek work in the county and ensure a better life for you and the children. Li Zhengqiang vowed earnestly to Dong Fangfang. Dong Fangfang found herself at a loss for words, tears welling in her eyes. Yet, she wished that you did not have to endure such hardship, particularly when it seemed unnecessary. Li Zhengqiang, with an endearing smile, reassured his wife, I am not suffering. This elicited a smile from Dong Fangfang, who retorted playfully, suit yourself. Turning to Feng Zizue, she said. "Mother, I shall return home to prepare lunch." "Very well. Do remember to cook plain rice for Xiao Si. He is still not well," Feng Cuizui advised. "And fry an egg as well. He must be tired after working in the fields today." Dong Fangfang paused for a moment before replying, "All right." Upon turning, she noticed Li Su struggling with the plow, his face flushed and strained. Her elder brother had to pause to wait for him, and their progress was decidedly slow. Observing Li Su's exhaustion, she thought to herself, "He certainly looks worn out." Meanwhile, Li Su was internally grappling with frustration, exclaiming, "This is exceedingly difficult to pull." He was merely enduring. A sudden thought struck him, the curved plow. It must be significantly easier to manage. Chapter 3. The decision to abandon farming for the imperial examination. He recalled reading an article titled Analyzing the Evolution of Chinese Plowing Tools from the Perspective of Ergonomics, which prompted him to delve into this subject. From the wooden hoe to various plow designs and their functionalities, he had absorbed a wealth of knowledge. It is often said that knowledge is invaluable, and one can never predict when it may become useful. Indeed, the adage that books contain hidden treasures holds true. It is widely acknowledged that earning money through investment is the simplest, followed by leveraging knowledge, while earning through labor is the most arduous and taxing. The interval between leaving for lunch and returning was brief, yet Li Su had resolved to abandon the idea of farming for a livelihood. His shoulders ached terribly, and he realized that farming was not his forte. With his current physical condition, he needed to focus on enhancing his strength to participate in the imperial examination. With so much knowledge at his disposal, it would be a shame to squander it by not pursuing the examination. He aspired to utilize his learning to contribute to the advancement of society. Why should a young man concern himself with retirement? It was time to strive forward. Was the ancient examination system excessively competitive? It mattered not. He could be even more relentless and see who could endure the strain. Did ancient scholars study day and night? That was inconsequential, as students of the 21st century also attend classes both day and night, although attendance does not guarantee learning. Nevertheless, time was undeniably spent, and they were quite similar in that regard. Moreover, he was intelligent, even if he had to adapt to a new examination system and techniques. He was confident in his ability to succeed. Li Su forced himself to regain his dignity, refusing to admit that the harsh realities of farming had deeply affected him. As the family gathered their belongings to return for lunch, Li Daping casually inquired, "Xiao Si, are you still considering giving up your studies to join us in farming?" "I have decided to continue my education. After the labor I just experienced, combined with the insights from the book I read, I have conceived ideas for improving the plow, making it lighter and more manageable for one person to operate. This realization has clarified for me the critical importance of education," Li Su declared, standing tall with conviction. Though the mud covering him somewhat undermined his credibility, the family paid little heed to the latter part of his statement, dismissing it as mere bravado. Yet they were pleased that he intended to continue his studies, resulting in a mix of joy and concern among them. Zhuangyuan let out a discreet sigh, resigning himself to the situation, as he had never harbored great expectations. Feng Cuizui's face brightened with delight. "That's more like it. Come, let us return home for a meal. I've asked your second sister-in-law to prepare some congee for you." Li Su's spirited enthusiasm waned at the mention of congee. He felt as if he were turning into congee himself, his mouth so bland it could barely summon a bird's song. As a few villagers, also returning home for lunch, passed by, a woman remarked with surprise, "Oh my Aunt Feng, your boy Su can still work in the fields?" Feng Cuizui, with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, replied, "He insisted on trying it out, so I let him." She was well aware of the whispers circulating about her family. Is the improved plow genuine? If so, we would like to give it a try, just to see. It was merely a casual remark. Once the Li family departed, the villagers began to murmur among themselves. "I heard this boy Su has attempted to work in the fields several times, yet he remains a mere student. He boasted so grandly before, claiming to be a genius. I thought he must be something extraordinary." The Li family was once considered relatively well off in the village, but their fortunes had dwindled since they supported Su's education. Rumor had it that Su had offended a powerful individual, which led to his injuries. It seemed he would not be able to continue his studies, thus resorting to farming. From now on, this would be his life. He, who had never labored a day in his life, dared to boast of improving the plow. Such talk was laughable. The rumors swiftly spread throughout the village, transforming into tales of Li Su assaulting the son of a wealthy family, resulting in an edict barring him from further education. It was said that the young master had even sent people to beat Li Su to death, but fate had spared him. Yet, even now, he remained restless, foolishly claiming he could develop a better plow. Upon returning home, the Li family found Dong Fangfang had prepared a meal. This marked the first time since Li Su's arrival that the entire family dined together. In the preceding days, due to his injuries, his family had brought kanji to his room. They washed their hands and rinsed the dirt from their feet in the courtyard before entering to eat. Li Su cleaned himself thoroughly of the dirt and changed into fresh clothes before joining the meal. Upon entering, he noticed one bowl of kanji, while the others contained corn. The table also held a plate of stir-fried radishes, a bowl of boiled cabbage, and a meager serving of scrambled eggs, which sat beside the kanji. It was evident that the bowl of kanji and the eggs were intended for him, yet he found himself weary of the kanji. 3 small radish heads gazed longingly at the kanji and eggs, swallowing hard. Li Su could not fathom how the original owner of this body felt entitled to such treatment. Believing he deserved the best while contributing nothing, merely extending his hand for money like a parasitic leech, the thought struck him with a sense of despair. If this continued, the family would inevitably fall apart. He had no desire for that. He had finally found a home. Li Su felt that his 2 sisters-in-law exhibited remarkable restraint by not demanding a division of the household. However, given the family's circumstances, it was clear that all their resources had been invested in his education. Should he abandon his studies, all the money spent would be in vain. He must find a way to acquire some money. His mind is rife with schemes that could yield substantial wealth. However, as an ordinary citizen, the potential consequences of pursuing such ideas are daunting. His very life could be at stake. The adage rings true: an innocent man may be punished for possessing something valuable. It is not that he refrains from taking action. Rather, he must bide his time until he attains power and influence. Only then can he proceed cautiously and prudently, for any hasty move could lead to his demise. He recalled that the brother who had urged him to step forward still owed him a considerable sum of silver. The original self had been reluctant to ask for it, fearing exclusion from their circle, but Li Su had no such trepidation. He needed funds for medical expenses. Once, the original self had been a naive youth, but after entering the city and mingling with his companions, he had become accustomed to soliciting money from home. This dependency had fostered a strong sense of vanity, as he not only spent the silver he requested for himself, but also shared it with a scholar friend. That individual perpetually concocted excuses to borrow money from the original self and had never repaid a single coin. What a foolish benefactor he had been. Once he completed the design for the curved plow, he would seek out that individual at the private school to reclaim his silver. With that money, he would hire a blacksmith to fabricate the plow and use the remainder to purchase some meat for his family. Perhaps he could even negotiate a business deal with the blacksmith to earn a little extra. Why not undertake the task himself, you ask? This is an ancient era, and the regulation of iron is stringent, as it is a crucial material for weaponry. Moreover, the distinction between conceptualizing and actual production is significant. Rather than exhausting himself in contemplation, it is wiser to entrust specialized tasks to those with expertise. Since he had resolved to pursue the imperial examination, his studies must take precedence. Presently, his primary objective is to learn. Li Su sat at the dining table, thoughtfully planning as he served a piece of egg to each of the 3 eager little ones, pushing the plate to the center. Harmony within the family could begin with something as simple as sharing a dish of eggs. Chapter 4. A trip to the county town. Li Su's gesture left his family momentarily speechless. Dong Fangfang tentatively inquired, "Little 4, is it that my cooking does not suit your taste?" Li Su immediately shook his head, replying, "Second sister-in-law, how could you think that? After this injury, I have come to realize that those who profess to be brothers often disregard my well-being in critical moments. Family, however, is different. Despite my many flaws, even being a burden, they have never turned their backs on me. I acknowledge that I have made many mistakes in the past, but I shall not repeat them. I hope that when there is good food, we shall all partake together as a family, rather than it being reserved solely for me. Should I succeed in my studies, my achievements will reflect the support of my family." Li Su spoke each word with sincerity and determination, his attitude earnest. Whether or not his family believed in his future transformation, he was making a declaration to lay the groundwork for his forthcoming changes. To maintain the original character of the protagonist in life was impossible for him, as every individual possesses their own temperament. Feng Cuizue regarded Li Su with pride, exclaiming, "Our little 4 has grown up. Good, good. You all heard him. Little Four promises he will not forget us if he excels in his studies. So let go of any grievances in your hearts. United as a family, we shall surely thrive. Zhuangyuan and Dong Fangfang exchanged glances, realizing that their mother-in-law's words were a subtle admonition aimed at them. To claim that they held no grievances in their hearts would indeed be a falsehood. However, since Li Su had articulated such sentiments, they found it difficult to voice any dissent. When the younger uncle expressed such thoughts, honestly, their complaints diminished significantly. At the very least, they knew their efforts were acknowledged. Yet, they were more inclined to believe that this statement was merely a means for the younger uncle to secure the family's continued support for his studies, and that no actual changes would ensue. Li Zhengyi and Li Zhengxiang had never harbored any complaints, and they even shared in the affection for Li Su. The four nodded in unison, "Mother, we will." Feng Suizue felt a twinge of pride. This was her son, and his words skillfully diffused the imminent discord within the household. Truly clever, a testament to his scholarly upbringing. At the dinner table, everyone appeared to enjoy the meal, especially the three children, who relished their small morsels of egg as if they were delicacies. Li Su felt a pang of sorrow at the sight. "Mother, please do not prepare plain porridge just for me anymore. I wish to eat the same as you, or for us to share the same meal." Li Su said to Feng Suizue, "But there are no buts. I will find a way to earn money." Scholars can indeed find numerous avenues for income, though he must familiarize himself with the transition from simplified to traditional characters. Feng Suizue hesitated slightly. Li Su then revealed his trump card. "If others were to discover that I am eating rice while my family consumes coarse grains, I would be deemed unfilial, which could adversely affect my examination prospects." Good. My son is ambitious and understands the importance of caring for his parents. Both Feng Suizue and Li Daping reflected with heartfelt satisfaction. After the meal, the Li family returned to the fields to continue their labor, but Li Su remained home, working on his design sketches. His remarkable memory aided him, making the drawing process quite smooth. Once completed, he practiced his calligraphy in his room. He was proficient in writing with a brush and had practiced diligently, though he had previously focused on simplified characters rather than traditional ones. Li Zuru, the young girl, was well-behaved and did not disturb Li Su. Instead, she engaged in conversation with the chicks. Crouching before a little chick, she mused, "Little Huang, I feel that my uncle has become much gentler lately. He not only refrains from scolding me, but also offers me eggs." The eggs were indeed delicious, she said, licking her lips. "When will you lay eggs, little Huang?" Li Ziru asked as she lifted the chick to inspect its belly. The chick emitted a feeble sound, chirping helplessly. Li Ziru placed her hand over the chick's beak, declaring, "Be quiet. Do not disturb my uncle while he studies, or else he might devour you whole." As she spoke, she mimicked the action of opening her mouth. Her gaze fixed on the chick, revealing an unmistakable longing for chicken meat. Upon opening the door and hearing her words, Li Su could only think that he had no inclination to swallow the chick whole. He was perplexed about what sort of image he presented in this little girl's eyes. Li Ziru, as if seeking recognition, announced to Li Su, "Uncle, I covered little Huang's mouth so it wouldn't disturb your studies." Li Su noticed the fear and helplessness in the chick's tiny eyes and cautioned, "Do not squeeze the little chick too hard." "Ziru, is there anything you desire? Tomorrow, I will visit the county and can bring something back for you," Li Su said, looking kindly at the young girl. Li Ziru widened her eyes in disbelief. "Really?" Her dark, glistening eyes were fixed on Li Su. He nodded affirmatively, assuring her that her uncle would not deceive her. "I want to eat candy. Last time, Ernyo's elder brother had bought her some toffee, and when she pleaded for a taste, she was denied. She claimed it was sweet and delicious." Li Ziru's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If her uncle truly bought her toffee, she would refrain from speaking ill of him. Li Su discerned that this little girl was simply a glutton. "All right, I shall buy you toffee tomorrow," he promised, also considering to procure some for the other two little ones, for all children have a fondness for sweets. Even before receiving any money, he had already planned how to spend it. That night, as Li Su lay in bed with his eyes closed, reflecting on the day's learning, a knock resounded at the door. He rose to open it. "Mother?" Feng Suizue stood there, holding a small jar. "Shao Si, use this ointment on your shoulders. You've never done farm work before, and plowing on your first day must be tough." She inwardly cursed her husband for his harshness. A warm current flowed through Li Su's heart. "Thank you, mother." He silently vowed to achieve something great, ensuring a better life for his family. In his previous life, he had distant ties. His parents were wealthy and did not require his effort, but now the circumstances were different. Feng Tsuetsue's gentle smile appeared. All right, you should rest now. The next day, after breakfast with his family, they headed to the fields while Li Su made his way to the county town. Feng Tsuetsue even slipped him some money, but he insisted he had enough. Yet, she was determined to give it to him, and he ultimately accepted. Li Su traveled to the county town in a bullock cart, heading straight for the private school where the original owner had studied. The schoolmaster was an elderly scholar, with around 30 students divided into 3 factions. One faction comprised those from the village, another from the county, and the last consisted of those ostracized by the first 2 groups. The original owner had offended the village faction upon his arrival, and the county students were reluctant to associate with him, leaving him isolated. At that moment, a good brother emerged, sharing the same fate of ostracism. However, his isolation stemmed from his misconduct. He indulged in gambling, showed little commitment to his studies, and flirted with young girls, exuding a delinquent aura. The master accepted any student willing to pay the tuition, as he needed to earn money for his wife's medicine. His teaching methods remained consistent for all students, with the extent of learning solely dependent on their efforts. When Li Su entered the school, there was still some time before the master arrived to teach, but most students had already gathered. His arrival attracted everyone's attention. They couldn't shake the feeling that Li Su had changed. Though his face remained the same, he appeared more handsome now, exuding an air of nobility. Had a person's demeanor truly transformed so remarkably in such a short time? This question lingered in the minds of those present. Li Su paid little heed to the others and walked straight towards the man who owed him money. Chapter 5. Debt Collection and Public Confrontation. The man named Chen Ping, upon seeing Li Su approach, was filled with disdain, yet managed to wear a smile, harboring a hint of malice in his eyes. Brotherly, how have you been? Is your head all right? The other day, when we escorted you home, your family promptly chased us away. They certainly exhibit the brutish demeanor of rural folk. It's no wonder you are reluctant to return home. As usual, Chen Ping belittled Li Su's family, now troubled by his own financial woes. Chen Ping felt a flicker of genuine sentiment as Li Su returned. Li Su's expression grew colder, his gaze towards Chen Ping even more frigid, yet Chen Ping, lost in his own world, remained oblivious. Brotherly, you are simply too impulsive. How could you engage in a brawl with those from the gambling den? They are trained for such confrontations, and you stand no chance against them. Chen Ping feigned concern. The surrounding classmates began to murmur, knowing only that Li Su had been injured, unaware of the circumstances leading to his wounds. Engaging in a fight with gamblers? It seemed he had lost at the tables and was unable to settle his debts. They felt a sense of disdain, thinking it shameful for someone of their scholarly stature. This aligned perfectly with Chen Ping's intentions, as he had deliberately spoken in such a manner. Li Su turned his gaze towards Chen Ping, a smile gracing his lips. His demeanor courteous and his words sincere. Brother Chen is indeed correct. In a moment of panic, I acted rashly, fearing they might truly harm you. I was indeed too hasty. Due to my injuries, I incurred substantial medical expenses, and our household is in dire straits. Thus, I came to inquire when you might repay the money you owe me. Upon careful calculation, you have borrowed a total of 5 taels of silver and 533 when in copper coins. The medical expenses amount to 10 taels of silver. However, considering my own impulsiveness, let us split the costs. A total of 10 taels of silver and 533 when in copper coins will suffice. As Li Su finished speaking, the room fell into a profound silence. The other scholars exchanged glances between Li Su and Chen Ping, filled with curiosity. It took Chen Ping a moment to comprehend Li Su's words. Was it his hearing that had failed, or had Li Su lost his sanity? How dare he demand repayment? Did he expect Chen Ping to cover his medical expenses? Had the gamblers rendered Li Su foolish? Li Su then produced a list from his pocket, politely requesting his classmates to assist him in verifying the accuracy of his debt record, for he would feel remiss if he overcharged Brother Chen. Lin Zhe, who had been observing the scene with amusement, found Li Su's actions unexpectedly intriguing. Coming from a family of some influence, Lin Zhe was dressed elegantly and sported a high ponytail, embodying the leader of the urban faction within the private academy. I am quite adept at calculations. Allow me to see. Lin Zhe stepped forward, extending his hand for the list. Li Su, maintaining a composed demeanor, handed the document to Lin Zhe. This list was meticulously compiled from his memories, and he sought assistance merely to facilitate the recovery of his funds. Upon glancing at the account, Lin Zhe's eyes widened in surprise. It was concise and clear, standing in stark contrast to the bookkeeping methods he was accustomed to at home. Having been involved in commerce from a young age, he quickly recognized the merits of Li Su's accounting approach. Lindsay nodded, acknowledging that there was no mistake. Every detail of time and amount was crystal clear. Unexpectedly, Li Su exhibited quite the talent for accounting. "Brother Lin, you flatter me," he replied, before shifting his gaze towards Qinping. "Brother Chun, do you have any further inquiries?" Qinping, perplexed, responded, "What do you mean, Li brother?" His smile did not quite reach his eyes, and his words were forced from between clenched teeth. Leaning closer to Li Su, he whispered menacingly, "Li Su, should you offend me again, you will find yourself without a single friend in this academy." Qinping anticipated that his words would instill fear in Li Su, prompting an apology. To his surprise, Li Su merely replied nonchalantly, "Brother Chun, you jest. Friends are the family one chooses, which is precisely why I am willing to lend you money. If it were not for my family's dire situation, I would not seek repayment from you. Should you choose to sever ties with me over this, I have no further comments." Li Su stood tall, exuding an air of righteousness. The onlookers gazed at him in astonishment, realizing that he was a person of deep loyalty. They had previously misjudged him and now looked down upon Qinping's conduct with disdain. Internally, Li Su scoffed at the notion of having a friend like Qinping, whose threats were utterly laughable. Did he truly believe Li Su would be intimidated? His only desire was to reclaim his money to improve his family's meals and buy sweets for his young niece and nephew. Qinping nearly choked on his indignation upon hearing this, and the expressions of those around him only exacerbated his discomfort. Lindsay turned to Qinping, incredulous. "Wait, you still intend to borrow money without repayment?" Qinping retorted, "Fine, I will return the money I borrowed, but your medical expenses amount to 10 taels. Do you think you are made of gold? And why should I cover half of it?" With the facade of cordiality shattered, Qinping's tone grew significantly harsher. However, Li Su remained unfazed, calmly stating, "I am certainly not worth 10 taels of gold. Otherwise, it would be 10 taels of gold, not silver. In truth, I did not spend 10 taels. I merely wished to retrieve my funds. What ill could I possibly harbor?" The crowd could not suppress their laughter. They had never realized how amusing Li Su could be. "Brother Chun, do you find half to be insufficient? It is only fair, after all, since I was injured because of you. If you are willing to be more generous, I would be profoundly touched." Li Su deliberately misconstrued Qinping's intent. The crowd murmured, "Is this what Qinping meant?" Qinping, exasperated, exclaimed, "Is Li Su unable to comprehend simple human speech?" His chest heaving with frustration. Qinping could hardly believe he had never noticed how infuriating Li Su's words could be. Lindsay, with a playful grin, remarked, "Qinping, who would have thought you were so generous? It seems we have misjudged you." Qinping snapped back, "What does Lindsay have to do with this? Mind your own business." The two played off one another, leaving him feeling as though he were being roasted over an open flame. Although he had never held a pristine reputation, should word spread of him borrowing money without repayment, who would dare lend him anything in the future? In a fit of frustration, Qinping tossed the remaining 3 taels of silver he had to Li Su, stating, "This is all I have for now. I will repay the rest later." As for whether he would repay or not, that was entirely up to him. He doubted Li Su would muster the audacity to openly demand money from him again. The few coins he had were secretly taken from the stash his mother had hidden away. He thought of going to gamble again today, feeling optimistic about recouping his losses. Little did he know that Li Su would unexpectedly appear. However, he was quite familiar with Li Su, a person lacking in ability yet overly concerned with appearances, easily manipulated. It seemed that today his family was indeed facing dire straits, leaving him no choice. In the future, when there would be no one to accompany Li Su at the private school, he would demand that Li Su return the money along with interest. With this thought, Qinping's mood improved considerably. Li Su first tucked the silver away, then turned to Lindsay and asked, "Brother Lin, may I borrow your paper and pen?" Lindsay, curious about Li Su's intentions, readily agreed. "Please, go ahead." Li Su picked up the pen and swiftly began to write on the paper. Chapter 6. The blueprint shocks the blacksmith. Willing to buy at a high price. Intrigued, Lindsay leaned in to see what Li Su was writing, raising an eyebrow lightly. He found Li Su to be rather interesting at the moment. Once Li Su finished, he set down the pen and said, "Brother Chen, would you kindly sign this? The remaining amount should be repaid within 3 days. How could I possibly gather that much money in 3 days? Are you trying to drive me to my grave?" Qinping exclaimed in exasperation, suspecting that Li Su was deliberately anticipating his thoughts and acting against him. Li Su donned a faint smile, replying, "Brother Chun, What you say is quite unfounded. Isn't it only natural to repay debts? As a scholar, if you do not comprehend such basic principles, you might as well return home to cultivate sweet potatoes. You, Li Su. Chen Ping pointed at him in indignation, feeling insulted. Proud of his identity as a scholar, he had previously dedicated himself to his studies. However, after failing several times in the examinations, his resolve had wavered. He was unwilling to abandon his pursuit of knowledge, yet also reluctant to invest substantial effort into his studies. He comforted himself with excuses, believing that his failures stemmed from a lack of seriousness rather than incapacity. Fearing he was not a precious gem, he hesitated to hone his skills diligently, yet half believed he was indeed a rare treasure, refusing to associate himself with the mundane. When Li Su achieved the status of a child scholar at the tender age of 9, Chen Ping's jealousy grew uncontrollably. It was only when he managed to mold Li Su into a person akin to himself that he felt a sense of relief, as if this transformation allowed him to indulge without guilt, providing a sanctuary for the overwhelming emotions that threatened to engulf him. Through Li Su, he found a semblance of accomplishment. A metallic taste filled Chen Ping's throat, and he shot Li Su a venomous glare. Li Su, unfazed, understood Chen Ping's desire to uphold his identity and status as a scholar, which is precisely why he pressured him to sign the contract in public. Once signed, Li Su would not fear Chen Ping defaulting on his debt. Should Chen Ping dare to renege, Li Su would not hesitate to take him to court, thereby sealing the fate of Chen Ping's scholarly aspirations. All eyes were upon him as Chen Ping's face flushed crimson. In a fit of indignation, he scrawled his name. Li Su. At that moment, Chen Ping regarded Li Su as though he were a sworn enemy. Li Su neatly folded the paper and tucked it into his robe, envisioning the money that awaited him in 3 days. A teacher, holding a book and dressed in a long gown, inquired with confusion, "Why aren't you all studying? What are you up to?" Upon noticing Li Su standing in the center of the crowd, he asked, "Li Su, has your injury healed?" The teacher's feelings towards Li Su were quite complex. Li Su had once been a student he held in high regard, but now he felt a sense of disappointment. He had initially believed that he would not pass the provincial examination, yet he hoped to cultivate a scholar from his teachings. However, that hope had now been extinguished. Grateful for the teacher's concern, Li Su assured him that he was no longer in serious trouble and would be able to engage in study discussions with his classmates the following day. With his hands clasped in a respectful gesture, Li Su offered a slight bow. The teacher nodded in acknowledgement and asked, "And what brings you here today?" Given the family's financial hardships, compounded by Li Su's recent injury, he had no extra funds and could only request Brother Chun to return some of the silver he had previously borrowed. Li Su spoke in a calm tone, neither exaggerating nor diminishing the situation, maintaining his composure. Chen Ping reacted incredulously. "Is that a request? It sounds more like coercion." The teacher observed Li Su with a discerning eye. The restlessness that had once marked him seemed to have dissipated, replaced by a newfound maturity, likely a result of his recent ordeal. "Take the silver and return home," the teacher instructed. "We must prepare for class, and you are expected to attend on time tomorrow." As Li Su exited the private academy, the sound of reading filled the air. He made his way towards the blacksmith shop, owned by a middle-aged man named Hu. Upon his arrival, Hu was clad in a work apron, hammering away at a piece of iron, the muscles in his arms bulging as he struck the anvil with a resounding clang. "Young scholar, what brings you here?" Hu inquired warmly upon noticing Li Su. Li Su presented a set of blueprints and replied, "Master Hu, I would like to request your assistance in forging a plow. Here are the designs." Hu let out a hearty laugh. "I am quite adept at forging plows. No blueprints are necessary." Li Su smiled gently. "Master, the plow I wish to create is somewhat different." Curious, Hu took the blueprints and studied them. "Different? I am intrigued to see what sets it apart." After a few moments of examination, a spark of excitement lit up Hu's eyes. "Young scholar, this design is quite fascinating." With a keen eye, Hu quickly discerned that this plow would indeed be more efficient and convenient compared to existing ones. A significant advantage for the common folk who relied on agriculture for their livelihood. "Master Hu, do you believe it can be forged?" Li Su asked, knowing that a seasoned blacksmith would easily perceive the intricacies involved. "Absolutely. Come, let us discuss this further inside." Hu, eager to obtain the design, intended to make the purchase exclusive to his shop. As Li Su followed Hu inside, the blacksmith inquired, "May I ask your name?" "I am Li Su," he replied. "You may call me Huda. Would you consider selling me this design for 30 taels? I will only purchase it for my shop, and as a gesture of friendship, I want to charge you for the forging of the plow." Huda had envisioned this arrangement upon seeing the design, confident that the market's current plows would eventually be replaced by Li Su's innovation. Li Su felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained a composed exterior. He was inclined to accept Huda's proposal, but believed that there was room for negotiation regarding the price. He had contemplated a commission-based arrangement per plow, but realized that this would prolong the revenue cycle, which he wished to avoid. He sought a swift influx of funds to secure initial capital for his family to explore a profitable venture. After weighing the pros and cons, he concluded that a buyout was the more suitable option. Master, who genuinely wished to purchase, undoubtedly recognizing the merits of this plow. I need not elaborate further. Consider the vast number of farmers across the land. Ultimately, the implements they wield will be crafted by your hands. 50 taels. As Master, who contemplated what Li Su had conveyed, he became exhilarated. So many individuals would benefit from his plows. That was indeed a remarkable achievement. Even his master would not dare to dream such a dream. In his excitement, Master, who exclaimed, "Excellent." However, immediately after, he regretted his impulsive outburst, wishing to chastise himself for his hasty words. With so many people in the world, how could he possibly produce such an abundance of plows? Li Su revealed a smile, somewhat surprised by Master Hu's swift agreement. Had he perhaps underestimated the price? Nevertheless, 50 taels was already a considerable sum for this era. Master Hu scratched his head, contemplating a retraction, wishing to negotiate further. He had allowed his enthusiasm to cloud his judgment. But upon reflection, he decided to accept the 50 taels, realizing it was not an unwise deal. He would summon his master and a few fellow apprentices. Perhaps they could establish a renowned lineage of plow makers, bringing glory to their school. 50 taels could easily be contributed by his master and a couple of senior brothers, as he knew they possessed wealth. Little did they know that their funds were now under consideration. The two signed a contract, with Master Hu purchasing the blueprint for 50 taels of silver, while Li Su was forbidden from sharing the design with others. Upon completion of the agreement, Master Hu promptly produced a 50 taels silver note for Li Su, who accepted it with a nod. "Young Master Li, you may come to collect the plow in 5 days." Li Su nodded in response. Astonished by the wealth of the blacksmith, 50 taels were readily given. Though Li Su had never lacked for money, receiving this 50 tael note ignited a fervor within him. Today, he would procure items for his family, initially utilizing the 3 taels he had borrowed from Qinping. Not to underestimate the purchasing power of 3 taels in this day and age. Chapter 7. Sister-in-law's astonishment. Buying so many items? Li Su first visited the grain shop to buy rice, priced at 10 won per jean. He purchased 50 jeans, spending 500 won, and then acquired 20 jeans of flour for making steamed buns, costing 160 won. "Sir, please hold these items for me. I shall return shortly." Li Su considered that carrying 70 jeans of goods would be rather inconvenient. "Certainly, I will set them aside for you," replied the shopkeeper, warmly accommodating Li Su. It was common for many to do so, returning to collect their rice and flour after completing their shopping. Their exchange was quite pleasant. Li Su's polite demeanor left a favorable impression on the grain shop owner. Li Su then bought several jeans of pork, spending 91, as pork was pricier than rice. At 18 won per jean, he felt no remorse in spending money. On one hand, he believed he would earn it back, and on the other, he perceived the purpose of money as being meant for expenditure. The price of candy was even steeper. 2 jeans cost 100 won. Li Su mentally noted the high cost of sugar, recognizing it as a lucrative avenue for profit. Beside the candy shop, there was a pastry stall where Li Su decided to purchase some water chestnut cake and glutinous rice cake, spending a total of 65 coins. As he prepared to visit the grain shop for rice and flour, he passed by a fish stall manned by a young boy who was selling remarkably lively fish. Li Su approached and inquired, "Young lad, how much for your fish?" The boy's face lit up with delight as he replied, "Brother, each fish is 15 coins. I can let you choose the biggest and best." Li Su remained silent, contemplating which fish he desired. The boy, perhaps misunderstanding the situation, timidly glanced at Li Su and added, "If 15 coins is too much, I can offer it for 12. Li Su was taken aback. Why was the boy lowering the price? "The lowest I can go is 10 coins, the boy insisted, looking as if he might cry. "Let us settle on 12 coins then. Please wrap up that grass carp for me," Li Su stated, pointing to the fish he had chosen. Although he was uncertain about the boy's motivation for the price reduction, based on his experiences from the day's shopping, 12 coins seemed reasonable. The boy, momentarily stunned, hurriedly wrapped the fish, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. Now I can buy medicine for my grandfather. Here is your fish. The boy wiped his hands on his clothes before handing the fish to Li Su. Li Su counted out 12 copper coins for the boy, who accepted them with both hands. After purchasing the fish, Li Su found himself carrying a considerable load. He then proceeded to the grain shop to collect rice and flour before boarding an ox cart for his return journey. Taking the ox cart now would allow him to arrive home before lunch, where his family would finally have meat for their meal. Since coming here, he had been subsisting solely on rice porridge, deprived of any meat. It was essential to note that he was a fervent meat lover. Before his journey here, he had always included meat in every meal, given that he had been craving it after just a few days. It was reasonable to assume his family must be even more desperate for meat, having gone without proper meals for nearly 3 days. The elder driving the ox cart noticed Li Su's considerable purchases and approached to lend a hand. "Young man, why so many items? I thought the Li family was quite impoverished. This doesn't seem to reflect that. Surely your purchases amount to at least 500 coins with all that fish and meat?" Li Su chuckled lightly in response, explaining that they had run out of food at home, prompting him to buy more. His polite demeanor made the elder hesitate to pry further into his affairs. While Li Su appeared calm and collected on the surface, he was inwardly frustrated. Carrying all these items from the grain shop had left him breathless. This experience further solidified his resolve to build his physical strength. Currently, his physical condition aligned perfectly with the stereotypical impression of a scholar. However, he aspired to be a distinctive scholar, one who could wear fitted clothing that accentuated his physique and possessed the strength to defeat a young adversary with a single punch. Upon arriving in the village, Li Su paid the elder a fare of 1 coin and glanced at the items in his hands, a smile creeping onto his lips. Today, it was Zhuangyuan's turn to prepare the meal. As he walked home, he spotted his somewhat inept younger uncle, hands laden with various goods. Zhuangyuan hastened his steps, and upon discerning the items in Li Su's hands, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Xiaoxi, did you purchase all of these?" Li Su nodded affirmatively. "Sister-in-law, please take the sugar and pastries." More sugar and pastries. Zhuangyuan was taken aback, suspecting that Li Su might be up to something nefarious. "Sister-in-law, do not entertain such wild thoughts. The money was obtained legitimately." Zhuangyuan accepted the sugar and pastries from Li Su, hesitating as he suggested, "Perhaps you could carry the sugar and pastries, and I shall take the rest?" He noticed the load was somewhat heavy and hoped it wouldn't provoke any inquiries from his younger brother. Li Su, feeling slightly exasperated, quickened his pace. Zhuangyuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seemed Xiaoxi had truly changed, for in the past, he would have handed everything over to others rather than choosing to bear the heavier items himself. Upon returning, Li Su found Li Ziru playing alone in the courtyard. Shouldn't a child of that age be frolicking with a group of peers outside? Upon catching sight of Li Su, Li Ziru's eyes sparkled. "Uncle, you're back. Did you buy sugar?" Immediately, he covered his mouth, a hint of regret evident in his demeanor. "Ziru, did you coax your uncle into buying sugar?" Zhuangyuan's expression darkened, torn between concern for his daughter and frustration at her capriciousness. "Sugar is quite expensive. How much corn could we purchase with a pound of it?" Li Ziru counted on his fingers. "Mother, I was mistaken. I shouldn't have asked uncle to buy sugar." Zhuangyuan sighed in resignation. "Xiaoxi, do you think we could return this sugar?" Ziru is being thoughtless. Zhuangyuan weighed the sugar, estimating it to be around 2 pounds. Her feelings were conflicted. On one hand, she felt her younger brother was being overly extravagant, oblivious to their family struggles, while on the other, she was surprised that he would indulge Ziru with sweets. "Return it? We have 3 children at home. What harm is there in a little sugar?" Li Su dismissed Zhuangyuan's suggestion without a second thought. Li Ziru, small and innocent, gazed up at Li Su as if he were a celestial being descending from the heavens. "I would love to be with my uncle. He is the best." Under such adoration, Li Su straightened his posture, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Observing the expressions of the two, Zhuangyuan realized she had become the villain of this scenario. "Sister-in-law, please prepare dinner. Soon, father, mother, and my brother will return for their meal." Li Su turned to Zhuangyuan and instructed. Zhuangyuan nodded slightly. "All right." Li Su placed the items into the kitchen. "Sister-in-law, let us cook with this rice today, and also prepare the meat. As for the fish, it is still alive and can be kept for a few more days." In truth, Li Su had intended to suggest they cook the fish as well, but upon seeing Zhuangyuan's expression, he discreetly altered his words. Zhuangyuan was momentarily dumbfounded. "Cook the rice? And the meat as well? It is neither a festival nor a holiday. How can we afford such extravagance?" If this were to be done, while Li Su might escape reprimand, she would not be so fortunate. Li Su reconsidered, realizing that perhaps his sister-in-law lacked the courage to cook such a feast. With that thought, he rolled up his sleeves, determined to let his family sample his culinary skills. Chapter 8. The Aroma of Meat? The Astonishment of the Li family. Sister-in-law, you may take a rest. I shall prepare lunch today. Li Su, with a passionate tone, concluded, Sister-in-law, please ignite this fire for me. As a youth of the new era, he indeed possessed culinary skills and could cook quite well, yet he was utterly inept at kindling a fire. Zhuangyuan, with an expression of disbelief, interjected, Xiaoxi, stop jesting and go outside. Our parents will be back soon. Li Su insisted earnestly, either I will cook, or you will. Sister-in-law, we must prepare the rice and meat. After a long day of labor in the fields, one needs nourishment to sustain the body. Zhuangyuan, torn between reluctance and necessity, finally relented. Fine, I will do it. You should go outside, Xiaoxi. Yea, today we shall feast on meat, exclaimed Li Ziru, who was perched at the door, eagerly listening to their conversation. Li Su leisurely rolled up his sleeves and fetched a bag of candy before stepping out. Zhuangyuan thought to herself that she felt as if she was being set up. Li Su retrieved a piece of candy from the bag and handed it to Li Ziru, saying, Here is the candy I promised you. Wow, uncle, you are the best uncle in the world, Li Ziru exclaimed, her eyes fixated on the candy. She gingerly held it with both hands, cautiously extending her tongue to taste it, her face lighting up with delight as she savored its sweetness, realizing that Ernyo had not deceived her. Li Su found her both amusing and pitiable, and he inquired, Ziru, why don't you go outside to play with your friends? Li Ziru licked the candy again and replied, They don't want to play with me. Why not? They say I always mooch off them, that I am a little beggar, and they push me away. Even though I have retaliated, I still don't wish to play with them. What about Ernyo? She doesn't play with me either. She just likes to show me the delicious treats she has, making me beg for them. Sometimes, when she is in a good mood, she might share a lick, but generally, she doesn't. Li Su recounted, Usually, I play with my brothers, but now they are busy helping in the fields. I can play with Xiaohuang. Li Ziru, blissfully enjoying her candy, licked it a few times before setting it aside. Why aren't you eating? Li Su asked. Li Ziru, with a triumphant tilt of her head, declared, I want to show Ernyo the candy my uncle bought for me. With that, she dashed outside, cradling the candy. Li Su stood in shock, watching Li Ziru scamper away on her short legs. He surmised that most of the household's money had been given to the original owner, while other children in the village occasionally indulged in treats, leaving his family's child to merely watch enviously. How could this be tolerated? He vowed to buy more treats for the children in the future. Li Ziru ran off to find Ernyo, who was mingling with other children of similar age in the village. Ernyo's companions included many other kids. Little beggar, we want to play with you. Go away. Dadan pointed at Li Ziru. Li Ziru bared her teeth at Dadan and ignored him, turning to Ernyo instead. Ernyo, you were right. The candy is truly delicious. Ernyo widened her eyes and asked, Where did you get that candy? Upon hearing the word candy, the other children's eyes sparkled with anticipation, their gazes fixated on the sweet treat in Li Ziru's hands. My uncle bought it for me, Li Ziru proclaimed proudly, her head held high. Impossible. Your uncle only scolds you. Certainly, here is the refined translation of your text. Not at all. My little uncle is treating me quite well now. He even hugs me and buys me candy. Ziru, may we share your candy? In the future, let us all play together. The children gazed eagerly at the candy in Li Ziru's hands. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ziru replied, Then you must share your treats with me as well. Of course. The group of children crushed the candy into pieces, each taking a bit and savoring the sweetness. Ziru, why does your little uncle buy you candy? I told him I wanted to eat candy, and he bought it for me. In the world of children, having candy equates to friendship. However, Li Ziru was preoccupied with the thought of returning home for dinner. Let us play together after lunch. I need to go home to eat. There's meat today? At that moment, the Li family, weary from their labor, approached their doorstep. Li Jingxiang took a deep sniff and exclaimed, Why do I smell meat? Which family is indulging in meat today? Feng Tsuetsue shot him a glance. You must be going mad with cravings for meat. Li Jingxiang chuckled foolishly. Mother, when do we ever have a meal with meat? Meat? We can barely afford rice. Let alone meat, Dong Fongfong retorted. Although, it does seem like there is indeed a smell of meat. Li Jingyi jested. Well then, let us enjoy a meal while smelling the meat. That counts as having meat with our rice. Laughter erupted among them, and Feng Tsuitsue pondered. Once this busy period is over, I'll go buy some meat. Doesn't that smell seem to be coming from our house? As they drew closer, Li Daping remarked. The group exchanged glances, and Feng Tsuitsue said, "You all wash up first. I'll go take a look." Li Su was inside the room practicing his calligraphy and organizing his books, preparing to return to school the next day. Feng Tsuitsue entered the kitchen, where Zhuangyuan was frying meat, and asked in astonishment, "Daughter-in-law, where did the meat come from?" Zhuangyuan, now calm and with a slight mischievous thought, reflected that she had been shocked, and now it was time for her to witness everyone's astonishment. She replied nonchalantly, "Mother, this was bought by Xiao Si. I initially disagreed with cooking it, but he insisted on doing it himself if I wouldn't. I had no choice but to prepare it, lest it go to waste." Feng Tsuitsue nodded in agreement. "Right, he certainly cannot cook. We must not let the meat go to ruin." She thought to herself that Li Su must have used his money to buy meat for the family, which brought her a sense of comfort. Xiao Si was beginning to care for his family. "Let him cook, it's fine," Feng Tsuitsue concluded, stepping outside to wash off the dirt from her hands. Upon her return, she was met with several pairs of eager eyes. "You all have quite the keen noses. It's meat bought by Xiao Si, and your sister-in-law has already prepared it. Clean yourselves up, and we shall eat." The children visibly brightened with excitement, and Feng Tsuitsue shook her head in resignation. Both the elder and younger were craving meat. Li Zilin and Li Ziliang swallowed hard, thinking, "Yesterday we had eggs, and today we have meat. Life is treating us splendidly." The eggs from yesterday were given by their little uncle, and today's meat was also purchased by him. This little uncle was indeed too generous. They hoped he would always remain this way and never revert to his former self. As the family gathered around the dining table, no one dared to be the first to pick up their chopsticks, yet their eyes inadvertently gravitated toward the platter of meat. "Zilin, please call your uncle for dinner," Li Daping said. Li Zilin, filled with excitement, replied, "Okay." Li Ziru jumped down from her stool, exclaiming, "I want to go too." Li Ziliang, envious and eager to join, hesitated, and soon saw his brother and sister running toward their uncle's door, leaving him to sulk back on his stool. "Uncle, uncle, it's time for dinner." Li Zilin gently knocked on Li Su's room. Li Su opened the door with a smile for the two children and said, "Come on, let's eat." Both Li Ziru and Li Zilin momentarily lost their thoughts, simultaneously thinking how lovely their uncle looked when he smiled. Li Su led the two children to the dining table. "Xiao Si has arrived. Let's serve the food." If I had known the meat for lunch would be so plentiful, I would have asked the eldest daughter-in-law to mix some rice with the corn. Feng Tsuitsue expressed her regret. Li Su blinked innocently. "Mix corn with rice?" "I asked the eldest sister-in-law to prepare pure rice." Zhuangyuan couldn't suppress a smile as he went to bring out a large bowl of white rice. They couldn't believe their eyes. Was today a special occasion? Would this be the last meal they would have? Everyone turned their gazes toward Li Su, who sat down and calmly explained, "I bought the meat and rice, and since I have purchased them, we naturally must eat." At first glance, this reasoning seemed sound. Feng Tsuitsue replied with difficulty, "Xiao Si, the money I gave you, after your round trip by ox cart and buying the meat, must have been spent entirely. There shouldn't be any left for rice, right?" Li Su had intended to discuss this after the meal, but seeing the current situation, he realized that if he did not clarify things, the Li family would not feel at ease while eating. He took out 2 taels of silver and a few copper coins, which astonished the Li family. Then, he revealed a banknote worth 50 taels. This revelation sent chills down the spines of the Li family. They wondered if Xiao Si was involved in some dubious activities to have acquired such wealth. "Previously, I lent 5 taels to a classmate who was injured. He agreed to pay half of the medical expenses but lacked the funds, so he temporarily returned 3 taels. Today, I spent over 901. Had the Li family heard that he had spent 901 earlier, they would have been far from calm. But now they were solely curious about the origin of the 50 taels. Li Su, not wishing to keep them in suspense, explained, "Did I not mention my idea for an improved plow? I drew up the plans yesterday and visited the blacksmith today. Upon seeing the plans, the blacksmith was astounded and offered 30 taels to purchase them. After some negotiation, we settled on 50 taels. The Li family was left speechless, each one dumbfounded. Li Daping swallowed hard. His youngest son was indeed capable, remaining so composed upon acquiring 50 taels. He would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future, and their family's legacy would flourish. I told you that studying pays off. Xiao Si went to the fields and improved the plow. Who else could accomplish such a feat? Earning 50 taels from just a drawing validates the old sage's words. Shaoxi is destined for greatness. Feng Cuizue was filled with excitement, firmly believing in her son despite the rampant gossip over the years. She longed for those detractors to witness the prowess of her youngest, who was truly remarkable. Li Su struggled to comprehend the connection between improved plowing techniques and attaining high official status. He continued, expressing his intention to use the money to establish a livelihood for the family, contemplating what would be the most suitable option from various possibilities. However, while the Li family interpreted his deliberation as a lack of direction, Li Su's contemplation was more about selecting the most fitting venture. "Mother, please accept this money," Li Su said, handing her a banknote of 50 taels. Initially, Feng Cuizue intended to decline it, believing it belonged to her son. Yet, reflecting on his spending habits, lavish in both past and present, albeit previously squandered on education and now earmarked for family support, she felt a surge of concern. She worried that if Li Su held onto the money, it might dwindle away. Thus, she accepted it, reasoning that since he planned to invest in a business, the funds would remain untouched for the time being. "Mother, we understand," Li Jingyi replied. "Can we eat now?" Li Su inquired. Feng Cuizue beamed, envisioning the moment when her son would return with the plow, and she would ensure that the naysayers had a chance to see for themselves. Naturally, she chose not to disclose the matter of the 50 taels, aware that not everyone in their community would wish them well. Despite their shared roots, jealousy could lead to underhanded tactics. Her youngest was destined for the imperial examination and a promising career. She resolved to remind her family to refrain from discussing certain matters publicly, as some truths were best kept within the household. "Let us eat," Feng Cuizue declared, prompting everyone to lift their bowls and indulge in the meal, with no time for conversation. The spread was bountiful, featuring both meat and white rice, each morsel savored. For to waste even a bite would be a sin. Li Su had not finished all the meat he purchased, when Zhuangyuan initially intended to cut a small portion. He insisted she slice half instead. With so many people present, a mere morsel would not suffice. Ultimately, Zhuangyuan acquiesced to Li Su's request, recognizing that if he took matters into his own hands, he might not stop at half. He could very well prepare it all. Her apprehensions proved valid. Had she allowed Li Su to act, he indeed would have cooked everything. The meal left the Li family thoroughly satisfied, including Li Su, who relished the taste of meat after several days of abstaining. The three children, their bellies round and full, regarded Li Su with newfound admiration and affection. At that moment, Li Su unveiled the pastries and candies he had purchased. "Mother, these are for you," he said, presenting the popular water chestnut cake and glutinous rice cake. Feng Cuizue felt even more justified in accepting her son's money. Otherwise, given his spending habits, 50 taels would scarcely suffice. Li Su, however, believed he had not overspent, feeling quite frugal as he had not even exhausted a single tael on such treats. It could only be said that the eldest son had a rather careless approach to finances. Feng Cuizue wished to set aside the pastries and candies when Li Su remarked, "Mother, let each person have a piece of candy and a pastry." After all, there was but one mouth to feed, so it was only natural to indulge. Observing the expressions of the children and daughters-in-law, Feng Cuizue nodded, and Shaoxi suggested that they should indeed share. She had initially intended to save some for Shaoxi, but her thoughts of preserving treats for her youngest son were yet to be altered. "Grandmother, my uncle has already given me a piece of candy, so I do not need another," Li Ziru cheerfully stated, her eyes glued to the candy, unable to look away. Li Su was taken aback by Li Ziru's unexpected sentiment and awareness. However, it was indeed true that the real concern lay not in scarcity, but in inequality. The favoritism of parents often overlooked the potential discord it could sow within the family. While the original owner of these thoughts may have been aware, he remained indifferent, prioritizing his own interests. It was neither wrong to be self-serving nor surprising that Li Su was astonished that such a young girl could articulate such thoughts. "Then let the children each receive 2 pieces of candy. The brothers can take 2, and you shall have 1. Li Su instructed Li Ziru. "Really? I can truly have another piece of candy?" Although she had received 1 piece, she had barely tasted it, so the prospect of receiving another was delightful. "Indeed," Li Su affirmed. Li Ziru now fully believed Li Su's words and clapped her hands in joy. Feng Cuizue distributed the candies and pastries to everyone, and both Zhuangyuan and Dong Fangfang smiled genuinely. During their time as daughters in the household, they had never tasted such treats, yet as daughters-in-law, they were now able to indulge. Chapter 10. examined by the teacher when Li Zhengyi and Li Zhengqiang received their portions of pastries and candies. They promptly offered them to their wives. These sweet delights would surely please their spouses and children. Whether the men enjoyed them was of little consequence. Li Su felt a twinge of envy, sensing she had been served a hearty portion of dog food. Zhuangyuan and Dong Fangfang blushed, feeling somewhat shy, with Zhuangyuan saying, "Brother Yi, you should eat. I and the children have enough." Dong Fangfang echoed, "Yes, dear husband, you eat. We are content." Feng Cai then rose to take the candies and pastries to her own room. Considering these delicacies precious, they could not be consumed daily, but indulging occasionally was quite sufficient. Li Su did not expect to change her family's mindset in just a few days. Such transformation required time and resources. Eventually, once everyone earned money, they would no longer deprive themselves of food and clothing. The following morning, Li Su set off for the private school with her wooden book box, which was considerably heavier than the backpack she had used in the 21st century. She pondered whether she could procure a piece of cloth for her mother to fashion a fabric backpack, but thought better of it. Deciding to wait until the busy farming season had passed to avoid undue hardship. Li Su also yearned to buy an ox, but regrettably, funds were lacking. Nevertheless, the book box had its merits. Carrying it provided a good physical workout. Upon entering the school, she greeted several scholars, all of whom acknowledged her warmly. According to the original owner's memories, her social standing was not too poor. However, there now appears to be a considerable number of individuals exhibiting amiable attitudes towards him. Lin Zhe suddenly emerged from behind Li Su, greeting him with a friendly good morning, "Li brother." Li Su, startled, responded with, "Ah, Lin brother, good morning. Thank you for the paper and pen yesterday." Lin Zhe, momentarily taken aback, waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Good morning, no need for thanks, it was a trivial matter." As they walked in together, Lin Zhe inquired about the most efficient and orderly method for bookkeeping. Li Su shared with Lin Zhe a modern approach to accounting, which made Lin Zhe's eyes light up with excitement. He praised, "Li brother, your ideas are truly remarkable." Li Su modestly replied, "Oh no, it's not my own idea. I merely draw upon the insights of those who came before." Lin Zhe interpreted this as a display of humility, for he had never encountered such a method of bookkeeping before. Upon seeing Li Su enter, Chen Ping's gaze turned resentful, his expression unfriendly, clearly harboring a deep aversion towards Li Su. Frowning, Chen Ping confronted Lin Zhe. "Lin Zhe, have you not always looked down upon students from the countryside? Why are you spending so much time with Li Su? Is he truly superior to the other students from the village?" Chen Ping's words served to incite animosity towards Li Su, as the glances from the village students began to darken. Lin Zhe, known for his fiery temperament, retorted sharply at Chen Ping, "Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Who are you to speak out of turn? A scholar should refrain from gossiping like a common busybody." Chen Ping's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, rendering him visibly distressed. Li Su calmly interjected, "Brother Chen, it would be wise to tread carefully. My worth is not your concern. You should focus on yourself." Chen Ping interpreted Li Su's statement as a veiled reference to his repeated failures in examinations, thinking, "Haven't you also failed several times to attain the title of Shotsai? What gives you the right to judge me?" Li Su, perceiving Chen Ping's foolishness, thought it absurd that he would bring such matters to the forefront. "Brother Chen, you seem to have misunderstood. The scholarly examinations are inherently challenging, and many who have faltered in the past have eventually succeeded. How can we deem someone unworthy merely because they have not yet passed? We ought to view a person through the lens of potential for growth. Such sentiments should not be expressed again. The mere ability to read and write is commendable in itself." The students in the private academy who had also failed to attain the title of Shotsai began to regard Chen Ping with disfavor, suspecting that he was indirectly targeting them through Li Su. Noticing their expressions, Chen Ping panicked, exclaiming, "That's not what I meant. Li Su, do not misinterpret my words." Li Su sighed, "I understand that my request for repayment has displeased you, but you cannot dismiss an entire group based on my actions alone." Chen Ping was taken aback, feeling as though he had been ensnared in Li Su's rhetoric. When did he ever assert that failing to pass an examination once meant one was not exceptional? Li Su, indifferent to Chen Ping's turmoil, found him increasingly irksome. His discomfort brought Li Su a sense of satisfaction. Frustrated, Chen Ping sat down, his mouth twisted in discontent. Why had Li Su become so difficult to deal with? Previously, he had been like a pliable gourd, acquiescing to whatever was proposed. Casting a sidelong glance at Li Su, Chen Ping noted that Lin Zhe was indeed engaging with Li Su in conversation, surrounded by scholars from the county, each possessing some wealth and familial connections. Previously, when he attempted to engage with them, they ignored him, and Chen Ping could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. While he could not manipulate Li Su or Lin Zhe, there was someone who could, and perhaps he could even obtain some silver from that individual. Li Su and Lin Zhe's group were seated relatively close to one another, all engrossed in their studies. Li Su had also taken out books that he had yet to read, preparing to peruse them thoroughly. He resolved to memorize the contents within. For the ancient imperial examinations included fill-in-the-blank questions. Thus, committing these texts to memory would ensure he did not squander points in that section. Though the original owner of his mind possessed some knowledge of the books, it was undoubtedly insufficient for the examinations, or else he would not have failed multiple times. Li Su opened his book and began to memorize, the words flowing through his mind as he absorbed them. To those watching, it appeared as though he was merely flipping through pages. Suddenly, Lin Zhe recalled something. Since Li Su had been absent from class yesterday, he was unaware of the tasks assigned by the teacher. Lin Zhe turned to Li Su and said, brotherly, "The teacher mentioned yesterday that there would be a recitation check today. You should stop flipping through and focus on studying. It's been a while since you attended class, so the teacher may pay special attention to you." Li Su innocently blinked at Lin Zhe. "I am indeed studying." Lin Zhe replied, "Flipping through is not the same as studying." He then added, "Never mind, the teacher likely one team make things difficult for you." After saying this, he propped his head up with his hand, concentrating earnestly on the material, for he had not studied the night before and could only resort to last-minute cramming. He was not particularly invested in his studies. If it weren't for his mother's insistence, he would have had little desire to attend. With a resigned sigh, Lin Zhe reflected on his lack of interest in learning. Even if he excelled academically, it was doubtful that his father would pay any extra attention to him and his mother. Hearing his sigh, Li Su curiously inquired, "What troubles you so early in the morning? I have heard that sighing can dispel good fortune. You ought to inhale it back." Lin Zhe, whose family was involved in business, actually believed in the notion of luck. Before he could ponder further, he began to inhale deeply. Li Su remarked, "No, I was merely joking. I was lamenting my recent misfortunes, and it seems they stemmed from sighing away my good fortune this morning, resulting in a day of bad luck." Lin Zhe's expression conveyed that he had stumbled upon a momentous secret. Li Su caught his breath. "As long as you are happy." Lin Zhe wished to engage Li Su further, but their teacher entered, hands clasped behind his back. "I will first assess your recitation before commencing today's lesson." Li Su noticed the teacher's gaze sweep across the room, causing the students to lower their heads, avoiding eye contact. It seemed that students, regardless of the time, feared being called upon. Then Li Su found himself locking eyes with the teacher, who nodded approvingly. "Li Su, you may come forward." Chapter 11. Truly a disgrace to us scholars. Lin Zhe nearly buried his face in his desk, astonished as he heard the teacher call out Li Su's name. He lifted his head to see Li Su standing tall, making eye contact with the teacher. Lin Zhe thought, if not you, then who else could it possibly be? He cast a helpless glance at Li Su. Li Su, bewildered, had also assumed he would not be chosen. He was curious to see who the unfortunate soul would be, only to discover it was he himself. Could he admit that he had not completed reading some of the books? It is indeed amusing to witness his utter ignorance. The only text he has thoroughly read is the Analects. Recently, he has been recuperating and had no intention of participating in the upcoming examinations. Hence he has not engaged with any literature until just a few days ago, when he resolved to take part. His reading has been quite limited. Li Su rose gracefully, his stature commanding, his garments flowing as if he exuded an air of nonchalance, standing with his hands clasped before him, bowing to the teacher. All the other students focused their gaze upon him, while Chen Ping wore a look of anticipation, eager to see Li Su falter. Li Su was acutely aware of his own injuries, which were quite severe, and he had certainly not been reading during this time. The teacher approached Li Su, hands behind his back, and declared, "Let us test your knowledge of the Analects today." Upon hearing this, Li Su felt a wave of relief. An examination on the Analects would not lead to humiliation. The teacher recited, "Governed by virtue, regulate by ritual, and the people will be free from shame. Govern by punishment, regulate by law, and the people will be shameless." He continued, "The noble person is guided by righteousness. The petty person is guided by profit." The exchange flowed smoothly, with Li Su delivering his responses steadily and confidently, his voice resonant and clear, like pearls falling onto a plate, each word distinct. The teacher nodded in satisfaction, indicating that Li Su had not been idle during this time. "You may take a seat." Lin Zhe, astonished, turned to observe Li Su. He realized that his concerns were unfounded. Li Su's boldness in maintaining eye contact with the teacher during the questioning suggested he was indeed prepared. While everyone else could respond, Lin Zhe felt at a loss, unable to grasp the material. In truth, Li Su had grown accustomed to such scrutiny and had never shied away from the teacher's gaze, as they knew he could provide answers. It took him a moment to register that the current teacher was not like his previous ones. Chen Ping was utterly perplexed, a tinge of anxiety creeping in. The present Li Su reminded him of the spirited youth he had first encountered. Yet now he exuded not only vigor but also a composed restraint, even more striking than before. Chen Ping struggled to accept this transformation, feeling as though he had dragged someone into a mire, only to watch them emerge radiant and cleansed, while he remained stuck in the mud. He resolved to pull Li Su back into the quagmire. In class, Li Su listened intently, actively seeking clarification on concepts he found challenging. Reciting was not a formidable task for him. It merely required time. The true challenge lay in comprehending and applying the knowledge, utilizing it in poetry, essays, and strategic discussions. This was no simple feat in this regard. He was essentially a novice, and if he wished to participate next year, he would need to exert extraordinary diligence. Li Su had already devised a study plan in his mind. The first phase would focus on the intensive reading and memorization of classics, laying the groundwork for poetry and structured essays, while simultaneously learning the format and writing techniques of classical prose. He mused that henceforth, studying late into the night by candlelight would become his fate, yet he resolved not to overexert himself. Knowledge was inexhaustible, and he must not push himself to the brink of collapse. Li Su fervently absorbed knowledge in class, and he planned to visit a bookshop afterward to read. As he could no longer afford to purchase books and could only peruse them in the shop, bookstores generally do not chase away individuals who linger to read without making a purchase, unless they excessively occupy resources, thereby impeding other customers and normal operations. Only then would the staff intervene to provide a gentle reminder. At noon, everyone dispersed to find their own dining spots. Li Su brought steamed buns and pickled vegetables. While the soup was cumbersome to carry, otherwise, his mother had intended for him to bring cabbage to cook with meat. Having never sampled steamed buns and pickled vegetables before, he felt a certain curiosity. As he savored the food, he found it quite agreeable. Lin Zhe, having delivered lunch to him, sought out Li Su's figure and approached with the food container. The two who had consistently dined with Lin Zhe inquired, "Lin, where are you going?" "We're right here." Without turning his head, Lin Zhe replied, "I'm off to find Li Su." The two exchanged glances, then, clutching their own meals, followed suit. Lin Zhe's fare was the most delectable among them, his family the wealthiest, and he himself quite generous, though his father was a rather complex character. "Is Lin hoping to invite Li Su to join us?" one speculated. "Perhaps. I have no objections. I find Li Su rather courageous and harbor no aversion towards him." In truth, they did not reject students from the village. Rather, it was those students who bore a sense of hostility, exuding an inexplicable air of superiority. They could hardly be expected to approach coldly aloof individuals with warmth. Moreover, there were those who feigned amiability while maligning them behind their backs. Over time, such interactions dwindled to near silence. Li Su, however, presented a stark contrast to those individuals. Upon reaching Li Su, Lin Zhe observed him enthusiastically gnawing on a steamed bun, which elicited a twinge of sympathy within him. Unbeknownst to Li Su, Lin Zhe's mind was racing with assumptions. He merely found the cold bun somewhat difficult to swallow. Yet it bore an intriguing flavor, complemented by the chewy, pickled vegetables. Beside him lay a copy of The Great Learning, which he perused while munching away. Lin Zhe mused, "Is this diligence or lack thereof? If you claim he is studious, he certainly flips through those pages swiftly. Yet if you assert he is not, he is eating whilst reading." Placing his food container on the table, he suggested, "Let us dine together." Li Su, holding the white steamed bun and looking rather perplexed, replied, "Oh, you wish to eat the bun? Please, help yourself." It appeared Lin Zhe was also eager to experience the taste of the steamed bun. After a moment's hesitation over whether to partake, Lin Zhe wondered if not taking one might lead Li Su to think he looked down upon him. Ultimately, he selected a bun and opened his food container, revealing several enticing meat dishes. "Brotherly, let us share," he offered. Li Su glanced at the spread and remarked, "This is quite delightful." The bun has certainly improved, now accompanied by several meat dishes. Lin Zhe chuckled, heartened by Li Su's natural demeanor, devoid of any sense of humiliation. His spirits lifted. He felt reassured in his judgment of Li Su. At that moment, two friends who often played with Lin Zhe approached, saying, "Xiao Zhe, we shall join in as well." "Please do." They were invited. Upon seeing the cold bun in Lin Zhe's hand, the two exchanged incredulous looks. Only Li Su could coax Lin Zhe into such a culinary choice. They then laid out their own dishes on the table and began to share the meal together. Suddenly, someone nearby whispered, "This Li Su, just for a few morsels, has become a lackey for Lin Zhe and his group. It truly tarnishes the dignity of us scholars." Chapter 12. Isn't Li Su extraordinary? The expressions of Lin Zhe and the others soured as they turned their gazes toward Li Su, awaiting his reaction. They were reluctant to confront the individual first, but if Li Su spoke up, they would immediately follow suit. In the past, Li Su might have been timid and submissive, but the current Li Su was unyielding towards those he found displeasing. Li Su closed his book and lifted his gaze towards the man who had called him a lackey. "My good sir, come over here and speak to me face to face." Whispering like a sneaky cricket is rather amusing. The man appeared awkward. He had merely spoken quietly to a fellow companion, not expecting Li Su to overhear. He stammered, "Am I not speaking the truth?" Li Su suddenly smiled. "What are you laughing at?" he asked. "Oh, nothing," Li Su replied, covering his nose. "I just thought you looked rather fierce, like a goose ready to fight, when you were craning your neck and barking at me." Laughter erupted, and Lin Zhe and his companions found themselves in fits of mirth. Li Su's vivid depiction was utterly entertaining. Was he subtly calling the man a dog as well? You are vulgar." The man managed to sputter after a long pause. "Indeed, you are not vulgar. You neither eat nor drink nor relieve yourself. Yet when you see others enjoying a meal, your eyes turn red with envy. Do you know what that is called?" "What is it called?" Lin Zhe interjected. "Red-eye disease," Li Su declared. "What a brilliant term. It turns out that being envious of others is indeed a malady." Ren Shuhua regarded Li Su with admiration, as if he were a genius. Ren Shuhua and Qin Ming exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with amusement. They were increasingly inclined to invite Li Su to join their ranks, thoroughly appreciating his sharp tongue. The man, humiliated, retreated with his companion, realizing he should have refrained from provoking Li Su. Li Su took another bite of his bun, hoping that no one would approach him for a quarrel now. After they finished their meal, Ren Shuhua inquired, "Xiao Zhe, are we attending the poetry gathering in a few days?" Lin Zhe pondered for a moment. Lin Shu would certainly attend, and if they went, he would likely target them. If they abstained, he would still find a way to mock them. Qin Ming glanced at Li Su, contemplating that perhaps having Li Su present might change the dynamics. Given his impressive way with words, Li Su asked, "What poetry gathering?" "It is organized by Lin Shi, and many scholars will attend to pay their respects. They claim it is a gathering of friends through literature. However, Lin Shi is the son of Xiao Zhe's father's concubine and is a few years older than Xiao Zhe." Ren Shuhua felt that since they intended to invite Li Su to join them, such details were worth sharing. Li Su could not help but interject. His father and this concubine were childhood sweethearts, but for the sake of wealth, he married Lin Zhe's mother, promising to love her alone. After acquiring family fortune, he brought the concubine into the house, along with a son older than Lin Zhe. At this revelation, Lin Zhe, Ren Shuhua, and Qin Ming stared at Li Su in astonishment. While these matters were not secrets within their circle, Li Su should not have been privy to such knowledge. "Is that truly the case?" Lin Zhe nodded stiffly. "How do you know?" "It's just a guess, a typical scoundrel's behavior. However, based on this logic, you might want to remind your mother to check the food and the incense in your home." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe's eyes widened in shock. "Are you suggesting they might endanger my mother and me?" A chill ran down Lin Zhe's spine, and the color drained from his lips. Li Su, noticing his reaction, waved his hand dismissively. "I was merely speculating. If you're concerned, you could consult a trusted physician." Ren Shuhua and Qin Ming recalled that Lin's mother had indeed been unwell these past 2 years. It was entirely possible. If that were the case, then Li Su was quite extraordinary. In truth, Li Su had casually mentioned this based on television tropes he had seen, never expecting Lin Zhe to take it so seriously. Immediately rising, Lin Zhe declared, "I must inform my teacher. I need to return home at once." He moved with remarkable speed. Ren Shuhua and Qin Ming exchanged glances. Staring at Li Su for a few seconds, Ren Shuhua leaned in and said, "Li, do you possess the ability to tell fortunes?" Li Su, with a straight face, replied, "I'll let you in on a little secret. Don't let it slip. I nearly didn't survive my recent injury, and in my days, I encountered an elderly man with white hair. He brought me back and even taught me some mystical arts, so I have a rudimentary understanding of fortune-telling. Ren Shuhua and Qin Ming were momentarily stunned. Li Su chuckled softly, finding their reactions amusing. I was just joking, it was merely a guess. And it might not even be true. Yet, Ren Shuhua and Qin Ming were already convinced, and Li Su's image in their minds transformed into that of a celestial being. By sharing this with them, Li Su demonstrated his trust. Perhaps he had indeed calculated that they were destined to be his friends. A sense of pride swelled within the two. Li Su inquired, "What are you two so excited about? Your expressions are quite animated." They mentally pieced together everything, concluding that Li Su must have foreseen that Chen Ping was unworthy, which explained the rift. Yes, this made sense, thus Li Su's significant transformation. As for why he later claimed it was a joke, it served as a subtle reminder to keep this secret between them. Ren Shuhua quietly suggested, "Li, you're younger than us. How about we call you Little Su? Or perhaps Little Four?" Li Su blinked, for again, am I the youngest? He considered that he was currently 15, while Lin Zhe and Ren Shuhua were around 17 or 18, confirming he was indeed the youngest. All right, how should I address you? He pondered if he had truly made friends here. It felt rather pleasant. I'm the oldest among us, so you can call me Brother Shuhua, him Brother Ming. And Little Zhe can be just fine. Ren Shuhua could hardly contain his grin at the thought of Little Su, this little celestial being. Calling them brother, filling him with an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Li Su nodded slowly, indicating his agreement. Now, tell me about Brother Zhe and his brother's situation. Li Su thought that since he had become friends with Lin Zhe, it was inevitable that he would encounter Lin Shi, so he wanted to gather some information beforehand. The audacious Lin Shi has been boasting about being the legitimate son of the Lin family, leading those unaware to mistakenly believe he is a full-blooded brother of Xiao Zhe. Despite Xiao Zhe's cold demeanor towards him, Lin Shi has been weaving tales among his peers, portraying Xiao Zhe as irresponsible and unappreciative of his elder brother, Ren Shuhua. After listening to this, Li Su has formed a preliminary impression of Lin Shi. Presently, he has become a scholar, gaining some renown among the students here. Lin Zhe's father regards him even more highly, seemingly concerned that his status as an illegitimate son might hinder his future in the imperial examinations. He wishes to adopt Lin Zhe under his mother's name, but she disagrees. In truth, there is no distinction between legitimate and illegitimate sons in the imperial examination system. Li Su is beginning to grasp the machinations at play. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe stealthily entered the Lin residence with a physician he had summoned from outside. Chapter 13. This child is extraordinary. He will surely achieve great things. A nearby matron presented the medicine to Madame Lin, who frowned upon seeing Lin Zhe. Xiao Zhe, shouldn't you be at your private school at this hour? Madame Lin remarked. The physician, carrying the medicine box, greeted her courteously. Madame Lin replied, "The household physician has already examined me. My health requires a prolonged regimen of medication, so you need not worry. Your priority should be to study diligently and excel in your examinations." Lin Zhe stubbornly gazed at his mother. "Mother, please allow the physician to examine the medicine." "What nonsense are you speaking?" Madame Lin's brow furrowed. The matron quickly interjected, "Madam, the young master is merely concerned for your well-being. If this medicine has not improved your condition, it would be prudent for the physician to take a look." Reluctantly, Madame Lin handed the medicine to the physician, who carefully examined it and noted that it was indeed intended to nourish the body. "May I now return to my studies?" Madame Lin prepared to drink the medicine. Lin Zhe felt a sense of relief. If his father truly wished to harm his mother, he could not bear it, despite his profound disappointment in that man. Then Lin Zhe recalled something. "Physician, could you also inspect the incense?" Madame Lin slammed the medicine onto the table. "Xiao Zhe, what are you truly trying to accomplish?" "Mother, please, just let the physician examine it. I will return to my private school afterward," Lin Zhe insisted. With a wave of her hand, Madame Lin allowed them to proceed. After inspecting the incense, the physician's expression turned hesitant, as if he had uncovered something grave. Lin Zhe hurriedly pressed, "Physician, what is it? Speak." After some hesitation, the physician said, "The incense indeed aids sleep, but what? But if this medicine and the incense are used together over an extended period, it will severely deteriorate the user's health, leading to utter exhaustion, beyond even divine intervention." Madame Lin stood in disbelief, her hand brushing against the table, causing the medicine to crash to the floor in a shattered mess. "What?" She recoiled several steps, tears welling in her eyes. while the matron's eyes reddened with anger. Supporting Madame Lin. They are being utterly shameless. Lin Zhe felt his heart wrench. His father truly intended to harm his mother. Had it not been for Brother Li's warning, would he have lost her? Lin Zhe slipped silver into the physician's hand, urging him to regard this visit as if it had never occurred. The physician nodded hastily and quietly exited through the back door. Madame Lin embraced Lin Zhe, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear Zhe, how could your father be so heartless? I allowed him to bring Lady Li into our home, yet he continues to treat me this way." Tears welled in Lin Zhe's eyes. From this moment forth, he would no longer regard that man as his father. "Mother, fret not. I am here for you, and I shall protect you," Lin Zhe declared resolutely. After weeping for a while, Madame Lin came to a realization. She had long ceased to harbor any affection for that man. She simply had not anticipated such cruelty. Perhaps he had never truly loved her. Thankfully, she still had a son. Wiping her tears, she turned to her son. "How did you foresee that they would resort to such treachery against my life?" She was well aware of her son's character. It was Lin Zhe's friend from the private school, Lin Su, who had conveyed the ominous words to Madame Lin, and he was undoubtedly skilled in fortune-telling. "Oh, my foolish son, could it be possible that he possesses wisdom?" She pondered. Indeed, he was remarkably astute. With merely a fragment of information, he could deduce the truth. This child was extraordinary and destined for greatness. "You must express your gratitude to him, for he is our savior," she urged. Lin Zhe nodded vigorously, proclaiming that from this day forward, Lin Su would be akin to his reborn parents. "Mother, do not worry. If they dare to act on the first day of the month, I shall retaliate on the 15th. I will ensure they do not have an easy time of it. Leave this matter to me. I see through their intentions. Their claim to place Lin Shi under my name is merely a scheme to claim my dowry once I am gone. They have indeed calculated well." Madame Lin was not foolish. She had merely held hopes for her husband, blinded by past affections. Lin Zhe clenched his fists, yearning to confront that family. But he understood that this was not the time for rash actions. He would attend school as usual, concealing any signs of distress from them. Madame Lin had already devised a plan in her heart. Lin Zhe nodded, having relinquished all expectations of his father and resigned himself to despair. However, how should he express his gratitude to Brother Lin? Upon returning to the private school, Lin Zhe's complexion still bore traces of pallor. As soon as the class ended, he approached Lin Su eagerly. "Brother Lin, you were right. From today onwards, you are my reborn parents. I shall face any peril at your command." Lin Su, after mentally rehearsing his response, finally replied, "I appreciate your sentiment, but I would not wish for you to face such dangers." Moved, Lin Zhe exclaimed, "Brother Lin." He attempted to embrace Lin Su, but was gently restrained. "What do you intend to do next?" Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Ren Shuhua and Qin Ming immediately recognized the accuracy of Lin Su's foresight, utterly amazed. Their admiration for Lin Su was evident in their eyes. Lin Zhe lowered his gaze. "My mother has instructed me not to interfere. She will handle it. I am at a loss as to what I should do. Brother Lin, do you have any suggestions?" His eyes sparkled with hope as he looked towards Lin Su. "I would suggest focusing on your studies. As long as you rise to great heights, nothing will be insurmountable," Lin Su advised, contemplating his own aspirations while wishing to guide his friends along the same path. In the future, should he attain a position of authority, it would be advantageous to have a few friends alongside him in the treacherous political landscape, even if he may not necessarily require assistance. Lin Su's foresight was impressively long-term, despite the fact that he had yet to achieve even the status of a scholar. Agreed. What Brother Lin has said is undoubtedly correct. From this day forth, he shall strive diligently in his studies, determined to ensure that his father, now deceased, no longer dares to wreak havoc and bully his mother. It is precisely due to his previous lack of ambition that they felt emboldened to mistreat her. Through this experience, Lin Zhe has matured significantly. He declared, "We shall attend the poetry gathering. I am no longer intimidated by Lin Shi." He has cast aside any concern for the reputation of the Lin family. Previously, he was constantly advised to show respect to Lin Shi, for the prosperity of the Lin family depended upon him. Now, however, he feels no obligation to extend such courtesy. Ren Shuhua and Qin Ming shared in his excitement, with Qin Ming exclaiming, "Indeed, Xiao Zhe, Xiao Su, and we are already good friends. There is no need to address him as Brother Li any longer. We simply call him Xiao Su." Lin Zhe responded with surprise, "Oh, how come I am only hearing this now? Xiao Su, will you join us for the poetry gathering?" Ren Shuhua asked eagerly. If Xiao Su is willing to go, then we need not fear Lin Shi. Their words were somewhat clumsy. Lin Shi was known for his eloquence, and they feared that Lin Zhe would come off worse in a confrontation, turning reason into nonsense. Chapter 14. Is reputation of utmost importance to scholars? Perhaps those who pursue education are more articulate? Lin Zhe and his companions were all compelled by their families to study, with little desire of their own. In the county, many shops belonged to the Lin family, and Ren Shuhua's family owned a bookstore. His grandfather was a scholar, while his father was a martial artist. His grandfather insisted that Ren Shuhua pursue his studies, although he wished to teach himself. Unfortunately, his grandmother and mother doted on him, unable to bear seeing him suffer. Whenever his grandfather spoke sternly, he would be met with fierce reproaches from his wife. Qin Ming's family was not lacking in wealth. His father was a landlord, exuding the air of a nouveau riche, merely wishing to send his children to school, not expecting much, but hoping they could at least read and write. Naturally, if they possessed a talent for learning, that would be most desirable. This shared predicament forged a strong friendship among the three in their private academy. Upon learning about their family backgrounds, Li Su realized that Qin Ming was the archetypal foolish son of a landlord. If you wish to go, I shall accompany you, Li Su thought, as it presented a perfect opportunity to observe the poetic prowess of scholars in this era and assess his own chances of excelling in the imperial examination. Excellent. We shall attend the poetry gathering together. I have heard it is scheduled for mid-April, approximately half a month from now. Qin Ming smiled widely, revealing his pearly whites. Remember to bring your abacus tomorrow. We have an arithmetic class, Ren Shuhua reminded them as they parted ways. Lin Zhe slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Had you not reminded me, I would have forgotten." The events of the day had left him somewhat shaken, his mind buzzing with frustration, although it was not uncommon for him to forget. At that moment, Li Su recalled information regarding the arithmetic class. The inclusion of arithmetic in the imperial examination was a recent development. It was announced in the second year of the new emperor's reign, along with the publication of several reference books. Upon this news, many scholars found themselves restless, unable to sleep, as the examination had become increasingly challenging. After all, many teachers had not devoted time to mastering this subject during their own studies, leaving both students and teachers feeling overwhelmed. Although it has been implemented for 2 years now, everyone has found some insights into the learning approach for arithmetic. Yet they are still navigating through uncertainties. Li Su's lips could not suppress a smile. Arithmetic is indeed delightful. Many scholars fear this subject, but he does not, as it can become his advantage in the imperial examinations. It is worth noting that in this era, young scholars still have to participate in county and provincial examinations. This was not always the case. It was a change instituted by the previous emperor. Some powerful families, feeling the emperor's waning influence, are reluctant to see students from humble backgrounds ascend through education. Even if one is a young scholar, to become a licentiate, one must pass the county and provincial examinations, which significantly increases the costs. The funds generated in the process eventually end up in the hands of these influential families. After a few attempts, both families and individuals struggle to sustain the financial burden, naturally leading many to abandon the path of scholarship. The current emperor may wish to revert to allowing young scholars to participate directly in the imperial examinations, but such a change would encroach upon the fundamental interests of the noble families and requires a suitable opportunity. After parting ways with his 3 close friends, Li Su did not head home immediately. Instead, he sought out a bookstore to read. He selected a volume titled 100 Essays, an 8-legged essay, which contains numerous examples of 8-legged essays of varying styles and themes, allowing him to grasp the format, structure, and writing techniques of this literary form. As dusk approached, he finally rose to stretch his neck. Once absorbed in reading, Li Su became oblivious to his surroundings, entirely engrossed in the text. It was only when he regained his senses that he realized how late it had become and hurried towards the ox cart. Otherwise, he would have to walk home. Fortunately, he made it just in time. Breathless from running, he took a moment to recover once seated in the cart. Upon returning home, Li Su found 2 new faces, a woman in her 20s and a 7-year-old girl with slightly yellow hair, looking quite slender. After contemplating the woman's identity, he called out, "Third sister, little 4. Li Jingping managed a faint smile at Li Su. This woman was his third sister, Li Jingping, who had been married for several years and had a 7-year-old daughter named Wang Zhaodi. Initially, Li Jingping had wished for her scholarly brother to name her child, but the naming rights were not hers to claim. Despite her efforts, the name had already been settled for her daughter. Before her marriage, this sister had doted on him, often sharing whatever little food she had. Truly a wonderful sister. Wang Zhaodi, curled up behind Li Jinping, appeared timid and did not join Li Su and the others in play. Little Su is back. Let us eat first, Feng Tsuei suggested. Li Su placed his book box down and replied, Mother, you all eat first without waiting for me. I may return quite late. Mother, it would be inconsiderate for everyone to wait for me while hungry. Just save me some food, as I might dine with my classmates, he insisted with determination. Feng Tsuei reluctantly nodded, all right. Wang Zhaodi only picked at the dishes in front of her, looking quite restrained, while Li Jinping appeared to be in poor spirits. Li Su addressed Li Jinping. Third sister, please give the child some meat. She looks so thin. Li Jinping looked up in surprise, tears glistening in her eyes, and served Wang Zhaodi some meat. Indeed, her affection for her younger brother had not been in vain. Feng Tsuei said to Wang Zhaodi, yes, dear child. This is your grandmother's home. Do not be afraid. Feel free to take what you wish. Wang Zhaodi nodded slightly, preferring her grandmother's house. At home, only her mother cared for her. Her grandparents and father did not show her affection, often urging her mother to hurry and bear a son, calling her a burden and assigning her all the chores. Li Zhuo curiously observed Wang Zhaodi, her mouth still busy with food. Since the village children had tasted her sweets, she had become the leader of the group, who all listened to her. The slightly older children were busy helping their families in the fields, while Li Zhuo played with a gaggle of toddlers, each easily swayed by a piece of candy. In the Wang household, Wang Dafa said, why don't you go fetch your wife back? What kind of behavior is this, running off to her mother's home at the slightest disagreement? Don't you fear the neighbor's gossip? Wang Mu looked disapprovingly at Wang Dafa. Unfazed, Wang Dafa replied, wasn't it you all who insisted I marry her? Claiming her brother would secure me a well-paying job once he became an official? What a load of nonsense. A mere peasant dreaming of power. Now that you've married her, bring her back. Otherwise, the neighbors will have much to say. Wang Mu's tone softened somewhat. I want Ti go. It's better if she doesn't Ti return. She hasn't Ti given me a son, so I will divorce her and marry Xiaohua. Wang Daifa nodded, convinced of the merit in his plan. Are you out of your mind? Xiaohua is a widow with a child. Do you resent your mother for forcing you to marry Li Jinping? Wang Mu reacted vehemently, opposing her son marrying a woman with a child. Mother, if I marry Xiaohua, won't I finally have a son? Isn't that splendid? Wang Daifa was resolute in his intention to divorce Li Jinping and pursue the woman he desired. Wang Mu slapped his head, exclaiming, you must be mad. You expect to raise another man's son? She glared at Wang Daifa, dismayed at his recklessness. Who says I would raise someone else's child? What if I claim that child as my own? What? Are you serious? Wang Mu's expression changed drastically. If that child were truly her son's, then divorcing Li Jinping might be feasible. However, if they did proceed with the divorce, what if her other sons sought trouble? She began to worry again. What is there to fear? Isn't her brother a scholar? Scholars are most concerned with their reputations. They wouldn't dare cause trouble. Wang Daifa scoffed, dismissing any threat from the Li family. After pondering for a moment, Wang Mu finally said, all right, I'll discuss this with your father. Chapter 15. Li's concerns. Meanwhile, at the Li household, after finishing their meal, Li Jinping hesitantly spoke up, her voice steady. Father, mother, I wish to divorce. Her words struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone astounded. How could their youngest daughter possibly desire a divorce? Life inevitably presents its share of obstacles, and with your separation, your brother must still participate in the examinations and consider marriage, which tarnishes his reputation, Feng Tsuei said earnestly. She was not devoid of concern for her daughter, but felt a deeper sympathy for her younger son, believing they had not yet reached the point of separation. Conflicts between young couples are commonplace. How can one simply walk away at the first disagreement? The concept of separation sounds simple, yet what follows it is an entirely different matter. However, Li Su held a different perspective. Such thoughts of separation from a woman in this era indicate that the man has truly crossed a line. If the relationship were sustainable, would there be a need for separation? Li Jinping's hard-won courage dissipated in an instant. Even her own parents did not support her. Alone with a child after separation, could she truly provide for herself and her offspring? Moreover, lacking the backing of her family, the thought of pursuing separation seemed insurmountably difficult. With her head bowed and spirit crushed, Li Jinping was comforted by Wang Zhaodi, a timid girl now lifting her chin to address Feng Tsuei, saying, Grandma, if you allow mother to separate, I will do anything you ask. I beg you. Feng Cuizue met Wang Zhaodi's gaze, but the words caught in her throat. Turning to Zhuangyuan, she instructed, eldest daughter-in-law, second daughter-in-law, please take the children out to play. Zhuangyu and Dong Fangfang led the 4 children away. While Wang Zhaodi looked back repeatedly, Li Su, with a serious demeanor, asked her sister, third sister, why do you wish to separate? Li Jingyi also regarded his sister, stating, if it is indeed his fault, we shall seek justice for you. Li Jingping and Li Su exchanged glances. Her younger brother had always been the most astute. Yet, if her decision to separate jeopardized his future, then Li Jingping, who had finally resolved to pursue separation, now found herself wavering. Yes, third sister. Tell us what transpired, and I shall devise a plan, Li Su insisted, fiercely protective of her family, determined not to let them be wronged. Upon hearing Li Su's words, Li Zhongping felt a wave of emotion and recounted the events to her family. I tolerated his mistreatment towards me and our child. But after he struck me that day and sneaked out in the dead of night, I followed him. I witnessed him entangled with a widow from the village. Li Zhongping could not voice the full extent of her experience, yet her family understood. Li Zhengyi and Li Zhengqi clenched their fists, their faces contorted with anger. Feng Cizue began to curse under her breath as Li Jingping continued. I wanted to rush out and catch them in the act. But I heard Wang Dafang claim that the widow's child was his. He intended to cast me aside, marry that widow, and sell Zhaodi. At dawn, I took the children and returned home. Fear gripped Li Jingping at the thought of Wang Dafang selling their child. Even if she did not seek separation, he would still wish to abandon her. Feng Cuizue embraced Li Jingping, exclaiming, why didn't you tell me sooner? My daughter. Surprised by the gravity of the situation, Feng Cuizue wept for her daughter. Li Jingping, overwhelmed, could not contain her tears, while the men of the Li family seethed with rage, wishing they could avenge her. Li Su scoffed, separation? That would be too lenient for him. To bully his sister to such an extent, yet wish to part ways simply and then marry that widow while raising her illegitimate child in a blissful family? Such aspirations are but a dream. Xiaoxi, you are the wisest among us. What do you propose we do? Li Jingyi gazed at his youngest brother. Let us gather some people and give Wang Dafai a thorough beating. Li Jingqi declared, his fists clenched with determination. Li Daping gave Li Jingqi a light slap on the back of the head. You brute. Li Jingqi rubbed his head, and the family turned their attention to Li Su, who calmly stated, I believe my second brother's idea is quite sound. Li Jingqi scratched his head, turning to his father, see. Even Xiao Di agrees that my idea is good. Let us bring more people. The greater the commotion, the better. After all, sister is innocent in this matter. It is Wang Dafai and the widow who have committed adultery and produced an illegitimate child. However, we must prepare in advance to ensure they do not deny it later. I will draft the divorce papers beforehand and make sure he signs them. For someone like Wang Dafai, there's no need for sophisticated tactics. A straightforward and forceful approach is most suitable. I can guarantee that a sound thrashing will deter him from causing further trouble. As for whether sister's divorce will affect his civil service examination, it is worth noting that the current emperor values knowledge and ability. Even if it does have an impact, it must be done. Li Zhongping's lips trembled as if she wished to speak, yet her heart's tumult left her throat constricted. After a moment, she managed to choke out 2 words, thank you. She expressed gratitude to her family for their willingness to assist, and to her younger brother for his readiness to risk being burdened by her troubles to rescue her. Father, mother, please reach out to those uncles. I will have a day off in 2 days. Let us head to the Wang family. The more people, the better. I shall handle the rest. Li Su assigned the task of gathering support to his family. Li Daping and Feng Cuizue readily agreed. As their conversation continued, Li Su excused himself, stating, I shall go read for now. All right, Xiaoxi, go study diligently, he encouraged. Li Su lit a candle and delved into the great learning, striving to memorize the examination material thoroughly within a month. He remained engrossed until late into the night before finally resting. Before sleeping, Li Su performed a set of eye exercises, for he must take care of his vision. Becoming nearsighted without glasses would indeed be a tragedy. As he lay down, he suddenly flipped over, rummaging through the room in vain for his abacus. Never mind, he could calculate without it. He merely feared that his teacher would deem his attitude improper. When Li Su arrived at the private school, his classmates each possessed an abacus, a sight that struck him as somewhat amusing. Upon seeing Li Su, Lin Zhe waved, Xiaosu. After exchanging greetings, he noticed Li Su's hands were empty and inquired in confusion, where's your abacus? Did you forget it? I didn't forget, I just couldn't find it. I can manage without an abacus, Li Su replied as he seated himself and began to read. His three close friends exchanged glances. Could one really calculate without an abacus? They recalled that Xiao Su had previously struggled even with one in hand. In fact, his arithmetic skills were considered weak among his peers. And the last time he sought to collect a debt, he had requested assistance from others to verify his calculations, leading them to believe he was incapable of doing it alone. Lin Zhe offered his abacus to Li Su. Why don't you use mine, Xiao Su? The teacher's scoldings can be quite severe. No need, you can use it yourself. Li Su was still engrossed in her book when Lin Zhe was about to speak. And the teacher entered the classroom. Ren Shuhua and Qin Ming exchanged sympathetic glances with Li Su, realizing that her recent time at home due to injury had led her to forget the sting of the teacher's reprimands. The teacher scanned the classroom with a stern expression before finally fixing his gaze on Li Su and sternly inquired, Li Su, where is your abacus? Chapter 16. A stunning performance in arithmetic class as the teacher called out names. All eyes turned to Li Su. Only then did she divert her gaze from her book. Rising to respectfully address the teacher, Sir, I could not find my abacus, but I can calculate directly. A collective gasp echoed throughout the room. How audacious of Li Su to assert such confidence without her abacus. The teacher frowned, his expression darkening further. Are you implying that you can derive the answer without your abacus? Li Su nodded. Isn't it quite simple? The teacher's incredulity turned to amusement. It was a bold claim, one that even the most adept student, Lin Zhe, would hesitate to make. He had hoped for a change in Li Su, but it seemed he had overestimated her. The other students regarded her with the same bemusement reserved for someone blissfully unaware of their own limitations. Li Su, perplexed, thought, Isn't this straightforward? If you doubt me, feel free to test my abilities. I am not lying. While she believed her demeanor was earnest, her peers found her demeanor overly presumptuous. After several exchanges, the teacher began to present Li Su with problems. There are both chickens and rabbits in a cage, totaling 35 heads and 94 feet. How many of each are there? Upon hearing the problem, Li Su recognized it as a basic chicken and rabbit conundrum, one that even elementary school students could solve. She confidently declared, there are 23 chickens and 12 rabbits. Meanwhile, her classmates were still anxiously tapping their abacuses, while Li Su had already provided her answer. Is she fabricating this? How could she be so swift? The teacher had prepared this question in advance, having taken considerable time to calculate the answer himself. All eyes turned to him, anticipating a stern rebuke directed at Li Su. Lin Zhe and the others wore worried expressions, believing the teacher was being excessively harsh by presenting such a challenging question. The teacher, astonished, glanced at his pre-calculated answer, nodding slightly. Li Su's response was indeed correct. How could this be? This is impossible. The students below exchanged incredulous looks. At that moment, Lin Zhe also arrived at the answer. Correct, indeed. The teacher's eyes sparkled with excitement as he presented another problem. There are some objects whose quantity is unknown. When counted by threes, 2 remain. By fives, 3 remain. By sevens, 2 remain. How many objects are there? 23, Li Su confidently replied. The teacher regarded her with the admiration one reserves for a prodigy, exclaiming, yes. It is indeed 23. Li Su felt a chill run down her spine under the weight of the teacher's approving gaze. Her peers were left in disbelief. When did Li Su become so proficient in arithmetic? Lin Zhe, Ren Shuhua, and Qin Ming looked at her with eyes gleaming with admiration, transforming their expressions into those of starry-eyed awe. Su Ge, you are incredible. In their admiration, they affectionately referred to her as Su Ge. A sense of pride welled up within her. How remarkable it was to have such an extraordinary friend. Li Su, however, remained puzzled by their expressions, wondering why they reacted so, as these problems seemed rather simple to her. Li Su, please take a seat. You indeed possess the ability to function without an abacus. Let us continue with the lesson. The teacher urged Li Su to sit down before resuming the class. Li Su discreetly perused his book while the teacher's method seemed somewhat intricate, yet he refrained from undermining the instructor's authority. Upon glancing over, he noticed Lin Zhe and his companions were not paying earnest attention. Instead, their eyes sparkled with intrigue as they observed him. A chill ran down Li Su's spine, prompting him to whisper, "What are you all doing? Brother Su, how did you learn this? It's so impressive." They showed little interest in the esoteric phrases, yet were captivated by arithmetic. Li Su blinked, pondering if these individuals were more inclined towards the sciences. After class, I shall teach you. For now, do not disturb my quiet reading. The trio nodded vigorously, feeling fortunate to have made such a friend. Qin Ming mused that his father had consulted a master. Claiming he was lucky, it seemed he was not deceived. After class, a throng of students surrounded Li Su, eager to learn his methods for mastering arithmetic. Lin Zhe and the others cast envious glances at the gathering crowd, thinking them to be fickle-minded. However, they believed that Brother Su was truly their best ally, and the others could be disregarded. The teacher himself harbored a desire to seek Li Su's guidance, but resolved to find a more opportune moment. Li Su considered that since he intended to teach Lin Zhe and the others, whether one sheep or a multitude, it would be best to let the others join in as well. I will now share my methodology. How much you learn depends on your own efforts. Xiaozhe, Shuhua, Ming, come forward. Since his primary aim was to instruct Lin Zhe and his companions, he naturally positioned them at the forefront. Should Lin Zhe and the others encounter confusion, they could readily inquire for clarification. Lin Zhe, Rin Shuhua, and Qin Ming made their way through the crowd. Basking in the admiration of their peers, what a delightful experience. The corners of their mouths could hardly be suppressed. It's quite simple. Take the classic problem of chickens and rabbits. Let's assume there are X chickens and Y rabbits, and we will formulate an equation. Li Su endeavored to explain with utmost clarity. What are X and Y? Li Su replied, we have yet to discuss the problem at hand, and already you are questioning the unknowns. Ahem. They merely represent numbers we do not yet know. Any symbols will suffice. Let us assume there are chickens and B rabbits, and we shall continue to formulate the equation. Marvelous. This method is brilliant. Similar problems can all utilize this approach. When one becomes adept with numbers, answers can be calculated in an instant. Calculated in an instant? I can scarcely imagine. Qin Ming, still grappling with certain concepts, posed further inquiries to Li Su, who patiently elucidated each point. Following this session, the majority of students in the private school fostered a more amicable relationship with Li Su. For several consecutive days, Li Su maintained a routine of traversing between home, the private school, and the bookstore. Lin Zhe could not help but exclaim, Brother Su, you are exceedingly diligent. How do you manage it? Doesn't tea learning so much tire you? Li Su raised his head, replying, it is not difficult, after all. What else is there to do besides reading? Rin Shuhua hesitated before speaking. Brother Su, reading surely cannot serve as mere relaxation for you? Li Su chuckled softly. Not quite. I simply feel that, apart from reading, there is little else to occupy my time. Qin Ming rubbed his forehead, a pained expression etched across his face, unable to fathom why some individuals find joy in reading academic texts. While he could endure a storybook, the mere sight of such books made him feel drowsy. Li Su remarked that relying on these few individuals to accompany him on the arduous path of the imperial examination and officialdom seemed rather daunting. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Li Su's mind, and he proposed to share a story. The three of them fixed their eager gazes upon him, intrigued by the prospect of their storyteller's narrative. Li Su interwove the plot of a novel with the content of the textbook, sharing it with them, thereby reinforcing his own understanding. The trio felt as if knowledge had entered their minds in a peculiar manner, elevating their very souls. Was it truly fascinating? At that moment, Chun Ping approached, casting an irritable glance at Li Su before forcefully dropping a pouch of coins onto his desk. Here's your silver, now return my IOU. Li Su picked it up, counted the coins, found everything in order, and returned the note to Chun Ping. Without hesitation, Chun Ping tore it in front of Li Su, condescendingly warning, you, a mere commoner, should refrain from meddling with them. Otherwise, you won't even know how you met your end. His tone dripped with an air of superiority. One must possess self-awareness. Do you genuinely believe they regard you as a friend? You are merely a pawn to them. Chun Ping sneered as he scrutinized Li Su. Lin Zhe, unable to contain his anger, exploded. What is your problem? We are true friends with Su Go. Bullying him is tantamount to bullying us. The other scholars chimed in. Chun Ping, stop causing trouble for Li Su. Show some magnanimity. They aspired to befriend Li Su, hoping for unique opportunities in return. Chun Ping paused, struggling to accept that Li Su had indeed found friends. Especially when many in the private academy were eager to befriend him, he could not afford to offend them. What is so impressive about him? It's merely a matter of arithmetic, and its weight in the imperial examination is negligible. Chun Ping thought to himself, allowing Li Su to bask in his arrogance for a few more days. Anticipating the day of the poetry gathering, when Li Su would face humiliation. The silver he had given was from Lin Zay's brother, and he had distinctly heard Lin Shi mention that the poetry gathering would be a day of reckoning for them, making Chen Ping eagerly await the event. In Chapter 17, seeking assistance from the constables, the whole family mobilizes. Qin Ming proposed, "Tomorrow is a day off. Li Su, would you like to come to the county town? We will take you to a fun place." With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he noted that despite being the youngest among them, Li Su was now being called brother by all three. "I'm busy. I have matters to attend to tomorrow," Li Su decisively declined, as that matter was of utmost importance. "What is it? Do you need our help?" Lin Zay eagerly offered his assistance. Li Su shook his head, leaving the three somewhat disappointed, but he reassured them, "When I require your help, I won't hesitate to ask." Their spirits lifted once more. Suddenly, Li Su pondered, "Do you know any constables?" "Yes, we do." "Why do you need a constable, Su Ge?" they inquired. Li Su briefly explained the situation with Wang Defei, noting that under the current laws, this case constituted adultery and was indeed a crime. However, in practice, securing a conviction typically required catching the act in the moment. Li Su has devised a more effective plan. With his sister currently away, Wang Dafan and that widow are undoubtedly behaving recklessly. If all goes well, perhaps bringing the constable could lead to catching them in the act. Adultery is punishable by flogging, and whether they survive the punishment depends on the resilience of Wang Dafan and the widow. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Li Su's eyes. He has never been one to show leniency. This is utterly outrageous. "Brother Su, I know a constable with whom I have some acquaintance. Tomorrow, I will arrange for him to accompany you, ensuring that Wang receives his due punishment." Lin Zay, unable to tolerate such misconduct any longer, was reminded of his deceased father. "Here is my home address." Li Su wrote down his address for Lin Zay. Lin Zay accepted it, declaring, "You can count on me." "Thank you." Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Li Su returned home earlier than usual today, having skipped the bookstore. After spending a few days at home, both Li Zhengping and Wang Zhaodi appeared to have improved significantly. "Uncle," Wang Zhaodi called sweetly. Li Su nodded at her. "Third sister, after you part ways with Wang Dafan, you should change the child's name to bear our family surname." "That is my intention as well. I hope the separation goes smoothly tomorrow," Li Zhengping replied, a hint of anxiety creeping into her heart about the impending event. Li Su reassured her, "Do not worry, I am here." A smile spread across Li Zhengping's face. "Little Four, I've noticed you have changed quite a bit since your return, becoming more composed and providing a sense of security." Hearing his sister's words eased her worries. "One must grow. It is not enough to merely age without maturing in wisdom," Li Su replied calmly. Li Zhengping reflected on this, realizing she too had changed considerably. Wang Zhaodi tilted her head, curious, "What are mother and uncle discussing? I don't understand." Early the next morning, a large gathering took place at the Li household, with Li Su's uncles and their sons, over 10 robust men. Though Li Su was not particularly burly, standing among them, he appeared upright and distinguished, creating a striking contrast. This was also Li Su's first meeting with his grandparents, who sneakily slipped him some eggs. Li Su found himself in a comical predicament. "Grandma, you should keep them for yourselves. I have already eaten." His grandparents cherished this grandson dearly, yet since they now resided with the eldest son of the Li family, and with Li Su occupied with his studies, they did not see him frequently. Li Dabo inquired, "Young Su, are we ready to set off?" He was a man of great impatience. The Li family has traditionally been male-dominated, which others often envied, believing that having more men made tasks easier. However, they regarded girls as precious and deserving of pampering. As the only girl in their generation, Li Jingping was naturally protected from any bullying. "Let us wait a moment." Li Su was awaiting the constable that Lin Zay had contacted. The constable, Lu, was currently inquiring about the location of Li Su's home, and after receiving directions from a trembling villager, he proceeded along the indicated path. What crime could the Li family have committed? Why else would a constable be at their home? One villager speculated, "I suspect it is young Master Li who has gotten into trouble. They dote on him so much. It was bound to lead to trouble." A group of men, wielding their hoes, indulged in gossip before heading to the fields to work. Officer Lu strode directly into the courtyard, and upon seeing such a multitude of robust men, he felt a momentary trepidation. Is this the residence of the Li family? The members of the Li family exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what had transpired to warrant the officer's presence. Li Su emerged from the throng, inquiring, "May I ask how to address you?" "You may simply call me Officer Lu," he replied, maintaining a cordial demeanor towards Li Su. Recognizing him as a scholar and understanding that he was sent by young Master Lin, thus meriting respect. Please, wait a moment, Officer Lu, Li Su requested, to which Lu nodded in acknowledgement. The Li family continued to look at one another in confusion, and grandfatherly queried, "What is the matter, Su? At your age, you have never encountered an officer before." In the eyes of common folk, officers, regardless of rank, were figures of authority not to be trifled with. "I sought the assistance of a friend," Li Su explained. "Officer Lu is accompanying us to the Wang family. As the affair between Wang Dafa and that widow constitutes a criminal act, adultery, to be precise." Li Su spoke with an air of nonchalance. The Li family swallowed hard, marveling at Su's remarkable achievements. It was indeed rare to find someone of his caliber in these villages. "I have always maintained that education is invaluable. Look at how Su has handled this matter. Without his scholarly pursuits, would he even comprehend the implications of adultery or think to enlist an officer's help?" Grandfatherly exclaimed, thumping his thigh in excitement. "Thank you, Officer Lu," Li Su said with a respectful gesture. Officer Lu, somewhat taken aback, responded modestly, "This is merely my duty. However, if we cannot catch them in the act, my presence alone may not suffice." Li Su nodded in understanding, affirming, "I comprehend." The Li family, brimming with enthusiasm, awaited Li Su's command, their blood pumping with exhilaration. Li Zhengping observed the scene with emotion, recognizing that gathering such a number of relatives and seeking the officer's assistance reflected her resolve to protect her children and family. "Let us proceed to the Wang family," Li Su declared, prompting the Li clan to mobilize. Noting that only the menfolk had rallied while the women remained behind, Li Su turned to address them. "Mother, grandmother, aunts, and sisters, are you not coming with us?" The women paused, surprised. "Do we also participate?" Li Su nodded firmly, asserting, "There is not a single decent person among the Wang family. The men will certainly refrain from attacking the women. However, you possess the ability to act without hesitation, and the support of our elders will be crucial. Otherwise, we risk disadvantage." Officer Lu thought to himself, "This is alarming. To offend the Li family means facing the wrath of all ages and genders." Grandmother Li, inspired by this sentiment, declared, "We shall go as well. Let them witness the might of the Li family." Even at her advanced age, she felt the fervor rising within her, eager to confront those who dared to bully her kin. Thus, the Li family, men and women alike, embarked toward the Wang residence, a formidable force. Chapter 18. Capturing the former brother-in-law in adultery due to their imposing presence. The group drew many curious gazes as they entered Wang village. What was happening? These individuals did not appear to be from our village. Why are they accompanied by an officer? Has someone committed a crime? The foremost figure was recognizable. He was the youngest son of the Li family from the neighboring village. "How did you end up in our village?" "I'm not sure. But the Fa married the daughter of the Li family. Let us go, let us follow and see." A group of people, wielding their farming tools, trailed behind. Driven by an innate curiosity, it was evident that something exciting was unfolding. Even passing dogs paused to eavesdrop. When Li Su led the group to the Wang family's doorstep, a disreputable man approached and said, "They have gone in and have not yet come out." The man rubbed his palms together, gesturing for Li Su to pay him. Li Su produced a few copper coins, which the man accepted with a grin, pleased with the easy reward. "Next time something like this happens, you can come find me," he said to Li Su. The Li family members were puzzled by this exchange, but refrained from asking questions. They trusted that Li Su, the cleverest among them, had his reasons for acting as he did. Li Su nodded to the man, sensing that this matter might not present itself again. "Sister, go kick open the door now. That widow and Wang de Fa are still inside," Li Su instructed Li Zhengping, clenching her fists. Li Zhengping seethed at the audacity of Wang de Fa for brazenly bringing another woman into his home, showing utter disrespect. A flash of resentment crossed her eyes as she forcefully kicked open the door. Wang Mu, busy preparing for work in the fields, was startled by the loud crash. "Who dares?" she bellowed, and upon seeing Li Zhengping, her frown deepened. "You still have the nerve to come back?" Li Zhengping did not spare Wang Mu a glance and strode directly toward Wang de Fa's room. Wang Mu rushed to intercept her, urgently calling out to Wang de Fa inside. "De Fa, your wife has returned." Meanwhile, Wang de Fa was cradling the young widow in his arms. Hearing the commotion outside, the widow cooed, "De Fa, Li Zhengping is back. Should we?" Wang de Fa silenced her with a forceful kiss, Don't mind her. Her arrival is fortuitous, saving me the trouble of seeking her out. I will send her away today." The widow, intrigued by the prospect of being cast off, found the idea appealing. As Li Zhengping moved, all the members of the Li family surged forward, instantly filling the small courtyard of the Wang family. Wang Mu was dumbfounded. What was happening? Had Li Zhengping brought her entire family with her? In a frantic attempt to stop Li Zhengping, Wang Mu was restrained by Feng Chui and her two daughters-in-law. "Defa! Defa!" Wang Mu desperately called out, trying to alert Wang Defa, but her efforts were in vain as he remained indifferent to her warnings. Meanwhile, Li Zhengping had already kicked open the door to Wang Defa's room. Wang Defa, holding the young widow, glanced at Li Zhengping and disdainfully remarked, "Li Zhengping, you haven't given me a son in years. I have decided to divorce you." Li Zhengping, witnessing the two entangled together, felt no pang of betrayal, but rather a sense of triumph in catching them in the act. There was no sorrow from being wronged, but rather a profound appreciation for the act of exposing their infidelity. Li Zhengping pinched her thigh as instructed by her younger brother and began to wail, "Wang Dafan, how could you treat me this way? After marrying you, I have toiled day and night for this family, yet you embrace a little vixen while I return to my maternal home." Her voice was so loud that not only the members of the Li family in the courtyard heard her, but also the villagers outside who were watching the spectacle. Was Wang Dafan out of his mind? Everyone in the village knew how good his wife was. How could he take advantage of her absence to cavort with another woman? The key question was, who was that woman? Surely, it couldn't be someone's wife, could it? Perhaps it was someone's daughter? As this thought emerged, the villagers' expressions changed dramatically, for every household had wives and daughters. Meanwhile, the rest of Wang's family, who had been working in the fields, were startled to hear that the Li family had arrived with a crowd. They quickly abandoned their tools and hurried back. Upon reaching the scene, they tried to push through the onlookers, but were held back. "Who is your Dafan involved with? Spill the details," they demanded. We don't know. Don't pull us." After a struggle, the Wang family finally squeezed in, only to encounter the fiercely watchful Li family. "What are you doing here?" one of them questioned. Wang's father was about to reprimand the Li family for their behavior when they witnessed their son being dragged out shamelessly, accompanied by Tianhua, who was clad only in her undergarments. "Oh my eyes! Isn't that your daughter-in-law, Aunt Du?" Aunt Du's face turned an ugly shade as she rushed forward and slapped Tianhua several times. "You shameless hussy! Have you been fooling around with Wang Dafan all along?" Wang Dafan attempted to shield her, but the Li family retaliated fiercely. "Leave room for me. I want to hit too. I want to avenge Sister Ping." There were still a few Wang family members nearby. "Don't come over here," they shouted in alarm. Wang Dafan's siblings wanted nothing more than to hide, declaring that they had no part in this and that they had already split from the family. "Thank goodness we did." Constable Liu remained silent, hoping the Li family would refrain from inflicting any fatal harm, believing that Li Su would exercise restraint. Wang Dafan's siblings were unwilling to assist, while his parents wished to intervene, yet they too were concerned for their own safety. Any attempt to act would surely result in a slap to the face. Wang Dafan's grandparents wanted to intervene based on their seniority, but the Li grandparents were no pushovers either, especially with several burly sons standing beside them. They dared not speak up. Thus, everyone stood by, watching helplessly as Wang Dafan and Tianhua were pummeled, none brave enough to offer assistance. The muscular men of the Li family were not to be trifled with. Anyone who dared to step in would surely suffer for it. Li Su observed the altercation, and when he deemed it sufficient, he slowly called for a halt. The Li family ceased their assault, with Li Zhengxiang spitting on the nearly unconscious Wang Dafan. Wang Dafan hadn't anticipated Li Zhengping to be so ruthless, leading the Li family to his doorstep, and now was too intimidated to even threaten a divorce. At this moment, Tianhua was filled with profound regret. She felt as though her life had been irrevocably tarnished. Countless witnesses had seen her caught in the act with Wang Dafang, including her former mother-in-law. Although she had left with her child after the man's demise, it was her own stubbornness that had compelled her to depart, in order to facilitate her liaison with Wang Dafang. However, even after her departure, her mother-in-law continued to send her provisions, believing the child to be her deceased son's, Wang Dafang. "Affix your thumbprint to this divorce document. My sister will take the child, for you already have a son with this woman. Since you hold no affection for him, the Li family shall take him. You and my sister have yet to finalize your divorce, yet you cohabit with a widow and have a child of considerable age. You have violated the laws of our dynasty and committed the sin of adultery. This matter shall be dealt with by Constable Liu. How can you be certain the child is mine? Wang Dafeng exclaimed, his face swollen and filled with astonishment. Li Su lifted her long robe, squatting slightly, and drew blood from Wang Dafeng's hand onto his fingers, pressing them onto the divorce document. Chapter 19. Business Aspirations and the Curved Plow. A smile finally graced Li Su's face. Sister, the divorce document. You are free now. Li Jinping gazed at the document presented by her smiling brother, her eyes glistening with tears. Aunt Du, with reddened eyes, inquired, what does this mean? How can that wretched child belong to Wang Dafeng? Li Jinping cast a sympathetic glance at Aunt Du, affirming, the child truly is Wang Dafeng's. Aunt Du, in a fit of rage, struck Tianhua across the face, exclaiming, wretched woman. The villagers outside pointed and murmured about the Wang family, with Wang father and mother feeling utterly humiliated. What sins has my family committed? Aunt Du lamented. My son died young, yet I must raise another's child, and the woman is also another's. Women friendly with Aunt Du hurried to console her. The reputations of the Wang family and Tianhua were thoroughly ruined. Constable Liu, I entrust these two to you, Li Su said, turning to Constable Liu. He nodded in agreement. According to our dynasty's laws, adulterers shall receive 30 lashes. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Would these two even survive such punishment? Their understanding of the situation evolved, for they had previously believed such matters would only lead to public condemnation, never imagining they would face corporal punishment. Wang Dafeng and Tianhua collapsed to the ground, utterly drained, their eyes filled with despair. Wang Dafeng cast a resentful glance at Li Jinping. It's all your fault. You vile woman. You cannot bear a son, and yet you dare to ruin me. May you never find peace. Li Jingxiang and Li Jingyi raised their fists and delivered several blows to Wang Dafeng, who curled up, subdued. Further punishment would leave him unable to withstand the impending lashes. A flicker of regret surfaced within him. Had he cherished his time with Li Jinping, perhaps none of this turmoil would have arisen. The Li family arrived in a whirlwind and departed just as swiftly. Li Jingxiang, shaking his fists, exclaimed, what a relief. All right, this matter is resolved. Sister Ping, you may rest assured and stay at home with the child. Li Daping, as a father, felt a pang of sympathy for his daughter. Li Jinping nodded. Once the busy season has passed, I shall seek work in the county. Although it is my family, I do not wish to rely solely on my parents while caring for a child. I also thank you, father, mother, and my elder and younger brothers for today's support. Li Daping addressed his grandparents, expressing that despite the separation of their households, they remained one family. He inquired about the recent academic progress of Shuzi, for Li Grandpa held a fervent wish that Shuzi would excel in his studies and attain the status of a scholar, thereby bringing honor to their ancestors. After all, he longed for the day when he could proudly recount this achievement to his forebears. All eyes turned to Li Su, who was momentarily distracted, contemplating the need to prioritize his business plans. Upon being mentioned, he responded, indicating his progress and intention to participate again next year. However, Li Su's ambition extended beyond merely passing the scholar examination. He aspired to secure the top position, a goal he would keep to himself. Very well. If the family is in need of funds, you may speak to Grandpa, he assured. Li Grandpa and Li Grandma had saved some silver, yet they were willing to part with their meager savings to support Li Su's education. Li Su felt a wave of emotion at this realization. Indeed, he was the cherished treasure of the family. All right, if I find myself in need, I will approach Grandpa. However, I doubt I will ever face such a situation. Upon returning home, the family busied themselves with various tasks, leaving Li Su to study alone. Li Zhongping joined in the labors, while Li Ziru took Li Zixi out to play. Li Zixi, formerly known as Wang Zhaodi, had been given her name by Li Jinping with Li Su's assistance. Li Su had already switched to another book, now immersing himself in the three-character classic. He was familiar with the initial passages, although the latter sections were new to him. After finishing the book, he took out a piece of paper to jot down his business ideas, sketching and brainstorming until he settled on selling bobo chicken. He was aware of the ingredients for this dish, provided by the family chef, whose flavors were quite delightful. He had casually inquired, and the chef had readily shared the recipe, which he diligently noted down. Additionally, he devised a catchy slogan, envisioning a few sprightly street urchins shouting, "Bobo chicken, 1 coin for a skewer." This would undoubtedly pique the curiosity of passers-by, and repetition would embed the phrase in their minds. This was precisely the effect he sought. The vegetables required were readily available at home, and if there were insufficient quantities, he could procure more from fellow villagers at a reasonable price. He planned a ratio of 3 parts vegetables to 1 part meat, pricing the vegetable skewers at 1 coin and the meat at 3. The overall cost would remain low, and selling at the dock would not encroach upon the primary food vendors, thus avoiding any potential conflict. He decided to prepare the base sauce for his family to taste, entrusting the task to the most skilled among them. As for the bamboo skewers, he thought it would be simpler to outsource that task, believing there would be individuals willing to craft them for a modest fee. After finalizing his business plan, Li Su engaged in a brief session of Tai Chi to invigorate his body before returning to his studies. That evening, he discussed his plans with his family. "Xiaoxi, are you certain you have the recipe?" Dong Fangfang asked, her brow furrowed in confusion, for Xiaoxi had never cooked before. The family harbored doubts since Xiaoxi's awakening. He had changed significantly, yet how could he suddenly possess a recipe? Li Su responded confidently, "In truth, after my injury, I encountered an elderly gentleman who guided me back. It was he who imparted this recipe to me." He discovered that this excuse sounded rather dubious, yet people of this era would indeed believe it, particularly his 3 naive friends, who were utterly convinced. The Li family also believed it, gazing at Li Su with astonishment. "My son has divine assistance. He will surely pass this time," exclaimed Feng Cuizue, slapping her thigh. The younger children regarded Li Su as a little deity, believing he could accomplish anything, their eyes brimming with admiration. Li Su felt no guilt about deceiving the children. "All right," said Xiaoxi, "let's proceed. After all, the money is earned by me, so you can handle it however you wish." Feng Cuizue would not refuse Li Su. Whatever he suggested was accepted without question. Thus, the business arrangement was settled, and Li Su contemplated preparing a meal for the family first, to see if any adjustments were needed in flavor. Upon arriving at the private school, his classmates greeted him warmly. As soon as Lin Zhe and the others spotted Li Su, they hurried over, asking, "How did it go, Sugo?" Li Su recounted the events, igniting their excitement and leaving them lamenting their absence from such a thrilling spectacle. Just imagining it sent shivers down their spines. Moreover, the dynamic within the Li family, where they followed Li Su's lead, was enviable. Such camaraderie among siblings was rare in their own households. Lin Zhe mused that this was what true brotherhood looked like, contrasting it with his own relationship with Lin Shi, which was fraught with animosity rather than familial affection. A scholar approached with a math problem, asking, "Li Gu, may I inquire about this question? I find it rather perplexing." Li Su glanced at the problem and began to explain. The scholar listened intently, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "I understand now. Thank you, Li Gu." Later that day, Li Su made his way to the blacksmith shop, eager to retrieve the custom-made, curved plow. Chapter 20. The Li family's exhilaration and astonishment at the new plow upon arriving at the smithy. Li Su found it bustling with activity. Not just to the blacksmith, but around 10 others as well. Spotting Li Su, who quickly approached, "Young Master Li, you're here. This is your plow. I have completed it." "Thank you," Li Su replied gratefully. You're welcome, you're welcome." "Who insisted? Does this plow have a name?" "Curved plow," Li Su answered. "Excellent name. It suits it perfectly." An elderly man with white hair clapped his hands and remarked, "Who? Is this the young master you mentioned with the blueprints?" The blacksmith showed great respect for the elder, affirming, "Yes, master." The elder was courteous to Li Su as well, stating, "Young master, should you have any ideas in the future, feel free to collaborate with us." Li Su nodded slightly. His next task would involve seeking a carpenter, as a blacksmith's assistance was not required for that, who had already crafted a batch of curved plows, and once Li Su took possession of his plow, many would surely come to purchase one, as this design was unique to his shop and unavailable elsewhere. The thought of this scene made Hu beam with joy. As Li Su loaded the curved plow onto the ox cart, his uncle inquired, "Su, has your family acquired a new plow? This one looks quite different from what we use." "This is a curved plow. Observe its structure. It is designed to conserve effort and facilitate direction." Li spoke casually, while the uncle's eyes widened in surprise. He had indeed heard the rumors circulating within the village. "Was this the improved plow you mentioned?" Li nodded affirmatively. "Remarkable. Truly, it was not just talk. An improved plow had been crafted." However, he wondered if its effectiveness was as exceptional as the lad claimed. Even if it did not perform as touted, the mere conception of such an innovation was already impressive. The uncle couldn't help but steal glances at the plow. If it truly proved effective, he pondered its potential cost. If it were not exorbitant, his family would certainly consider purchasing one. Li carried the plow into the house. "Oh my, what is that?" Feng Tsuetsue asked in astonishment. It resembled a plow, yet seemed somewhat unconventional. "Mother, this is the improved plow I mentioned. I will teach you how to use it. Tomorrow, our family can work the fields with greater ease." "Father, come out quickly. Xiaoxi has brought an oddly shaped plow and said he will teach you how to use it." Feng Tsuetsue called excitedly from inside the room. "What oddly shaped plow?" "It is called a curved beam plow," Li said. Li Daping, Li Zhengyi, and Li Zhengqiang hurried out, and the women and children of the family curiously followed. The Li family's yard contained several plots of land used for growing vegetables and green onions, making meal preparation convenient. A half plot was currently vacant, ready for tilling and sowing seeds in the coming days, making it the perfect opportunity to test the plow. After Li explained the plow's operation, the family looked on with intrigue. Could it truly be that miraculous? Would one person be able to pull it, making directional control easier? "We shall see for ourselves. Come." "Father, brother," Li urged. "Hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing." As they witnessed it in action, their skepticism would vanish. Li Daping and Li Zhengyi excitedly took hold of the plow and, following Li's instructions, successfully pulled it through the soil. Li Zhengyi, both thrilled and astonished, exclaimed, "It really can be pulled, and it is even easier than two people." They could indeed control the direction freely. Changing direction was a breeze. "Look, I can change it this easily," Li Daping said excitedly, demonstrating for the women of the household. Li Zhengqiang, with a hint of eagerness, exclaimed, "Brother, let me give it a try." He dashed to Li Zhengyi's side, eager to take over the plow. Li was taken aback. It was his first time witnessing such enthusiasm for plowing. Reluctantly, Li Zhengyi relinquished the plow to Li Zhengqiang, who, upon taking hold, shouted, "I feel like I could plow all day." Li was at a loss for words. He did not fully understand their excitement, but he respected it nonetheless. The women watched with fervent hearts. With this innovation, their labor would become significantly easier. They gazed at Li with admiration, astonished by his capabilities. For the first time, the Li family eagerly anticipated the arrival of the next day's labor, primarily to showcase their new plow. That night, Li read until fatigue overcame him before retiring to bed. The following morning, he rose early to attend school, reminiscent of a modern academic life filled with early mornings and late nights spent poring over books. Li thought to himself that he had never studied so diligently for exams before. Back then, he was preoccupied with reading various novels. The following day, Li Su set off for the county a bit earlier than usual. He sought out a carpenter to commission a small cart for his business, designed with wheels, suitable for transporting a stove. Purchasing a shop in the county would be financially unfeasible at this moment. It was prudent to first assess the market. Should the prospects appear promising, he could consider acquiring a shop after a period of operation. In Li Su's view, while each individual profit might seem modest, a thriving business could generate revenue at a rapid pace. The carpenter examined the blueprint for quite some time before affirming its feasibility, though he cautioned that the construction might take several days, requesting a deposit of 101. Given the complexity of the design, he felt it necessary to collect a portion of the deposit. Meanwhile, he harbored doubts, as many inventive minds had emerged recently. He had heard that the blacksmith on the neighboring street had purchased a similar blueprint and summoned his entire workshop for the endeavor. The blueprint Li Su possessed was indeed quite unique, yet he had no intention of purchasing it himself, primarily due to a lack of funds and the realization that, despite its appealing design, the market for it would be limited. Many in the food business already own shops, and those without might not be inclined to invest in such a cart. Having promptly paid the deposit, Li Su hurried to the private school, leading a fulfilling daily life. Naturally, he no longer had time for leisurely reading. His focus was solely on examination materials. Li Su had never imagined he would exert such effort in his studies and examinations. However, considering his ambition to compete for the top position against scholars who had devoted years to their education, diligence was essential. Li Su felt relatively content, surrounded by a loving family for whom he wished to contribute. He found joy in his current pursuits, despite a hint of pressure. Previously, he had lacked a clear objective. Studying had merely been a way to alleviate boredom. Meanwhile, the Li family excitedly carried a new plow to the fields, their faces alight with inexplicable enthusiasm. This was the plow crafted by their talented son, Xiaoxi. He had invested effort into developing a time-saving and labor-efficient design, motivated by a sense of compassion for their hard work. At the same time, They felt a swell of pride in having such a remarkable son and brother. The villagers had become aware of the Li family's recent accomplishments with the Wang family, and several individuals who had previously spoken ill of them had recently become more reserved. They knew that if the Li family were to confront them, they would not fare well. Rumors circulated that the youngest son of the Li family had connections to the county constables, which only heightened their apprehension. "Old Li, is that a plow you're carrying?" "I've never seen one like it," inquired a familiar uncle of Li Daping. At the mention of this, Li Daping became animated, feigning calmness as he replied, "My son Su specifically designed this improved plow and had it forged by the blacksmith in the county. I believe it's called a curved beam plow, and it works wonderfully. One person can easily pull it, directing and turning with ease." The uncle looked astonished. "Is that true? Would I deceive you? If you don't believe me, come to my field, and I'll show you how it works." Li Daping had a clever thought. Not only could he show off his family's new plow, but he could also solicit free labor. "All right, I shall give it a try," he mused. The uncle, though skeptical, was genuinely curious to test it out. The Li family arrived at the fields, where Li Daping earnestly instructed the uncle on how to wield the plow. "Let me pull. Let me pull." Li Jingqiang eagerly volunteered, as if he had just acquired a delightful new toy. Now, it was the uncle's turn to guide the plow while Li Jingqiang pulled. Although it was their first collaboration, they worked in perfect harmony. The uncle quickly grasped the technique, realizing that managing the plow could indeed be so effortless. With the uncle skillfully maneuvering the plow and Li Jingqiang pulling joyously, more and more people gathered in the fields. "Uncle Wu, are you assisting Uncle Li with his work?" Lately, every household has been quite busy. Who would venture to help another? As they scrutinized the scene, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, they saw one person pulling and another guiding the plow. How could this be? They began to question whether they were experiencing an illusion. Li Daping, maintaining his composure, seized the opportunity to boast, gathering envious glances from onlookers. The Li family stood tall with pride. For it was indeed true that the young lad had improved the plow. This peculiar curved plow appeared remarkably effective. Everyone gazed at it with longing, wishing it belonged to them. "I, too, am eager to give it a try," one exclaimed, feeling an itch of curiosity. "You? Just last time, you claimed that young Su was merely a dreamer full of hot air. Now you wish to try it yourself? Allow me to have a go." "Did you not say the same?" "Get lost," retorted a group of shameless individuals. Those who had never spoken ill of the Li family were keen to try the new plow, and Li Daping readily agreed, pleased to have free assistance in his fields. Naturally, those who often criticized him from behind were too embarrassed to ask, leaving them to covet from afar. "What is there to be proud of? It's merely a plow," they muttered, their envy turning sour. A multitude of people took turns trying the plow, turning over several plots of Li's land in a single day, an astonishing achievement. The Li family beamed with joy, feeling immensely satisfied. As Li Su toiled diligently each day, even Lin Zhe, Rin Shuhua, and Qin Ming found themselves inspired to work harder. Lin Zhe, already intent on improving for his mother's sake, joined the trio in studying alongside Li Su, only to be struck by the stark disparities in their abilities. "Is this truly how easily it comes to you? Is the gap between us so vast? I had always thought my struggles stemmed from a lack of serious effort, yet I find that striving only leads to further disillusionment." Li Su blinked innocently. "You need not compare yourselves to me. I possess an extraordinary memory and can retain information swiftly. Could such a talent truly exist?" They pondered. "But even if we do not compare in that regard, we cannot match your skills in arithmetic either." The trio glared at Li Su, feeling that his very existence was a blow to their spirits. "Why not take a look at his essays? Then you will understand what utter nonsense looks like." After a few days of reading traditional essays, Li Su felt inspired to try his hand at writing one. Upon completion, he found it amusingly absurd. He asked his teacher to instruct him in writing traditional essays, fully expecting the teacher to question his sanity. Li Su pondered whether he needed to seek out someone to teach him the intricacies of the eight-legged essay. Otherwise, he would inevitably become a burden, not merely lagging behind, but rather being dragged down, making progress exceedingly difficult. "Enough of that gaze upon me. You all may devise your own study plans based on your individual progress, as each person's optimal plan varies." At the very least, his plan diverged from theirs. "Very well. Let us formulate a plan as well." Li Su nodded, suggesting that they could all take the examination for the scholar together. "But let us not yet entertain the notion of holding high office." The three of them mused that if they could all succeed in the scholar examination, it would be immensely gratifying. Learning is essential. None shall be the one who holds back the group. Among them, Qin Ming felt the most anxious. Lin Zhe had a decent grasp of numbers. Ren Shuhua had a grandfather who was a scholar, and as for Li Su, his mathematical prowess and memorization skills were exceptionally strong. Only he lacked a particular advantage, making him the most likely candidate to become the weak link. The thought of participating in the imperial examination alongside the others, only to fail, was intolerable. No, that simply could not be. Qin Ming resolved to study fervently. Yet, Lin Zhe and Ren Shuhua harbored their own fears of failing the exam and being cast aside by their companions, envisioning a dismal fate. Li Su, unaware of the internal dialogues brewing among the three, observed their expressions of dread transform into a fierce determination. Li Su questioned, "What are you three concocting in your minds behind my back? Quickly establish your plans, and we shall hold one another accountable to ensure adherence." The trio promptly retrieved paper and pens to commence their planning. Li Su allowed them to write independently while he returned to his studies, comforting himself with the notion that perhaps through diligent reading, his ability to compose the eight-legged essay would improve. In his heart, he sensed that writing such essays would not be as simple as it appeared, and he would need to invest significant effort into mastering it. The three of them labored earnestly to craft their plans, scratching out notes and glancing at one another's work, revising as they exchanged ideas. Li Su, with a hand on his forehead, found himself uncertain whether allowing them to draft plans was indeed wise. After a considerable time, the three finally presented their plans to him. "Suge, what do you think of mine?" Lin Zhe was the first to offer his work for review. Li Su scanned it quickly and replied, "Are you certain? You cannot possibly intend to study all day and then sleep for merely 1 hour. In a 24-hour span, that amounts to just 2 hours of sleep." Lin Zhe queried, incredulously, "Is it truly possible to study oneself to death?" Li Su responded, "I suspect you are attempting to provoke me. It is not about studying oneself to death. Rather, it is a matter of insufficient sleep leading to one's physical faculties being unable to sustain them, resulting in sudden death." Li Su retorted, exasperated. Ren Shuhua and Qin Ming withdrew their hands, deciding to revise their own plans as well. Ultimately, the plans were approved by Li Su, and the three breathed a sigh of relief. The process of formulating a plan had proven exceedingly challenging. They resolved to begin executing their plans the following day. Allowing themselves to savor this last moment of carefree study, they would strive to learn diligently, astonishing their families. "Suge, shall you accompany us for a bit of indulgence today?" Lin Zhe proposed. Chapter 22. Tremble, scholars, let the competition begin. How do you envision indulging? Li Su inquired. Lin Zhe, with a cheerful grin, assured Li Su that it would be a delightful experience. After some contemplation, Li Su decided that joining them for a bit of amusement wouldn't be such a bad idea. That very evening, the four of them ventured to Lin Zhe's restaurant for a meal. As night fell, the trio led Li Su to a place they referred to as fun. Standing outside, Li Su gazed at the grand and exquisite building adorned with colorful lanterns, yet it exuded an air of superficiality. An extravagantly dressed matron stood outside, animatedly conversing with Lin Zhe. Li Su's intuition hinted at the nature of this establishment. It was an ancient pleasure house. Is this truly a place of joy? He cast a complex glance at the three jovial companions. Lin Zhe announced to the madam, "I've brought a brother with me today. Please find us a few charming and pristine young ladies." The madam smiled warmly. "Of course, young Master Lin, I'll ensure your companion is thoroughly satisfied." Li Su felt an urge to turn away, disinterested in this encounter, preferring instead to immerse himself in literature. Just as he pivoted, Lin Zhe grasped his arm. "Where are you going? Come. The trio insisted, pulling him inside, where they settled into a private room. Qin Ming poured drinks for the three, remarking on the decent quality of the wine. Li Su took a sip, confirming its rich and unique flavor. Observing Li Su's manner of drinking and reflecting on his usual demeanor, Ren Shuhua inquired, "Brother Su, are you truly not from a prominent family?" Lin Zhe and Qin Ming also regarded him with curiosity, pondering how Li Su's composure resembled that of a noble, which starkly contrasted with the typical demeanor of a peasant. In a sense, they were not entirely mistaken. Despite his parents' neglect and busy lives, he lacked for nothing financially, and any knowledge he wished to acquire was readily provided through private tutoring. No, Li Su firmly denied it, asserting that he was indeed a peasant, aspiring to become part of the affluent and powerful class. After some time of drinking, the madam entered with a group of young women, all adorned in revealing attire, their appearances ranging from alluring to innocent. The girls, perceptive to the situation, nestled close to the four men. Li Su cast a cold glance at the girl who attempted to settle in his lap, causing her to stiffen and quietly sit beside him, biting her lip. She had taken an immediate liking to Li Su, believing herself attractive, and placed her hands on his shoulders. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe and the others were reveling, engaging playfully with the women. Li Su, however, took hold of the girl's hand. "No, just pour me some wine," she sighed softly, pouring wine into his glass while her gaze lingered on his face, a hint of regret evident in her eyes. A man so handsome and elegant, she mused, would be worth her affections even without monetary exchange. Alas, the feelings were unreciprocated. While sipping wine and nibbling on a pastry, Li Su observed his companions enjoying themselves, seemingly oblivious to him. With a sudden impulse, he pulled out a book. At that moment, Lin Zhe and the others turned their attention to Li Su, as if they had suddenly developed a keen interest in him. Li Su, in a world filled with the legendary sounds of revelry, the rustling of pages is remarkably resounding. The crowd? Is it time to open books now? A group of young ladies exchanged bewildered glances, as this was a scene they had never encountered before. Li Su calmly remarked, "If you wish to play, do so swiftly, otherwise, we shall return." Lin Zhe and the others were momentarily speechless. Could they still enjoy themselves under such circumstances? Did Su Ji's mind revolve solely around studying? They decided to abandon their amusement and return home. Lin Zhe resolutely stated that since Su Ge was so diligent, they could not afford to be idle. In comparison to the pursuit of scholarly success, these trivialities paled in significance, especially the thought of being forsaken by their comrades. The four departed, leaving the young ladies exchanging puzzled looks, questioning the sanity of the four. "Su Ge, why do you carry a book with you?" Qin Ming inquired, utterly astonished. "Is it unusual for a scholar to carry a book?" Li Su thought it perfectly reasonable. The trio observed, with such a dedication to study, Su Ge was surely destined for success. With no ox cart available, Li Su prepared to walk home. Upon arriving, he assumed his family would be asleep, only to find them waiting for his return. The sight of the flickering candlelight filled Li Su with warmth. As he pushed the door open, Feng Cuizui let out a sigh of relief. "Xiaoxi, what happened today?" "I had dinner with my classmates and returned a bit later than expected. Sorry for worrying you," Li Su replied gently. "As long as you are safe, that is all that matters," Li Daping reassured. "You have been working hard in the fields, so please rest earlier in the future and do not wait for me," Li Su advised his family. Feng Cuizui nodded in agreement, though they would still wait for him. Today was not exhausting. Many came to test the plow, and they had all been busy with it. Speaking of this, the family's eyes sparkled as they looked at Li Su. "We followed your suggestion and informed them that they could purchase from Hu the blacksmith. Many are eager to inquire, and if the price is reasonable, numerous people will buy." Li Daping continued. Li Su nodded slightly, and the rest was up to Hu the blacksmith. Now, everyone should rest. Having consumed a bit of wine, Li Su felt a pleasant buzz and decided to indulge this evening, forgoing study to wash up and retire for the night. This marked the earliest night of sleep Li Su had enjoyed since deciding to take the imperial examination. Upon arriving at the private school, he discovered Lin Zhe, Ren Shuhua, and Qin Ming already engrossed in their studies, fully engaged. Li Su nodded with satisfaction. This was how it should be. Everyone should be diligent. In truth, he could not bear to witness the three enjoying leisure while he toiled away. Other scholars glanced around, feeling a sense of unease. Why were even Lin Zhe, Ren Shuhua, and Qin Ming so earnest? They swallowed hard, pondering if they had recently fallen behind, lacking in effort. Suddenly, a palpable atmosphere of study enveloped the entire private school, instilling a sense of urgency among the students. When the teacher entered and observed this state of affairs, he was quite pleased. Li Su shared the sentiment, thinking, "Yes, this is it. Everyone must be diligent. No one is allowed to be idle. Only through the collective effort of all can the value of his own accomplishments be truly recognized." A smile crept upon Li Su's lips as he thought, "Tremble, scholars." A chill swept through the crowd, although the weather was not particularly cold. Lin Zhe, Ren Shuhua, and Qin Ming adhered strictly to their plan. Upon returning home, they rested for only a brief moment before delving into their books. Grandpa Ren intended to visit his grandson's room to ensure he was studying, rather than indulging in leisure immediately after school. As he pushed open the door and entered, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Had the sun risen in the west? His grandson was actually reading. Was it merely a fade, perhaps an inconspicuous ploy involving a book like The Great Learning to deceive him? Grandpa Ren believed he had uncovered the truth. He could not be fooled by such trivial antics. He strode over, ready to expose his grandson's ruse. Chapter 23. Friends strive to study. Family members left astounded. It was no wonder that Grandpa Ren found it hard to believe. For the impression left by Ren Shuhua in the past was one of reluctance to engage in study. Thus, he truly could not fathom that his grandson would take the initiative to learn. Ren Shuhua was so engrossed in his reading that he did not notice Grandpa Ren's arrival at first. By the time he sensed his presence, Grandpa Ren was already standing behind him. Startled, Ren Shuhua turned around and reproached, "Grandpa, what are you doing? You scared me. Please leave. Do not interrupt my reading. If I fail to pass the examination and become a scholar, what will happen when the others no longer include me in their activities?" Grandpa Ren was utterly astonished. He was indeed reading? An overwhelming joy washed over him. Had his grandson finally awakened? Wonderful. Continue your studies diligently. My grandson has truly opened his mind. Grandpa Ren thought about sharing this triumph with his old friends. Ren Shuhua, with a hint of resignation, replied, "What does awakening have to do with this? If I do not study earnestly, I risk being abandoned by my friends, and that cannot happen. I have so few friends." Grandpa Ren, puzzled, inquired, "Are you referring to Lin Zhe and Qin Ming? I am well aware of what those two boys are like. They are just as lackadaisical as you are. I doubt they would forsake you over your study habits." "Indeed, and then there's Su Gu. Grandpa, I believe Su Gu is the kind of genius you speak of. You know, he memorizes texts at a glance. No matter how challenging the arithmetic problems, he knows the answers with just a single look." Ren Shuhua's tone was exaggerated, leaving Grandpa Ren momentarily speechless. Could such talent truly emerge from their small town? Was it even possible for someone of that caliber to befriend his grandson? This was not a reflection of disdain towards his grandson, but rather an understanding that typically, such prodigies gravitate towards peers of similar aptitude, individuals who can offer mutual support. Indeed, thus, I must study diligently as well. If the 4 of us participate in the imperial examination and the other 3 succeed while I do not, what will become of me? This study plan was devised by Su Gu. Please take a look, Grandpa. Do you think I can succeed if I follow this? Ren Shuhua thought to himself that his grandfather, being a scholar, should be able to provide some guidance. Grandpa Ren examined his grandson's plan and remarked, "If you can maintain your commitment, there is still a chance. However, in the realm of imperial examinations, effort alone is insufficient. Talent and luck also play crucial roles." "That's reassuring." Su Gu mentioned the same thing. Ren Shuhua replied. Grandpa Ren then asked, "How old is this Su Gu? He seems to be around 15. How can you call him brother when you are already 17? Grandfather Ren felt that his grandson truly lacked self-awareness. "You don't understand. You don't understand. I need to study now, grandfather." "Please leave," he insisted. Ren Shuhua disregarded his grandfather and continued to read, his heart filled with anxiety. Grandfather Ren wore a skeptical expression. "Surely you jest. If he were truly that remarkable, at his age, he should have already become a scholar instead of playing with you all." This remark did not sit well with Ren Shuhua, who retorted, "Brother Su has truly suffered a blow to the head and awoken with extraordinary abilities. He can even predict fortunes with uncanny accuracy. Let me tell you a secret. Brother Su was sent back by an ancient immortal," he said, his demeanor shrouded in mystery. Grandfather Ren responded with confusion, "What nonsense is this? Never mind. As long as my grandson is willing to learn, that is a good thing." At this moment, Grandfather Ren remained unconvinced of Li Su's remarkable talents. "Very well, then study diligently," he said as he exited the room, ensuring to close the door behind him. Similar occurrences transpired in the Lin and Qin families. The Qin family, in particular, was elated, nearly ready to celebrate with drums and gongs. The round-faced Qin father expressed his excitement, pondering the possibility that the Qin family might indeed produce a scholar. If that were true, would those who mocked him for being a local landlord dare to belittle him any longer? As a landlord in the countryside, he commanded respect from the farmers. Yet in the county town, he often faced disdain and ridicule. He had endured enough of that, which prompted him to send his son to school. Unfortunately, his son had previously shown little interest in academics, but now he could hardly contain his exhilaration. Regardless of whether Brother Su was truly as formidable as claimed, he had undeniably inspired his son to embrace learning, and gratitude was in order. The Qin family was known for their appreciation. He resolved to inquire about this Li Su and offer a token of thanks. At the Li family, Li Su returned with the ingredients for making spicy chicken skewers, some of which he purchased from the apothecary. Father, mother, elder brother, and sister-in-law, Second brother and sister-in-law. Third sister, please come in and learn. Whoever excels will be responsible for preparing the base sauce, Li Su announced to his family. Zhuangyuan and Dong Fangfang were taken aback. We can learn too? Li Su replied, puzzled why not. You are also members of the Li family. Li Jinping was equally astonished that her younger brother would allow her to learn. After all, it was often said that married daughters were like spilled water. Although she had divorced, she still felt like a burden in the Li household, while her family remained silent. She was well aware of the opinions held by outsiders. Hearing Li Su's words moved Zhuangyuan, Dong Fangfang, and Li Jinping deeply. Dong Fangfang felt remorseful. Realizing that she had spoken ill of her younger brother in the past, she vowed to never again disparage him. Zhuangyuan and Dong Fangfang glanced over at Feng Suizue, who nodded. If the young master wishes for you to learn, then do so. However, let it be known, anyone who dines at the Li family's table yet seeks to undermine us shall not find me merciful. Feng Suizue was acutely aware of the significance of culinary recipes. Particularly since this particular recipe had been presented by Xiaoxi, it rightfully belonged to him. His willingness to share it with the family did not imply that they were entitled to disclose it. Li Jinping glanced at Li Su's hands, perceiving that cooking was not befitting of him, and thus suggested, Xiaoxi, why don't you explain, and we shall prepare it together? Your hands are suited for scholarly pursuits, not for such tasks. Li Su retorted, why must it be only for reading and writing? He endeavored to voice his thoughts, only to notice the Li family nodding in unison, fully agreeing with Li Jinping's sentiment, insisting that Li Su should not engage in the cooking. With a serious demeanor, Li Su asserted, there are no stipulations that reading precludes one from cooking. I shall do it just this once, and you will observe closely. He was determined to demonstrate to the Li family that while he was indeed a scholar, it did not exempt him from participating in household duties. He was an integral member of the family. Feng Suizue displayed a look of concern, remarking, in no household do men engage in cooking. It is deemed disgraceful, especially for someone of your scholarly stature. She was troubled by the notion that cooking could diminish a man's standing. If the family knows, will you look down upon me? Li Su inquired. The Li family shook their heads in unison. How could they possibly look down upon Xiaoxi? He was their most capable and intelligent member. Very well. I shall commence now. Observe attentively, Li Su announced as he began to prepare the meal, explaining the necessary precautions as he worked. Gradually, the Li family began to realize that Xiaoxi might indeed possess culinary skills. His movements in the kitchen seemed distinct from their own. There was an elegance to his approach that set him apart, as if the act of cooking was transformed into a form of refined artistry. How wonderful it is to be educated. With knowledge, one can master anything, they mused, unable to articulate their sentiments. But sensing that his method was markedly different from their own, as if what simmered in the pot was not mere food, but a sophisticated masterpiece. Once he completed the dish, he stepped aside, inviting, who wishes to give it a try? The Li family exchanged glances, retreating a step, captivated solely by Xiaoxi's technique. Oblivious to the actual process of preparation, the aroma wafting from the dish was intoxicating, rendering them momentarily befuddled, unable to concentrate on learning. Had this been a stranger teaching them, they would have diligently absorbed the knowledge, but since it was Xiaoxi, their focus wavered. Comforted by the belief that if they did not learn, others would, and it would still belong to the family. They were determined not to let Xiaoxi perceive their lack of attentiveness. Hence they all took a step back, astonished that none had actually learned anything. Li Jinping, standing still, found herself at the forefront of the group. Li Jinping. No one from the Li family dared to meet Li Jinping's gaze, all avoiding eye contact with a sense of guilt. With a resolute bite of her teeth, Li Jinping decided to give it a try. Although she observed intently, a hint of apprehension lingered within her about her ability to perform well. She stepped forward, starting to execute the movements from her memory, while Li Su offered guidance from the side. Upon completing her tasks, she stood aside like a condemned prisoner awaiting her verdict, filled with both anticipation and trepidation. Li Su praised her, saying, "Third sister, you did wonderfully. Who will be next to try?" With Li Su's commendation, Li Jinping's spirits lifted. She had received praise from Xiaoxi. Indeed, Ping Jie was the best cook in the family. Why not leave this task to Ping Jie? These steps seem quite complicated, and I can barely remember them, suggested Feng Suizue, after noticing the reluctance of others to step up. Is this settled then? Li Su, observing their hesitance, did not press them further, recognizing their genuine concern regarding the complexity of the steps. Yes, the Li family agreed in unison. As they inhaled the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, their nerves began to dissipate, realizing the scent was even more enticing, as if even boiled shoes would taste delectable. For dinner, we can simply toss the ingredients in and let them simmer. Everyone can sample the flavor, Li Su remarked, noticing the children's eager gazes fixed on the pot. The little ones returning from their play caught a whiff of the delicious scent. Did Uncle make something tasty again? They exchanged glances and hurried into the kitchen. Li Ziru, the youngest, couldn't keep pace with her older siblings, calling out, "Wait for me." Li Zishi paused, turned around, and scooped up Li Ziru, running off. "Thank you, sister," Li Ziru exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Li Zishi's neck. Li Zishi cherished the atmosphere of the Li family, where no one bullied her or their mother. Her brothers and sisters played with her, and whenever someone insulted her, they would defend her fiercely. Especially little Ziru, who, despite her small stature, commanded the respect of many children. "You're back? Quickly wash your hands and get ready for dinner," Li Su called out to the children. "Uncle, what delicious food have you made today?" Li Ziru inquired with innocent curiosity. "You'll find out soon enough. Now hurry and wash your hands," he replied. The children, having played outside, were quite dirty, resembling little mud pies. Li Su filled a basin with water and supervised them as they meticulously washed their hands. The 4 children diligently scrubbed, knowing that Uncle favored clean kids, and they aimed to wash thoroughly. After ensuring their hands were clean, Li Su led them to the dining table. Having prepared a pot of food, the Li family gathered around, ready to eat. What seemed like mere ordinary vegetables transformed into an exquisite dish. For the first time, they realized that the cabbage, wild greens, and radishes they frequently consumed could be so delectable. With each mouthful of rice, the flavors heightened in delight. In the end, not a drop of soup remained. As the Li family mixed it all into their rice, the children savored their meal, exclaiming, "So spicy, yet so incredibly delicious." Li Su had initially thought to offer them some water to temper the heat, but they preferred to endure the spice rather than dilute the flavor. "Do you think people would buy this if we sold it?" Li Su inquired at that moment. The members of the Li family nodded vigorously. The mere aroma was enough to entice potential buyers, not to mention the delectable taste. Li Su felt reassured. Everything would be fine, and they could commence selling after the busy farming season. However, I believe there is no need to wait until the harvest is over. With more family members available and the Kuaiwang plow in action, the work can be accomplished swiftly. Feng Tsuetsue expressed the urgency of earning money sooner, as there were many mouths at home to feed. Previously, they lacked the skills to generate income, but now that they possess such abilities, they must seize the opportunity without delay. The rest of the Li family shared this sentiment. After all, it would be foolish to forego potential earnings. "It would be even better if we could start tomorrow," exclaimed Li Jingqiang. Yet, even with the desire to commence early, tomorrow was not feasible. The pushcart I ordered was not yet ready, and a stove was still to be made. There were numerous preparations still required, including the division of labor, which had yet to be established. Li Su had not anticipated the eagerness of his family. He assumed there was still ample time until the farming season concluded. Hence his lack of urgency. The Li family scratched their heads in confusion. Was it truly that complicated? Had they underestimated the situation? "Xiaoxi, could you enlighten us on what preparations are necessary?" inquired Li Daping. Li Su provided a thorough explanation, which calmed the family's anxious hearts. Indeed, haste would not serve them well. The primary concern was how to allocate tasks. The only certainty was that the third sister could handle the base ingredients and purchase the necessary supplies. But who would sell on the street? Surely, this person must possess some arithmetic skills. Otherwise, they would struggle to manage the finances. Moreover, they would need ample bamboo skewers. Who would take charge of that? Who would wash and prepare the vegetables? Without proper division of labor established beforehand, conflicts could easily arise, even among family members. Upon hearing this, the Li family exchanged glances, realizing that these matters indeed required prior arrangement. Otherwise, chaos could ensue. And we need someone who can do arithmetic? How daunting. The Li family fell into a contemplative silence. Li Su then asked, "Do you still believe we can set up a stall tomorrow?" The most crucial issue remained. How would the profits be distributed? His intention in finding a business for his family was to improve their circumstances, not to create discord over financial matters. Although his older siblings and sisters-in-law were all well-meaning, discussions of financial distribution required careful consideration. Feng Tsuetsue did not see this as problematic, stating, "Just give me the earnings. I will save them. And if the family needs anything, they can come to me." "Mother, my brothers have their own families now. They need some funds for themselves too." The older siblings looked at Li Su in astonishment. Distributing money? They immediately shook their heads, deeming it inappropriate. As mother suggested, all earnings should go to her, and she would handle the distribution. After pondering for a moment, Li Su conceived an idea. While it was indeed necessary for mother to manage the distribution, given that the entire family lived together, the smaller households also required financial resources. What if we do this? Half of the earnings go to mother for family expenses, while the other half is divided into 5 portions, one for our parents, one for the eldest brother and sister-in-law, one for the second brother and sister-in-law, one for the third sister, and one for me. The portion kept by mother would be for the family, while the shares distributed would be personal, allowing us to spend as we wish. What do you think? Li Su felt this plan was quite reasonable. No, the money is yours, Xiao Si. The idea originated from you. How can you only take one share? The matter is no longer about how to divide, but rather how much to allocate to Li Su. Li Su remarked, while others fear incurring losses, the Li family is concerned about reaping undue benefits. Yet, it is precisely this sentiment that compels Li Su to treat her family with sincerity. With a gentle smile, she addressed her mother, saying, "It's not calculated that way. After all these years of studying, I have relied on the family's resources. My brothers and sisters have contributed so much. Would it be fair to them otherwise?" "It is different," they replied. "Indeed, Xiao Si, the entire family has consented to your education." Li Su looked earnestly at Feng Cuizue. "Let us divide it this way. I will still need to draw from you for my studies, and surely I will spend more than my brothers. I merely wish for everyone to have a bit extra, so that we may all live a little better, if you would permit." Confronted with such earnestness from Li Su, Feng Cuizue surrendered instantly, agreeing to her wishes. The rest of the Li family was deeply moved. Xiao Si was truly remarkable, mindful of them, and willing to share. They felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of having their own discretionary funds to spend as they pleased. After Feng Cuizue nodded in agreement, she addressed the family solemnly. "Xiao Si cares for all of you. I hope you will remember her kindness." "We know, mother," they chorused in unison, and Feng Cuizue nodded with satisfaction. Her youngest son was so considerate, sharing with everyone, and even providing for her and her husband. Her heart swelled with joy at such a blessing. Li Jingping was equally thrilled. If this were the case, she would have money to buy treats and clothing for her daughter. Li Zhengyi, Jiang Yu, Li Jingqiang, and Dong Fangfang also beamed with joy, reveling in their newfound financial freedom. All of this was due to Xiao Si's efforts. They would surely treat her even better in the future. The children did not fully grasp the significance of the discussions, but seeing the adults so elated, they too were filled with happiness. Li Zixi rested her head on Li Zhengping's lap, who affectionately stroked her little head. The Li family continued to deliberate on their plans, finalizing arrangements. "We could hire someone to make bamboo sticks," suggested Li Su. This proposal was promptly dismissed. Such a simple task could easily be handled by the children themselves. There was no need to waste money on hiring someone. Li Su conceded, "Very well. As long as you are happy, I shall return to my studies." Once the discussions had reached a satisfactory conclusion, she decided it was time to focus on her learning. Feng Cuizue hurriedly added, Yes, do not neglect your studies, but take care of your health as well." Li Su nodded and retreated to her room to study. That night, in the room of Li Daping and Feng Cuizue, she smiled broadly. "Xiao Si truly cares for us, even sharing money with us, and those siblings as well. My son is so filial. He deserves all the affection we bestow upon him. What could be more joyful than being cherished by those who are similarly concerned for one's well-being?" Li Daping nodded in agreement. "Xiao Si will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future, considering everything so thoroughly. We must also be mindful in our actions, ensuring we do not give anyone grounds for criticism, lest we hinder Xiao Si's progress. Indeed, it is imperative to pay attention to such matters. Perhaps our little C could indeed earn a title of nobility for us. In that case, we would become the parents of a gentleman." As Li Daping contemplated this, a surge of excitement coursed through him. The couple spent half the night in exhilaration. In the chamber of Li Zhengyi and his wife, Zhuangyuan sat upon the bed, pleasantly surprised that little C was willing to share a portion of the earnings with them. Her previous efforts seemed to have borne fruit. Li Zhengyi smiled and remarked, "Little C has always been a good child." Zhuangyuan replied, "In the past, I could hardly commend her. Brother E, you view your younger brother through rose-tinted glasses. But I do not share that perspective. It is merely that you are willing and the family is supportive, so I have no choice but to acquiesce. Now, however, she understood that little C truly was a good child. Her earlier judgments had been misguided. In due time, I shall make some garments for you and the children, and one for little C as well, Li Jingyi said to his wife. Zhuangyuan responded gently, yes, our lives are becoming increasingly promising. Things will surely improve. And I shall also craft a garment for Brother E. Li Jingyi, beaming with joy, embraced his wife, while Zhuangyuan blushed and returned the embrace. In the room of Li Jingqiang and his wife, Dong Fangfang remarked, indeed, I once held some biases against little C. She is quite a good person. Previously, Dong Fangfang had harbored significant grievances against Li, but she kept them to herself, occasionally sharing them with Li Jingqiang. However, Li Jingqiang was a man of great virtue, though he often misjudged his younger brother, always believing him to be exceptional. Little C is inherently good, Li Jingqiang asserted confidently. My younger brother is the best and most astute in the world. Dong Fangfang did not contest his statement this time. Once our child is born, we can provide even better opportunities, she said, as Li Jingqiang gently caressed her belly. Indeed, this child is truly fortunate. We should let little C choose a name for the child, to imbue them with the spirit of learning, Dong Fangfang added with a smile. Li Jingqiang nodded in agreement. In the room of Li Jingping, she held her daughter, Li Zishi, close. Cici, how do you feel about life here now? Li Jingping inquired. Li Zishi appeared to have grown taller and was no longer as frail as when she first arrived. Leaning against her mother, Li Zishi replied, Mother, I love it here. Grandfather and grandmother, along with my uncles, are all very kind to me, especially my little uncle, who even gives me candy. Upon hearing her daughter mention Li Jingping couldn't help but smile. Your little uncle is the smartest in our family and has been exceedingly kind to both of us. Thanks to him, I could part ways with Wang Dafa so smoothly. Cici, when you grow up, you must repay your little uncle well. Li Zishi nodded earnestly. I will repay my little uncle when I grow up. Li Jingping embraced her child tightly, feeling invigorated. Little C had also arranged tasks for her, and their future was looking brighter. Both she and Cici knew that their prospects here far surpassed those they had at the Wang family. With the introduction of the curved plow in the Li household, the speed of agricultural work saw a remarkable increase. Observing this efficiency, other families in the village eagerly sought to acquire curved plows themselves, thereby accelerating the progress of the entire village. Upon learning of the news, people from other villages began to inquire and purchase the new plow, and soon the curved plow gained immense popularity in the region, bringing widespread recognition to Li Su. The external world's admiration for Li Su increased significantly. A scholar, moved by concern for his family, took the time to design a more efficient and convenient curved plow. Filial and intelligent, this young man was indeed remarkable. As the story spread further, even many classmates who studied with him in the private school had heard of it. Upon arriving at the school, Li Su was approached by curious peers. Li Gu, is it true that you designed the recently renowned curved plow? Li Su was taken aback by how quickly the news had spread. Indeed, I provided the blueprints to the blacksmith. What of it? His classmates, also sons of farmers who studied, were questioned by their families as to why they had not created such an invention themselves. They had thought the rumors were exaggerated. Yet it turned out that Li Su truly possessed such talent. Chapter 26. The remarkable excellence of Li Su. His classmates regarded him with admiration, utterly perplexed by his intellect. Lin Zhe, with a puzzled expression, asked, Su Gu, what extraordinary feat have you accomplished this time? Lin Zhe's inquisitive gaze was fixed upon Li Su. Li Su nonchalantly took his seat and replied, It's nothing much, just developed a new plow for my family. Lin Zhe, somewhat confused, nodded, having little knowledge of farming, and wondered why everyone appeared so awestruck. The classmates struggled to articulate their thoughts. One finally exclaimed, Li Gu has invented a new plow. It significantly saves farmers time and effort in tilling the land. This is a remarkable boon for all the farmers in the world. Lin Zhe, Ren Shuhua, and Qin Ming were left speechless, glancing from Li Su to the one who had spoken. Qin Ming stammered, Su Gu, is this true? Li Su confirmed, Indeed it is. If it didn't save time and effort, why would I have created a new one? The group collectively thought, how can he say this so casually? Every scholar aspires to contribute to the welfare of the nation and its people, yet such opportunities are rare. Li Su, not even yet a scholar, had already achieved this, eliciting envy from scholars across the land. Had this been their accomplishment, they would have been overjoyed, yet Li Su remained so composed, provoking a sense of resentment among them. With such thoughts, their gazes toward Li Su were tinged with a hint of sorrow. Why was he so exceptional while they were all students in the same private school? In the corner, Chun Ping watched Li Su, basking in the spotlight, with a heart filled with jealousy. Li Su, your time at the top will not last long. In unison, Lin Zhe, Rin Shuhua, and Qin Ming asked, Su Gu, how are you so exceptional? Their eyes shone with admiration, devoid of jealousy. Li Su slightly lifted his gaze towards the three. Have you forgotten your plans? What should we be doing now? The trio appeared flustered. Oh, right. They quickly opened their books and began to study. What is it like to have such an impressive brother? They felt both pride and a strong sense of urgency, as if they were on the verge of being left behind should they not strive harder. My lord, I have inquired about the curved plow. It was crafted by a scholar named Li Su, who, after toiling in the fields, felt deep compassion for his family's hardships. He is indeed a dutiful child, remarked a middle-aged man. An elderly gentleman, sporting a long beard and engaged in a solitary game of Go, contemplated the scholar's intellect. The middle-aged man, appearing somewhat troubled, continued. It is said that he was praised as a prodigy by his fellow villagers since childhood, achieving the rank of a child scholar at the age of 9. Yet at 15, he remains a mere child scholar, having failed to attain the rank of a Shiotsi despite several attempts. The elder dropped a stone onto the board. Remaining silent, the middle-aged man added, such tales of prodigies are likely the result of the villagers' limited perspectives, mistaking mere literacy for genius. My lord, shall we not return? The esteemed figure above has been urging your return, and it remains uncertain whether the national sage truly exists. We cannot linger here indefinitely, can we? In such a humble locale, it is improbable that one of the sage's extraordinary caliber would emerge. The elder placed his final stone and replied, Uncle Lin, please send the plow to that gentleman. I am in no rush to return. Uncle Lin, appearing conflicted, hesitantly asked, are you still upset with him? Just follow my instructions without further inquiry. Has anything significant occurred recently? Inquired Shi Sheng, looking up at Uncle Lin. After a moment's contemplation, Uncle Lin responded, there is an upcoming poetry gathering. Would my lord care to attend? I shall go and observe, Shi Sheng replied, leisurely collecting the go pieces. First, send out the plow. Although Li Jin may also write a memorial to send back, his pace is rather slow, he instructed Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin immediately replied with respect, as you wish. I hope Li Jin writes the memorial with honesty. Should he claim all credit for himself, it would bode ill for him. Yet, none could have anticipated that the current prime minister would remain in such a small locale for 2 years. Uncle Lin suspected that his lord merely sought a tranquil retreat, with the search for the individual mentioned by the sage being a secondary concern. He sighed, realizing it would not be easy to persuade his lord to return. Upon receiving the custom cart, Li Su settled the payment with the carpenter and returned home, where the children eagerly gathered around, curious yet hesitant to touch it. Is this the custom cart? Can we set up our stall tomorrow? They asked excitedly. Tomorrow is feasible. If we set up the stall then, we can wash the vegetables and prepare them in ice water tonight. In the morning, we shall buy meat to skewer, Li Su mused, deeming breakfast too early for their venture, while lunch seemed more appropriate. This arrangement would facilitate an early morning meat purchase, as fresh ingredients were paramount, especially without the luxury of refrigeration. To establish a successful business, this was an essential consideration. Currently, they were using their own vegetables, but once the business flourished, they could procure from the villagers. Li Su had also conducted training for his elder brother and sister-in-law regarding potential challenges they might encounter while selling. With the decision made to set up the stall tomorrow, the Li family sprang into action. Li Zhengxiang and Dong Fangfang felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation, worried about their performance. What should one do when confronted with a challenging customer? What if an account is miscalculated? Although the younger ones have been taught the basics of arithmetic, they still feel anxious, for after all, it involves money, and a mistake could lead to dire consequences. Li Ziliang whispered to his parents, Mother and father, why not take me along? I am quite proficient in mathematics. Li Su had gathered the entire family to teach them the fundamentals of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, and the children had grasped the concepts rather well, displaying the highest levels of comprehension. Among the adults, Li Zhengxiang excelled the most, and coupled with his shrewdness, it was ultimately decided that he and his wife would be responsible for the stall. Dong Fangfang pushed Li Ziliang away, exclaiming, Go on. Don't disturb your parents while they revise. Li Ziliang retorted, I truly wish to go. I have never been to the county and have no idea what it looks like. Meanwhile, Li Zhengqiang and Dong Fangfang were consumed by anxiety, unable to entertain the whims of the child. With a huff, Li Ziliang declared that if they wouldn't take him, he would seek out his uncle. His uncle's words held the most weight in the family, even more so than those of the grandparents. Sneaking up to Li Su's room, he hesitated at the door, fiddling with his fingers, yet ultimately refrained from knocking. His uncle was likely studying, and he did not wish to disturb him. He would ask another day. After all, his parents would be heading to the county every day. The next morning, as Li Su prepared to go to the private school, Li Zhengqiang said, "Little four, don't eat cold steamed buns for lunch. Come to our stall for something warm." Li Su was also curious to see how their business would fare and replied, "All right, I will find you at the dock at noon." With everything in place and sometime before lunch, Li Zhengqiang and Dong Fangfang set off from home, their hearts racing with anticipation. Chapter 27. The bustling stall. Do you think we can sell our goods? Dong Fangfang inquired anxiously. You know well the bold flavor of this spicy chicken. Once we start cooking, its aroma will waft for miles, and we will surely sell out. My only concern is miscalculating the accounts, Li Zhengqiang reassured her. He had no doubt about the sales. This was a dish conceived by Little Four, and it would undoubtedly attract customers. His worry lay in disappointing Little Four's trust and not executing the task well. Oh dear, let us not dwell on it. The more we discuss it, the more nervous I become, Dong Fangfang said, soothing her racing heart and deciding to steer the conversation elsewhere. As they pushed their cart to the dock, they noticed a multitude of stalls already set up. The other vendors eyed them warily, sensing competition, yet unsure of what these newcomers had to offer. This scrutiny made Li Zhengqiang and Dong Fangfang feel increasingly self-conscious, nearly stumbling over their own feet. However, business was no easy endeavor. Despite the crowd at the dock, there were many sellers, and countless small vendors had come and gone within days. Dong Fangfang anxiously pinched Li Zhengqiang's arm. "Dear wife, that hurts," he remarked. Flustered, she released her grip and apologized. "I'm just a bit nervous." The two found an empty spot and began to unpack their goods. The prime spot at the front has been taken. Yet Xiaoxi assured that their enticing aroma could waft a considerable distance, even if they were positioned a bit further back. There was no need to quarrel over stalls and patrons. As the two made their way to the rear, the other vendors mused that this setup might not last long. After all, customers at the back wouldn't even catch a glimpse, thus hampering business. Earlier that morning, Li Su had spent a few coins to enlist some young beggars to traverse the streets and promote their offerings, specifically instructing them to clearly convey the time and location. Li Zhengqiang and Dong Fangfang arranged their goods, and as they poured the base ingredients into the pot, a delightful aroma instantly filled the air. They erected a sign pinned by Xiaoxi, detailing the prices for their spicy chicken skewers and vegetarian options, along with a promotion stating that for every 10 skewers purchased, one could choose an additional skewer for free. Although Li Zhengqiang lacked writing skills, a glance at the signs of other stalls revealed a stark contrast. The elegance of Xiaoxi's script was unmistakably superior. Instantly, Li Zhengqiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He could not afford to tarnish Xiaoxi's reputation. What a delightful fragrance. Where is it coming from? Curious passers-by wondered as they meandered through the market. It seemed to originate from the little couple's stall. With lunch still a while away, the vendors had yet to make sales and were free to wander. A few curious merchants approached, eager to inquire about the couple's offerings. "What are you selling? It smells heavenly," exclaimed a young man selling steamed buns, who curiously peered over. "We offer spicy chicken skewers. 1 copper for vegetarian and 3 for meat," Li Zhengqiang replied enthusiastically. "Isn't that a bit pricey? What exactly is spicy chicken skewers?" the young man inquired. Having never heard of them, he found the price steep, especially since his buns were only 2 coppers each and quite substantial, enough to satisfy an adult's hunger. Li Zhengqiang recalled Xiaoxi's advice on how to respond. "You see, my costs are high. Everything is freshly cooked on the spot, which requires firewood. And the base ingredients are primarily oil, along with sesame and spices that are not inexpensive. It's truly a fair price." He rambled on. Dong Fangfang turned to glance at Li Zhengqiang, surprised by his eloquence. The young man still felt the price was a touch high, but the aroma was undeniably enticing. After all, making money was often about indulging in finer things. After some deliberation, he decided to treat himself. It's not an everyday occurrence. A little indulgence won't hurt, right? With that thought, he resolutely ordered 3 skewers. The other vendors watched discreetly, gasping at the price as they overheard. Dong Fangfang eagerly took the order, brimming with excitement. Wonderful. We'll prepare them for you right away. As the young man received his skewers, he wasted no time and immediately took a bite, with everyone around him watching intently. The moment the first bite touched his palate, his expression lit up. Delicious. Li Zhengxiang and Dong Fangfang couldn't help but smile at his delight. Ultimately, the young man gritted his teeth and, along with another vendor, pulled together to purchase 10 skewers, persuading Li Zhengxiang to add a bit more broth. They then took their steamed buns and resolved to enjoy this feast for lunch, relishing the experience immensely. Before long, the dock workers arrived for their midday meal, drawn by the overpowering aroma of the spicy chicken skewers. While some deemed the prices excessive and unworthy, others banded together with friends to share 10 skewers, ensuring they had enough to accompany their rice and buns. Li Zhengxiang and Dong Fangfang beamed with delight at the financial windfall. Li Su, after tidying up his books post-class, announced that he would not be joining them for lunch today, as he had plans to venture out. Where to? Lindsay inquired, taken aback by the prospect of their usual group being one member short. Li Su, having no intention of concealing his whereabouts, replied that his elder brother and sister-in-law had set up a stall at the dock and invited him to join them for a meal. Are they cooking? Qin Ming chimed in, eager to tag along. If you wish to join, then come with me. Li Su welcomed their enthusiasm. We could also lend a hand to my brother and sister-in-law's business. Ren Shuhua expressed curiosity as well. The four of them proceeded towards the dock, with Lindsay noting, "It seems like there are more people at the dock today." "Indeed, it does," Qin Ming observed, surveying the bustling crowd. "What are they holding? It smells delightful." He inhaled deeply, intrigued by the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. As the son of a landowner, he had encountered many delicious foods, yet none had ever captivated him merely by their scent, as this did. Li Su quickly recognized the skewers as those sold by his family, indicating that his brother and sister-in-law were thriving in their venture. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "A quick look will confirm." Although Li Zhengxiang's stall was situated further back, it was easily spotted due to the long queue forming in front. Peering at the stall, Qin Ming lamented, "There's quite a line. Otherwise, I would love to taste it today. They will likely be selling again tomorrow, and I can have my family come to purchase some for me." As he needed to return to his private school shortly, he abandoned the notion of waiting in line. Lin Zhe and Ren Shuhua nodded in agreement, acknowledging the enticing aroma that promised a delightful taste. "It's not a challenge. Just follow me," Li Su asserted. While he couldn't offer them a full meal, he could certainly share a taste, so he allocated a portion of his rations for them to sample. "You have a plan?" Qin Ming asked, astonished. Li Su led the three directly towards the stall, and they exchanged glances before hastily following him. Meanwhile, Li Zhengxiang and Dong Fangfang were busily attending to customers, their joy palpable despite the hectic pace, as they were indeed making a considerable profit. They hadn't yet counted their earnings, but it was evident they had made a substantial amount. "Hey, you four, don't you see everyone is queuing up?" A disgruntled man in line admonished them. Chapter 28. The excitement and thrill of Li family's earnings. Li Su pointed at himself. "Us? Yes, although you are scholars. You cannot cut in line." Indeed, the crowd was orderly, and both the boss and his wife had declared that no one was permitted to jump the queue. The assembled patrons cast reproachful glances at the four individuals. Li Zhengxiang, with keen eyes, spotted Li Su and hurried over, urging, "Xiaoxi, come and eat. After your meal, you can return to your studies." He had reserved a portion for Xiaoxi, keeping it warm separately. "This is my younger brother. He is here to eat, not to cut in line." "It seems there has been a misunderstanding," Li Zhengxiang clarified to the other customers. "Oh, I see." The previously indignant patrons felt a flush of embarrassment. Lin Zhe and his companions were astonished to learn that this delectable stall belonged to Su Ji's family, explaining why Su Gu had invited them to follow. Li Su smiled gently, reassured them, "No problem. It's commendable to maintain order in the queue and to point out any suspicious queue jumping." He expressed his approval of their vigilance. The others scratched their heads in awkwardness. Was he complimenting them? The scholarly lad's words were pleasing to the ear, bringing joy to their hearts. No wonder the characters on the stall sign were so beautifully crafted. It was evident that there was a scholarly brother at home. With his graceful and courteous demeanor, one could easily tell that he was well educated. Noticing that Li Su had brought friends, Li Zhengxiang whispered, "I'll prepare more for you." Although he had prepared a considerable amount in advance, it was surely insufficient for 4 growing boys. "No need, second brother," Li Su replied as he settled down. "You all attend to your customers first. I'll let them sample the flavors." If they desire more, they can purchase it themselves. My family can afford it. As he sat down, he served himself. Li Zhengxiang paused momentarily, observing Li Su's calm demeanor, and chuckled while shaking his head, conceding to Xiao C's wishes. Su Gu, we'll buy some noodles ourselves. Could you please serve us some broth to mix in? Qin Ming said, his appetite piqued by the enticing aroma. After returning with the noodles, Qin Ming found Li Su ladling broth into each bowl, distributing the skewers that his second brother had prepared earlier among the 4 bowls. Li Zhengxiang set up a small table behind them, a custom-made, collapsible piece that now conveniently accommodated their meal. After a few bites, Qin Ming exclaimed, "This is absolutely delicious." He typically struggled with spicy food, yet he found it irresistible. He thought to himself how he would ask his father to buy more tomorrow. Su Gu, let us have our brother and sister-in-law prepare extra for us tomorrow. I'll have my dad come to buy. Glancing back, Qin Ming noted that some patrons in the queue were unlikely to get any food. When they heard Su Gu mention that his family had set up a stall, the trio pondered whether they should have their family help manage the business if it faltered. However, it was evident that such a lack of customers was improbable. The business was thriving. They were indeed fortunate to have Su Gu's support, as without it, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to enjoy this meal. Even if their families desired to eat, they would still have to wait patiently in line with no guarantee of success. Well then, Li Su mused. Today is just the first day of the stall. We didn't prepare too much. Tomorrow, we can certainly prepare more. He noticed that his second brother and sister-in-law adapted quickly, indicating a natural aptitude for this endeavor, which put him at ease. After finishing their meal, the 4 expressed their gratitude to Li Zhengxiang before departing. By the end of lunchtime, Li Zhengxiang had sold out entirely, with not a single skewer left. The customers who had not yet made their purchases could not contain their excitement, exclaiming that tomorrow they hoped for a greater supply, having waited so long without success. Li Zhengxiang smiled and assured them that they would indeed prepare more, admitting that it was the first day of their stall and they had not anticipated such a brisk trade, feeling a bit embarrassed about it. His sincerity resonated with the customers, who were not overly demanding, understanding that it was their inaugural day and it was unreasonable to expect an excessive amount of stock right from the start. The aroma wafted enticingly, and watching others enjoy their meals was tantalizing, yet they regretted not having made a purchase themselves. The other stall owners were somewhat taken aback. How could such expensive items attract so many eager buyers? Was it truly that delectable? Those who had haggled over prices in their own stalls were suddenly swift to part with their money, as if fearing that a moment's delay would result in losing out on a purchase. Initially, some attempted to negotiate prices, but Li Zhengxiang and Dong Fangfang stood firm. And as the queue grew longer, those at the front were urged to hasten their decisions or step aside. Thus, bargaining ceased. Customers swiftly made their selections and promptly paid, mindful of the throng waiting behind them. When Li Zhengxiang and Dong Fangfang finally closed up their stall, their smiles were radiant. They had prepared a total of 1,000 skewers, 700 of vegetables, and 300 of meat. To have the audacity to prepare such a quantity on the first day was no small feat, fueled by their confidence in the flavors, as well as the assurance that any unsold items could be taken home for their personal enjoyment. After all, they believed it was a win-win situation. Having sold out completely proved they had made at least 1,000 coins that day, equivalent to a tael of silver. During the agricultural off-season, they would toil hard for a mere 20 coins in a day. Exchanging a glance filled with fervor, Li Zhengxiang and Dong Fangfang dared not imagine, had it not been for Xiao Si, that they could earn a tael in just one day. Moreover, the patrons were asking for more supplies tomorrow, suggesting even greater profits awaited. They stowed their earnings in a jar placed at the bottom of their cart. Li Zhengxiang turned to Dong Fangfang, saying, "Wife, please go buy some meat for us to enjoy at home." Dong Fangfang nodded vigorously. A life like this was something she had never dared to dream of before. When they returned home, it was still early afternoon, and the Li family was out in the fields. Li Zhengxiang and Dong Fangfang chose not to count their money just yet, preferring to wait for everyone to return so they could tally it together. "Dear, later on, please prepare the meat for everyone," he said, to give them a little treat. Life for the Li family had improved significantly, with meat appearing on their table more frequently. "All right, you rest at home while I help my parents in the fields," he replied. After a brief respite, Li Zhengxiang readied himself to assist in the fields. Although Dong Fangfang was in the early stages of pregnancy, Li Zhengxiang felt a pang of concern for her well-being. She smiled at him. "Okay, you go ahead." As Li Zhengxiang carried a hoe to the fields, Li Daping noticed his return and his expression shifted. "Second brother, why are you back? Is something the matter?" The family members in the fields turned to him with concern. Li Zhengxiang laughed heartily, his face bright with joy. "Not at all. It went exceedingly well. We have already sold out. There were still many customers in line who couldn't buy anything, so we need to prepare more for tomorrow." "Really?" Li Zhengxiang nodded vigorously. "Truly." The members of the Li family displayed expressions of exhilaration. This endeavor had indeed succeeded. The household had finally acquired a skill to generate income. Fangfang and I had also procured some meat, and we planned to stew it for dinner. "All right, let us finish tilling this plot before heading home." Feng Tsuetsue resolved to return earlier today. When Li Su arrived home for dinner, his family had thoughtfully prepared a meal for him. After dining, the Li family expressed their desire to count the money. Li Su could roughly calculate the amount in his mind, yet the Li family relished the joy of counting. So he decided to join them. Li Zhengxiang retrieved the jar filled with money and dramatically emptied its contents onto the table. The Li family exclaimed in astonishment. "So much money!" Their eyes gleamed with golden excitement as they gazed at the pile of coins. Chapter 29. Upon arriving at the poetry gathering, mockery awaits. As they tallied their earnings, they were astounded to discover that they had amassed a total of 1,370 coins. After spending 100 coins on meat, that amounted to a grand total of 1,470 coins. Earning over a tael in a single day? Good heavens! Feng Tsuetsue swallowed hard. Having lived a substantial part of her life, she had never heard of any family earning over a tael in a single day. Some customers would combine their purchases to receive an extra skewer or two, leading to over 100 additional skewers given away. Li Su calculated in his mind. The cost of the vegetables was negligible as they were harvested from their garden. The 300 skewers of meat required approximately 10 pounds of meat costing around 200 coins, combined with the base ingredients for the pot, which also amounted to about 200 coins. Thus, the profit was approximately 1 tael. While it wasn't a fortune, it would certainly improve the family's living conditions significantly. "Brother, please record this amount in the ledger I provided you. How about we distribute the earnings monthly?" Li Su proposed, finding daily distributions rather cumbersome. Li Zhengxiang nodded enthusiastically. "All right, we shall keep all the money with mother for now." Feng Tsuetsue grinned wider as she held such a substantial sum. "By the way, brother, the classmate who accompanied me today should prepare more for tomorrow. His family might purchase quite a bit. He wants 100 skewers of vegetables and 100 skewers of meat, as his family is affluent and lacking in finances." Feng Tsuetsue was taken aback. "Goodness, what kind of family is this, capable of consuming so much? That would cost 400 coins. What a sum. They could easily dine at a restaurant for several taels with that amount." Li Su mused that Qin Ming found this both delicious and economical. Feng Tsuetsue felt a tremor of excitement. Were all of Xiaoxi's friends so wealthy? Their willingness to befriend Xiaoxi must stem from their admiration for him. After all, her youngest son was indeed remarkable. "Shall we prepare 3,000 skewers for tomorrow?" Li Jinping inquired. The Li family turned in unison, awaiting Li Su's decision. "That sounds fine. In the future, you may make the decisions yourselves. Even if we don't sell out, we can always consume the leftovers," Li Su remarked. Feeling that once things were on the right track, he would no longer need to intervene, allowing his family to make their own choices. They finalized the preparation of 3,000 skewers and promptly set to work. Even the children joined in threading the skewers, though they insisted Li Su should not partake and instead focus on his studies. They believed he should concentrate solely on his education. Thus, several days passed, and the day of the poetry gathering arrived, coinciding with the day of rest at the private school. As usual, Li Su was present, while Lin Zhe adorned himself impeccably, exuding an air of vitality that starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor at the private academy. Ren Shuhua and Qin Ming were equally astonished upon their arrival. "Xiao Zhe, is this attire an attempt to overshadow Lin Shi in appearance?" Lin Zhe, seemingly unfazed, produced a fan from somewhere and waved it gracefully. "What do you think?" Li Su, Ren Shuhua, and Qin Ming nodded in unison, affirming it was splendid. Moreover, after this period of study, Lin Zhe felt his scholarly pursuits had significantly advanced. His confidence surged, particularly when he was acknowledged by the teacher, enabling him to respond aptly. The three companions echoed his sentiments with approving nods. The four of them then embarked on Lin Zhe's carriage toward the venue of the poetry gathering. The venue, a tavern owned by the Lin family, was closed for business today, having been specially reserved for Lin Shi's poetry event. Upon arrival, they found many scholars already assembled on the first floor. As Lindsay lifted the curtain, he immediately spotted Lin Shi surrounded by admirers, and he let out a cold snort, muttering, "Hypocrite, scoundrel." Following his gaze, Li Su noticed that Lin Shi bore a resemblance to Lindsay, though Lindsay's features appeared considerably softer. In contrast, Lin Shi's countenance seemed to exude a certain malice, perhaps influenced by personal biases. Lin Shi, seemingly aware of the scrutiny directed at him, first smirked at Lindsay before turning his disdainful gaze toward Li Su. Li Su arched an eyebrow, perceiving Lin Shi's evident concern over the presence of an additional friend by Lindsay's side. "Brother, I did not anticipate your presence here. Father mentioned your disinterest in studying, always frolicking with friends. I assumed you were indifferent to the poetry gathering," Lin Shi proclaimed, immediately revealing to all that his brother and his companions were but wastrels, lacking academic prowess. "Lin Xiong is now a scholar. I wonder if your brother and his friends have achieved the same status?" Those who typically flattered Lin Shi promptly rallied to his side, aware of the strained relationship between Lin Shi and Lin Zhe. They were unperturbed by the prospect of offending Lin Shi, recognizing that he was destined for greater success. What prospects could Lin Zhe and his motley crew possibly have? Likely none, as their ambitions appeared misaligned. Lin Shi feigned an air of refinement, questioning, if their aspirations do not lie in scholarship, why pursue education at all? Can individuals of their ilk truly compose poetry? Do they possess the discernment to appreciate it? Numerous scholars grew increasingly hostile towards Li Su and his companions. On the second floor, Lin Shu addressed Shi Sheng, stating, "Master, the individual standing in the center is Li Su. It seems his scholarly pursuits are lacking. He possesses only a modicum of agricultural cleverness." Shi Sheng, however, merely replied with a hint of indifference, "Lin Shu, when did you begin to heed idle gossip?" From his experience in assessing character, he found Lin Shu's judgment to be misguided. Lin Shu, sensing the discontent in Shi Sheng's demeanor since their last conversation, chose to remain silent, realizing that less speech would lead to fewer mistakes. Shi Sheng squinted slightly, casting a glance below before turning to take his seat, casually perusing the poetry collection on the table. Lin Shu positioned himself behind Shi Sheng, refraining from speaking further to avoid the risk of being dismissed and sent back to the capital alone. Li Su, puzzled, queried, "Is your version of a poetry gathering merely Lin Shi leading the way, critiquing us? The elderly women at the village entrance articulate their thoughts far better than you. If the poetry gathering is to be conducted in this manner, then indeed, there is no necessity for attendance. Are you all merely here to critique others? Or is it just you, Scholar Lin, who harbors such intentions?" Lin Zhe immediately interjected, daring to inquire of everyone present, "Are you here with the purpose of passing judgment on others, or to engage in poetic discourse?" Lin Zhe, Ren Shuhua, and Qin Ming struggled to suppress their smiles. "Naturally, we come with the intent of poetic exchange." The other scholars hastily affirmed their intentions. Li Su then smiled, acknowledging, "It seems I have made a considerable misunderstanding. Brother Lin, when does the poetry gathering commence?" "Indeed, we are here to participate in the poetry event. As this gentleman has stated, we have no desire to engage in critique. In truth, the majority of scholars attend poetry gatherings to cultivate friendships through literature, to showcase their talents, or to appreciate and learn from the strengths of their peers, as well as to converse about significant national matters in the imperial examination. However, one certainly does not come to criticize and evaluate an ordinary scholar, as such endeavors bear little significance and do not contribute to personal growth." Lin Shi's expression soured slightly, while Lin Zhe's newly acquainted friend from the countryside spoke with remarkable eloquence. Yet, those lacking in knowledge, who attend the poetry gathering, merely invite humiliation upon themselves. "Brother, your friend speaks harshly. We harbor no intention of critiquing you. I was merely astonished by your presence," Lin Shi quickly clarified. For a scholar to be compared to a countryside peasant by his friend invites derision from many. Lin Zhe stifled the urge to roll his eyes and remarked, "Then let us commence. There is no need for explanations. As long as you believe you harbor no such intentions, that suffices." Qin Ming whispered to Lin Zhe, "Little Zhe, do you wish to expose him? A child born of a concubine, pretending to be a legitimate son daily. My mother instructed me not to interfere. I am unsure of her plans, so I shall refrain from exposing him for now, lest it disrupt my mother's scheme," Lin Zhe quietly replied. The four of them found a place to sit, with Lin Zhe fanning himself, ready to listen to the poetry and perhaps enhance his own poetic skills. The other three shared this sentiment. Qin Ming glanced at the fan in Lin Zhe's hand, asking, "Are you feeling hot? What do you know? This is called elegance," Lin Zhe declared, having specifically chosen a fan adorned with the masterpieces of renowned artists. Qin Ming silently thought to himself that he indeed did not comprehend this. Lin Shi adjusted his attire, donning a gracious smile, and said, "Today, we are honored to have all of you gathered here. Poetry may express emotions or convey aspirations. I hope everyone feels free to speak openly and make friends through poetry." The crowd below erupted in applause and approval. Lin Shi continued, "Now, as we are in the midst of the farming season, I believe you have all heard of the newly invented plow called the Zhuangyuan Li. Said to be the work of a scholar, it truly embodies the spirit of learning benefiting the people. Today, our theme shall be spring planting and the welfare of the populace. I shall begin by throwing out a few ideas." Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Lin Zhe scoffed. For it seemed Lin Shi was unaware that the Zhuangyuan Li was the creation of Su Ge. Had he known, he certainly would not have made such a statement on stage. Lin Shi confidently began to recite a poem he had pondered for quite some time. In the spring fields, new soil is turned, the whole family busily cultivates. The fine rain, seizing the moment, hastens the sowing of seedlings. Bravo, Brother Lin, this poem is exquisite. The scholars praised him effusively. Lin Zhe, touching his nose, acknowledged that the poem was indeed impressive. Although he found Lin Shi's personality irksome, he could not deny the latter's talent. "Su Ge, what do you think of his work?" Qin Ming, whose poetic skills were modest, inquired. "Not bad." Li Su found it hard to believe that someone who had previously engaged with timeless masterpieces would consider Lin Shi's work merely average. The tone of Su Ge suggested disappointment in the poem's quality. Each table was equipped with ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones for the scholars to use at their leisure, and many took the opportunity to showcase their poetic prowess. However, Li Su and his companions remained seated, showing no inclination to compose poetry. Lin Shi cast a glance their way, thinking them a bunch of idle fools. He would soon summon them to face embarrassment, especially Li Su, the country bumpkin who dared to challenge his stature. Li Su was not inclined to compose poetry. While he had memorized many verses, he felt unprepared to create his own. He could recall several notable poems on this theme, such as 2 poems on pitying farmers, recalling the spring plowing at Pinkwan and spring plowing at Nanchi. Many scholars took to the stage to present their works, believing themselves capable of producing commendable poetry. The atmosphere was vibrant, yet the esteemed scholar, Shi Sheng, remained aloof, not even lifting his eyes. He could not comprehend why there were applause for such mediocre compositions. Had one of his students produced such work, he would have expelled them from his tutelage without hesitation. Gradually, fewer individuals stepped forward to showcase their poems, and groups began to gather and converse, truly embodying the spirit of literary camaraderie. Lin Zhe rested his head on his hand, contemplating how some had written rather well, pondering when he might reach such a level. Take your time. Instant success is unrealistic. Such improvement comes only with ample accumulation, Li Su reassured him, wary of his friend becoming overly discouraged. "Yes, with effort. I too can achieve this." Lin Zhe nodded vigorously. Li Su thought that perhaps his concerns were unwarranted. The 4 continued their idle chatter, while Shi Sheng, noticing them from time to time, was irked by their apparent lack of ambition. They seemed rooted to their seats, making no effort to engage with others. Unbeknownst to them, Shi Sheng had observed their behavior multiple times. As Lin Shi noted the time, he turned to Lin Zhe. "Brother, why not share your poetry with everyone? It would be a delightful exchange, and our talented peers may offer you some guidance." Lin Zhe furrowed his brow. Did he truly intend to call them out for their lack of effort in composing poetry? "If you have such energy, perhaps you should compose a few more for everyone to appreciate," Lin Zhe retorted, somewhat irritably. As the individuals surrounding Lin Shi stepped forward, they proclaimed, "Brother Lin extends this opportunity for your benefit. With so many talented individuals present, reciting your poetry allows for valuable feedback. How can you be so ungrateful?" Lin Shi indeed had noble intentions. "Brother, if you have not composed anything yourself, why not consult your friends? Surely, none of the 4 of you have failed to create something." Lin Shi was determined to expose these 4 as inept, hoping no one would wish to associate with them. Lin Zhe remarked, "Indeed, none of the 4 have written poetry." He was aware that Lin Shi's intentions were deliberate, and felt a surge of frustration. To rise and fail would be shameful, yet remaining seated would drag his friends down with him. Gritting his teeth, Lin Zhe resolved to bear the humiliation alone. Li Su's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he let out a derisive laugh. So you seek guidance? I shall see if you possess the ability to offer it. Did they truly believe him to be an easy target? He grasped Lin Zay's arm, and despite Lin Zay's astonished gaze, stood up. Lin Shi cast a scornful glance at Li Su, mocking the brotherhood that dared to play the hero without the requisite skill, branding it as foolishness. Ren Shuhua and Qin Ming exchanged glances, questioning the quality of Li Su's poetry. Upon reflection, it seemed rather lackluster, especially since he had been engaged in conversation with them, seemingly without crafting any verses. Lin Zay clenched his fists, feeling inadequate. Was Li Su attempting to take on his embarrassment? He felt he was a burden to his friends. Qin Ming patted Lin Zay's shoulder, affirming that Li Su was indeed loyal. Lin Shi's eyes brimmed with disdain and anticipation, eager to witness Li Su's poetry being ridiculed. Do you require more time to prepare? He sneered. No, I hope to receive guidance from Lin the scholar, Li Su replied with a smile, though his eyes betrayed no mirth. Suddenly, a chill ran down Lin Shi's spine, as he found himself unnerved by the intensity of Li Su's gaze. How was this possible? He was merely a country bumpkin. At that moment, Li Su sensed a distinct gaze upon him, different from the spectators. Following his instinct, he looked up and locked eyes with Shisheng above. Those deep eyes resembled an unfathomable ancient pool, imbued with profound meaning and elusiveness, exuding a commanding presence tinged with scholarly grace. Li Su's immediate impression was that this peculiar old man was exceptional, indeed a learned individual, whose judgment was seldom flawed. Li Su's gaze toward Shisheng grew fervent, fleetingly followed by a calculating glance downward. Shisheng pondered, what is that boy's expression? Li Su mused that he had intended to seek a mentor to refine his skills in classical prose. If he performed well, perhaps he could secure a teacher. Moreover, he must conceal his abysmal proficiency in classical writing before revealing himself. Clearing his throat, Li Su assumed a facade and declared, I invite all to appreciate my work. Chapter 31. The birth of a timeless masterpiece plowing the fields at noon, sweat drips onto the earth below. Li Su eloquently recounted, his voice resonating. And from the moment he uttered his second line, the entire poetry gathering fell into a profound silence, the gazes of the audience transforming into expressions of awe. Li Su continued his recitation, revealing the truth that every grain upon the plate is born of arduous labor. The assembly of scholars gasped in unison, witnessing the birth of an unparalleled masterpiece. What exceptional fortune! Li Su was nothing short of a prodigy. In just 4 brief lines, he inspired deep contemplation. Li Su bowed to Lin Shi, inquiring if the esteemed scholar had any words of wisdom. Lin Shi, who had initially worn a proud smile, suddenly found his expression frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Zay, filled with excitement, was on the verge of crushing his own hands in admiration, gazing up at Li Su with reverence, exclaiming, Su Gu, this is exhilarating. Meanwhile, in the upper chamber, Shisheng unconsciously gripped the window ledge, his gaze fixed intently on Li Su, his eyes ablaze with astonishment. After a brief moment of contemplation, he seemed to resolve to embrace a newfound determination. Could this individual possibly be the one the national master had spoken of? Lin Shi murmured to himself, how could it be? How could Lin Zay possibly have such a friend? How could Li Su craft such an eternal couplet? Lin Shi's expression was a tumultuous blend of disbelief, jealousy, and unease. Ren Shuhua tugged at Qin Ming, questioning, hasn't Su Gu been chatting with us all along? Where could he have found the time to compose poetry? He has witnessed his grandfather and other scholars labor over their verses, sometimes taking an eternity to find inspiration. Is it conceivable that he composed this while standing? Ren Shuhua exclaimed, this is utterly absurd. Qin Ming concurred, marveling at the sheer improbability of it all. How could Brotherly create such a magnificent work? Lin Shi harbored doubts, believing Li Su had no leisure to ponder poetry. Surely he could not possess such innate genius to produce verses of this caliber with ease. It was inconceivable, if he were truly such a talent. He would have long since gained fame, rather than remaining an obscure figure mingling with the unlearned scions of wealth like Lin Zay. I hail from a farming background, and I resonate deeply with this sentiment. By the way, the curved plow you mentioned earlier is indeed my creation, Li Su remarked with a gentle smile, his words striking Lin Shi like a hammer, leaving him breathless and gasping for air. Lin Zay was on the verge of ecstasy, thinking, finally, Lin Shi has his day? All the grievances accumulated over the years seemed to dissipate in that moment. Su Gu, I would follow you for a lifetime. The scholars began to murmur amongst themselves. Lin Shi, With Brother Li's remarkable talent, why do you persist in subtly suggesting that he and your brother are inferior in their studies? You are misleading us, causing us to miss the chance to befriend a true genius. Indeed, Lin Shi, this is quite unbecoming of you. Lin Shi seethed internally, wishing for the earth to swallow him. How could we have a talent of this caliber among us, yet remain undiscovered all this time? Brother Wu, as you also come from a farming background, why not share a poem of your own? Wu, a scholar, retorted, Li Su's experience in farming may differ from mine. Is it that he refrains from composing? Or is it that he simply cannot? As the assembly gazed at the farming scholar, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. He felt a tumult of emotions within. Had they misunderstood something? Not all scholars from farming backgrounds were akin to this. The misconception was indeed vast. Just moments ago, Li Su lamented that no one was willing to approach him, yet now a throng has gathered, eager to engage in conversation. However, Li Su is determined not to let Lin Shi escape unscathed. Brother Lin, you have yet to share your insights on this poem, he inquires, his demeanor radiating a desire for guidance. The poetic prowess of Scholar Lin has been laid bare before us. It pales in comparison to that of Brother Li, rendering any advice he might offer utterly inconsequential. Instead, why not engage in a dialogue ourselves? Does one truly require instruction at such a level? Scholar Lin's abilities are insufficient to offer you counsel. Brother Li, let us converse. Lin Shi's countenance fluctuates between hues of green and purple as he feels a wave of nausea wash over him. The purpose behind organizing this poetry gathering was to bolster his reputation as a gifted poet while simultaneously humiliating Lin Zhe and his ilk. Alas, everything has merely served to embellish Li Su's glory. How will he explain this to his father? Surrounded by admirers, Li Su finds himself the center of attention, with eager scholars vying for a chance to converse. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shi nearly digs his nails into his palms in frustration. Li Su engages effortlessly with all, leaving his three friends astonished. How much knowledge must reside in his mind? It seems as though he possesses an understanding of everything. As the poetry gathering concludes, a multitude of scholars express their admiration for Li Su. In truth, he finds himself slightly distracted, pondering why the gentleman from upstairs has yet to seek him out. Could he have misjudged the situation? Come along, Su Gu. I shall treat you all to a meal. Witnessing Lin Shi's expression today has brought me immense joy. Thank you for avenging me. Lin Zhe exclaims, eager to host a feast. Li Su nods in acknowledgement, while Qin Ming eagerly adds, indeed, I too am famished. After a day steeped in poetry, has my soul ascended? Precisely. Li Su affirms, his choice of words as consistently precise as ever. Qin Ming nods fervently, expressing his strong agreement. Young Master Li, please hold on. A sudden voice interrupts, calling out to Li Su. Turning around, he is met by a stranger, a middle-aged man whose demeanor leads Li Su to surmise his identity. This individual must be an envoy sent by the elder gentleman from upstairs. It seems his master is quite capable of reeling in a significant catch. A subtle smile plays on Li Su's lips as he turns, masking his curiosity. Sir, may I inquire as to your business? Lin Shu recalls the unflattering remarks he previously made about Li Su, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Observing the master's intent to take Li Su under his wing for further guidance, it becomes apparent that this young man is poised to rise in stature. In contrast to the other disciples, he stands out as the sole child of humble origins, yet he possesses undeniable potential. My master wishes to speak with you. Young Master Li, do you have a moment? Now. Indeed. Lin Zhe furrows his brow. Who is your master? Lin Shu elaborates on his master's standing, revealing, my master is the proprietor of the Shengshi bookstore. Lin Zhe recognizes the name. The Shengshi bookstore had emerged abruptly 2 years ago, shrouded in mystery regarding its owner. Rumored to have powerful connections and a rather irascible temperament. Su Gu, what is your take on this? Ren Shuhua inquires, having heard of this enigmatic figure. Curious about the sudden interest in Li Su. By the way, you just composed a masterpiece. Perhaps the bookstore owner has taken note of your talent. I shall go meet him. We can reschedule our meal for another day. Li Su harbored great anticipation for this encounter. Thus, he would not decline the opportunity to meet. Naturally, he would not rush to prostrate himself and request to be the other's disciple. He needed to assess the proficiency of his potential mentor in the classical essays, to determine if he was worthy of such an honor. Following Uncle Lin, Li Su was informed, Young Master Li, you may refer to me as Uncle Lin. Establishing a rapport was essential. Should this individual be taken as a disciple by the master, he would become the master's most esteemed student. With such a mentor and distinguished senior colleagues, it was only a matter of time before this young man soared to great heights. However, this was contingent upon passing the master's evaluation, for the master was discerning in his selection of disciples. Li Su and Sheng Shi shared similar thoughts on the matter. Both were keen to assess one another. Upon arriving at the private room on the second floor of the restaurant, Li Su discreetly observed Shi Sheng, who appeared to be around 6 feet tall, exuding vitality and seriousness, reminiscent of a traditional scholar. "Uncle Lin, you may leave us," he instructed. Once Uncle Lin departed, the room fell into a profound silence, leaving only Li Su and Shi Sheng. Chapter 32. Successfully hooking a master, Shi Sheng seemed to be engaged in writing, and Li Su refrained from speaking first, carefully surveying the room's arrangement and concluding that the elder was a man of discernment. After completing his writing, Shi Sheng lifted his gaze to Li Su, who remained composed and dignified, betraying no signs of anxiety. Shi Sheng, with a neutral expression, inquired, "What are your views on the relationship between sovereign and subjects, as well as between ministers and generals?" Li Su's heart skipped a beat. Such a question posed at the outset could only originate from either a treacherous usurper or an individual of high standing. His mind raced as he considered the enigmatic persona before him. Ultimately, he opted for a response that would not falter. The sovereign is the parent of the people, and the people are the foundation of the nation. The sovereign is the boat, while the people are the water. Water can both carry the boat and capsize it. The relationship between sovereign and minister is akin to the interdependence of fish and water. Ministers are the arms of the sovereign, while the sovereign is the pillar for ministers. The bond between sovereign and general resembles the two wheels of a cart or the dual wings of a bird. Only in balance can they advance together. Shi Sheng continued to pose several questions, to which Li Su responded with clarity and precision. Ultimately, Shi Sheng could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Well done. Are you willing to take me as your master? May I trouble you to answer me one question?" Li Su did not immediately acquiesce. "Go ahead," Shi Sheng replied, curious about what he would inquire. "What is your identity?" While the other had assessed him, Li Su remained unaware of the man's true nature. However, he sensed that Shi Sheng possessed the ability to teach him the classical essays with ease. It is crucial to understand that in this era, choosing a master was a significant decision. Selecting the right one could save one from many missteps, whereas a wrong choice could lead to calamity. After all, a master is akin to a second parent. Shi Sheng mused. Has he turned the tables on the assessment? This young man is rather intriguing. He continued, "My disciples have achieved notable success in the current dynasty. I merely wish to retreat to this place. My identity poses no issue and will not affect your examination. Yet being my disciple is no trivial matter." Shi Sheng replied with an air of nonchalance. "Do you have any further inquiries?" Li Su shook his head, knelt down, and proclaimed, "Master, please accept this bow from your disciple." Shi Sheng revealed a faint smile and said, "Rise." Li Su stood up, poured a cup of tea, and presented it with a servile demeanor. "Master, please enjoy this tea." Shi Sheng accepted the cup, took a sip, and nodded slightly. A lifelong bachelor dedicated to academia, he had taken on a few disciples over the years, but they had all graduated and were preoccupied with their own pursuits. Now, only Uncle Lin remained by his side. He had not anticipated that he would take on a new disciple at this stage in his life. Shi Sheng produced a jade pendant, stating, "Let this serve as your initiation gift." Li Su accepted it with both hands, recognizing its considerable value, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, master." "Follow me," Shi Sheng instructed, leading Li Su as Uncle Lin awaited outside. Upon seeing the two emerge, with a hint of joy on the master's face, Uncle Lin understood that the apprenticeship had been successfully established. Though Shi Sheng's expression seemed largely unchanged, Uncle Lin, having been by his side for so long, could discern the subtle shifts in his emotions. This sensitivity likely explained why he had been able to stay with Shi Sheng for so many years. Li Su climbed into the carriage with Shi Sheng, and Uncle Lin's demeanor toward him grew increasingly respectful. "Sir, young master, we have arrived," he announced. Shi Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. As Li Su gazed upon the estate before him, he mused that his master indeed possessed substantial wealth, as the residence exuded a low-key yet luxurious elegance. Following Shi Sheng into the study, Li Su observed as his master placed a thick stack of books upon the table and began to leaf through them. Shi Sheng then stated, "As my disciple, you will need to learn far more than others. Some of these texts are not for the imperial examination, but you must memorize and comprehend everything I provide. I will assess your understanding. Li Su watched as the number of books on the table gradually exceeded that of others. Although he enjoyed reading, his primary goal was to learn how to write the classical essays effectively. Shi Sheng continued, memorizing and understanding these texts will greatly aid you in mastering the classical essays. Li Su realized that the more knowledge he accumulated, the more adept he would become at writing. Indeed, he thought, I will study these books thoroughly. Shi Sheng had selected the books he deemed suitable for Li Su, presenting him with 2 volumes. Take these back with you. Return only when you have fully memorized them. Shi Sheng was not a comprehensive teacher. He expected his disciple to possess self-discipline and insight, and he did not impose deadlines for completion. Li Su accepted the 2 volumes, resolved to study them late into the night, planning to return the following day to request instruction in classical essay writing. Very well, you may return now, Shi Sheng replied. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Li Su clasped his hands together in farewell. Master, I take my leave. Uncle Lin awaited the moment when the young master would show signs of discouragement. For every disciple of the master had experienced such a phase. He seized this opportunity to comfort Li Su, hoping to alleviate his earlier guilt for having spoken ill of him. As Li Su stepped outside and gently closed the door, he exhaled deeply. Securing a master was no small feat. He glanced at the 2 books in his hands, determination gleaming in his eyes. Uncle Lin scrutinized Li Su's expression, pondering why the young master appeared so composed. He seemed unperturbed, not at all burdened by the weight of despair. Has the master grown gentler towards his disciple? This thought perplexed Uncle Lin, prompting him to inquire, Young master, has the master also given you any books? Li Su nodded in affirmation, responding, Yes. He has temporarily provided me with these 2 volumes, though the books he has placed on the table are taller than I am. Uncle Lin mused to himself that the master had not indeed softened his demeanor. He cast a sympathetic glance at Li Su, who, blissfully unaware of the daunting expectations ahead, maintained his calm. Once he comprehended the master's formidable nature, his demeanor would surely change. Young master, you must diligently study the books the master has assigned you. The master never sets a time limit for his disciples, yet the previous students have faced severe reprimands for this very reason. Arriving early, even with the slightest misstep in answers, would provoke his ire. How dare one come unprepared? Arriving late would elicit immediate scorn. Any hint of error during questioning would result in relentless berating. The prior disciples were left questioning their own scholarly potential despite their commendable ranking in the imperial examinations. 2 among them even achieved the highest honors, yet they too faced considerable chastisement. It is easy to imagine how intimidating the master can be. Li Su is the 4th disciple of the master. Unbeknownst to Li Su, he was entirely ignorant of his master's temperament. He assumed Uncle Lin was merely concerned about his seriousness in studying, and he nodded slightly, saying, I understand, Uncle Lin. I shall return now. I shall escort you back. I have little else to occupy my time, Uncle Lin insisted. No need, Uncle Lin. I can return alone. Please take care of the master, Li Su replied hastily. Although only Uncle Lin remained by the master's side, there were many others in the household tending to him. Then I shall have one of the servants accompany you back. It would not do to have the master's young disciple walk home alone. Ultimately, Li Su relented. As the carriage entered the village, the returning villagers from the fields began to murmur. Why has a carriage come to our village? Isn't it the privilege of affluent families? It seems to be heading towards the Li family. Could it be that the Li family has wealthy relatives? The Li family had prospered lately, having established a food business in the city, reportedly enjoying meat daily. As they conversed, they followed the carriage's path, their tones laden with envy and admiration. Chapter 33. What student possesses such poetic talent? Upon arrival, Li Su addressed the servant. Thank you for your trouble. The servant promptly shook his head. Young master, you are too courteous. It is no trouble at all. This is merely the duty of us servants. A group of children were playing near the entrance of the Li residence, and, upon spotting the carriage, rushed over, exclaiming, a grand horse. Look, look. Li Ziru's eyes brightened as she saw Li Su emerging from the carriage. Uncle, it's my uncle. My uncle has come home riding a grand horse. The small child gazed up at Li Su, her head tilted back as if she might topple over, wishing fervently to ride the grand horse herself. Li Su, recognizing her desire, lifted Li Ziru and placed her atop the horse, steadying her with a supportive hand. The little girl's excitement flushed her cheeks a brilliant hue. After a brief moment, Li Su gently placed the young girl down and urged the young man to return home, for the night had fallen and the path was treacherous. The The servant perceived no impropriety in Li Su carrying the young girl onto the horse, viewing him as the young master, a figure of authority. He was somewhat astonished. Having assumed that scholars would not engage in such familial care, the servant departed with the carriage, while other children gazed enviously at Li Su. For the older boy had just ridden a grand steed, and he appeared distinctly different from their own uncle, which heightened their admiration. Li Su affectionately ruffled Li Ziru's hair, encouraging him to join his companions in play. Surrounded by his friends, Li Ziru gleefully joined in their games. "What is it like to ride a grand horse?" he exclaimed. "I wish I could ride one too, but alas, my uncle lacks ambition and cannot take me for a ride." Li Ziru's comment contained a hint of exaggeration. Yet the children, all of whom had yet to attain even a kindergarten diploma, believed him wholeheartedly, having never experienced riding a grand horse themselves. For families in the countryside, owning an ox was already quite remarkable, with only a few households possessing one, let alone a horse. On their way home, the Li family heard that their young master had returned by carriage that day, but they thought little of it. After all, the three friends of Xiao Si all hailed from families that owned carriages, and it was likely one of them had sent him back. How did the Li family know this? Naturally, it was through Li Zhengxiang, who engaged in business with Dong Fangfang in the city. The families of Xiao Si's three friends frequently purchased skewers from their stall, often buying in large quantities. Presently, the Li family prepared 3,000 skewers daily, most of which were sold each day, and on rare occasions when there were leftovers, they would bring them home to eat, ensuring nothing went to waste. The Li family had completed plowing their fields and had begun transplanting rice seedlings. Once this busy period was over, their toil would lessen. Upon returning home, Feng Tsuetsue curiously inquired, "Xiao Si, did your friends bring you back today?" Li Su nodded and replied, "No. It was a servant from my master's household who brought me back. I have taken on a master." The Li family was taken aback, asking, "A master?" "Yes," Li Su affirmed. The family exchanged glances, uncertain how to respond. Xiao Si's master owned a carriage, indicating financial stability. Yet they wondered what they must offer as a token of respect for having taken on a master. Sensing their apprehension, Li Su reassured them. "There is no need to worry about the apprenticeship gift. I already have a plan." He continued, "In the future, if my studies become demanding, I may not be able to return home daily. My master informed me during our carriage ride today that I should be prepared to stay there often, not come home." "Where will you stay?" Feng Tsuetsue asked with concern. "I will stay at my master's place," he replied. "Very well, your education is important. If you find yourself in need of money, do let us know," she said, her worries centering on both his studies and finances. "Behave well at your master's home. Education indeed incurs expenses. Every item, ink, paper, and brushes, comes at a cost, as they are consumables." Li Su, eager to delve into the books provided by his master, planned to visit him the following day. After dinner, he sequestered himself in his room to diligently memorize his lessons. The Li family is preparing the materials needed for tomorrow's business. It has been approximately half a month since they embarked on this venture, and everyone has grown accustomed to this way of life. Although they are somewhat fatigued, the prospect of earning money invigorates them. "Brother Su, what does the owner of the bookstore want with you?" Upon seeing Li Su, Qin Ming could not contain his curiosity. "What is the bookstore owner like?" Li Su yawned. "I have become his disciple." Ren Shuhua exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" "His grandfather heard about the poem you composed yesterday and wishes to take you as a student. He wants you to leave this private school and stay at his home, where he will teach you alongside them. He feels he must surpass Xiao Zhe and Xiao Ming to become the closest brother to you." At this moment, his fantasies shattered. The bookstore owner was quite discerning. Having immediately taken Li Su as a disciple, jealousy stirred within Ren Shuhua, envious that the bookstore owner had gotten ahead of him. Lin Zhe and the others thought that Li Su's willingness to be a disciple was a testament to the owner's knowledge and that Li Su recognized his capabilities. "Where's the teacher?" Lin Zhe inquired. At this time, he would usually have arrived. Meanwhile, their teacher was surrounded by other educators from nearby private schools, utterly bewildered. His wife had fallen ill during the poetry gathering the previous day, and he had spent the day at the medical clinic, only hastily returning home now. Many instructors from the area, upon seeing him, greeted him with enthusiasm akin to cats spotting a mouse, which startled him considerably. Due to financial constraints, he accepted students as long as they could afford the tuition, regardless of their innate talent. Thus, many of the other instructors looked down upon him, considering his actions unbecoming of a scholar. Today, however, they all approached him, which left him quite unnerved and confused. "What are you all discussing?" The teacher asked, perplexed. Why are you keeping it a secret from us? We all know now that you have such an extraordinary student. That poem was simply magnificent. The teacher, bewildered, inquired. What is going on? Don't you know? Yesterday, one of your students made a stunning impression at the poetry gathering. Listen to this. The plowman toils under the midday sun. Sweat drips onto the soil beneath the grain. Who knows the meal on the plate? Each grain represents hardship. Such an exquisite poem. Yet, we do not know its title. You should ask your student what it is called. The teacher's eyes widened in shock. This poem was written by one of my students? Which student possesses such poetic talent? Who authored it? The teacher hurriedly questioned. You truly don't know? Your student, Li Su, he's not your student? Surely you cannot be unaware of his poetic gift? The teacher, taken aback, realized he indeed had no knowledge of Li Su's talent. I must go to class, he declared, swiftly navigating through the crowd toward the private school. Chapter 34. Have you finished reciting? The teacher's heart raced as he hurried to the school, pausing at the entrance to take a deep breath before stepping inside. Although he had not yet arrived, the students were diligently studying, occasionally glancing at Li Su, each time hesitating to speak. The teacher looked at Li Su with excitement in his eyes, filled with pride. Li Su, what was the title of the poem you composed yesterday? He inquired eagerly. It is Mournful Farmer, from 2 poems on the mournful farmer, specifically the second one. The teacher's initiation of this topic enlivened the entire private school. What a splendid title. Brotherly. We were there yesterday as well, but there were too many people around you, and we missed the chance to speak with you. You have gained fame. Just from that one poem at the poetry gathering, everyone now knows you. Those scholars who knew me before were incessantly asking for information about you. They are all eager to meet you. Li Su had initially intended to embarrass Lin Shi and perhaps attract a mentor, but he inadvertently achieved renown instead. Throughout the day's lessons, the teacher frequently glanced at Li Su, now holding high hopes for him. His arithmetic skills were commendable, and now his poetry had flourished too. He was evidently more dedicated to his studies. Last night, Li Su had indeed stayed up late to memorize the 2 books his mentor had given him. While he possessed an extraordinary memory, he still needed to dedicate time to thoroughly review each line. By the end of the night, he felt utterly drained. He had never read novels in such a manner, which left him rather fatigued this morning. When faced with the flattery from his classmates, Li Su merely responded with indifference. Lindsay noticed Li Su's lack of vitality and expressed concern. Brother Su, what is the matter? You seem a bit off. Li Su closed his eyes momentarily, acknowledging. I stayed up late studying. I'll be fine after a while. True to his word, once the teacher began the lesson, Li Su immersed himself fully. Lindsay thought to himself, such talent, and yet he works so hard. I thought I was diligent, but seeing Brother Su, I realize my efforts are insufficient. After all, even someone as gifted as Brother Su still strives tirelessly. Lindsay refocused, determined to absorb the teacher's lecture. After class, the teacher approached Li Su and asked, Young Li, would you consider becoming my disciple? I will devote my entire life's knowledge to your education. You need not return home daily. You may stay at my residence after class, and I will tutor you, aiming for you to excel in next year's imperial examination. The teacher spoke with fervor, distinguishing the role of a mentor from that of a teacher. If he were to become Li Su's mentor, he could invest more time imparting knowledge. And if Li Su were to succeed in the examination, it would greatly enhance the teacher's reputation. However, Li Su had never contemplated becoming the teacher's disciple, as he felt he could learn adequately in class. Moreover, the teacher was undoubtedly aware of Li Su's previous proficiency in the 8-legged essay. Although his improvements in arithmetic and poetry were commendable, his ability to write the 8-legged essay had regressed to a rudimentary level, which felt incongruous. It was challenging to improve, yet equally difficult to deteriorate to such a state. Teacher, I already have a mentor, Li Su replied earnestly, meeting the teacher's gaze. The teacher was genuinely committed to his students, treating them with equal diligence. His knowledge was respectable, and had his family circumstances been more favorable, he might have even succeeded in the imperial examination. However, now that he has reached the age of 50, the gentleman has relinquished his aspirations, having no additional wealth to continue his scholarly pursuits. His gaze dimmed momentarily, feeling a twinge of regret, but then suddenly widened in astonishment. Your arithmetic and poetry have improved so much. Is it all due to your master's teachings? What an extraordinary figure your master must be. The gentleman promptly dismissed the notion of taking Li Su as his disciple. Someone with such an impressive master would hardly regard him as worthy. He realized he had been mistaken in his thoughts. Moreover, Even if Li Su did not become his pupil, he would still be his student. And he eagerly anticipated the day Li Su would tread further along this path, perhaps even achieving the status of a scholar. Such aspirations filled him with exhilaration. Li Su mused, "What a delightful misunderstanding this is." He neither confirmed nor denied it, allowing the gentleman to remain in his error. Upon the conclusion of the day's lessons at the private school, he retrieved 2 books bestowed upon him by his master. "Brother Su, shall we dine today? We missed our meal yesterday. Today should work, right?" Lindsay thought about how much help Brother Su had given him the previous day and felt compelled to treat him to a meal. Li Su paused, holding the books in his hand. "Certainly, let us eat first, and after that, I will seek out my master." "Are you starting your studies so soon?" Qin Ming exclaimed. Astonished that only a day after becoming a disciple, he was already set to receive the baptism of knowledge. "Brother Su, did your master give you those 2 books?" "They don't appear to be examination texts," Ren Shuhua remarked, eyeing the unfamiliar volumes in Li Su's grasp. "Indeed, I finished reading them yesterday. After we eat, I will find my master for evaluation." The trio gasped in unison. "You memorized 2 books in one night?" They swallowed hard, feeling the pressure of being friends with someone so remarkable. "What are you all looking like that for? Aren't we going to eat?" "Let us go," Li Su urged. "Let us go," Lindsay replied, struggling to muster enthusiasm. Li Su, who had looked rather listless that morning, had evidently spent the night memorizing 2 books. Had he attempted such a feat, he would have surely been exhausted the following day, perhaps even lifeless from the strain. Li Su was unaware of the profound impact this revelation had on the 3 of them, but once they began their meal, they quickly returned to their usual selves. It was merely a matter of adaptation. What was impossible for others became routine for Brother Su. Being in his company enhanced their resilience and broadened their horizons. Upon arriving at Xixing's residence, Uncle Lin was taken aback upon seeing Li Su. "Young master, what brings you here?" "I have completed the books my master gave me," Li Su replied earnestly. Uncle Lin was momentarily speechless, his gaze drifting as he stammered, "But the master's requirement is that you must be able to recite them, not just read them." Li Su nodded in understanding. Uncle Lin felt a pang of sympathy for the young master. Foreseeing the reprimands he would face and imagining the master's fury, he led Li Su to find Xixing, who was in the courtyard playing chess alone. A teapot set beside him. Li Su thought to himself, "It seems my esteemed master lives quite a leisurely life." Uncle Lin addressed Xixing with respect. "Master, the young master has arrived." Xixing placed his chess piece upon the board, continuing to observe the game without raising his gaze to Li Su. "Did I not instruct you to memorize those 2 books before seeking me?" "I have finished memorizing them," Li Su replied. The chess piece that Xixing had just picked up slipped from his fingers and landed with a crisp sound on the board. He looked up intently at Li Su. "Finished?" Li Su nodded slightly. "Yes." Xixing furrowed his brow. "Come with me." He led Li Su into the study, where Uncle Lin shook his head, gazing sympathetically at Li Su's retreating figure. The young master will soon emerge disillusioned. Chapter 35. The master's satisfactory examination. Xixing maintained a stern visage, instructing Li Su to place the books on the desk. He casually selected one and pointed to a specific passage. "This one, 3rd page, 2nd paragraph. Desire arises from humanity. When desires are unmet, one cannot be free from resentment," Li Su recited promptly. Such queries, if not for his remarkable memory, he might have struggled to answer. "Stop," Xixing interjected. "The last character appears in the segment on the 19th page. Heaven and earth are the foundation of life," Li Su continued. Xixing's demeanor remained grave as he continued to pose questions, specifying a character and a range of pages, demanding the recitation of all sentences containing that character. By the time Xixing had finished assessing both books, Li Su's throat felt parched from the effort. Although he answered every question correctly, he could not help but marvel at the peculiar nature of this examination. Such specific references to pages and paragraphs were quite extraordinary. Xixing cast a subtle glance at the dry-throated Li Su, appearing calm, yet internally he was engulfed by a tempest of astonishment. His previous disciples had stumbled and stuttered through their first experience with such a rigorous memorization method. Some struggled to articulate their thoughts, while others fell utterly silent. Yet, this young disciple had navigated the entire process without a moment's hesitation, as if the contents of the books were effortlessly etched in his mind, and all within a remarkably brief period. This prodigious memory left even him in awe. With newfound admiration, Xixing looked at Li Su, realizing he had stumbled upon a treasure. Perhaps it was time to experiment with his teaching methods on this exceptional student. He had many strategies he deemed suitable for instructing disciples, yet after testing them on his earlier students, he had abandoned them, as they could not endure the demands. Li Su, however, offered him hope that these methods could indeed be practically applied. Unbeknownst to him, he was about to embark on an extraordinary journey, where a peculiar master and an extraordinary disciple would forge an inhumane system of learning, ill-suited for the average individual. Are you able to comprehend the meanings of the sentences within these two books? Shisheng inquired. Naturally, I cannot, Li Su replied honestly, shaking his head. Shisheng motioned for him to sit down, declaring that he would personally explain the material to Li Su. Li Su licked his lips. Master, may I have a sip of water first? After a moment of silence, Shisheng poured a cup of tea for Li Su with his own hands. If his previous disciples were to witness this scene, they would be utterly astounded. They recalled their own stammering responses, which had earned them a harsh reprimand. Want a drink? Don't even think of a cup of tea. How dare you claim to be thirsty after such an answer? Should I splash some water to awaken my mind? Li Su took the book from Master Shisheng, expressing gratitude. Shisheng observed this young disciple with growing satisfaction, hoping he would not turn out like his older brothers, who had become increasingly rebellious with age. As Shisheng explained concepts to Li Su, the latter made concise annotations in the book, leaving memory aids for himself. The two engaged in dialogue until nightfall. Uncle Lin, standing outside, glanced at the sky and thought, has the young master been scolded for so long? The master is rather harsh. After all, the young master is still quite young. Hesitating, Uncle Lin knocked on the door, rousing the engrossed master and disciple from their literary reverie. Upon realizing how late it had grown, both felt a lingering desire to continue their discussion. Come in, Shisheng called to Uncle Lin. Upon entering, Uncle Lin quickly assessed the expressions of the two, but they deviated entirely from his expectations. The master was not angry, and the young master did not appear despondent. In fact, they seemed quite cheerful. Li Su thought to himself that he had indeed chosen the right master. Shisheng was undoubtedly a figure of great stature, pinpointing issues with remarkable precision. Shisheng, in turn, felt immense satisfaction with his disciple, noting his high aptitude, keen insight, and unique perspectives that often left him in awe. Their camaraderie was joyful, rendering them oblivious to the passage of time. Emerging from that atmosphere, Li Su's stomach rumbled, and Shisheng, feeling parched, poured himself a cup of tea and served one to Li Su as well. Uncle Lin's eyes widened in surprise. The master was pouring tea for the young master? Li Su naturally accepted the cup, as if he had performed the action 1,000 times before. Uncle Lin gasped quietly, realizing he needed to reconsider his perception of the young master's status. Previous young masters had not received such treatment from the master. Uncle Lin, please bring out the food. Shisheng commanded. Yes, sir. Li Su, join me for dinner. Do not return tonight. I would like you to write an essay for me to review. Shisheng held high hopes for Li Su. Li Su thought to himself that he would have to make a significant effort to impress his master, anticipating that some scolding was unavoidable. However, this did not dampen his appetite. He believed that as long as he received guidance after the reprimands, he would undoubtedly make great strides under such a capable master. Observing their interaction, Uncle Lin chuckled softly, noting that the master, who had always been solitary without a wife or children, seemed much happier with the young master's company. His gaze softened as he regarded Li Su, akin to how one might look upon their own kin. After a considerable time, Li Su finally completed his essay. He presented it to Shisheng, who accepted it with a hint of a smile. However, as he skimmed through the writing, the smile gradually faded. Upon reading the main content, his expression turned grave, the very essence of mirth evaporating. Li Su dared not utter a word. After finishing, Shisheng fixed a penetrating stare on Li Su and asked, "Are you being dismissive? What is this writing? It's a complete disaster. Utter nonsense. I have never seen such poor writing." Li Su held his breath and shook his head, acknowledging, "Writing is indeed my weak point. After all that time, this is what you produce? A 3-year-old could write better. Your shortcomings have transcended mere weaknesses. Where others may possess at least one area of deficiency, you lack any entirely. And just observe your handwriting. A chicken pecking at scattered grains would produce a more legible script than yours." Li Su interjected, "That seems rather exaggerated, doesn't he it?" Yet Shisheng continued his relentless critique, berating Li Su mercilessly. Outside, Uncle Lin listened to the commotion and found it oddly reassuring, as if this were the norm. In truth, Li Su's calligraphy was not poor. It simply fell short of Shisheng's expectations. As for his strategies, they were indeed lacking. While the ideas and angles he presented were commendable, the execution left much to be desired. From now on, report to me daily for an hour of calligraphy practice and compose a treatise. I expect to witness improvement each day, otherwise, you may as well abandon the notion of returning home. Until your treatise meets my minimum standards, home is off limits. Shisheng resolved to correct Li Su's writings and treatise. After all, if he had to present it as the work of his disciple, he would be utterly humiliated. As for parting ways with this pupil, that was out of the question. Aside from his treatise, he was quite satisfied with everything else. The treatise could be learned, as it was merely a matter of poor execution, with the central ideas and perspectives being relatively sound. Li Su mused, truly, this is a self-fulfilling prophecy. It seems I shall not be returning home. Nevertheless, he resolved to diligently practice his calligraphy and treatise composition. Chapter 36. The treatise finally meets standards. Shisheng first elucidated the proper structure of a classical essay to Li Su, subsequently guiding him on revisions based on his writing. Shisheng spoke at length, and Li Su listened earnestly, occasionally grasping a point well enough to propose his own revisions. Although he did not reach Shisheng's standards, he managed to achieve a level befitting a competent scholar. Shisheng's benchmark for a competent scholar was those from the capital, rather than the local students. With meticulous care, Shisheng revised Li Su's essay, transforming his previously dreadful work into something remarkable. The main thesis remained intact, yet the essence elevated and the tone refined. Every character found its rightful place. The flow of the writing resembled a boat gliding effortlessly on water, seamlessly connecting ideas without a trace of awkwardness. The parallel structures were impeccably balanced, exquisite in their intricacy, and the synthesis of reality and abstraction felt utterly natural, devoid of any sense of artifice. Li Su felt that what he had produced surpassed even the exemplary essays he had previously encountered. While he was unable to replicate such mastery, he could appreciate its beauty. That will suffice for today. We shall continue tomorrow. For now, devote the remaining time to practicing your calligraphy and reading, Shisheng declared before exiting the study. Li Su practiced alone, pondering the key points his master had imparted as he lay in bed that night, feeling a newfound clarity in his mind. He informed his elder brother that he would not be returning home for some time, as he intended to study under his master. After asking his brother to convey this message, Li Su settled temporarily at Shisheng's residence. That day, he composed another treatise, and upon review, Shisheng furrowed his brow and began to scold him. Li Su remained unfazed, filtering out the harsh words and absorbing only what was beneficial to his improvement. After enduring over 10 days of relentless criticism, the severity of Shisheng's reprimands finally diminished, though he still faced admonishment, which Li Su had grown accustomed to. He certainly did not doubt himself. Shisheng regarded him as rather shameless, for his expression remained unchanged even in the face of reproach. Shameless indeed. He displayed no reaction to the scolding at all. Li Su calmly remarked, "Master, discovering all issues before the examination is indeed a blessing." Shisheng responded, "That holds some truth. What you refer to as problems are more akin to a multitude of flaws, with vulnerabilities exposed in every direction." Li Su understood that his master had a penchant for exaggeration when critiquing him, yet he was grateful for his resilient spirit. Otherwise, he might have been driven to doubt his own abilities by his master's harsh words. During his time studying strategy and practicing calligraphy, Li Su had not neglected other subjects. He had memorized the entirety of his examination material and grasped the meaning of each phrase. This accomplishment placed him on par with the majority of scholars. After all, in Li Su's view, the sections on epistolary texts and the essence of ink were areas where most would not falter. The epistolary text section resembled a fill-in-the-blank exercise, where certain words or phrases were covered, requiring candidates to complete the missing parts. The essence of ink involved writing explanations based on provided texts, akin to translation. However, Li Su underestimated the situation. Many scholars would indeed lose marks in these sections. In this era's imperial examinations, candidates were tested on epistolary texts, the essence of ink, arithmetic, strategy, and poetry, with strategy being of utmost importance, followed by poetry, while the others held less weight. Thus, Li Su prioritized his strategy, aspiring to excel in it. In addition to memorizing the examination subjects, he was immersed in piles of books prepared by his master, spending his days lost in a sea of literature. Even in his dreams, he was pursued by classical texts. Meanwhile, the emperor had received the wooden plow that Shishing had sent, which had actually arrived some time ago. The current report was submitted by the county magistrate. After perusing the memorial, the emperor let out a cold laugh, noting how adeptly the magistrate sought to claim credit. The magistrate's report indicated that he had inadvertently discovered a plow that was more efficient and convenient than existing designs, which had already been tested in his jurisdiction. He submitted it to the emperor in hopes of promotion. Eunuch Wang mused that the magistrate was indeed unfortunate. Had it not been for the advance notice from the prime minister, perhaps the emperor might have considered elevating him based on the merits of the plow. Now, however, he could forget about it. If the emperor chose to investigate further, it could be construed as treason. Of course, if he chose not to pursue it, there would be no repercussions. Eunuch Wang quickly inquired, "Your Majesty, how shall we present this to the public regarding the inventor of the plow?" The emperor's gaze flickered. If Li Su were to achieve the status of a scholar, he would make a public announcement and issue rewards. If he failed, they would promote the plow without revealing its creator's identity. Eunuch Wang immediately acquiesced, noting that even as a mere student, Li Su had already made an impression on the emperor. If he were to succeed in his examinations, he might achieve great fortune. However, it was too early to speculate, as he had yet to attain the status of a scholar. The emperor was clear in his intent. Announcing the success of a scholar would serve to promote the value of education, encouraging more common folk to invest in their studies and enhance public intellect, thereby fostering more scholars from humble backgrounds, especially given the current arrogance of the aristocracy. How shall we handle the magistrate? Eunuch Wang inquired again. Let us not act just yet, the emperor replied, for he already had a plan in mind. The magistrate's fate would depend entirely on Li Su's future fortunes. 2 months passed. Li Su presented his latest strategy essay to his master. This time, the master refrained from immediate criticism. Shisheng felt a slight sense of satisfaction. A significant improvement in just 2 months was indeed a sign of exceptional talent. The capabilities of his young apprentice were truly astonishing, likely leaving the other scholars competing alongside him feeling rather disheartened. Shisheng held great expectations for his disciple. "You may return home tomorrow to visit your family," he said to Li Su. Li Su's eyes brightened at the prospect. He had finally managed to meet the minimum standards. His writing was becoming increasingly proficient, although there remained ample room for further growth. However, it was certain that the pace of his improvement would not be as rapid in the future. "All right, thank you, master," Li Su replied, a hint of excitement on his face. It had been 2 months since he last saw his family, and he longed for their company. Noticing the excitement on Li Su's face, Shisheng teased him. "I thought you were devoid of emotional fluctuations." No matter how much he scolded, Li Su remained unfazed, which left him feeling somewhat unfulfilled. Li Su flashed a grin at Shisheng. "Master, may I borrow your carriage? I wish to buy some things to take home." Shisheng, displaying a hint of impatience, replied, "Such a burden. Tomorrow, seek out your Uncle Lin. He will arrange it for you." A twinge of bitterness stirred within Shisheng as he thought about how returning home meant purchasing gifts. After having stayed with him for so long, Li Su had not brought a single token for him, only seeking to irk him. Although he scolded Li Su daily, it was ultimately for the sake of his improvement. Was it not? The following day, Li Su even took leave from his teacher. Having traversed to this realm for over 3 months now, it was already mid-June, and he would soon be participating in the imperial examination in the upcoming February or March. His ambition was to secure first place, and thus he needed to continue striving. He had heard that scholars in ancient times were quite competitive, and he could not afford to relax after any slight improvement. Nonetheless, he decided to treat himself to a day of leisure. After some contemplation, Li Su realized that his finances had been steadily increasing during his time with his master. He dined and resided at Shisheng's expense, utilizing his ink, paper, and brushes, all while provoking his mentor into exasperated exclamations. Li Su thought it was indeed a bit excessive. This time, he intended to bring back some local delicacies for his master and prepare a hot pot meal. With the recent warm weather, older individuals were particularly sensitive to heat. He planned to procure some ice to enhance the dining experience, envisioning that enjoying a hot pot with ice would be quite a delightful indulgence. Li Su nodded, pleased with his idea. Chapter 37. The joy of returning home and sharing with the Li family early the next morning, after taking leave from his teacher. Li Su ventured to the market to purchase a plethora of goods, including food and clothing. Instead of ready-made garments, he opted for fabric, as he was uncertain of the sizes each family member wore. By purchasing cloth, his mother and sisters could tailor the clothing themselves. A young servant accompanied Li Su and assisted him in loading the purchases onto the carriage. After an extensive shopping spree, Li Su had indeed bought a considerable amount. It had been 2 months since his last visit home, and he felt a profound longing. "Young master, is there anything else you wish to buy?" the servant inquired. "None. Let us go," Li Su replied, having decided not to bring any books home this time. He genuinely wished to grant himself a day of rest. The servant, having accompanied Li Su to his family home previously, skillfully navigated the carriage towards Li village. The Li family has recently concluded the arduous task of transplanting rice seedlings and can now enjoy a brief respite. However, for farming families, rest does not equate to idleness. They still need to tend to the fields by weeding, forage for wild vegetables in the mountains, pickle vegetables for future consumption, and cultivate short-term crops such as greens, radishes, and soybeans on any idle land. Overall, the pace is less grueling than during the peak farming season. In previous years, at this time, the family would have to devise ways to earn a living, with the men often seeking laborious jobs in the county to supplement the household income, while the women engaged in domestic chores and sewing. This year, however, due to the newfound source of income, life has become considerably easier. With the additional earnings, the family's provisions have significantly improved. Over the past 2 months, they have received their share of the earnings, not only enriching Feng Tsuetsue's purse, but also allowing each household to save a decent amount, instilling a renewed sense of hope in their daily lives. Li Su has been away for 2 months, and his portion remains with Feng Tsuetsue, who continues to provide for the household as the majority of the family's finances are in her hands. She often wonders when her son will return, missing him dearly. The rigors of studying are indeed taxing, and she plans to prepare some special dishes for him upon his return. Meanwhile, Li Daping is weaving a bamboo basket. As many items in a farming household are crafted by hand, resorting to purchasing only when absolutely necessary. Thanks to Xiaoxi, you men no longer have to carry heavy loads into the city, Feng Tsuetsue remarked to the men of the household. Li Jingyi nodded gravely, noting that even though each skewer of meat is worth merely a few coins, they managed to earn nearly 10 taels of silver each month. 10 taels. Had they been carrying heavy burdens, it would have taken them ages to earn such a sum. Remarkably, that monthly 10 taels is merely the portion allocated to their small household. Reflecting on the first month of profit sharing, when Xiaoxi was absent, they calculated the earnings after deducting costs and found that the household had made over 90 taels that month, leaving everyone astounded. The calculations were conducted by the second son, leading to skepticism about his arithmetic accuracy. They rechecked the figures multiple times, each arriving at different results, until they finally counted the silver, subtracting daily expenses, and found their totals aligned closely with the second son's calculations. The sight of that silver sent shivers down their spines, their hands trembling with disbelief. 90 taels in a month? In the past, they would toil for an entire year, paying taxes and selling their grain, only to earn at most 20 taels during a bountiful harvest. In recent years, to fund Xiaoxi's education, they had sold considerable portions of their land, making the prospect of earning 20 taels in a year seem impossible. Yet now, they had earned 90 taels in a single month. It was unfathomable. They allocated half of it to Feng Tsuetsue, while the remainder was distributed among the households as Li Su had suggested, with each small household receiving over 9 taels. Holding that heavy silver, they were overwhelmed with emotion, some even fighting back tears. Dong Fangfang and Li Zhengping could not contain their tears, as Dong Fangfang recalled her past struggles, where she was undervalued and forced to perform the dirtiest and most laborious tasks, receiving the least in terms of sustenance. Though there had been moments of resistance, the only rewards were brutal beatings and hunger, leaving no hope for any silver. Thus, when she married into the Li family, she cherished her new life. Even though she harbored a strong dislike for her uncle, Li Su, she never entertained thoughts of inciting trouble. Now, holding a heavy pouch containing 9 taels of silver, she wept tears of joy. For a woman, marriage truly felt akin to a second chance at life. Li Jingping, having endured her share of hardships since marrying into the Wang family, saw her only child grow painfully thin. She had anticipated that life would be tough after their separation, and while gossip was inevitable, no one dared to speak ill of her face to face. The actions of the Li family during their visit to the Wang family had instilled fear in everyone. Her younger brother's decision had taken her future into account. With silver now in her possession, belonging solely to her and her daughter, She could no longer contain her tears of happiness. By the second month of profit-sharing, the Li family had calmed somewhat, yet their excitement remained palpable. They constantly thought of Li Su, who was studying in the city and had not returned home. There was much they wished to discuss with him. Life had improved for the Li family, despite their outward claims of merely scraping by. Everyone could see their flourishing circumstances, and their treatment by others had become markedly more cordial. In the courtyard, the family engaged in conversation, each member occupied with tasks, mindful of the midday market. Their movements were now swift, with even the children assisting in the preparation of skewers. "Grandma, when will Uncle be back? I have prepared a gift for him," Li Ziru asked, her little face turned upwards. It had been ages since she last saw her uncle. The other children nodded in agreement, eager to present their own gifts. During the profit-sharing, the Li family would distribute some coins to the children, who then entrusted these coins to Li Zhuangyuan and Dong Fangfang for items to bring back from the city. All the coins collected by the 4 children were spent on gifts for Li Su. In truth, Feng Cuizue had no idea when Li Su would return. She instructed Li Zhengxiang, "After you finish selling today, go to the private school and inquire about Xiaoxi's return. Also, take him some silver. He must be struggling on his own in the city." Despite the exhaustion that came with his studies, Li Su's life was quite comfortable. Li Zhengxiang nodded vigorously, "Understood, mother." At that moment, Li Su arrived at the doorstep. "Young master, you're here," called a servant. The Li family, hearing the commotion outside, urged, "Eldest brother, go take a look." Li Jingyi nodded and opened the door, immediately spotting the carriage. "Wait, did we come to the wrong place?" Chapter 38. The joy of receiving gifts. Li Su lifted the curtain of the carriage. "Eldest brother." Li Jingyi paused for a moment and shouted into the courtyard. "Xiaoxi has returned." The Li family members sprang to their feet and rushed outside. Feng Cuizue excitedly embraced Li Su, exclaiming, "Xiaoxi, you're finally back? Let me see if you've lost weight." She released him and scrutinized him closely. "You have lost weight, haven't you? Been too busy studying to eat properly?" Li Su. He has clearly grown taller and gained a bit of weight. His abdominal muscles have begun to show, and his physique has become significantly stronger. While exercising, he also indulges in reading. He has truly mastered this balance. One can only say that there exists a kind of thinness perceived solely by one's mother. The young servant asked, "Has the young master become thin? How can he feel that he has gained some weight?" "The family's meals are quite satisfactory, Uncle," Li Ziru exclaimed excitedly, and the other 3 children gazed at Li Su with bright eyes. Li Su reached out to pat their heads, inquiring, "Have you all been obedient at home?" "We have been very obedient." Li Zilin patted his chest proudly. "Father, elder brother, second brother, since you are here, please assist in bringing the items from the cart inside," Li Su requested. Feng Cuizue looked at her youngest son with concern. "Little 4, come in and rest. Your father and the others will handle the things inside. Shengwu, you should also come in, sit down, and have some water to rest a while. Wait until my father and the others finish unloading before you return," Li Su instructed the young servant who had accompanied him. Shengwu nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, young master." Feng Cuizue engaged in conversation with Li Su, inquiring about his well-being, and Li Su responded to her questions with utmost patience. He fetched a stool for Shengwu and poured him a bowl of water, saying, "Please bear with me. We have no tea at home." Shengwu quickly shook his head. No. Upon turning around, Li Su realized the 4 children had vanished. Before long, each child emerged, each holding something in their hands. "Uncle, this is a gift for you." Li Zilin, the eldest child, stood at the front, the first to present a gift. Not only Li Su, but even the other members of the Li family were taken aback. They had assumed the children's talk of gifts was merely a jest, not anticipating they had genuinely prepared something. With surprise, Li Su extended his hand to receive it, asking, "May I open it, Zilin?" Li Zilin nodded vigorously yes. His eyes filled with anticipation as he watched Li Su's actions. Li Su opened the box to reveal a sugar painting depicting a dragon. To a child, sugar is a precious commodity, not easily obtained. "Uncle also prepared gifts for you all. It seems we are indeed in sync." Li Su smiled warmly, feeling a delightful warmth in his heart, as it was his first time receiving such a whimsical present. Li Ziliang stepped forward, saying, "It's my turn, Uncle. I have a gift for you too." Li Su accepted it, discovering bamboo bookmarks inside, inscribed with gold list fame, likely purchased from a local bookshop. Li Zishi gifted him a sachet filled with mugwort, which she had sewn herself, intended to ward off mosquitoes. Li Ziru presented him with candied hawthorn. which she had longed to eat herself, having resisted the temptation until her uncle's return, almost succumbing to her desires several times. Li Su accepted all the gifts, his eyes sparkling with warmth. I truly adore your gifts. The 4 children were equally excited, pleased that their uncle cherished their offerings. Shengwu looked at Li Su with envy. After several trips, Li Daping and the others finally brought all the items from the cart inside. And Li Daping could not help but remark, "Little 4, why did you buy so many things?" Li Su smiled at him, saying that all these gifts were for the family, and each person had something. She pointed to the bundle of fabric, explaining that it was meant for making clothes. "These are all edible items. This is a gift for you." As she opened the package of gifts, she said, "Mother, this is for you." Li Su presented an exquisite hairpin to Feng Cuizue. Although she remarked that it was too expensive, her eyes sparkled with delight. What does it matter? Money earned is meant to be spent. Saving it won't bear fruit. Feng Cuizue smiled broadly, her joy evident as it was her first time receiving a gift from her son at such an age. For her father and brothers, Li Su had purchased cloth shoes. For her 2 sisters-in-law and sister, she chose headscarves. And for the 4 children, she brought bamboo dragonfly toys. Each person held their gifts with joy, celebrating what little 4 had brought them. "You child, it's all wonderful, but you do spend money so freely," Feng Cuizue chided playfully. "As long as it brings you happiness, that's what matters," Li Su replied. Such words were foreign to the simple-hearted farmers, causing their faces to flush with warmth and their hearts to swell with joy. The words of a scholar are indeed pleasing. "I also bought something for Grandpa and Grandma," Li Su mentioned, revealing that she had selected a pair of cloth shoes for the elderly couple. In a farming household, straw sandals were the most common footwear, typically handmade and inexpensive, making a pair of cloth shoes a truly splendid gift. Moreover, the shoes Li Su chose were not of the old-fashioned style. "Let your father accompany you to deliver them. And take some rice along," Feng Cuizue suggested, quickly fetching a bag of rice from the kitchen. Li Daping nodded, saying, "I want to try on the shoes that little 4 bought." It was also his first time receiving a gift from a younger generation, and his heart brimmed with joy. Feng Cuizue immediately discerned his intentions, rolling her eyes at him. "I see you just want to show off your new shoes." Li Su looked at her father in surprise, having always viewed him as a mature and steady man, while her elder brother was similar, and her second brother a bit more spirited. Li Daping, unruffled, replied, "Of course. I must try on the shoes my son bought for me." Feng Cuizue, somewhat exasperated, urged, "Hurry up." After taking a few steps in his new shoes, Li Daping called out, "Little 4, let us go." Li Su turned to Shengwu, saying, "You can head back now." "Young master, when shall I come to fetch you?" Shengwu inquired. Li Su shook his head. "No need to come for me. I can return on my own." Had it not been for the numerous items he bought today, he would have intended to walk home by himself. Once Shengwu departed, Li Su and Li Daping made their way to Grandpa and Grandma Li's house. Within the household, the women adorned themselves with headscarves and hairpins, exchanging compliments and noting that little 4 certainly had a discerning eye, choosing items that suited them perfectly, truly the mark of an educated person. The children, clutching their bamboo dragonfly toys, dashed outside to find playmates, exclaiming that these were gifts from their beloved uncle. Before long, Li Su and Li Daping arrived at Grandpa Li's home and knocked on the door. It was Uncle Li who opened it, and upon recognizing the visitors, he warmly welcomed, "Little Su, you're back. Come in and sit. Your grandparents have been talking about you." Li Daping cleared his throat, addressing his elder brother. Uncle Li nodded at Li Daping, scrutinizing him carefully before ultimately directing his gaze to Li Daping's shoes, a faint smile gracing the corners of Li Daping's mouth. Chapter 39. The reaction of grandparents. Uncle Li jested, "You've actually splurged on a decent pair of shoes for yourself." In the past, he had seen his brother reluctant to spend on himself, but it seemed that he had recently come into some fortune. Uncle Li felt no envy over his brother's improving circumstances. The Li family enjoyed a harmonious relationship, devoid of any ill will stemming from one's prosperity overshadowing another's. Previously, when his brother's family struggled to support their child's education, the Li family had lent assistance. Nonetheless, no household was significantly better off than another. Merely managing to put food on the table was a modest achievement. "I wouldn't dare to buy such things for myself. These were a gift from Shaoxi. I even contemplated returning them, but the child insisted otherwise," Li Daping replied, feigning nonchalance. "We're what the child has given you. Shaoxi is a dutiful child. In the future, you and your sister-in-law will have a better life," Uncle Li responded, his lips twitching, yet he went along with Li Daping's words. Li Daping nodded in agreement. Indeed, that's why I didn't return them. Uncle Li beckoned the two inside. Li Daping handed the rice he was carrying to Uncle Li, saying, "Brother, take this rice. Our parents are getting older, and eating rice is good for their health." Uncle Li accepted without hesitation. "All right, your sister-in-law has prepared some pickled vegetables these past days. You should take some back to enjoy." Grandma Li warmly addressed Li Su. "You're back, dear. Have you had breakfast? Let me cook you an egg." She began to head towards the kitchen to prepare the egg. For a typical farming family, eggs were a rare delicacy. "Grandma, I've already eaten. Please don't trouble yourself," Li Su quickly replied. Li Su was the youngest among his generation, with all his elder siblings already married. Although Li Daping was Grandma Li's youngest son, Li Su was born when Li Daping was in his 30s, making him over a decade younger than his siblings. Being the youngest, he had always been doted upon. Having continued his studies, he was even more cherished. And both Grandpa Li and Grandma Li adored their little grandson. For Li Su, his original family had been characterized by a rather tenuous emotional bond, while the current Li family exuded an entirely different atmosphere of warmth and affection. "Grandpa, Grandma, I bought you both a pair of shoes. Take a look and see if you like them. If not, they can be exchanged," Li Su said, presenting 2 pairs of cloth shoes. His eyes sparkling with anticipation as he gazed at Grandpa and Grandma Li. Grandpa Li and Grandma Li widened their eyes slightly in surprise. "For us? Oh dear. You little rascal, we're just old folks now. Why would we need new shoes?" Grandma Li said, though her heart swelled with sweetness, touched that Li Su was thinking of her and his grandfather. "However, we really don't need the shoes. Return them and save the money for your studies." Grandpa Li added. "Yes, listen to your grandmother," he reiterated. Li Su had already heard this sentiment multiple times that day. Moving closer to Grandma Li, he playfully pouted, "Grandma, consider it my way of honoring you and Grandpa. Please indulge my filial piety." Grandmother Li could hardly withstand it. Her demeanor immediately softened. "All right, this is for the little one to show respect to me and your grandfather." Li Su promptly placed the shoes in the hands of Grandmother Li and Grandfather Li. "Grandpa? Grandma, do you like them?" The elderly couple beamed with joy, their smiles so wide that their teeth were nearly hidden. How could they not appreciate such a thoughtful gift from their grandson? Even a blade of grass would be cherished, let alone a pair of exquisite shoes. "We love them. Oh, these shoes are truly beautiful." Grandmother Li held them close, unable to part with them. "My dear grandson is so filial," Grandfather Li remarked, his rough hands caressing the shoes. Li Su felt a tinge of bashfulness from the compliments. The cost was minimal, yet the emotional return was immense. Today, Li Su had dedicated his time to accompany his family, engaging in heartfelt conversation with Grandfather and Grandmother Li at Uncle Li's house for quite a while before returning home just before lunch. The Li family prepared meat today, and Li Ziling was tasked with delivering a bowl of it to Grandfather and Grandmother Li. "Mother, I plan to head up the mountain shortly," Li Su said after finishing his meal, eager to see if there were any wild vegetables or fruits to collect. It was the season for abundant wild edibles in June and July. "All right, I'll have your elder brother accompany you," as second brother Li Zhuangyuan had already left for the city. "Good." Several children raised their hands, exclaiming, "We want to go too." "Uncle, I'll gather wild sweet potatoes for you," Li Ziliang declared loudly. "I'll pick lady fruits for you, uncle," Li Zishi added. The wild sweet potatoes they mentioned grew in the fields, with vines lying on the ground, making them easy to dig up. Wild sweet potatoes ripen on the 6th of June and spoil by the 15th of July. Now was the perfect time to harvest them. Neither Li Su nor the children had tasted wild sweet potatoes or lady fruits before, only having read about them in books. He nodded. "All right. Then I shall rely on your generous offerings." The 4 children nodded eagerly, determined to provide for their uncle. Li Jingyi and Li Su set off with the 4 children up the mountain. Not long after their ascent, they spotted wild sweet potatoes, and the children eagerly began to dig them up from the ground. Curiously, Li Su crouched down to unearth one himself, discovering their true form. He planned to wash it thoroughly at home and sample its flavor. After wandering on the mountain for several hours, Li Ziling removed his clothes to carry the gathered fruits, while Li Jingyi's basket brimmed with wild vegetables. Li Su intended to bring some of these all-natural vegetables to his master for a hot pot meal the next day. Their group descended the mountain, satisfied with their bounty. At dinner, the dishes included the wild vegetables they had gathered, which Li Su found quite delicious. The fruits were also cleaned and nearly all consumed by him and the 4 children. "Xiao Su, will it take this long for you to return next time?" Feng Cuizue inquired. Li Su gently shook his head. No, I'll be able to come back frequently this time. That's good to hear, Feng Cuizue replied, her tone noticeably lighter. Li Zhengxiang produced the ledger. Xiaoxi, please check if my accounts are correct. Feng Cuizue recalled something and walked into the room. Li Su took the 2 books, carefully scrutinizing each entry. There are no mistakes, second brother. You've done excellently. Li Zhengxiang smiled broadly. Every time he meticulously checked the figures multiple times, yet I insisted that my calculations were accurate, and they still did not believe me. Given the extraordinary profits that exceeded the family's expectations, they were convinced that Li Zhengxiang had made an error. Li Zhengxiang felt truly wronged. That evening, he went fishing by the river with his family, but they caught nothing and ended up drenched. Upon returning home, his father and brothers were reprimanded by Feng Cuizue. Li Zhengxiang, standing nearby, laughed heartily, only to receive a disdainful glance from Feng Cuizue, who scolded him for not changing out of his wet clothes and for standing there grinning foolishly. Amused, Li Zhengxiang changed into dry attire and joyfully played throughout the day. Returning to the city the following day, he brought with him the wild vegetables he had personally foraged and went to the apothecary to purchase some saltpeter, preparing to experiment with ice making. First, he made a stop at Shisheng's place. Shisheng, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked that he returned home with bags full of goods, yet here was Li Zhengxiang with only a handful of wild vegetables. Master, these are not ordinary wild vegetables. They are handpicked by me. I promise to prepare a delicious meal for you after school tonight. I will also bring you some ice, so you won't sweat while playing chess, Li Zhengxiang declared earnestly. Shisheng shot him a skeptical glance. Do you think ice can be bought here? If it could, I would have bought it myself long ago. I have my own methods. Confidently, Li Zhengxiang waved goodbye as he dashed off to his private school. Chapter 40. The schemes of Lin Shi and Chen Ping, Shisheng muttered softly. That rascal. Uncle Lin chuckled nearby. Master, this wild vegetable was personally picked for you by the young master. He noticed you were warm and thought to find you some ice. He truly cares for you as his teacher. Shisheng snorted with pride. Why do you have to say so much? This remote little town is nothing like the capital. It's not as simple as buying ice with silver. It's commendable that the young master has such intentions. Who knows, he might devise another way to procure ice. Shisheng was skeptical, yet he felt a sense of satisfaction knowing his apprentice had such a thoughtful heart, even if he did not express it openly. Upon arriving at the private school, Qin Ming approached Li Zhengxiang with a math problem. Brother Su, please help me figure out how to solve this. Li Zhengxiang took a glance at the question and began to guide Qin Ming through the analysis, presenting a method of solution that was easy to comprehend. Li Zhengxiang chose the simplest approach, and Qin Ming nodded in understanding. Now I get it. It's still Brother Su who makes it clear. Lin Zhe, Ren Shuhua, and Qin Ming had all made significant progress in their studies during this time. Following Brother Su's guidance, even a pig would improve. This placed considerable pressure on their classmates, as the bottom 3 in the next private school examination could very well become them. Chen Ping cast a venomous glance in their direction, unable to comprehend why Li Zhengxiang possessed such remarkable fortune. Just a few months ago, they were on equal footing. Yet now Li Zhengxiang was favored by the teacher and respected by his peers. Chen Ping had hoped that the last poetry meeting would allow him to vent his frustrations. But instead, it had propelled Li Zhengxiang to fame, making many scholars aware of his existence. Li Su sensed Chen Ping's gaze and met his eyes. In that instant, Chen Ping felt as though he had been pricked by a needle and promptly lowered his head. The rats lurking in the shadows dared only to reveal their resentful, envious eyes, blaming the heavens and others for their plight. It would indeed be a wonder if such individuals were to succeed in the imperial examinations. Lin Zhe whispered into Li Su's ear, Brother Su, pay him no heed. No one in the private school wishes to associate with him. He regards everyone with that same disdainful look. It seems his suffering is solely the fault of others. Ever since Chen Ping had surrendered the last of his family's money to Li Su, his household had been left destitute. Although he had managed to procure a portion from Lin Shi, after repaying Li Su, he gambled again and lost everything. With the tuition due in July, failure to pay would force him to return home and toil in the fields with the peasants. No, that simply would not do. He must devise a means to acquire silver. A thought struck Chen Ping. Perhaps he should seek out Lin Shi again? The last time, Li Su had overshadowed Lin Shi's brilliance. And as long as Lin Shi provided the funds, he would gladly ally with him. Chen Ping approached Lin Shi and respectfully clasped his hands, addressing him as Scholar Lin. In Chen Ping's view, Lin Shi's success in the examinations was merely a product of his affluent background, devoid of financial constraints. Were he in a similar position, he might even ascend to the rank of a scholar. A flicker of impatience crossed Lin Shi's eyes. What do you want from me now? Did you not claim that Li Su's poetry was subpar? What do you mean by subpar? I have not sought trouble with you. Why do you dare approach me? Lin Shi had faced his parents' ire upon returning from the poetry gathering, where the Lin family had invested considerable resources to organize the event in hopes of paving a path for Lin Shi. Yet, unexpectedly, Li Su had emerged, leaving Lin Shi with nothing to gain. Scholar Lin, how could I possibly deceive you? Li Su's poetry was indeed lacking. He excels only in rustic verses. This is because he himself is a peasant and possesses a certain understanding of this genre, but in other forms of poetry, he cannot compare to your esteemed self. Chen Ping hastily defended his position, believing his argument to be quite sound. Lin Shi regarded him with skepticism. Really? Chen Ping nodded vigorously. Indeed, we were once good friends, but since he began associating with your brothers, he has looked down upon me. Just consider, if he were truly a poetic genius, would it have taken this long for anyone to recognize him? Surely, like you, he would have been acknowledged long ago. It is merely that the theme of the last poetry gathering happened to align with his area of expertise. In truth, Lin Shi had contemplated finding trouble with Li Su after the poetry meeting, but his father had learned from Madame Lin that Li Su was a close friend of Lin Zhe. Should Li Su soar to success in the imperial examinations, the Lin family would undoubtedly face retribution for any slight against him. With Lin Zhe's connection, at least they maintained a favorable relationship with Li Su, rendering it unnecessary to offend such a gifted youth. Thus, Lin's father had advised Lin Shi to treat the incident as if it had never occurred, to continue as usual, and to focus on his studies in hopes of passing the examinations. Now, with the realization that Li Su was merely adept at composing pastoral poetry, Lin Shi conceived a new plan. He would expose Li Su's true nature. Let it be known that he is far from a poetic genius. All right, I understand. Lin Shi was contemplating how to publicly expose Li Su, yet he knew he must focus on his studies. If he could successfully pass the imperial examination on his first attempt, what would Li Su and Lin Zhe amount to? And what of Madame Lin? A flicker of dissatisfaction and resentment passed through Lin Shi's eyes while Chen Ping smirked. It would be best if Lin Shi could bring Li Su down to the level of a stray dog. Lin Scholar, I am willing to monitor Li Su's every move in the private academy for you. Should you require assistance, I shall oblige. You need only provide me with a bit of silver. Chen Ping's eyes gleamed with calculation. Lin Shi felt contempt within, casually tossing a few silver coins to Chen Ping as if teasing a dog with a bone. Take it. I may indeed need your cooperation later. Now be off. Chen Ping caught the silver coins that clattered against his chest, bowing and expressing gratitude. Thank you, Lin Scholar. Lin Shi's eyes were filled with disdain. How could such a character call himself a scholar? Li Su had also taken on a master, though he seemed quite mysterious, known only to Lin Zhe and a few others. Chen Ping relayed the information he had regarding Li Su to Lin Shi, who silently noted it. Preparing to send someone to investigate further, yet deep down, he believed Li Su could not have found a worthy mentor. After all, the only esteemed scholar in town was his own master, who had not taken on any disciples recently, and the other relatively reputable scholars had not been reported to be accepting students either. Chen Ping left with the silver, feigning delight while harboring dissatisfaction towards Lin Shi. What was so impressive about a few measly coins? Why look down upon him? If he had the capability, he would not rely on money. Meanwhile, Li Su returned to the Sheng residence, unaware that Chen Ping and Lin Shi were concocting ill intentions once more. With 2 copper basins of differing sizes in hand, he prepared to create ice. Uncle Lin, puzzled, inquired, Young master, what do you intend to do with those basins by the well? I am making ice. Li Su replied nonchalantly. Uncle Lin, what did you say? Making ice? At that moment, Shi Sheng arrived to find Li Su and overheard his words. His lips twitching, I believe you require some treatment. He pointed to his head. Chapter 41. Successfully creating ice blocks. Li Su, dissatisfied, retorted, Master, how can you speak to me in such a manner? Do you not believe I can make ice? Shi Sheng, does he appear to be a fool? Li Su huffed, incredulous that they doubted him. Just watch, Uncle Lin. Have you prepared the ingredients I requested? Uncle Lin nodded. All is ready. If you are so bored, I can find you a few more books instead of letting you engage in these nonsensical activities. Go ahead. I'll read whatever you find. Li Su replied indifferently, unbothered by the prospect of reading more. Shi Sheng was momentarily taken aback, waiting patiently, confident that the lad would not succeed in making ice. Soon, he would teach him a lesson. Li Su filled the larger basin with water and placed the smaller basin inside it, gradually adding saltpeter while stirring with a stick to assist in its dissolution. As the saltpeter dissolved, the temperature of the water in the large basin began to drop, and ice started to form slowly in the smaller basin. Uncle Lin, Shisheng. Uncle Lin and Shisheng's eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld an astonishing sight. The water within the copper basin had truly transformed into ice. How could this be? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have never believed that ice could be artificially produced. The high cost of ice is attributed to the challenges and limitations of its storage, making it accessible only to the privileged and wealthy. During his time in the capital, Shisheng had a share of ice. Ice was typically harvested in winter, collected from nature, and preserved in underground ice houses, allowing it to be utilized during the summer months. Thus, the shock of witnessing the artifice of ice making was profound. Occupying a lofty position, Shisheng was acutely aware of the immense profits associated with this commodity, which was predominantly monopolized by the illustrious Xie family. His eyes sparkled with intensity. Li Su, gazing at the successfully formed ice, smirked with satisfaction. Shisheng promptly urged, Li, come with me, we must converse. Reluctantly, Li Su cast a wistful glance at his ice before following Shisheng, instructing Uncle Lin, keep a close watch over my ice. Uncle Lin nodded vigorously, pledging, I shall protect the young master's ice with my life. Li Su's lips twitched at the exaggeration, yet he did not protest. Once Li Su and Shisheng had entered the room, Uncle Lin reached out to touch the ice, exclaiming in wonder, it truly is ice. The young master is remarkable. Master, what is the matter? Li Su inquired. Throughout his interactions with Shisheng, he had surmised that Shisheng was a figure of considerable power and influence in the capital, likely living in seclusion, embodying the essence of a formidable figure. Despite the sharp rebukes he often received, Li Su found Shisheng to be of commendable character. His decision to produce ice was made after careful consideration. The master's influence meant that offering the ice would be mutually beneficial. Li Su was well aware of the ancient value of ice. The master could leverage this for various purposes, whether to present it to the highest authority or to manage it independently, both options being advantageous. Moreover, he could share in the financial rewards, as he was currently short on funds. Based on his understanding of his master, he leaned towards the belief that Shisheng would choose to present the ice to the esteemed authority. This was also a reason for his willingness to part with it, as he needed to leave a favorable impression on that individual, especially since he had resolved to pursue the civil examination. Unbeknownst to him, an impression had already been made. Courtesy of the plow. How did you come to know that saltpeter can be used to make ice? Is there a particular method involved? Shisheng inquired with urgency. If the method of ice making could be shared with Chengxian, many of the challenges he currently faced would be alleviated. Though Chengxian held a high office, the treasury was depleted, and the aristocracy held sway, presenting numerous constraints. In truth, the process of making ice with saltpeter is a straightforward chemical reaction. The primary component of saltpeter is potassium nitrate, which, when dissolved in water, undergoes ionization. The potassium nitrate ions interact with water molecules, a process that requires the absorption of heat, thereby lowering the surrounding temperature. Once the temperature dips below the freezing point of water, ice forms. Li Su, exuding an air of confidence, intentionally spoke in a manner that would elude Shisheng's understanding, rendering it seem profoundly complex. Shisheng listened, his eyes filled with confusion. He could not comprehend the discourse, yet found it to possess an air of profundity. What? To put it simply, when saltpeter dissolves in water, it absorbs the heat from the water, causing it to cool down, much like the refreshing chill of well water in the summer, which is a result of the cold air from underground. The dissolution of saltpeter in water draws even more coldness into the liquid, lowering the temperature to the point of freezing. At this moment, Shisheng finally grasped the concept. Shisheng thought to himself, this lad claims to understand. Yet he rambles on unnecessarily. It seems deliberate, perhaps even a form of revenge for his earlier scolding. A rebellious disciple. He felt somewhat troubled, as this notion was conceived by the lad, and to ask for it directly felt inappropriate. After much inner turmoil, he found himself swallowing his words repeatedly. Li Su noticed his hesitation, realizing he had not misjudged his master. Indeed, his ability to assess character was quite astute. If his master desired something, he could freely take it, without any burden. There was an even swifter method, placing a large container in the center, surrounded by a mixture of saltpeter and water, allowing for the production of ice in proportion to the size of the container. This idea was born out of Li Su's compassion for his master, who suffered from the summer heat. With such heartfelt guidance, there was no need for any encumbrance, for you are my master. His sincerity mingled with a touch of cunning, crafting a persona of a devoted disciple eager for his master's approval, aiming to evoke a profound emotional response. At this moment, Li Su was wholly focused on his master, his affection genuine, yet he sought to reciprocate that same sincerity, perhaps even more. Shisheng was visibly moved. It was remarkable that a disciple he had known for only a few months could display such genuine affection towards him. His lips trembled slightly as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, his eyes betraying a hint of moisture as he fought to maintain composure. Having occupied a high position and witnessed countless acts of deception, it was difficult not to be touched by the unfeigned sincerity emanating from Li Su. Very well. I shall accept this from my disciple, but a portion of the profits shall undoubtedly belong to you. Furthermore, he intended to ensure that Chengxian clearly understood that this was Li Su's method. Once this method reached Chengxian's hands, it would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Even if he were to share but 1% with Li Su, it would still amount to a considerable fortune for him. In the capital, ice was a commodity that could command any price, as there were many who desired it, yet had no means to acquire it. After all, the capital was rife with those who were not lacking in wealth. Merely tossing a brick would land upon someone of means. What an admirable young man. Shisheng patted Li Su's shoulder with appreciation, his regard for the lad soaring. At this moment, in terms of the emotional bond between individuals, even those like Zhuangyuan, who had been raised under Shisheng's mentorship, or the esteemed Chengxian, the current emperor, could scarcely rival the teacher-student relationship shared with Li Su in Shisheng's heart. Nonetheless, if he had to choose between the two, Shisheng would still select Zhuangyuan. Upon reaching his current position, he could no longer act according to his whims, but rather had to weigh the pros and cons. Shisheng penned a letter, urging its swift return to the capital. Li Su took to the kitchen, bustling about with great enthusiasm. A hot pot was set upon the table, while ice cubes lay beneath it, accompanied by chilled beverages. Uncle Lin, come and join us. Li Su invited as he and Shisheng settled down. Chapter 42. The reluctance to attend for fear of revealing one's limited poetic talent. Uncle Lin looked astonished. Me? Indeed. Don't you wish to sample my culinary skills? Just take a whiff. Isn't it delightful? Li Su's animated expression elicited laughter from both Uncle Lin and Shisheng. Uncle Lin couldn't help but reflect on how the arrival of the young master had enlivened the household. His gaze shifted to Shisheng, who nodded in agreement, indicating that they might as well partake in the meal. Shisheng then turned to Li Su, expressing surprise. I hadn't anticipated you possessed such talent. Absolutely. I have many skills, Li Su replied without a hint of modesty. Shisheng glanced at the table, noting the enticing aroma, yet all he saw were raw ingredients. How are we meant to eat this? And what are these? He scrutinized the spread of fresh vegetables and uncooked meat, questioning whether they were merely to sip the broth. The long strips resembled entrails. Simply place them in the pot. The meat requires a bit more time to cook, while the vegetables will be ready almost immediately. Dip them in this sauce and enjoy with a mouthful of rice, Li Su explained, demonstrating as he savored a piece of food, a contented sigh escaping him. It had been ages since he had indulged in hot pot. Uncle Lin and Shisheng mimicked his actions, and as the delectable flavors graced their palates, they were both astonished by the delightful taste. A shared silence enveloped them, their hands moving swiftly as they savored the feast. This chilled fruit juice is exquisite, Li Su exclaimed, reveling in the joy of the meal. Uncle Lin and Shisheng quickly followed suit, savoring the colorful liquid, declaring it a divine delight. Li Su left a lasting impression on Uncle Lin and Shisheng, who found themselves enamored with the vibrant mix of broth, vegetables, and meats, even those parts they had previously avoided. Witnessing Li Su's enjoyment, they overcame their hesitations and found themselves instantly captivated. Li Su chuckled inwardly, knowing that hot pot has a way of converting even the most stubborn of palates. By the meal's end, despite the sweltering weather, both Uncle Lin and Shisheng had indulged themselves to the point of fullness. Outside, the servants inhaled the enticing aroma, salivating at the delightful dishes prepared by the young master. Despite having dined already, their appetites had been rekindled. That night, the flavor lingered in their dreams. Meanwhile, Upon receiving Shi Sheng's letter, Zhuangyuan initially thought it a jest from his teacher. However, knowing his teacher's serious demeanor, he dismissed the notion of it being a joke. Clearly, the teacher had been deceived by this fellow named Li Su. How audacious to mislead a teacher! Anger flared on Zhuangyuan's face, prompting the nearby eunuch Wang to quickly suggest, the Xinshur hospital has the necessary ingredients. Your Majesty should consider trying it. If it proves false, then justice can be served. Zhuangyuan shot a glance at eunuch Wang. You seem quite invested in this young man. The venerable Wang, unhurried and composed, elucidated that if this matter were indeed true, it would greatly benefit His Majesty. The old servant was contemplating the well-being of the emperor, rather than being overly concerned with that young man. After all, he had once been an ordinary citizen himself. Zhuangyuan nodded and went to procure some saltpeter. Wang promptly dispatched someone to the Imperial Medical Institute to fetch the saltpeter and summon water. Once everything was prepared, Wang began the procedure as instructed. Gradually, his voice filled with excitement as he proclaimed, Your Majesty, the temperature has indeed dropped. Zhuangyuan hurried over to witness the ice slowly taking form. Indeed, ice has truly formed, he exclaimed. This Li Su was undoubtedly a once-in-a-millennium genius, perpetually brimming with astonishing ideas. Zhuangyuan felt that this individual perfectly embodied the image of the minister he desired. He eagerly anticipated Li Su's entry into the court. Having heard that his teacher had already accepted him as a disciple, could he now be considered a junior brother? A look of keen interest crossed Zhuangyuan's face. A disciple of his teacher, even if lacking in talent, would surely have no trouble passing the imperial examination. However, he did not perceive this young disciple as lacking in ability. Gazing at the ice, Zhuangyuan struggled to contain his exhilaration with this discovery. His financial troubles would be temporarily alleviated, and it would also serve to undermine the Xiahou family. Was his teacher still concerned for him? Reluctant to return in order to cultivate another young brother to assist him? A slight smile graced Zhuangyuan's lips as he resolved to take action against the Xiahou family. Meanwhile, Li Su arrived at the private academy and overheard his classmates discussing a lotus flower appreciation event. He couldn't help but marvel at their enthusiasm. One moment they planned a poetry gathering, and the next, they were to admire lotus blossoms. Hearing that Gu, the scholar, would be attending, he felt compelled to go, hoping to receive guidance that might aid him in successfully passing the examination for a licentiate. Gu would be present? He must attend. But who was this Gu scholar? Li Su admitted he was unaware. Lin Zhe leaned in and asked, Brother Su, this Gu scholar is Lin Shi's master. I can't shake the feeling that he doesn't come with good intentions. It seems directed at you. Li Su thought to himself that he could hardly believe this Gu scholar surpassed his own master in skill. Regardless of his disposition, he had no intention of attending. Having already gauged the poetic prowess of the scholars in this era, he deemed it unnecessary to partake in such festivities again. Rather than engaging in trivial amusements, he preferred to devote his time to studying diligently. While mutual exchange could serve as a means to break through one's limitations, it was predicated on having accumulated sufficient knowledge. Li Su believed that his current accumulation had yet to reach a level where exchanges could facilitate breakthroughs, so he opted not to attend. As for making more acquaintances, he felt it was unnecessary. The value of friends lay in their quality rather than quantity. The potential for friendship depended on fate and mutual affinity. Lin Zhe, Qin Ming, and Ren Shuhua voiced in unison, Then we shall not go either. Chen Ping had been eavesdropping on Li Su and his companions. Observing Li Su's earnest dedication to his studies, he had assumed that presenting the Gu scholar would surely compel Li Su to attend. If Li Su chose not to go, then his and Lin Shi's plans would surely be thwarted. This simply will not do. The entire purpose was to expose Li Su. If Li Su does not attend, what significance would it hold? Chen Ping turned to Li Su and remarked, Li Su, are you refraining from attending out of fear that others will discover you can only compose agricultural poetry? Do not let this opportunity to converse with the esteemed scholar Gu slip away. Such chances are rare and precious. Chen Ping feigned concern for Li Su's interests in his persuasion. Li Su raised an eyebrow slightly. It was now evident that they were indeed targeting him. The collaboration between Lin Shi and Chen Ping revealed their lack of intelligence. Yet, why would they assume he was limited to agricultural poetry? Their guesses were utterly misguided. Yet they believed they had uncovered the truth. What a pair of fools. Li Xiong can only compose agricultural poetry? Chen Ping had once enjoyed a close relationship with Li Xiong. Thus his words carried weight. Regardless of the truth, Li Xiong's previous piece, Mourn for the Farmers, was indeed exquisite. Li Xiong. Opportunities to engage with a scholar are indeed scarce. Even if you only excel in agricultural poetry, that is still impressive. Everyone admires your talent and will not ridicule you. Chen Ping smirked, knowing that if Li Su chose not to attend, it would only serve to reinforce the notion that he was afraid. Confined solely to agricultural poetry without the ability to compose anything else. Li Su mused that while he might not be able to craft exceptionally brilliant poetry, he had countless verses stored in his mind. Chapter 43. The Lotus Appreciation Feast. Scholar Gu seeks trouble. A slight smile graced Li Su's lips. Chen Ping, are you certain you genuinely wish for me to attend? Do not regret it later when it requires spending money, effort, and social connections to elevate your name. Of course. I hope you will go. Chen Ping responded immediately, though he secretly considered Li Su foolish for being so easily provoked into agreeing. Lindsay opened his mouth but offered no words, observing Li Su's demeanor, which clearly contradicted Chen Ping's assumptions. Lin Shi and Chen Ping were likely to embarrass themselves once more. Lindsay quickly interjected, Su Gu, if you go, I will go too. He relished Lin Shi's displeasure. For how could such an opportunity be missed? Rin Shuhua and Qin Ming echoed, if Su Gu goes, we will too. Let us witness Su Ji's brilliance. Li Su nodded at Chen Ping. Very well, I shall attend. Chen Ping could not help but laugh. This was the correct decision, as opportunities to converse with Scholar Gu were indeed rare. At that moment, Lin Shi would likely invite Scholar Gu to publicly criticize Li Su, leaving him with no face to claim he was a genius. In reality, Li Su had never proclaimed himself a genius. That notion had merely circulated among others. This gathering was notable not only for the scholars, but also for the presence of many esteemed teachers. Everyone was eager to showcase their talents. For if a learned teacher took notice and selected them as a disciple, their chances of passing the scholar examinations would significantly increase. A teacher typically accepted dozens of students, yet only a few disciples. The scholars, keen to distinguish themselves, would not limit their efforts to poetry alone. They would engage in discussions on Confucian classics, historical events, and literary works. Those who emerged from such debates would become the focal point of attention, drawing the notice of the learned teachers. The scholars were quite invested in the upcoming lotus viewing, and many had secretly prepared verses about the lotus flower. Li Su merely noted the date and continued his studies as usual, undeterred by this event. On the designated day, he was ready to face whatever challenges arose. Shisheng was also aware of the occasion, and upon learning that Li Su would be participating, he instructed Uncle Lin to secure the best position for him, while ensuring that his presence remained discreet. Uncle Lin was adept at such arrangements, executing them with ease. Shisheng cast a sidelong glance at Li Su, who was practicing his calligraphy. Don't embarrass me. If you do, you can no longer claim to be my disciple. Li Su paused, looking toward Shisheng. Master, even if my performance is lacking, I am still your disciple. You cannot simply cast me aside. Shisheng retorted, this impudent boy. His intention was clear. He expected Li Su to perform admirably. Today, you are to compose 3 essays, Shisheng stated coldly. Li Su's grip on his brush faltered, and a grimace crossed his face. How harsh. Completing even 2 essays in a single day was a considerable challenge for him. Although he had made some progress in his studies, his ability to apply what he learned was still lacking. He often found himself muddled when trying to select the best ideas to express. While practice undoubtedly had its merits, it could also lead to exhaustion, as he was experiencing at that moment. Master, may we negotiate? Li Su attempted to persuade Shisheng to reduce the requirement to 2 essays. Is it customary for a master to burden his disciple with such demands? Li Su felt it was unreasonable. The 3 essays were expected to meet a standard of competence. Anything less would require rewriting. Moreover, as Li Su improved, Shisheng raised his expectations accordingly. The mere thought of composing 3 essays filled Li Su with dread, especially since this was his weak point. Even scholars of this era would not typically undertake such a rigorous practice. You have time to negotiate. Yet you would be better off starting to write sooner, Shisheng replied with indifference. From today on, you will compose 3 essays daily. Shisheng believed his expectations were quite reasonable, having gradually increased the workload from 1 essay a day for 2 months to 2 essays for a month, and now expecting 3. Li Su protested, Master, which scholar writes 3 essays a day? Are you not concerned that the quantity may diminish the quality? He argued his case fervently. Shisheng replied curtly, the practices of others are of no concern to me. You are my disciple, and I say 3 essays. So 3 essays it shall be. Unlike other scholars, Li Su was more than capable of handling the increased demands. Shi Sheng recognized his potential, believing that the more he was pressured, the greater his capabilities would become. Then I shall write until I can write no more, Li Su declared through gritted teeth, resolute in his choice of master, even if it brought him to tears. His daily routine consisted of reading, practicing calligraphy, and writing essays. As for his poetry, Shi Sheng held no worries. He had given Li Su numerous themes to explore, and each poem he produced was commendable. In fact, Shi Sheng believed that Li Su's poetic talent might even surpass his own. In the realm of arithmetic, there exists an abundance of ingenious problem-solving methods, rendering him invincible against any challenge. Possessing an extraordinary memory, he effortlessly recalls every text he has read, adeptly answering any question posed to him. This remarkable talent has allowed him to accumulate a wealth of knowledge, which will undoubtedly escalate to a formidable level in the future. Once he hones his strategies and writing skills to an exceptional standard, those studying alongside him in the imperial examinations may find themselves questioning their very existence. After completing 3 essays, Li Su felt utterly drained, as if every ounce of energy had been extracted from him. I reassured him that writing 3 essays was no issue at all and advised him to rest. Shi Sheng was quite pleased with his self-assessment. Li Su cast a few glances at Shi Sheng, pondering whether he should feign an inability to produce more. 3 essays it was. Although he had not heard of any classmates writing such a quantity daily, they had, after all, years of experience over him. Writing a few more pieces could be seen as catching up. After fulfilling his tasks for the day, Li Su returned home to rest, quickly succumbing to sleep upon lying down. Before long, the day of the lotus flower viewing arrived, taking place at the lotus pond in Zhuangyuan's backyard. The turnout exceeded that of the previous poetry gathering, primarily due to the presence of a scholar. Lin Shi and Zhuangyuan stood together, attracting envious glances from numerous scholars. Lin Shi stood tall, a hint of barely perceptible pride gracing her expression. Zhuangyuan inquired of Lin Shi, "Who is the individual you mentioned?" Lin Shi pointed towards Li Su, explaining, "It is he who, having composed a poem on agricultural matters, now looks down upon me, claiming my poetry does not compare to his, and even goes so far as to malign your teaching. I cannot abide this, however. As he is a friend of my brother, my father forbids me from retaliating. Though he may dismiss me, I cannot simply let it go." It was with such reasoning that Lin Shi persuaded Zhuangyuan to host this lotus viewing feast. Zhuangyuan cast a disdainful glance at Li Su, feeling insulted that his disciple was belittled by one who had yet to even pass the scholar's examination, a mere nobody who, having gained a modicum of fame from a single poem, now considered himself superior. How ridiculous! With a composed and elegant smile, Zhuangyuan addressed the assembly. "Which one among you is Li Su?" Chapter 44. Zhuangyuan and Lin Shi both felt they were being set up. Li Su merely wished to convey that they should not harbor too much animosity towards him. As their intentions were glaringly evident, their focus directed squarely at him from the outset. Stepping forward, Li Su performed a slight bow to Zhuangyuan, recognizing the importance of maintaining decorum. The other scholars, bewildered, regarded Li Su's recognition by Zhuangyuan as a momentous achievement, casting envious glances in his direction. Lin Zhe, Ren Shuhua, and Qin Ming exchanged worried looks, concerned that Li Su might be at a disadvantage in confronting Zhuangyuan, fearing they had inadvertently led him into a trap. With a smile, Zhuangyuan remarked, "Indeed, you possess a striking presence and charming demeanor. I have heard of your poetic talent. Why not grace us with a poem today, allowing us to broaden our horizons?" In such a setting, the first individual to recite a poem is easily remembered. Although Li Su had garnered some minor fame from his previous work, it was merely one piece, and he was not even a scholar. Among the many scholars present, they did not believe this opportunity should be afforded to Li Su. Zhuangyuan invited Li Su to compose a poem first, but before he could begin, animosity was already in the air. If he succeeded, the gathering would still view Zhuangyuan as amiable, willing to grant Li Su this opportunity. However, if he faltered, it would be Li Su's chance squandered, leading to a disgrace that would betray Zhuangyuan's regard for him, inciting collective disdain. Li Su, neither overly modest nor presumptuous, expressed his gratitude for Zhuangyuan's kindness, stating that among the many talented individuals present, he was truly surprised to be the one to cast the first stone to inspire others. After speaking, Li Su glanced at Lin Shi, standing beside Zhuangyuan, and offered him a subtle smile. Lin Shi clenched his fists, questioning whether Li Su was provoking him. How could he still be so arrogant at this point? Li Su's words, however, brought some solace to the other scholars present. Since today was a lotus viewing banquet, with the lotus flowers in full bloom, it would be fitting to adopt the theme of lotus leaves, as they serve to accentuate the beauty of the blossoms, green leaves complementing red flowers. Gu Zhuren's words hinted at a deeper meaning, indicating Li Su should recognize himself merely as a supporting character. The scholars exchanged glances, puzzled. Lotus leaves? Wasn't the theme of a lotus viewing banquet typically centered around the flowers themselves? They had all prepared poems focused on the lotus blossoms. Lin Shi smiled, confident that Li Su had not anticipated the theme would revolve around the leaves. Even if he had sought assistance in crafting a poem, it would be in vain. Those present were not foolish. They understood Gu Zhuren's intention was not to appreciate Li Su, but rather to witness his embarrassment, subtly suggesting that Li Su was merely the backdrop to the lotus flowers, a laughable attempt to overshadow the main event. It was unclear how Li Su had offended Gu Zhuren, but it seemed that henceforth, the scholars would distance themselves from him, as befriending him would mean incurring Gu Zhuren's wrath. Lin Shi derided him internally, considering how well Li Su had written agricultural poetry. Yet now he must be feeling anxious and distressed. Such was the consequence of offending him. After a moment's reflection, Li Su pondered the relationship between lotus leaves and flowers. He would argue that they were mutually complementary, each offering a unique perspective. He believed that the leaves did not merely serve to enhance the flowers. Rather, there was no distinction between the two as main and supporting roles, for they each flourished together, embodying a harmonious relationship. As the Book of Changes states, the interplay of yin and yang is the essence of the Tao, and this principle applies to lotus leaves and flowers as well. Without the leaves to adorn them, the flowers would stand alone on the water's surface, their beauty diminished, while without the flowers to add vibrancy, the expansive field of leaves would appear monotonous. Whether it be the boundless green of the lotus leaves reaching towards the sky, or the uniquely red blossoms reflecting the sun, or simply the harmonious coexistence of green leaves and red buds, the relationship between lotus leaves and flowers is one of mutual flourishing. The leaves unfurl to shield the delicate flowers from the elements, while the flowers bloom to infuse the leaves with splendor, breaking the monotony of the pond. Upon concluding his discourse, silence enveloped the gathering. All words and movements ceased, expressions gradually freezing in place. Gu Zhuren, who had remained composed, now found himself rigid with astonishment, while Lin Shi was visibly agitated, his eyes wide as saucers, mouth slightly agape. The scholars and mentors appeared as if their souls had departed, left with only their rigid forms, unable to utter a single word for a long while. They had challenged Gu Zhuren's perspective, and Li Su had seamlessly delivered 4 lines of poetry, each exquisite in its own right. Any 2 lines could stand as a masterpiece, and he had effortlessly presented 4. This young man possesses an astonishing poetic talent. Previously, I heard rumors suggesting he could only compose agricultural verses. What baseless gossip! If one lacks knowledge, it is best not to speak recklessly. From a distance, Shisheng revealed a satisfied smile in the pavilion. This little disciple not only exhibits remarkable poetic prowess, but his argumentation is also well-reasoned and substantiated. He chose his points of contention astutely and seamlessly incorporated a few lines of his own exquisite poetry, thus commanding the entire situation. Truly, he is my disciple. The time spent on strategic discussions has not been in vain. In matters of opinion, it is typically the most cogent argument that prevails. Gu Zhuren felt a quiet astonishment. Indeed, this young man's poetic talent is extraordinary. Yet, Lin Shi had misrepresented him, claiming he could only write agricultural verses, which brought embarrassment upon them all. Gu Zhuren harbored a subtle dissatisfaction towards Lin Shi. Lin Zhe, Ren Shuhua, and Qin Ming truly wished to shout in exhilaration, proclaiming this Su Gu is remarkable. He has thoroughly shattered the pride of Gu Zhuren and Lin Shi. The expression on Lin Shi's face was quite amusing. The trio had diligently studied over these past months, making significant progress. Although they may not match Li Su, under his guidance, they have certainly advanced remarkably. They have caught up with their peers, achieving a respectable standing in this month's private school examination. In Gu Zhuren's eyes, regardless of the circumstances, Li Su had indeed caused him to lose face, leaving him exceedingly displeased. He quickly composed himself, applauding Li Su with a smile, commending his eloquence and the excellent poetry. However, he remarked with emphasis on the name Li Tongsheng that he expected a poem about lotus leaves. as it seemed he held them in high regard. In this era, many poems about lotus flowers abound. Even when writing about lotus leaves, they typically serve to accentuate the flowers. Thus, his choice of lotus leaves as a subject was intended to place Li Su in a challenging position. He believed that composing a brilliant poem solely on lotus leaves, without mentioning the flowers, would indeed be a difficult task. Li Su's 4 lines were undeniably splendid, yet they referenced both lotus flowers and leaves. If he claimed it did not fully adhere to the theme, it would not be an incorrect assertion. The boat glides, splashing water amidst the verdant hues. Leaning against the railing, the wind stirs the fragrant blooms. Grateful am I to the washerwoman for her restraint, for in the rain, she left a cover for the mandarin ducks. No sooner had Gu Zhuren concluded his remarks than Li Su began to recite gracefully. Compared to the earlier lines, perhaps due to preconceived notions or a clearer understanding of Li Su's poetic talent, the audience was not as astounded, yet they recognized it as an exceptional work nonetheless. Some scholars felt a twinge of unease, realizing that competing alongside Li Su in the upcoming examination might mean they would not shine in poetry, hoping instead that his other skills would falter. Yet they reassured themselves, as it is improbable for anyone to excel in every domain. Li Su likely specializes only in poetry. Otherwise, he would have achieved success as a scholar long ago. Gu Zhuren pondered. Why did Lin Shi misinform him about Li Su's capabilities? It seemed as if he was deliberately setting a trap. Meanwhile, Lin Shi felt that Chen Ping was conspiring with Li Su, costing him both his dignity and his resources. Chapter 45. The county examination commences. Lin Shu remarked to Shi Sheng, "Young master truly astonishes all, yet this Gu Zhuren is evidently targeting him. Is their young master someone who can be bullied at will?" Shi Sheng cast a cold glance at Gu Zhuren, instructing to investigate this Gu Zhuren. His disciple, Shi Sheng, is not someone to be trifled with. Lin Shu promptly replied, "Understood." Gu Zhuren felt a chill run down his spine. His eyelids twitched ominously as he turned a frosty gaze towards Lin Shi, demanding a reasonable explanation. After a brief moment, Gu Zhuren departed, leaving Lin Shi with a grave expression. Realizing his master was furious, he was finished. It was all Li Su and Chen Ping's fault. Li Su deserved it, and Chen Ping deserved it even more. Once Gu Zhuren left, the onlookers exchanged glances, clustering in small groups to discuss something, their expressions indicating gossip rather than literary exploration. "Su Gu, you truly are a genius," Lin Zhe exclaimed in astonishment, marveling at his good fortune in befriending Su Gu. The transformations among the group of brothers made Lin Zhe feel as though he had transcended time. In comparison to his former self, he had undergone significant positive changes. All thanks to Su Gu. The trio held Li Su in high esteem, believing that any predicament could be resolved in his capable hands. Noticing Lin Shi staring at him, Li Su glanced at Chen Ping, and a mischievous idea formulated in his mind. With a beaming smile, Li Su approached Chen Ping, patting him on the shoulder. "Thank you, Brother Chen. If it weren't for you, I surely wouldn't have performed so splendidly today." Chen Ping, momentarily taken aback, pondered the meaning behind Li Su's words. He deduced that Li Su was expressing gratitude for persuading him to attend, implying that without his encouragement, today's remarkable performance would not have occurred. Chen Ping's lips twitched in a suppressed smile, his expression contorted with frustration. Li Su was merely bragging. From Lin Shi's perspective, the two were engaged in light-hearted banter, and the audacious Chen Ping dared to mock him. Lin Shi glared fiercely at Chen Ping, who mistakenly thought the ire was directed at Li Su and paid it no mind. Believing Chen Ping completely disregarded him, Lin Shi, infuriated yet amused, resolved to make Chen Ping pay for his insolence. After the event concluded, Lin Shi spent a substantial sum on gifts for Gu Zhuren, hoping to improve Gu Zhuren's demeanor, though his attitude towards Lin Shi remained noticeably altered. Gu Zhuren had recently come under scrutiny, with all his past actions laid bare before him as blatant threats, the only individual he had offended being Li Su. Meanwhile, Lin Shi insisted that Li Su was merely an ordinary farmer's son, leading Gu Zhuren to suspect that Lin Shi had been deliberately placed beside him to provoke Li Su. Such a cunning ploy, using a knife to kill. Furious, Gu Zhuren confronted Lin Shi, who was left bewildered by the accusations. Before he could comprehend the situation, Gu Zhuren severed their relationship. Overwhelmed with guilt and fear, Lin Shi, in a fit of emotional turmoil, sought out the gambling den's thugs and had Chen Ping's leg broken. No one knows who was responsible. They assume it was Chen Ping's doing. After all, It was Qin Ping who had previously caused Li Su to sustain a head injury. So it seemed only natural that now, with Qin Ping's leg broken, he would face such a fate. Lacking financial resources, Qin Ping's leg remained untreated, leaving him completely disabled and unable to participate in the imperial examination. He spent his days at home lamenting his misfortune, descending into madness and exhibiting signs of mental instability. Lin Shi, having ceased to be Gu Jiren's apprentice, found life increasingly difficult. Both his father and mother reproached him, leading him into despondency, and his academic focus waned, affecting his overall condition. Li Su was well aware of these circumstances. Qin Ping's situation was predictable, and while he had no hand in the matters concerning Gu Jiren and Lin Shi, he surmised that they were orchestrated by his master. A sense of gratitude stirred within Li Su. It appeared that this seemingly indifferent old man harbored a deeper affection for his students. In the ensuing months, Li Su adhered to a diligent study routine, immersed in his books as if his master possessed an endless supply of literature. Despite his own capabilities, his master continued to provide him with materials. Li Su returned home weekly, each time laden with a multitude of items, only to depart with another set. His second sister-in-law, Dong Fangfang, was noticeably pregnant, prompting his mother and second brother to come to the city daily to sell spicy chicken skewers, having acquired a shop to escape the elements. Feng Tsutsue often visited the private school to seek out Li Su, bringing him spicy chicken skewers to share with his classmates. Li Su found the situation amusing yet complied, recognizing it as a gesture of maternal affection. During this period, the scholars in the city engaged in various activities, yet Li Su remained detached, leading to a gradual decline in discussions about him. This winter proved particularly harsh for Li Su. Without heating, he found himself shivering under the covers. He discovered that his master suffered from an ailment in his legs, which worsened in the cold, yet the old man feigned indifference. Upon returning home, Li Su noted the chill in his house and resolved that after the upcoming scholar examination, he would install a heated bed and renovate their dwelling. As the examination drew near, both his master and family discouraged any distractions, urging him to concentrate solely on his studies. Li Su felt the weight of their expectations and postponed his plans, recognizing that despite his belief that he could manage his time, he was powerless against their wishes. Perhaps this was the burden of love. Deep down, Li Su harbored a flicker of pride. As February arrived, the county examination commenced amidst the cold. Li Su, Lin Zhe, Ren Shuhua, and Qin Ming, along with a relatively affable peer from the private school, formed a study group. The night before the examination, Lin Zhe, Ren Shuhua, and Qin Ming were fraught with anxiety. Previously indifferent, they now felt the pressure of their earnest preparations, worried that they alone might fail. "Sugu, why are you not the least bit anxious?" Qin Ming inquired, his voice tinged with nervousness. Examinations. The teacher is the talisman. Throughout his life, from childhood to adulthood, Li Su had participated in an abundance of tests. He felt no apprehension towards the examinations. Rather, there was a hint of anticipation for this opportunity to evaluate his academic achievements. He had grown accustomed to it, and having diligently prepared, he was ready to accept any outcome. After all, it was merely an examination, with a high tolerance for error. Failure would not spell doom. However, it was best not to utter such ominous words before the test commenced. Accustomed to it, how did they perceive those scholarly individuals, who had also faced numerous examinations, yet remained filled with anxiety? Li Su truly possessed an admirable mindset. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks with his companions, the three of them found their spirits somewhat calmed. The following day, Li Su set off directly from Shisheng's residence, with the midday meal prepared by Uncle Lin, while Li Su remained unfazed. Uncle Lin and his mother were visibly tense. "Young master, you will surely excel," Uncle Lin stammered, his nerves causing him to forget his words. "Uncle Lin, mother, please do not worry, everything will be fine. Just look at how composed my master is." Shisheng sat calmly in the carriage, personally escorting his young disciple to the imperial examination. Accompanying them was Feng Chui, who had arrived early without prior notice to Li Su. Upon seeing her, his heart raced with excitement. This was his first examination with parental accompaniment. Chapter 46. The eve of the results, Li Su vowed to himself that he would secure the top position. Previously, when he had faced examinations alone, he had always achieved first place. There was no reason to believe he would falter now with his family present. Before disembarking from the carriage, he declared confidently to the three, "Mother, Master, Uncle Lin, wait for me. I shall achieve first place this time. Shi Sheng and Uncle Lin wholeheartedly believed in Li Su's capabilities, while Feng Chui, uncertain of his level, felt reassured by his bold assertion. With a beaming smile, Uncle Lin remarked, "If the young master aims for first place, he will undoubtedly succeed." Shi Sheng handed Li Su the food box, saying, "Go on in. The weather is chilly, and you must take care of your health." Many candidates falter not due to a lack of knowledge, but because their bodies cannot endure the strain, often being carried out before the examination concludes, a frequent occurrence during the provincial and national tests. Li Su nodded vigorously, accepting the food box. He had always maintained his physical fitness and was acutely aware of this aspect. Though he had never seen a pig run, he had certainly studied enough historical accounts. Li Su proceeded to queue for the body search before entering the examination hall, where the officials meticulously checked candidates for any cheating materials. There were always those who believed they could evade detection, only to find themselves apprehended and dragged away. When it was Li Su's turn, he spread his arms wide. One official searched his person while another inspected his examination basket, which contained bread that had crumbled into bits, resembling nothing more than breadcrumbs. An official escorted Li Su to his designated spot, and fortune smiled upon him as he avoided the infamous stinky spot. The stinky spot typically referred to examination rooms located near toilets or those with poor ventilation, where unpleasant odors prevailed. Enduring such an environment would not only test one's physical resilience, but also challenge one's concentration during the examination, significantly heightening the difficulty. Li Su's examination room was situated somewhat centrally, and it was his first time witnessing an ancient examination hall with his own eyes. It is a series of small, rudimentary rooms, each rather cramped, approximately 6 feet high and 4 feet wide. Each examination chamber is separated by wooden boards, and in front of each room, there is a low wall topped with wooden planks that serve as a table by day and, when lowered at night, transform into a makeshift bed. However, this is merely the county examination. Although it consists of 5 sessions, each is completed on the same day, allowing no need to remain in the examination room day and night. There is a 3 to 4 day interval between the submission of papers and the announcement of results, requiring over half a month to complete all 5 sessions. The first session tests knowledge of the Confucian classics, comprising both textual interpretation and philosophical analysis, which Li Su finds quite manageable. The second session continues to probe the classics, but delves into more esoteric and profound aspects, including poetry and prose composition, which pose no challenge for Li Su. The third session focuses primarily on policy essays, with an examination of foundational legal principles of the current dynasty. Through relentless practice and accumulation of knowledge, Li Su has elevated his essay writing skills to commendable levels, transforming what was once a weakness into a strength. The fourth session involves analyzing historical events and current policies, assessing the candidate's capability in handling administrative documents. The fifth session is a comprehensive evaluation encompassing the classics, policy essays, poetry, arithmetic, and more, placing greater emphasis on the overall competency of the candidates. After meticulously completing the first session, Li Su set down his brush and reviewed his answers, feeling confident that he had performed well in this initial endeavor. The results for the first session were announced the following day, with successful candidates indicated merely by their examination chamber numbers in a circular format. Li Su did not check his own results, as Uncle Lin took on that task. Li Su maintained a positive mindset, believing that the difficulty of these questions was significantly lower than those posed by his master, finding them quite simple. However, he kept this sentiment to himself, observing that his 3 close friends appeared troubled, grappling with doubts regarding their answers, particularly in their essays and poetry. The final results took longer to be announced than those of the earlier sessions, as the long case required compiling scores from all sessions to determine the final rankings. In the preceding sessions, candidates were unaware of each other's identities, as the announcements only revealed examination chamber numbers, with names disclosed solely in the final results. This year was particularly special, as the New Year festivities would occur after the county examination. Li Su planned to celebrate with Feng Chui and Li Jingqiang, purchasing New Year goods together and inviting his master and Uncle Lin. Previously, he had always celebrated the New Year alone, making this the most festive occasion he had experienced in years, prompting a smile to form on his lips. Lin Zhe, feeling anxious, remarked that the results would be released tomorrow, and he was uncertain about the outcome. Li Su took another sip of wine, reflecting that the examinations were complete and the results now a matter of fate. Lin Zhe patted his own heart, expressing envy for Li Su's tranquility, lamenting that his dreams were filled with either examinations or fears of failing. Li Su, well aware of his friend's capabilities from their years of study together in the private academy, reassured them that, barring any unexpected developments, they would surely succeed. Curious, Qin Ming blinked and asked, Su Gu, have you predicted our results? Li Su paused, momentarily recalling his persona as a fortune teller. Li Su smiled without speaking, yet his casual words were laden with conviction. Lin Zhe clapped his hands, affirming that Su Gu must have calculated it accurately. Since he had said so, there could be no doubt. The three eagerly anticipated the announcement of results the following day, sharing a few drinks before parting ways. When Grandpa Run saw Run Shuhua return, his worried demeanor dissipated, giving way to a sense of relaxation. He curiously inquired, with the results to be announced tomorrow, why do you seem so unperturbed? Just a few days ago, you were consumed with anxiety. Rin Shuhua replied calmly. Su Gu has already assessed our situation. This round is without issue. What we should be concerned about is the next one. Grandpa Rin was taken aback. While he acknowledged Li Su's remarkable abilities, he questioned how one could ascertain their fate so confidently. In truth, he harbored little hope for his grandson's success. Although Rin Shuhua had dedicated nearly a year to his studies, the civil service examination was never short of earnest and diligent candidates. To Grandpa Rin, the odds of his grandson succeeding next year seemed more favorable, but despite his counsel, Shuhua insisted on participating this year. Accumulating experience could be beneficial, so Grandpa Rin ultimately relented, though he urged caution regarding expectations. Su Gu, however, was confident in his calculations. Rin Shuhua cast a disapproving glance at his grandfather. Grandpa Rin retorted, it will soon be revealed whether he is correct. In any case, I remain skeptical of Li Su's supposed foresight. His doubt stemmed not from a disbelief in the possibility of such abilities, but rather from Li Su's youth, which rendered him less credible in Grandpa Rin's eyes. The next morning, the venue for the announcement was thronged with people. Li Su quietly stepped back, reasoning that whether he looked now or later, the outcome remained the same. Chapter 47. Successfully securing the top spot in the county examination. Qin Ming was different. Upon seeing Li Su retreat, he called out loudly, Su Gu, wait outside while I squeeze in to secure a spot. Before Li Su could respond, he watched as Qin Ming adeptly navigated through the crowd, seemingly at ease. Li Su was taken aback, astonished by this hidden talent of Qin Ming. Lin Zhe and Rin Shuhua quickly chimed in, wait for us. However, after just a few steps forward, they too were pushed back. Exchanging a silent glance, Lin Zhe and Rin Shuhua joined Li Su at the rear. All their hopes rested solely on Qin Ming. The results are out. The results are out. As the officials emerged, striking their gongs, the atmosphere became even more animated. As the officials affixed the results, the crowd frantically searched for their names. Joy and despair were palpable as individuals sought their fortunes. In Qin Ming's estimation, given Su Gu's prowess, he must be among the top ranks, so he began scanning from the very first name. The two characters following the first place were all too familiar to him. Ecstatic, Qin Ming shouted in the direction of Li Su, Su Gu, you are the county's top scholar. After calling out, Qin Ming resumed his search for the names of the others, his gaze moving with remarkable speed. Upon hearing Qin Ming's shout, the other scholars turned their attention towards Li Su. It was no surprise to me, although I had not seen him recently. His performances at the poetry gathering and the Lotus Appreciation Banquet had been truly remarkable. Is this the Li Su I know? Indeed it is. Who would have thought he would remain so low-key for several months, only to emerge as the top scorer in the county examination? Someone approached Li Su to engage in conversation, and he responded with warmth and courtesy. Qin Ming spotted Lin Zhe and Rin Shuhua, whose names were positioned centrally, but it was only after scanning the latter part of the list that he found his own name. Nevertheless, he felt content. In the future, he aimed to continue performing well. He cared not for the ranking, but rather for being included on the list. Elated, Qin Ming squeezed through the crowd, exclaiming, Brother Su, you were right. We are all on the list. What a stroke of fortune. Lin Zhe and Rin Shuhua could not contain their excitement either, and all three turned their eager faces towards Li Su, silently pleading for praise. For a fleeting moment, Li Su felt as though he had inadvertently raised 3 sons. He nodded at them, encouraging them to keep striving in the next round and to remain diligent during this period. In a tone only they could hear, he urged, let us strive to all achieve the status of scholar. The 3 nodded vigorously, If they all succeeded, it would be a moment of immense joy for them. Those who had failed the county examination looked on enviously at the jubilant quartet. What luck! For individuals participating together and all passing. What is there to be proud of? This is merely the county exam. The next stage is uncertain, someone muttered with displeasure. At least they passed the county exam, while you did not, came the retort. Li Su and his companions walked away quietly, their spirits buoyed by their success. They had no reason to frown simply because others had not been as fortunate. Moreover, they did not know those individuals well enough to concern themselves with their feelings. Let us return home and share this news with our families, Li Su suggested, eager to inform his master and invite him to celebrate the new year. Excellent. Lin Zhe and the others were equally eager to convey the good news to their families. Previously, they had all failed the first round of the county examination, yet now they had succeeded. Although they still had the provincial and imperial examinations ahead, which were more challenging than the county exam, they remained delighted. Li Su quickened his pace towards the Sheng residence, where Uncle Lin awaited him at the door. Young master, how did it go? He inquired. I am the top scorer, and Lin Zhe and the others also made the list. Splendid. Although it was anticipated, receiving the news still brought immense joy. Li Su hurried to the usual place where Sheng played chess, finding him indeed seated there. Master, I am the county's top scorer. Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. If his disciple could not achieve even this, he would need to reflect on his own teaching. Li Su earnestly expressed his gratitude. Master, thank you. Without your dedicated guidance in crafting essays, I would not have been able to answer so effortlessly. Do you know how to play chess? Sheng inquired. Li Su cast a glance and nodded in agreement. He was well versed in the rules of Go. Due to his extraordinary memory, every move he made conjured an intricate model of the entire game in his mind. The match between Li Su and Sheng was lively and engaging, which was something Sheng had not anticipated. Li Su was nothing like the rustic farm boy he had imagined. As the game progressed, Sheng became increasingly invested. Had he known the young lad possessed such remarkable skill, he would have refrained from playing against himself every day. In the end, Sheng narrowly claimed victory, nearly breaking a sweat in the winter chill. Had he lost the first match against that impudent boy, he would have lost all semblance of dignity as a master. Not bad, but you're still a bit lacking compared to me. Sheng feigned modesty. Li Su suppressed a smile, acknowledging his master's words. You are right. I still have much to learn from you. Sheng nodded in satisfaction, and at that moment, Li Su proposed, Master, why don't you join Uncle Lin and me to celebrate the new year at home? It would be more lively together. Sheng paused mid-motion, his hand hovering above the teacup. Celebrate together? Yes, yes. The servants of the Sheng residence are allowed to return home for the new year, and you, Uncle Lin. And I can go to the Li family. My parents wish to express their gratitude to you properly. Li Su spoke earnestly. Sheng pondered for a moment, then met Li Su's eager gaze, and, almost by an inexplicable impulse, replied, All right. He thought to himself that if they were to go, they certainly could not arrive empty-handed. He would have Uncle Lin prepare some gifts for Li Su's family. Li Su's face lit up with joy. Look at your silly expression, Sheng remarked teasingly. He then produced a thick stack of silver notes. This is the dividend from the ice block profits from the past few months, all 1,000 tael notes. Li Su's eyes widened in astonishment. This must amount to several tens of thousands of taels. Has he become suddenly wealthy? Look at you, so money-minded. This is just a small sum, Sheng replied, though in truth, several tens of thousands of taels was quite substantial. The little apprentice had indeed made a modest fortune, while the real windfall lay with Chengxian. Money, everyone loves it, it's not omnipotent, yet life without it is utterly impossible. You have quite the twisted logic, Li Su remarked, though he could not deny the truth in Sheng's words. Li Su began sketching the design for a heated Kong, as their family had likely depleted their funds purchasing a shop in the county. Building a house of blue bricks and white tiles in the countryside would require at least 100 taels, and considering the size of the Li family, enhancing the area might cost 200 to 300 taels. However, he was not short on funds, so if he were to build, he would ensure it was of good quality. Li Su sketched the rough design of the house and outlined the Kang's principles, then spent some time reading before heading to his family's shop to share the results of his county examination with his family. Chapter 48. Purchasing an ox cart for home. Li Ziliang was also at the shop. For several months now, he had been assisting his father and grandmother. It was not just him. Several of the children took turns helping, with the exception of the newborn and Li Zuru, while the other three frequently rotated in. Uncle, Li Ziliang exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Li Su. Li Su smiled at him. Ziliang, are your father and grandmother inside? Yes, they're not busy right now. Li Su entered the shop and saw Li Ziliang, who was busily engaged in work like a little adult. Li Su inquired, Ziliang, do you wish to pursue your studies? With the family's financial stability, she aspired to send the children to school, believing that in this era, acquiring knowledge is never a folly. Li Ziliang stared blankly at Li Su, contemplating the notion of education. Indeed, he yearned to learn, inspired by his uncle's successes attributed to his education. However, the expenses of schooling weighed heavily on his mind. Yes, studying, Li Ziliang nodded and then shook his head. I desire to, but merely wishing is not enough. Children need not fret about the rest. As long as I wish, the Li family possesses ample resources now, and I have several thousand taels at my disposal. The substantial amount he had received in just a few months indicated that his benefactor had indeed prospered. Indeed, in the capital, a few thousand taels might only suffice to purchase a modest home, yet he had no immediate plans to relocate there. If the time came when he could not afford a house, he had his master to rely on. Li Su intended to lean on her mentor unwaveringly. With this plan in mind, Li Su resolved to return home and procure some paper, along with several sets of writing tools, ensuring that each child in the household had their own set. Upon seeing Li Su, Feng Chui hurriedly asked, Little C, I heard today is the day the results are announced. How did it go? The shop was still bustling with customers, and Feng Chui, now well informed due to the shop's popularity, often overheard patrons discussing various matters while dining. Boss, did your child participate in the county examination? Feng Chui inquired with a proud smile. Indeed, Li Su replied with a grin. He has made the list. Wonderful, splendid. Feng Chui exclaimed, her joy evident. I heard that this year's top scorer in the county is someone named Li Su. You must know them, right? A patron directed the question toward Li Su. The news had evidently spread swiftly, prompting Li Su to reflect on the rapidity with which information traveled. Feng Chui was momentarily taken aback by the revelation. Little C? Li Su nodded affirmatively, confirming, yes, that is I. Feng Chui clapped her hands excitedly. I knew you could do it. The top scorer of the county, how impressive. The patron who had inquired appeared somewhat bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. After several seconds, he stammered, could it be that you are indeed Li Su? Li Su gave a slight nod, affirming, that is correct. The patron's eyes widened in amazement, realizing he had dined on the food of the county's top scorer. Many gazes turned toward Li Su, some expressing admiration. Boss, you are truly fortunate. Your child is exceptionally studious. If only my own were half as accomplished, I would have far fewer worries. You have raised a remarkable child, a top scorer. If the next 2 exams yield similar results, it would be a small triumph. Though such achievements were commendable, the path to a small triumph was fraught with challenges, as the subsequent examinations would undoubtedly prove more difficult. Indeed, it is challenging. Yet the opportunity exists, does it not? The crowd lavished praise upon Li Su and Feng Chui, leaving Feng Chui beaming with delight. Though she was unaware of the specifics regarding the small triumph, the terms sounded impressive. Li Ziliang stood tall with pride, acknowledging his uncle's remarkable capabilities. Meanwhile, Li Zhengchang, hearing the commotion from the kitchen, hurried out to ascertain the cause of the excitement. Feng Cui addressed Li Zhengchang, saying, Second brother, Xiaoxi has secured first place in the county's preliminary examination. Xiaoxi, you are truly remarkable. We must celebrate this achievement when we return home. Indeed, Li Su replied, sharing the sentiment, as he also had matters to discuss with his family. The county was bustling these days, with everyone preparing to purchase New Year goods. After a year of hard work, many families looked forward to enjoying a few days of good food during the festival. Li Su, along with his mother and second brother, was out shopping for New Year supplies, accompanied by the young lad Li Ziliang. In no time, they had gathered a considerable amount of goods. With money in his pocket, Li Su eagerly suggested, Mother, what do you think about us buying an ox cart? It would make it easier for you to come to the city and to carry things back home. Feng Cui hesitated for a moment, recognizing the practicality of the suggestion, particularly for farming. Yet, she instinctively thought that an ox cart would be rather expensive. After all, it involved purchasing an ox. Let's inquire about it, she decided. Li Su promptly made his way to the oxen dealership. After some inquiries, he discovered that a good quality oxen cart would cost around 20 taels, while a slightly inferior option would still require several taels of silver. Upon hearing that a few taels were needed, Feng Tsuetsue clenched her teeth, feeling that such an expense might be manageable. Just then, Li Su declared, "We will take this ox, and we want a good cart as well." Feng Tsuetsue's eyes widened in disbelief. Once again, Xiao Si was being extravagant. The dealer had confirmed that this ox was the finest available, and coupled with a quality cart, the total would indeed reach 20 taels. The dealership owner beamed with delight, asking, "Young man, are you truly committed to this purchase? This ox is exceptional. But most families cannot afford it, and wealthier households have their own suppliers and do not buy from me. I thought I might have to keep it on hand indefinitely." Feng Tsuetsue longed to voice her disapproval, yet she hesitated, not wanting to embarrass Li Su in front of others. Frustration bubbled within her. Upon returning home, she would have to speak to Xiao Si seriously. The dealership owner presented Li Su with some small items as tokens of gratitude for the purchase. He even assisted in loading the cart, completing the process swiftly, while Li Su handled the payment with efficiency. "Mother, second brother, Zhuangyuan, let's load everything onto the cart," Li Su called out, eager to alleviate the burden of carrying. The three stood momentarily stunned. Were they truly the owners of an ox cart? Li Zhuangyuan murmured, "Is this cart really ours?" "Indeed," Li Su confirmed. Once outside the dealership, Feng Tsuetsue immediately remarked, "Xiao Si, we really don't need to buy such a fine cart. We should purchase a quality one," Li Su insisted. "Mother, please do not worry. I have devised a plan for my master that has yielded considerable profit, and I have received a fair share as well. We are not short on silver," he assured her, deliberately withholding the exact amount to avoid alarming his family. "That still cannot justify such spending. Thousands of taels." "What?" Li Su thought, realizing that while this sum was not negligible, it was not exorbitantly high either. It was still under 10,000 taels. Surely, his family could come to terms with it. Primarily, he wished to avoid being scolded each time he made a purchase. "Thus, I desire to provide you with the best. I genuinely have no shortage of silver," Li Su emphasized. Feng Tsuetsue, Li Jingqiang, and Li Ziliang swallowed hard, for it indeed sounded as if they were not lacking in funds. Feng Tsuetsue silently ceased her complaints about Li Su. The child possesses the ability to earn money and is willing to provide the best for them. She should feel joy rather than cast blame. In that fleeting moment, Feng Tsuetsue comprehended this truth and no longer doubted Li Su's words. Indeed, Xiao Si's intellect is quite agile, and he possesses many ingenious methods that others might not conceive. After procuring fine goods, they returned home with their ox cart, driven by Li Zhengqiang, who wore a joyful expression. This was their very own cart. Chapter 49. The proposal to build a house and send the children to school. Li Zhengqiang arrived at their doorstep, driving the family's ox cart. As the weather grew colder, villagers ventured out less, preparing for the impending new year. "Eldest brother, father, come out and help with the things," he called into the house. "It's your mother and the second child returning. Let's go assist them," Li Daping responded, setting down his belongings to head outside. "Yes, yes," Li Jingyi immediately followed suit. Dong Fangfang cradled the small child while soothing him, and Li Zoa entertained the little one beside her, realizing she was no longer the youngest. She now had an even smaller brother. Zhuangyu turned to Dong Fangfang, saying, "Fangfang, keep an eye on the children. I will see if there is anything I can help with." "All right, elder sister-in-law, go ahead," Dong Fangfang nodded in agreement. Upon seeing the ox cart and Li Su, Li Daping and Li Jingyi initially assumed that Li Su had borrowed it again from his master or friends in the city, which had become quite customary. They hastened to unload the items, but Li Daping noticed something amiss. Previously, when borrowing carts, there were always others accompanying Li Su. After they unloaded, those individuals would drive the cart away. "Xiao Si, did you come here driving the cart yourself today?" Li Daping inquired, puzzled. "Then how will it be returned?" Feng Tsuetsue interjected, "Of course we drove it ourselves. It's our own cart. Would someone else drive it for us?" "What?" Li Jingyi scratched his head, asking, "Mother, did we buy an ox cart?" "Xiao Si purchased it," Feng Tsuetsue explained, her heart no longer aching for the expense, realizing the convenience of having their own cart for farming as well. Suddenly, a thought struck Li Daping. "Xiao Si, how did you fare in the exams? Have the results come out?" He was genuinely concerned, hoping to witness Xiao Si's success in becoming a scholar. Feng Tsuetsue, excited by the topic, exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Xiao Si is the top of the county. Do you know what that means? He ranked first in this examination. Customers at the shop even remarked that with his capabilities, he might achieve the little third yuan." Li Jingqiang nodded in agreement, while Li Ziliang eagerly added, The little third yuan means achieving first place in 3 consecutive examinations. Li Daping and Li Zhengyi were momentarily stunned, but upon realizing the implications, Li Daping erupted with joy. Splendid. Xiaoxi, you've made us proud. Aim for the scholar title this time, and our family will be honored. Xiaoxi, you are truly remarkable. Li Zhengyi may not have possessed grandiloquent words to praise Li Su, but his expression conveyed his admiration perfectly. Li Su was filled with joy as he saw his family delighted for him, a feeling he had never experienced despite his previous academic achievements. Here, excelling truly brought him a profound sense of accomplishment. He was determined to strive further, aiming to secure the title of a scholar and subsequently pursue the prestigious 6 yuan degree. Since he had come this far, he believed that dreaming big was essential. If he were to take an exam, he would aim for the top. With a smile, Li Su brushed off the gravity of the situation. By the way, father, where should we place the cow? I only realized we hadn't prepared a shelter for it when it arrived at our doorstep. Li Daping glanced at the cow and reassured him, there's no need for concern. I'll quickly set up a temporary shelter. Xiaoxi has chosen well. This cow looks strong. Li Daping expressed his admiration. He never imagined the Li family would own a cow, which meant they would no longer need to rely on manual labor for plowing. With the addition of a curved plow, he dared not imagine how much easier the work would become this year. Indeed, it is a fine choice. It came from the best cattle dealer. Albeit at a high price, Feng Zuizue remarked. But it is Xiaoxi's hard-earned money, meant for the family's benefit. It is his heartfelt intention. So the cost is justified. Li Su quickly diverted the conversation, knowing that discussions of money would evoke unease among the family. Father, let us bring everything inside first. We've bought a lot of vegetables. Besides the New Year goods, we can have a sumptuous meal tonight. Yes. Let us celebrate Xiaoxi's achievement and hope he performs as splendidly in future exams as he did this time, Feng Zuizue said. As she began to carry the vegetables into the house, the family swiftly collected their belongings. By the time Zhuangyuan arrived, most of the work had already been done. Tonight's dinner was lavish, and before they began, Li Su addressed his family, mother and father. I have invited my master and Uncle Lin to celebrate the new year with us. It will be more festive with them here. That is only proper. Your master has been good to you, and your success is largely due to his guidance. We should express our gratitude, Li Daping responded, albeit with a hint of concern about whether their modest home would be comfortable for Li Su's master. It's just a meal, my master won't mind. I mainly worry that he and Uncle Lin might feel lonely celebrating the new year alone, Li Su noted, increasingly considerate of his master's feelings. The atmosphere of celebrating with a crowd versus just a couple of elders was indeed vastly different. Then let us prepare an extra room for them, Li Daping suggested, aiming to provide the best hospitality possible. We should buy more vegetables in the county tomorrow, Feng Zuizue added, nodding in agreement. Since Xiaoxi's master is coming, we must make the preparations even more sumptuous. There's another matter. I plan to rebuild our house. Father, please arrange to purchase a plot of land from the village head so we can construct a brick house, Li Su said, presenting his carefully drawn blueprint. I envision it to be something like this. Please let me know if you have any suggestions for changes. The Li family exchanged glances at the exquisite design, something they had never encountered before. They had no suggestions for alterations, but the question lingered, how much silver would it require to construct such a house? Their family had indeed earned a fair amount in recent months, but after purchasing a shop in the city, building such a house seemed daunting, and their finances were somewhat strained. However, it was Xiaoxi's desire to build a house, and the Li family was hesitant. Li Daping pondered for a long moment before asking, why has Xiaoxi suddenly decided to construct a house? Living here is still quite acceptable. Li Su slowly articulated her thoughts, stating that it was an inevitable matter. Moreover, as the children were gradually growing up, it was essential for each of them to have their own space rather than living together indefinitely. The new house would provide each child with their own room. The 4 children gazed up at Li Su, filled with hope and anticipation at the prospect of having their own independent rooms. After some reflection, Li Daping acknowledged that Xiaoxi had a point. However, the construction would require financial contributions from each household, as the communal funds were rather scant. Everyone examined the blueprints that Li Su had drawn, and it would be disingenuous to claim they were not intrigued by the design. Li Zhengping nodded in agreement, stating, I concur. Following suit, Li Zhengyi and Li Zhengxiang expressed their agreement as well. Initially, Li Su had intended to cover the expenses herself, but considering the family's nature, It seemed likely they would prefer to forego the house rather than agree to her singular contribution. Thus, a collective contribution from all parties seemed reasonable. Li Zhengping tenderly caressed Li Zixi hair, remarking that contributing to the construction of a new house to provide Xixi with her own room was indeed a splendid idea. With everyone's agreement, Li Su continued, I also wish to send several children to school. Chapter 50. Seeking the village chief for land acquisition, Li Su unleashed one revelation after another, leaving the Li family in a state of shock. At that time, the family could barely afford to support Li Su's education alone, and now she proposed sending all the children to school. The girls were often not accepted into private schools, which meant they would need to send 2 of them along with Li Su, totaling 3 children in need of education. Xiaoxi, let us approach this matter step by step. While sending the children to school is commendable, it must wait until the family is more settled. Li Daping thoughtfully considered Li Su's proposal. It was feasible, but not immediately practical. Li Ziliang did not expect his uncle to bring this up, and his eyes lit up momentarily, only to dim again upon hearing Li Daping's words. I conducted some business with my master, who allocated me 8,000 taels. I have placed all of it with my mother as communal funds, so there is no need to worry about the expenses for the children's education. Education would broaden the children's horizons. Regardless of their future paths, literacy would always be advantageous. Even if they did not pursue the imperial examination, they would have greater options available to them. After all, there were more possibilities than merely toiling in the fields. The Li family was momentarily at a loss for what to be astonished about. The 8,000 taels were indeed a substantial sum. They felt even more strongly that sending the children to school was imperative, as it was education that had equipped Xiaoxi with her current capabilities. Zhuangyuan and Dong Fangfang, the mothers of the 2 children, recognized how beneficial this initiative would be for them and gazed at Li Su with gratitude, realizing that had Xiaoxi not proposed it, they might never have considered it. Li Daping believed that Xiaoxi had a foresight that allowed her to plan several steps ahead, whatever she aimed to achieve. She would find a way to make it happen. Xiaoxi, are you certain you wish to place that 8,000 taels in your mother's communal funds? Li Daping inquired. Even if you do not, the family would not object. That sum is extraordinarily substantial, especially considering the current livelihood of the family was your idea. The members of the Li family nodded in unison, agreeing with Li Daping's sensible words. Feng Cuizue added that she had no objections to sending the children to school. She thought it was a wonderful idea. However, she suggested that they could wait until they earned a bit more money before proceeding with the education of the children. Li Su had not informed Feng Cuizue in advance about his intention to give her the silver, which took her by surprise. Previously, when his elder and second brothers made money, they had given it all to their mother, Li Su said slowly. Feng Cuizue retorted with irritation, questioning how their earnings compared to the thousands of taels he was now offering. Li Su blinked at his family members, expressing that it was they who had supported his education, and his current capabilities were largely due to their sacrifices. He wanted to give back to his family, simply because he desired to do so. If he had not wished to share, no one could have taken anything from him. The Li family felt an inexplicable wave of emotion, almost moved to tears. Li Su remarked, "It's not that. You're all looking at me with red-rimmed eyes, and it makes me feel a bit uneasy." He then suggested they move on to their meal. In reality, Li Su possessed not just 8,000 taels, but a staggering 80,000, with the former amount being merely a fraction. It is natural for wealth to stir emotions. Yet the Li family's reaction brought a smile to Li Su's face. The Li family truly were wonderful kin. He decided to ponder how to utilize the remaining funds to embark on a venture that could involve both uncle and second uncle's families, aiming for something on a larger scale. The dishes served that day were delightful, and the Li family continuously filled Li Su's bowl until it was nearly overflowing, ultimately leading him to a point of being unable to eat anymore. Li Ziru poked at the food in his bowl and asked, "Uncle, can my sister Zixi also go to school?" Li Su was aware that the local private academies did not accept female students, nor did women hold official positions. Observing the expressions of Li Ziru and Li Zixi, the Li family fell silent. After some contemplation, Li Su suggested that if Ziru wished to learn, he could have his brothers teach both her and Zixi, assuring them that he would provide each of them with their own set of writing materials. Li Zixi looked at Li Su in astonishment. The thought of education had never crossed her mind, as women of this era were not permitted in schools. "Really?" she asked. Her curiosity piqued. Li Ziliang and Li Zilin confidently affirmed, "Sister, we will study diligently in the private academy and teach you once we have mastered our lessons. All right, Li Ziru exclaimed, her spirits lifted. Now, let us eat, Li Zhangyu said, serving a piece of meat to Li Ziru. Li Zhongping looked at Li Su with gratitude, saying, Xiaoxi, thank you. I never dared to hope that Zishi would have the opportunity to learn to read and write. Sister, there is no need for such formalities among family. Zishi is also one of us, Li Su replied with a smile. After the meal, Li Daping took Li Su to the village head's house to find a suitable location for laying the foundation. He brought along a box of pastries, which Li Su had purchased. Father, I am counting on you to handle the construction of the house, Li Daping said, pleased with the task assigned to him by Xiaoxi. He nodded vigorously, assuring, no problem. I can manage this well, especially since it is not the busy farming season, and many villagers are free. According to the unspoken understanding among farmers, when someone was building a house, everyone available would lend a hand, with the host merely needing to provide meals for the neighbors. The standard for the 3 meals is not extravagant, merely the ordinary fare of a farming household, sufficient to satisfy one's hunger. However, it is essential to engage skilled workers for the construction, and a modest sum must be expended to hire them, while the materials must be procured independently. The most significant expenses in erecting a new dwelling are indeed the materials and the foundation. Other expenditures pale in comparison. Choosing the materials is also a matter of inexperience, thus it is left to the discretion of the family members. Li Daping knocked on the door of the village head's residence, and it was the village head's wife who answered. Li Daping, what brings you here? She inquired. Li Daping smiled at her. Sister-in-law, I seek to discuss a matter with the village head. My family wishes to purchase a foundation. The village head's wife welcomed him inside with a smile, saying, Ah, this must be Li Su? You've grown quite a bit. Li Su's demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the other members of the Li family, and the village head's wife immediately recognized him as a scholar, the only educated individual in his family. Li Su nodded respectfully. Greetings, aunt. Indeed, education sets one apart. You appear quite distinguished, she remarked, her satisfaction evident as she gestured for them to enter. After exchanging pleasantries with the village head, Li Daping broached the main topic. After reaching an agreement, they determined the location and settled on the price of 2 taels per acre for the foundation, planning to visit the government office the following day to complete the formalities. Village head, this is a gift of pastries for you. Li Daping indicated towards the delicacies on the table. Myself and Xiaoxi shall take our leave now. Both the village head and his wife were momentarily taken aback. It was customary for visitors to bring something when conducting business, but they had never before encountered someone bringing pastries. Initially, they assumed the pastries were for the visitors' consumption, only to discover they were intended for them. The village head's wife quickly responded, Oh, how could we accept this? This is merely our duty. Though her words suggested modesty, her eyes remained fixed upon the pastries with longing. While the village head's family was relatively better off, such delicacies were still a rarity, given their somewhat high price. One might argue that spending money on meat or rice would be more practical than on pastries. Of course, Li Daping and Li Su did not take the pastries with them. After their departure, the village head's wife remarked, The Li family is certainly thriving. They can afford to build a new house. Yet, she pondered why they would choose to construct a new home when their current dwelling was quite adequate. Was it perhaps a sign of division within the family? The village head shook his head. I do not believe so. They likely wish for a more spacious abode. The Li family has a considerable number of members, with 3 sons and a daughter, who, despite her divorce, now resides at home with her child. It seems their business in the city has been quite profitable. Each individual has their own destiny. The couple shared a moment of discomfort, realizing that the Li family might be faring better than their own. The following day, the Li family resolved the matter of the foundation in the county. With the purchase of an ox cart, the entire family ventured into the city, eager to experience the bustling streets, bringing the children along for a glimpse of the town. Chapter 51. A visit to a friend's home. As they boarded the ox cart, the children erupted with excitement. It was not only the children who felt this thrill, but even the adults could not suppress their joy, for this was their very own cart. The children chattered animatedly atop the ox cart. As the county examinations concluded and the new year approached, signaling the end of the private school term, while others took their children out for leisure, Li Su accompanied Li Daping to the government office. Li Daping often felt a sense of unease when alone, but with Li Su by his side, he felt a considerable sense of reassurance. In his eyes, his younger son was well educated and fully aware of the world, unlike himself, who was only knowledgeable about farming. Upon seeing Li Su, who presented himself as a scholar, the officials did not intentionally create difficulties. Rather, they treated him with a degree of respect, adhering to the usual procedures, and soon they obtained the land deed without much delay. The village head couldn't help but ponder. Having interacted with these officials numerous times before, they had never been so accommodating. Previously, he had often donned a smile to appease them, yet they had not shown him any kindness. Glancing at Li Su, he couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of being well-read. The village head recalled a comment made by his wife and tentatively inquired, "Old Li, your son Su is nearly 16. When do you plan to arrange his marriage?" Li Daping replied with a smile, "It's up to him. His mother and I will heed his wishes regarding his marriage. He is a promising lad and seems quite capable of finding a suitable partner on his own." Li Su seized the opportunity to express that he had no immediate plans for marriage. To the locals, 16 was considered an appropriate age to wed, but he felt he was still not of age. "For now, I prioritize my studies. Matters of marriage and family will come later. My other siblings have already married, so my parents need not worry about grandchildren just yet. Having many siblings has its advantages." Li Daping shared this sentiment, affirming, "Indeed, focus on your studies first. You can consider matrimony after achieving academic success." The village head refrained from further comment, thinking that if Li Su were to pass the scholar's examination, his daughter might not be deemed a worthy match. He dismissed the idea of marrying his daughter to Li Su, contemplating that after several years of attempts, Li Su had yet to succeed. The path to success remained uncertain and could potentially delay his daughter's prospects. Once matters were settled, Li Su turned to Li Daping, saying, "Father, you go find mother. I shall visit my teacher." "Very well, off you go," replied Li Daping. Li Su sought out Shi Sheng to present his essay from the previous day. Although he had returned home, his responsibilities remained intact. Shi Sheng, observing Li Su's diligence, felt a sense of satisfaction, albeit he did not outwardly express it. "Master, with the new year just 2 days away, would you and Uncle Lin return home with me today?" he inquired. "We have some matters to attend to. We can manage on our own the day before the new year." As Shi Sheng reviewed Li Su's essay, he added, "A servant from my home is familiar with yours. He can guide us, so there is no need for you to make a special trip." Li Su nodded in agreement. "All right then." Despite the harsh winter chill and the school being closed, he was reminded not to become lax in his studies. "Continue your learning at home. I shall assess your progress when I visit," Shi Sheng instructed, acknowledging he had pressing matters to attend to and would not be at the residence for the next few days. "I await my master's visit at home for his assessment." Indeed, the learning experience is invaluable, and Li Su's self-discipline is commendable. It is not the case that he requires supervision to study. After departing from Shi Sheng, Li Su visited the homes of 3 friends who had invited him to be their guest today. They spoke with him for quite some time before he acquiesced, expressing that their families were eager to meet him. Adhering to the principle of proximity, Li Su first visited Ren Shuhua's residence. Grandfather Ren, still beaming with joy, had not anticipated that his grandson would indeed pass the county examination, and at an average level no less. The improvement was undeniably evident. While he reminded himself to remain modest, given the considerable distance still to traverse before his grandson could attain the title of scholar, he couldn't suppress a flicker of hope that this time, his grandson might genuinely succeed. Will Li Su be coming today? Grandfather Ren was genuinely keen to meet the remarkable individual frequently mentioned by his grandson, especially considering the accolades that surrounded him. His curiosity was piqued as to why such an extraordinary person would choose to befriend someone like his grandson. Initially, he harbored doubts about Li Su's intentions, but those thoughts had since dissipated, particularly since Li Su had neither taken anything from their family nor had he required any financial assistance in aiding their child through the examination. Though Ren father and Ren mother had no intention of pressuring their son to study, believing that his happiness was paramount, they were nonetheless overjoyed by his success in the county examination and felt immense gratitude towards Li Su. As Li Su arrived at the entrance and knocked, Ren Shuhua confidently declared, "It must be Brother Su." He excitedly rushed to open the door and receive the gift from Li Su's hands, guessing without hesitation that it was likely a book. "Brother Su." Li Su nodded in acknowledgement, and Ren Shuhua whispered in his ear, "Please do not be alarmed by my family. They mean no harm, merely excited to see you." Li Su replied, "Your words only heighten my apprehension." As they entered, the Ren family gazed at Li Su with wide eyes, marveling at the distinguished and imposing figure who was a friend of their child. Ren mother warmly addressed him. "You must be Li Su, right?" Oh my, you are truly handsome. Are you betrothed? Would you like me to introduce someone to you? Ren Shuhua quickly interjected, Mother, what nonsense are you speaking? With someone like Brother Su, he could have his pick of any woman. He certainly does not need your assistance in finding a match. After conversing for a while, Grandfather Ren could not contain his curiosity and asked, Little Su, what drew you to become friends with Shuhua? Ren Shuhua replied, What do you mean, Grandfather? Do you think your grandson is unworthy of friendship? In truth, Ren Shuhua was quite curious, although Li Su maintained amicable relations with other scholars. In his heart, the only ones he truly considered friends were the three of them. Ren Shuhua took great pride in this. Li Su glanced at Ren Shuhua and reflected that his initial choice to befriend him was mutual. He found him pleasant and not overly clever. Had the other two known this, they might very well have burst into tears. Li Su would certainly not express it in such a manner. Ren Shuhua is indeed quite amiable. When it comes to forging friendships, it is all about mutual affinity, and they are all exceptionally loyal. Ren Shuhua gazed at Li Su with gratitude. Although Su Ge did not lavish extravagant praise, the fact that he finds them agreeable speaks volumes. For a prodigy like Su Ge to hold them in high regard is, in itself, an impressive feat. As Li Su departed, the Ren family presented him with a plethora of gifts, only halting when he could carry no more. Grandpa Ren nodded in satisfaction. Having met Li Su in person, his contentment grew, even stirring a hint of jealousy for his somewhat naive grandson. Though not particularly astute, he is fortunate to have such an intelligent friend by his side. Had he had a companion of that caliber in his youth, he might have achieved scholarly distinction long ago. Ren Shuhua pondered, what is with that look from Grandpa? It's rather peculiar. In a short span, Li Su visited 3 households, collecting an impressive assortment of gifts. Each family felt fortunate to count Li Su among their children's friends. Before long, the eve of the new year arrived, and Li Su eagerly anticipated the arrival of his master. He had accumulated a considerable amount of homework that required his master's review, and during these days, he had even prepared a gift for him. Chapter 52. Observations and Feelings of the Master at the Li residence. Shi Sheng arrived as scheduled, and the Li family had tidied their home immaculately, even confining the usual chickens and ducks to their cages to prevent them from wandering about. Uncle, what kind of person is your master? Inquired Li Ziliang. Is your master even more intelligent than you, uncle? That must be quite remarkable. He is exceptionally knowledgeable. If you do not fear reprimand, feel free to inquire about anything you do not understand. Li Su replied with a mischievous smile. The children exchanged glances. Why does it feel like uncle has ulterior motives? Nevertheless, everyone was filled with curiosity about Li Su's master. At that moment, Shi Sheng arrived at the doorstep of the Li household. Is this the place? He inquired. Yes. Sheng Wu promptly affirmed. Just as Uncle Lin was about to knock, the door swung open to reveal Li Su's beaming face. Master, Uncle Lin, please come in. Li Su led Uncle Lin and Shi Sheng to the room he had prepared for them in advance. Master, Uncle Lin, I hope you can make do with this. I know it cannot compare to Sheng Mansion. Shi Sheng and Uncle Lin were surprisingly pleased, finding it far better than their expectations. Meanwhile, the individual Li Su had hired to install the heated Kong had already arrived at Sheng Mansion. Li Su chose not to disclose this to his master just yet, planning to let him experience the allure of the Kong upon his return. As for the family home, Li Su intended to set up the heated Kong in the new house, leaving this one untouched to avoid the family's reluctance to move. Li Su retrieved his recent academic work. Master, he presented it with both hands. Shi Sheng retorted playfully, you are unwilling to let me have a moment's respite. With a disciple like Li Su, Shi Sheng could only express that he was both pained and delighted. The burdens he assigned to Li Su only seemed to spur him on to keep him busy. Uncle Lin chuckled softly, observing, the master and young master are once again tormenting one another. Undeniably, this method yields remarkable results, albeit at the expense of the disciple and the master. Uncle Lin mused that none of the former disciples of the master would dare to behave in such a manner, save for this one, who would sometimes jest with the master. It is essential to recognize that the master possesses a stern visage that instills a sense of trepidation in others. Uncle Lin discreetly withdrew from the room, and upon observing a group of children outside, he engaged them in conversation. The children of the Li family regarded Uncle Lin with curiosity, their family members nervously greeting him. Except for Feng Chui, it was the first encounter for the rest with Shi Sheng, and they were instantly captivated by his formidable presence. Feng Chui intended to bring some items to Shi Sheng and Li Su, but Uncle Lin halted her, stating, Madam Li, there is no need to bring anything inside. The master and the young master are likely engrossed in their academic discussions, possibly even in a debate. The young master was the boldest he had ever encountered. Unlike the other disciples who would bow their heads and remain silent when the master spoke, this young master would challenge the master's assertions if he deemed them incorrect. Their exchanges were reciprocal, with victories and defeats alike, yet Uncle Lin considered this quite impressive. Although the master occasionally found the young master's words lacking in respect, it was evident that he held a high regard for him. After all, the master had previously remarked that his former disciples, when criticized, were akin to wooden puppets. Offering no rebuttal. "Oh, I see," Feng Shui replied. The Li family was large, and the laughter of children resonated frequently, creating an environment that uplifted Shi Sheng's spirits. During mealtime, although Feng Shui and Li Deping were not adept at eloquent speech, they both expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Shi Sheng. The wine, specially purchased at a considerable expense, would typically be deemed too extravagant for the Li family. With Shi Sheng and Uncle Lin present, the family dined at two separate tables, one for the children and women and the other for the men. With the latter table featuring the addition of wine, Li Su also partook in some drinks, while Li Deping, Li Zhengyi, and Li Zhengchang, buoyed by merriment, indulged a bit excessively. Reclining on the bed, a rosy hue graced Shi Sheng's face from the wine. "Uncle Lin, the Li family is truly exceptional. Their harmony inspires envy." The siblings and spouses of Li Su exhibited great tolerance towards their young disciple, who, in turn, considered the family and was not a selfish individual. The phrase brothers should be friendly and respectful is simple, yet rarely realized in practice. In Shi Sheng's view, such camaraderie was scarce, while instances of fratricide were all too common, with himself merely a survivor amidst such strife. Indeed, it may only be within such a family that a person of remarkable caliber like the young master could emerge. Uncle Lin could not help but reflect, thus, the young master stands apart from many, as his family is eternally his support. The children were also amusing. It was unexpected that Li Su treated the household children equally, without discrimination based on gender. In the so-called prestigious households, women are permitted to pursue education, yet the subjects they study differ markedly from those of men. While the education bestowed upon men grants them wings to soar, the curriculum offered to women serves merely to adorn them with exquisite yet constraining shackles. Moreover, I was astounded by the family's attitude towards women who have experienced divorce. Shi Sheng was genuinely taken aback to observe that the elder sister of his young disciple, despite being a divorced woman, was treated as though her status was inconsequential. Her family regarded her simply as an individual, entirely unaffected by her past. Uncle Lin also nodded vigorously in agreement, equally astonished by this reality. In contrast, women from noble families in the capital who wish to divorce must endure significant societal repercussions. Even after separation, they often find it difficult to gain acceptance from their own families. That evening, Shi Sheng engaged in extensive conversation with Uncle Lin. During his stay at the Li residence, Li Su had taken him to the mountains to catch rabbits and gather wild vegetables, accompanied by Li Zhengyi and Li Jingqiang. Feng Zitsui initially intended to admonish Li Su for such frivolity, questioning the wisdom of taking his master into the mountains for such pursuits. However, Shi Sheng approved of the outing, intrigued by the prospect. Even if uncertain about the likelihood of success, it proved to be a unique experience. While they collected a considerable amount of wild vegetables, they unfortunately did not spot any rabbits. Instead, they managed to catch a wild chicken. With enthusiasm, Shi Sheng suggested, "Li Su, how about we prepare a wild chicken hot pot for dinner?" Li Su pondered for a moment, considering the chill of the day, and agreed, "That sounds delightful. Master, you can taste the flavors of the wild vegetables we gathered." Shi Sheng nodded slightly, sharing the same sentiment. Li Zhengyi and Li Jingqiang were bewildered, questioning what a hot pot was, given that Li Su had not spent much time at home and had rarely had the chance to cook. Having always relied on his mother and sister-in-law for meals, he had yet to experience hot pot at home. "Eldest brother, second brother, you'll have a taste later. But since there are children at home, let's prepare a inyang pot this time," Li Su said with a smile. Thus, dinner became an opportunity for Li Su to showcase his culinary skills, as the family had come to trust in his abilities. "You all can go outside. I'll let everyone sample my cooking today." Feng Zitsui, concerned, insisted, "We'll help you inside. Mother, just go and chat with my sister-in-law while you wait for the meal," Li Su urged. Eventually, Feng Zitsui acquiesced and stepped outside. Once the hot pot was served, the aroma captivated everyone. The meal was a joyous occasion, and Xisheng thought to himself how delightful the wild vegetables he had gathered tasted. Having stayed for several days, Xisheng resolved to return home. Although the Li family was pleasant, remaining there indefinitely was not ideal, and the cold was rather biting. Li Su, playful, winked at Xisheng and remarked, "Master, I've prepared a gift for you, which you will discover upon your return." Curiosity piqued, Xisheng embarked on his journey back to his residence. Chapter 53. The Fire Kong and Departure for the Provincial Examination. Do you know what that mischievous boy has prepared? Xisheng inquired of Uncle Lin with intrigue. Uncle Lin shook his head, indicating he was unaware. Upon returning home, Xisheng found no gifts and thus asked Shengwu about it. Shengwu quickly replied, "The gift the young master refers to is likely your bed in your chamber." Xisheng was left bewildered, wondering what that mischievous boy had done to his bed. Xisheng quickened his pace slightly. At first glance, the bed appeared unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, one could discern subtle changes. This was the work of the young master, who had sketched a blueprint for someone to create a heated bed, known as a fire kong, designed to keep one warm during the winter nights, benefiting your legs. Shengwu, while speaking, presented the blueprint to Xisheng, indicating that following these instructions would suffice. Xisheng understood that this young apprentice was often brimming with ingenious ideas. He meticulously followed the blueprint, and soon enough, the bed radiated warmth. Uncle Lin marveled, remarking on how considerate the young master was towards the elder. After the elder had mentioned the discomfort in his legs due to the cold, the young master had taken note and devised a heated bed to alleviate the issue. Such thoughtfulness was truly commendable. It was no wonder that the elder held such affection for his youngest disciple. Who wouldn't cherish someone who keeps your needs in mind and strives to make you more comfortable? A smile unconsciously graced Xisheng's lips, touched by the sentiment. It was not a matter of comparison, but he was aware that many suffered from leg discomfort during winter, yet only this young disciple pondered how to provide him solace. Thus, it seemed only natural to indulge in the occasional favoritism towards such a considerate apprentice. Li Su remained oblivious to the fact that he had charmed his master into a state of delight. He was preparing to embark on a journey to the provincial examination. Their county was rather remote, and traveling to the provincial city by carriage would take around 7 or 8 days. They set off to acclimatize to their surroundings for a few days before the examination. Li Su, along with Lin Zhe, formed a party of 4, traveling in 2 carriages, one from the Lin family and another from the Qin family. Li Su and Lin Zhe shared one carriage, while Qin Ming and Ren Shuhua occupied the other. The trio had even engaged in a game of chance to determine who would ride with Li Su, culminating in Lin Zhe's victory. Observing Lin Zhe's triumphant expression, Ren Shuhua protested, asserting that this period presented a prime opportunity for intensive study, and they should alternate riding with Li Su so that he could offer them guidance. Ren Shuhua spoke up, and Qin Ming chimed in, agreeing that this would increase their chances of all succeeding in the examination. Lin Zhe retorted, questioning why they hadn't mentioned this sooner, insisting that they should have communicated their intentions rather than resorting to a game of chance, only to voice their opinions after losing. Li Su found the arrangement agreeable. With several days spent in the carriage, it would indeed be an excellent opportunity to provide them with some focused training and perhaps even share some insights on potential examination topics. In fact, during the last county examination, he had accurately predicted several questions. It seemed that even in a different era, his knack for anticipating topics remained intact. In his previous life, it was customary for classmates to approach him before exams, seeking any predictions he might have, and he always generously shared his insights. However, he would not do so indiscriminately. He only offered predictions when he felt inclined. Thus, the seating arrangement was settled. Since Lin Zhe had emerged victorious in the game, he was permitted to ride with Li Su first. Being in Li Su's company made Lin Zhe feel intellectually invigorated. Just a few words of guidance from him would spark his understanding. The 4 did not idle in the carriage. They diligently engaged in their studies, adhering to their academic pursuits. Due to concerns for their safety, my family has arranged for guards to accompany us. Every year around this time, tales of scholars being robbed circulate, necessitating caution. Previously, Lin Zhe and his companions could barely pass the county examination, thus they had no need to attend the provincial test, and the threat of robbery was non-existent. Li Su would hitch a ride with his brother's carriage and guards, the latter being arranged by the Ren family, whose patriarch is a scholar, and whose son, Ren Shuhua, is a martial artist with his own escort agency. Li Su set off with only a modest supply of coarse grains, while his brothers had organized the carriage and guards. Construction has commenced on the new house for the Li family, and the meals they prepared for the workers were quite generous, prompting many villagers to lend a hand. The Li family is indeed quite magnanimous. For breakfast, there were steamed buns, and both lunch and dinner featured dishes with oil, occasionally complemented by meat. This has been the most sumptuous meal I've had while assisting with construction in the village. Indeed, given the Li family's generosity, we felt compelled to exert ourselves even further. The villagers, in this era, exhibit a remarkable simplicity. Some even refrained from consuming their breakfast buns, opting instead to take their portion home for their children, choosing to eat the food they had brought themselves. The Li family, upon discovering this, said nothing. As such behavior is commonplace in farming households, they have experienced similar situations in the past. Thanks to everyone's diligence, the pace of the Li family's construction progressed rapidly, changing noticeably each day. I observed that the Li family had procured blue bricks and white tiles, indicating plans for a substantial brick house. This is assuredly the case, as I have heard that the Li family has already rented a shop in the city, earning a considerable profit. Have you heard about Li Su? He has taken on a wealthy master who has helped him earn quite a bit as well. I heard from the Li family that Li Su topped the county examination, securing first place overall. I have also heard that townsfolk refer to the county's top scholar as Li Su. When I mentioned that I hail from the same village, they were skeptical. If Li Su indeed becomes a scholar, the Li family will be truly fortunate. And if he succeeds, our village will stand alone among several neighboring villages as the sole one with a scholar. While their hands continued to work, their chatter persisted. They genuinely hoped for Li Su's success, as it would bring them great pride and envy from neighboring villages. The carriage had been traveling for 4 or 5 days without incident, leading me to believe my father may have overstated the dangers. It is not as terrifying as he suggested, Qi Ming remarked, munching on the flatbread in his hand. To facilitate our journey, the family had prepared baked flatbreads, easy to heat over a fire while on the road. They were not the most delectable, but still edible. Li Su mused that had he traveled alone without these guards, the situation would be far less tranquil. The robbers might have refrained from attacking due to the number of people, but alone, the outcome could be uncertain. As the group conversed, a sudden scream pierced the air, prompting them to exchange anxious glances and turn their attention toward Qi Ming. Qi Ming's actions of biting the biscuit suddenly halted. He had merely spoken casually, yet the coincidence seemed too uncanny. Over there, it appears someone is running towards us. Lindsay pointed out the figure approaching. The guards immediately formed a protective circle, weapons drawn, watching the oncoming individual with caution. The person, dressed in the garb of a scholar, looked upon the group as if they were his saviors, crying out, "Brothers in front, please save me." Behind this scholar trailed several others. Li Su observed the speed and demeanor of the fleeing man and coldly remarked, "Stay vigilant." Chapter 54. Is that so? You're jesting, aren't you? Qi Ming glanced at the scholar who regarded them as his salvation. Su Gu, should we not rescue him? Lin Zhe and Ren Shuhua believed that Su Gu would indeed choose to help. After all, if they did not intervene, the scholar would surely lose his silver and quite possibly his life as well. Do not save him. This pronouncement left not only Lin Zhe and the others in disbelief, but also the guards. In truth, the guards were reluctant to assist, as their primary duty was to ensure the safety of the four. Rescuing someone else would only invite trouble. Yet, they understood that a scholar, typically imbued with compassion, would likely compel them to act. Thus, when Li Su's decisive refusal echoed in the air, they exchanged incredulous glances. Do you believe that if you were being pursued, you could run so steadily and swiftly? And did you notice any fear in his eyes from being chased? Upon hearing Li Su's words, the group turned their gaze towards the scholar. To their astonishment, there was no fear in his gaze, only an intense desire. But it was not a desire for survival. He was running with remarkable speed, each step steady. Lin Zhe and the others mused that had they truly been in a state of panic, their footing would not have been so sure. Li Su continued, "His clothing does not fit well, it feels out of place." It was then that the others realized why the situation felt odd. The scholar's attire was indeed mismatched. The trio, having been well protected at home, were not fools. They now grasped that this was a trap specifically laid for them. The journey had been unusually quiet, a prelude to a significant ambush once they let their guard down. The three gazed at Li Su with admiration. Had they not been with him, they might have foolishly attempted to save the man. It was highly probable that this individual would have joined them, only to betray them that very night, robbing them of their wealth or even their lives. A profound sense of dread washed over them. Indeed, the outside world was perilous. Seeing that the group showed no inclination to assist, the man's expression fell, and he grew increasingly anxious. "Brothers, please help me. I promise to repay you in any way you desire." Lindsay shot him a glance. "Among scholars, we do not typically call each other brother." The man's mouth twitched. "We have already seen through your true nature. If you do not depart, do not blame us for being unkind. When the time comes, you may find it impossible to leave." Qin Ming glared at the man. The man, feigning desperation, exclaimed, "The pursuers are closing in." He dramatically brandished a knife at the scholar's head. "Let us see where you think you can run. Are these people with you? If you wish to save him, then come forth with silver." Li Su remarked on the poor quality of the acting, suggesting that the performance was commendable yet advised against future endeavors. He then casually stated, "Oh, then you should kill him." The brawny man wielding the large knife widened his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether this scholar truly understood the gravity of his words. Were not scholars typically known for their espousal of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faithfulness? How could one so readily advocate for murder? The man masquerading as a scholar pushed the blade away from his neck, revealing his concealed intent. "Still pretending?" he exclaimed. "Are you deliberately attempting to place the knife at my throat?" The knife-wielding man responded, "Wasn't this our prior agreement? I had no idea it was exposed." The guards tightened their grips on their weapons, while the man in disguise glanced at the overwhelming numbers surrounding him, realizing that engaging in a confrontation would be futile. The group hastily retreated, having believed they could secure a significant catch, only to find that these scholars were far more astute than the foolish individuals they had previously encountered. As they departed, the onlookers breathed a sigh of relief. Skirmishes invariably result in casualties. Qin Ming swallowed hard, resolving never to underestimate his father's wisdom again. His father had been remarkably astute. Had it not been for Shu Hua's father arranging such a formidable entourage of guards, they might have faced dire consequences today. The group promptly extinguished the fire and departed the area, now vigilant in their observations to avoid attracting unwanted attention again. Fortunately, their subsequent journey proceeded without incident, and they arrived at the capital city on the afternoon of the 7th day. The capital was bustling far more than the county, brimming with scholars. Many inns already fully booked. The more favorable establishments had no vacancies whatsoever. They decided to seek out a residence rather than stay at an inn. Upon realizing the inns were all filled, Li Su changed his mind. The guards would continue to accompany them, and renting a house seemed a prudent choice. "I think this idea of yours is splendid," Ren Shuhua concurred. They ultimately secured a spacious courtyard, where the guards shared rooms while Li Su and his companions each had their own quarters. Upon arriving in the capital, the four promptly took a bath and then collapsed into slumber, having not enjoyed a proper night's rest since their departure. The subsequent days had been fraught with anxiety. After refreshing themselves, they ventured out to find a meal, lamenting their poor sleep and insufficient nourishment. Qin Ming devoured his food with remarkable speed. As if he had been starved for days, the meal was exquisite after such a long time without proper sustenance. The others, though equally hungry, did not indulge as extravagantly as he. With approximately 5 or 6 days remaining until the provincial examination, the capital was filled with scholars from various counties, who often gathered in groups to engage in discussions and debates. Yet, no one sought out Li Su and his companions, who seldom ventured outside and remained relatively unknown. Li Su dedicated himself to his studies while assisting Lin Zhe and the others in their preparations. After a day of diligent study, the four ventured out once more for dinner, overhearing discussions from the adjacent table. It seemed that the expected top candidate for the provincial examination would be Yuan Shu, whose outstanding performance in yesterday's academic discussions had left a remarkable impression. He was also the top candidate from their county, rumored to be vying for a chance at a prestigious ranking in the examination. "Yuan Shu, I am acquainted with him. We hail from the same county. His father is a scholar, and he is merely 17 this year. He has refrained from participating in previous examinations, aiming instead for a remarkable triumph in the upcoming minor examinations. I harbor no delusions of claiming the top honors. I would be profoundly grateful simply to have my name acknowledged and to secure a place as a scholar. Individuals like Yuan Shu are undeniably prodigies, and I do not wish to compare myself to him." Li Su raised an eyebrow, well aware that the top honors are also within his sights. Qin Ming swallowed his food and asserted that the top honors were rightfully Li Su's. Although his voice was not loud, The crowded atmosphere invited immediate responses from others. "Who is this Su Gu you speak of?" inquired a curious voice. "He is a recently renowned scholar among them. I have not heard of anyone with Su in their name." Qin Ming frowned in displeasure. "How audacious of you to eavesdrop on our conversation. Is it your place to listen?" The scholar, appearing quite sincere, replied, "I apologize. I merely overheard out of curiosity. I did not intend to intrude." Qin Ming chose to overlook the interruption and proudly pointed to Li Su, declaring, "Su Gu is he." The scholar looked at Li Su, his expression one of confusion. "Him? The top honors? Surely you jest." Chapter 55. Do you still lack confidence in me? Li Su remained unfazed, for he was indeed still a relatively unknown figure, and skepticism was to be expected. There was no need for debate. The truth would reveal itself after the examination. "Have you all finished your meal? If so, let us return," Li Su addressed the trio. Lin Zhe and Ren Shuhua elegantly wiped their mouths. "We are done." After Li Su departed, the scholar, along with his companions, began discussing him. "I just overheard someone boasting that the top honors are undoubtedly his. Even scholars would not dare make such audacious claims. What a ridiculous assertion. Where is that person now?" Yi Wenshu inquired, eager to ascertain who bore such arrogance. "They have left, but I believe they were merely boasting. It seems even I surpassed them. Yet they wish to contest the top honors with a scholar. Do not concern yourself with them. They are but a trifling clown. In my eyes, the top honors are unquestionably yours." Yi Wenshu nodded slightly, for he had refrained from previous participation with the intention of achieving a remarkable success in the minor examinations. He had never failed to secure what he set his sights on. The others expressed their admiration for Yi Wenshu, genuinely recognizing his capabilities. Li Su, however, dismissed the incident without concern. Qin Ming, with a determined expression, remarked that Yi Wenshu does seem formidable. Yet I believe they have yet to witness the true prowess of Su Gu. Ren Shuhua nodded in agreement, confident that Li Su would undoubtedly achieve the top rank. Li Su maintained a calm demeanor, aware that he might indeed be a person of considerable ability, though he could also be a product of exaggeration. Nonetheless, it mattered little. The true skills would be demonstrated in the examination hall. Since everyone aimed for the same goal, let each rely on their own merit. Lin Zhe stroked his chin and suggested, "We should hasten our studies. How can we allow them to continuously overshadow us with Su Gu's brilliance? It would be far more entertaining for us all to share in the struggles and doubts of life." Lin Zhe eagerly wished for everyone to experience the thrill of participating in the imperial examination alongside Su Gu. Li Su, while diligently pursuing his studies, never forgot to outline some key points for Lin Zhe and the others. The trio held an unwavering trust in Li Su. As long as he provided them with well-prepared notes, they would stay up all night, determined to memorize every detail. Additionally, Li Su devised several potential examination topics, which he deemed highly likely to appear in the upcoming assessments. In the days that followed, the four of them secluded themselves in their rented courtyard, immersing themselves in their studies and seizing every fleeting moment of time, devoid of any social interaction with other scholars. Meanwhile, rumors began to circulate in the outside world regarding Li Su's aspiration to challenge Yi Wenshu for the top position in the forthcoming provincial examination. Initially, Yi Wenshu and his companions were unaware of Li Su's true identity, but other scholars hailing from the same county as Li Su were not as reclusive. Unlike Li Su and his companions, who confined themselves to their room, these scholars ventured out to engage with others. During their discussions, they mentioned Li Su, prompting Yi Wenshu and his associates to inquire further. They soon realized that Li Su was indeed the same scholar they had encountered at the restaurant, who aspired to claim the top spot in the examination. A friend of Yi Wenshu's boldly proclaimed that Li Su had set forth grand ambitions to contend for the top position. The other scholars, having never even laid eyes on Li Su, naturally sided with Yi Wenshu, convinced that his scholarly prowess surpassed that of Li Su. As for the scholars from Li Su's county who spoke highly of him, they were merely individuals from a remote and impoverished region, lacking exposure to the broader world. Their slight capabilities led them to overestimate their own worth, yet once they left their county, they would be utterly outmatched. The time it took for Li Su and his companions to arrive in the provincial city only underscored the remoteness of his county, which had not produced any notable talents in the past. In contrast, Yi Wenshu's county was known for consistently yielding successful candidates in the provincial examinations. Although the scholars from Li Su's county felt a sense of humiliation and were somewhat displeased, they could not counter the prevailing opinions. They could only hope that Li Su would indeed secure the top position, proving the naysayers wrong. Even as they held on to such hopes, they were acutely aware that the arguments against Li Su were not entirely unfounded. The likelihood of him achieving the top rank was indeed slim. Li Su remained oblivious to the unfolding rumors until the day of the examination, when he and his companions finally ventured out. When the scholars from his county encountered him on the road, they spoke earnestly, advising, "Brotherly, do not feel overly pressured. Yuan Shu is indeed formidable. With a father who is a successful scholar, just do your best. Yes, brotherly, do not let this affect your performance." A few other scholars, observing Li Su as they walked by, regarded him with a condescending gaze, akin to that reserved for a self-important fool, their expressions dripping with offense. Aside from his decent appearance, they saw nothing remarkable about him. Li Su furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Do you have something to say?" Qin Ming glared at the group of scholars, demanding, "What do you want? Are you looking for trouble? Is today, of all days, when you choose to stir up conflict? Could it be that someone is deliberately trying to prevent Su Ge from attending the examination by orchestrating this? It has come to my attention that Brotherly has boldly declared his ambition to achieve the esteemed position of the top scholar in the provincial examination. So I have made a special trip to observe." Li Su remarked, "He intends to take the exam, but when has he ever relinquished his lofty aspirations? He has not even met these individuals." Li Su, with an air of nonchalance, stated, "A scholar who does not aspire to be first is no true scholar." Laughter erupted. "Oh, how lacking in self-awareness you are. Utterly nonsensical. Do any of you have matters to attend to? If not, kindly step aside. While you may not wish to take the exam, we are eager to do so." Li Su's expression remained unchanged, yet the countenance of the other scholars grew grim, as if they had struck a blow against a soft surface, feeling utterly powerless. Li Su was not one to shy away from trouble. Rather, participating in the examination was of utmost importance, and the most effective way to rebuke these individuals was to indeed secure the position of the top scholar. Lin Zhe and Qin Ming promptly pushed aside those standing before them, allowing Li Su to stride confidently through the crowd, with the other three hastily following. Casting several disdainful glances at the obstructive scholars, Ren Shuhua contemplated, "It appears that some rumors have circulated unbeknownst to them, inciting the ire of those scholars. Let us proceed to the examination," he suggested. "As for this Li Su, should he fail to achieve the top position, he will be the subject of scorn." Qin Ming expressed his frustration. "This group speaks so obnoxiously. I wonder from whence they derive their inflated sense of superiority." Li Su reassured his companions, "Focus on your examination and do not let this weigh on your hearts. If this affects your mood during the exam, it would be an utter loss." He smirked slightly. "Do you not have faith in me?" Lin Zhe, Ren Shuhua, and Qin Ming exchanged glances and suddenly broke into laughter. While others may be unaware of Li Su's capabilities, they were keenly anticipating the expressions of those individuals when the results were announced. Chapter 56. The provincial examination. All scholars lined up in an orderly fashion for the body search, and Li Su's quartet proceeded to their designated examination halls. Lin Zhe clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and relaxed slightly, reassuring himself that it was all right. Merely entering the provincial examination had already surpassed many of his peers. Qin Ming and Ren Shuhua also felt a twinge of anxiety, not for Li Su, but for themselves. If Li Su were to emerge as the top scholar and they remained nameless on the list, it would indeed bring disgrace upon him. The provincial examination consisted of 4 rounds: the main examination, the supplementary, the retest, and the final round. Each round required the submission of answers on the same day, with intervals of 1 to 2 days before the next round, potentially spanning around 10 days in total, with results expected to be released approximately 10 days thereafter. Generally, candidates would await the results before departing the provincial city, unless they had pressing matters at home or were certain of their failure. During the 10 days leading up to the results, candidates typically engaged in various gatherings. Some, like Li Su's group, might refrain from attending to focus on their studies. But post-examination, they would generally convene to discuss. Once all candidates were seated, the provincial governor began to distribute the examination papers, and the scholars commenced their responses. Li Su reviewed the questions thoroughly, gaining a sense of confidence in the tasks ahead. Lin Zhe, Qin Ming, and Ren Shuhua initially examined the questions, growing increasingly anxious. Had they not known that Su Ge hailed from an ordinary farming family, they might have suspected he possessed some hidden connections. They realized that many of the questions were derived from the material Su Gu had previously instructed them to memorize. The trio thought, if we fail to answer these correctly, we might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. Their hearts raced with uncontainable excitement, and they pinched themselves multiple times. The pain in their legs helped to temper their emotions as they began to prepare their ink for answering. Li Su also commenced his preparations. To him, the provincial examination questions were quite similar to those of the county exam, albeit more succinct and still heavily focused on the eight-legged essay and poetry. At present, whether for the county or provincial examination, the strategy questions were not particularly challenging, especially when compared to those posed by his master. The eight-legged essays for both examinations required correct formatting and content without errors. It was reasonable to assume that the imperial examination system, from beginning to end, relied heavily on the writing of strategy essays. If the simplest county and provincial exams set excessively difficult strategy questions, what would become of the subsequent assessments? Much like modern essay prompts, the strategy questions for the county and provincial exams likely mirrored the gradual increase in difficulty found in contemporary elementary school writing assignments. Li Su wrote with remarkable skill. He felt no particular sense of achievement in crafting such essays, yet he approached the task with utmost seriousness. With so many competitors, it was imperative to treat every examination with diligence. He could not bear the thought of losing points due to underestimating the exam, especially if it meant forfeiting his cherished goal of securing the top position. Li Su considered himself a person driven by ambition. If he were to undertake a task, he would commit to excelling at it, accepting nothing less than first place. Li Su was uncertain if his mindset was commendable, yet he recognized himself as a fiercely competitive individual. After the completion of 4 consecutive examinations, Lin Zhe and his companions felt significantly relieved, even believing they had performed reasonably well. Qin Ming turned to Li Su, excitement evident in his voice. Su Gu, did you predict this? How accurate? Ren Shuhua interjected. Can fortune-telling be used to predict exam questions? Surely not. Li Su pushed Qin Ming's head away, his expression one of exasperation. You really are the foolish son of a landlord. What do you think? Qin Ming blinked, nodding vigorously, convinced that this was indeed the case. Li Su replied, if you review previous questions, you might discern some patterns. With a hint of exasperation, he added, if I truly possessed such abilities, I would have calculated all the questions before the exam. Qin Ming's eyes widened slightly. Is that even possible? How come I can't see it? I haven't heard anyone mention such a skill. Perhaps I simply haven't studied enough? Li Su spoke the truth. Having examined numerous questions, he had developed a mental framework that allowed him to infer general trends. However, predicting every specific question was implausible. He was not a mind reader. Nevertheless, discerning a general direction in some questions was entirely feasible. Ren Shuhua and Lin Zhe regarded Li Su as if he were a deity. His prowess was so formidable that it rendered their feelings of jealousy obsolete, replaced only by admiration, as they recognized they were not on the same level. Next, they awaited the announcement of the results. Qin Ming was rather eager for the results to be announced this time, feeling that he had a good chance. Brother Su, what shall we do in the 10 days leading up to the announcement? Ren Shuhua inquired. Li Su pondered for a moment. Realizing that solely relying on oneself was not ideal, it would be beneficial to engage with other scholars. This was particularly advantageous for Lin Zhe and the others, as exchanging ideas with fellow scholars could enhance their understanding. The 3 of them were of similar caliber, yet there was a slight disparity when compared to him. Conversing with other candidates participating in the provincial examination would be quite valuable. I also wish to purchase some local specialties to bring back for my family and master. Li Su remarked, his thoughts still lingering on his loved ones. He wondered how the construction of their new home was progressing. I too want to bring back some local delicacies for my family. Qin Ming chimed in, realizing that despite his earlier hesitations, Brother Su had made the suggestion clear. He was aware of the need to contribute. Lin Zhe and Ren Shuhua also thought it would be nice to bring something back for their families, as this was their first journey away from home, and presenting local specialties would be a good gesture. Previously, it had always been their families who provided for them, but this time, they would be the ones bringing gifts home. Li Su nodded, saying, let us rest tonight, and tomorrow we shall explore. The 3 of them nodded in agreement, eagerly anticipating their families' reactions to the gifts. Initially, they had not considered this idea, but once Li Su mentioned it, they found it quite feasible. They harbored filial sentiments, though they had not thought of it themselves. The following day, accompanied by a few guards, They set out to scour the streets. They purchased food, entertainment, clothing, and accessories. Lindsay noted how readily Li Su spent money, saying, "Brother Su, it seems we are more like penny pinchers in comparison to you. Money is meant to be spent to be earned," Li Su replied seriously, explaining that his current financial situation allowed for such ease. Had he been short on funds, he would be unable to spend it. Qin Ming scratched his head, admitting, "I have never earned money myself." Lindsay and Ren Shuhua echoed, "Neither have I." Their studies and meals were funded by their families, and they had never earned a single coin on their own. "Are you boasting?" Li Su asked. Qin Ming, Lindsay, and Ren Shuhua chuckled. "We certainly do not mean it that way. Regardless of whether it is our own money or our families, as long as we have money to spend, that is all that matters." Li Su did not insist that everyone must earn money on their own. If one's family had the means, one could enjoy life without hardship. In his previous life, he too had relied on his family's resources. The four of them indulged in a shopping spree, their purchases held by the guards behind them. As they neared the completion of their shopping, Li Su suggested, "Let us return and drop off our belongings. I wish to see if there are any books in the city's bookstores that are not available in our county." Chapter 57. The unique bookstore of the provincial city. The four entered a bookstore, and as soon as they stepped inside, a young attendant approached them. "What books would you like to purchase?" The attendant forced a smile, as each year during the provincial examination, their bookstore experienced a surge in sales. However, this year, a competing bookstore had opened nearby, and inexplicably, all the scholars seemed to flock to the other establishment, largely neglecting theirs. The shop assistant was reprimanded harshly by the proprietor. Yet this was beyond his control. The thriving business of the bookstore across the street was also not within his purview, and he had never personally verified the claims of the customers that the books were transported from the capital and were exceptionally captivating. The proprietor, anxious and flustered, worried about the impending visit from the owner. If he were to witness the desolate state of their establishment, the consequences would surely be dire. Li Su nodded slightly to the shop assistant, suggesting they peruse the books themselves. The shop assistant thought to himself that those who wished to browse were typically reluctant to make a purchase. He gestured to them, indicating they could look, but urged them not to damage the books. After all, the presence of customers would alleviate the shop's somber atmosphere. A cheer erupted from the neighboring bookstore, which irked the shop assistant, who couldn't fathom why a place meant for reading could be so raucous. Li Su and his companions dispersed to seek out their desired tomes. Li Su wandered the aisles, noting that the capital boasted a wider variety of literature than the county. To his surprise, there were few patrons present. Upon hearing the jubilant voices from the adjoining shop, he glanced over and realized it was indeed another bookstore, seemingly far more vibrant than theirs. Perhaps the selection there was more extensive. Li Su resolved to visit that store after making his purchases here. After selecting several books, suitable for both his own enjoyment and for the younger members of his family, Li Su approached the shop assistant to settle the bill. The assistant, taken aback, looked at the group with astonishment, not expecting them to buy books rather than simply browse. After a moment of hesitation, he exclaimed, "Very well, very well." Once they completed their transaction, Li Su suggested to Lindsay and the others that they should explore the other bookstore to see if it held further treasures. The shop assistant felt a pang of dismay, silently urging them not to leave while watching their retreating figures with longing. Li Su, feeling a sudden unease, turned and met the shop assistant's gaze. Li Su wondered at the expression that made them appear like unfaithful lovers. The shop assistant, caught off guard by Li Su's sudden glance, forced a smile, having not anticipated such a reaction. Upon entering the bustling bookstore, Li Su and his companions found it teeming with people. The crowd was indeed thick with patrons, exchanging glances filled with excitement. They sensed they had arrived at the right place, anticipating a treasure trove of literature within. However, as Li Su explored further, he felt a bit disheartened. While the selection was indeed larger than that of the previous store, it consisted mainly of storybooks adorned with illustrations of beautiful women. Li Su mused that the scholars here must be rather sheltered, as they were all entranced by such tales. A cursory glance at the plots revealed encounters with enchanting fox spirits, noble ladies, and strikingly beautiful women who all seemed infatuated with the scholars, willing to sacrifice everything for them. Ultimately, these narratives appeared to be a whimsical fantasy concocted for the scholars, and it seemed the stories were still being serialized. Li Su expressed his disappointment, as he had anticipated a particularly unique book for study, only to discover that the special book was indeed unconventional, albeit in a manner contrary to his expectations. Upon seeking out Lin Zhe and the others, he found the trio engrossed in the book, with Lin Zhe and Qin Ming appearing utterly captivated, while Ren Shuhua maintained a more reserved demeanor. Li Su mused that among the three, Ren Shuhua was the most composed. Well, I suppose even study requires moments of relaxation. Indulging in a bit of leisure reading now and then is permissible, Li Su thought to himself. He too selected a book to peruse, and when it was time to depart, many, including Lin Zhe, Qin Ming, and Ren Shuhua, left with a copy in hand. Li Su realized he had misjudged Ren Shuhua. Qin Ming enthusiastically recommended the book to Li Su, saying, "Su Gu, it's truly captivating. After I finish, I can lend it to you." Li Su, however, felt no inclination toward it, asserting that the novels and dramas he had enjoyed in modern times were far more engaging. This particular book was rather tedious. Due to this book, Lin Zhe and his companions encountered other scholars, and a spirited discussion about the plot ensued within the shop, leading to an exchange of addresses for future correspondence, as they had time before returning home. Li Su thought to himself, though he did not comprehend their fascination. He was nonetheless astonished by this method of making friends, which he had not expected to find in ancient times. Yet, this innovative approach was quite commendable. The shopkeeper demonstrated considerable business acumen. In a market where the offerings were largely similar, he found success through alternative means. The neighboring bookstore had been established longer and boasted a loyal clientele. Typically, patrons would gravitate toward familiar establishments, positioned directly across from them. It seemed challenging for him to attract customers, yet he thrived through the allure of his storybooks. The narrative captivated the public's interest and continued to unfold. Sustaining this approach would require an abundance of tales, as continuity posed a challenge. However, this was not Li Su's concern, as he was not the proprietor of the bookstore. In the days that followed, Qin Ming and Lin Zhe became so absorbed in the storybook that they lost all sense of time, exhibiting a complete lack of self-control. While Ren Shuhua fared slightly better, still managing to glance at some examination materials, Li Su, adhering to his routine, diligently practiced calligraphy and engaged with his studies. Let us not forget that the upcoming academy examination looms. Should you pass the provincial exam, the academy test will not consider your storybook, he reminded them. Indifferent to whether they heeded his words, as he was not their caretaker. Instantly, Lin Zhe and Qin Ming regained their focus. After nearly a year without indulging in storybooks, their prior fondness for such tales resurfaced, and upon encountering such a riveting narrative, they became utterly entranced, momentarily forgetting their current responsibilities. After all, they were preparing for the imperial examination. In a sudden panic, Lin Zhe and Qin Ming tossed the storybook aside as though it were a toxic substance, fearing that mere contact would ensnare them into its pages. They then handed over several volumes of the storybooks they had purchased to Li Su, exclaiming, "Su Gu, we're giving these to you. Otherwise, we'll be unable to resist the temptation to flip through them." The conclusion of the imperial examination is not the end. It is perfectly acceptable to unwind a little, yet one must be mindful of moderation. The books are in your hands, and it is imperative that you practice self-discipline. For I cannot be by your side perpetually. As Li Su spoke these words, the brush in his hand continued to glide across the paper without hesitation. Lin Zhe and Qin Ming understood the gravity of the situation. They recognized that Li Su's intentions were for their benefit, and they nodded in agreement. Treating the storybook before them as a formidable adversary, they resolved to regard this as a test laid upon them by Brother Su, striving to maintain control over themselves. Nearby, in a pavilion, a few individuals sat and speculated about Li Su, questioning whether his absence was due to a fear of embarrassment, as he had not been seen since the examination concluded. Chapter 58, the eve of the examination results. It was likely he was aware of the outcome, yet felt too embarrassed to show himself. What if he encountered someone familiar who brought up the subject? How awkward would that be? To claim the top rank in the examination without the capability to back it up was a bold assertion, and now it seemed he might struggle just to pass. Yuan Shu interjected, suggesting that perhaps Li Su was merely seeking attention and that they should refrain from discussing him further. The conversation shifted to the books they had recently been reading. At this moment, Yuan Shu had already considered the top rank as his own, confident in his abilities and believing he had performed admirably on the exam. Since Li Su had not made an appearance, the scholars outside speculated that he had failed, likely to miss the rankings altogether. Students who had exchanged addresses with Lin Zhe and Qin Ming occasionally visited them to socialize. Upon overhearing the gossip outside, one inquired softly, Lin, how did Li Su fare in the examination? I hear you two are quite close. You must know. Brother Su never discusses his exam performance. He believes one should cast aside such concerns post-examination, lest it affect their mood, Lindsay replied. In truth, Li Su's advice was aimed at preventing them from being disheartened by the exam results. The other scholars exchanged glances, interpreting this to mean that Li Su did not perform well. Though you hail from the same county, it would be prudent to maintain your distance from him. Otherwise, you may find yourselves ostracized alongside him. One scholar remarked earnestly to Lindsay and Qin Ming. Confidence in one's abilities is commendable, but seeking the spotlight without the requisite talent leads to disdain from others. People look down upon such individuals and refuse to associate with them. Their counsel was rooted in a shared interest with Lindsay and Qin Ming. The latter's expressions darkened at the implications. Qin Ming, with a cold demeanor, retorted, "You are not welcome here. Leave at once and do not return." He could hardly restrain himself, feeling compelled to defend their relationship with Brother Su. And the audacity of these interlopers was infuriating. These individuals could never comprehend the bond shared with Li Su. Ostracism. They felt no fear, collectively. These scholars were no match for Li Su, whose prowess surpassed them all. Do they understand what it means to have an extraordinary memory? Do they know what it is to be a genius? When the results are announced, even if they sought to befriend Lindsay and Qin Ming, the latter would not spare them a glance. Lindsay and Qin Ming were utterly incensed. Had it not been for a sliver of rationality, they might have erupted in fury. What is your intention? We are only looking out for your best interests. Those who get too close to him will find no friends among us, Qin Ming declared, slamming his hand on the table. Do we care? Hurry up and get lost. Lindsay echoed. The group, filled with indignation, swept away, having initially intended to assist the duo, yet their goodwill went unappreciated. They would not impose their affections on those who were indifferent. Even after their departure, Qin Ming and Lindsay remained enraged. Lindsay remarked, "In just 2 or 3 days, the results will be announced, and we shall leave this foolish crowd astonished." Qin Ming nodded vigorously, expressing frustration. Our brother Su suggests we go out and make friends, yet these people simply follow the crowd without a shred of their own judgment, rendering any effort to connect utterly futile. Lindsay's eyes glimmered with a thought. No, I believe we should attend and hear what they have to say. This way, when the results are out, they cannot deny their previous words and come crawling back to Brother Su for discussions. Indeed, we shall keep a record of those who speak ill of Brother Su, they resolved. With pent-up frustration, the two exited, only for Ren Shuhua to inquire, puzzled by their irate demeanor, "What troubles you?" Lindsay recounted the earlier events and their subsequent plan, which ignited anger on Ren Shuhua's face. These scholars may not excel in their studies, yet they excel at gossiping behind others' backs. No wonder talent is scarce in Tanzhou. It seems their energies are squandered on such frivolities. I shall accompany you. The three set off with determination, while Li Su, upon emerging, noticed their absence. What the devil? They go out to play without me. Meanwhile, Lindsay and his companions had seamlessly blended into the throng of scholars. Not all spoke ill of Li Su. Some felt that disparaging others behind their backs was inappropriate, and even if one did not secure the top spot, such sentiments were none of their concern. Nevertheless, there were many who, in their indignation, perceived Li Su's presence as a means to forge friendships. Li Su, however, found this perplexing, believing that such gatherings were meant for the enhancement of knowledge, and discussing others was merely a waste of time. Lindsay and his companions refrained from engaging in debates, quietly jotting down names of those who had spoken ill of Brother Su, their pens gliding far more smoothly than during examinations. When Li Su observed the trio returning, visibly agitated, he queried, "What is the matter with you?" They shook their heads in unison, clutching their little notebooks as they retreated into Lindsay's room, promptly shutting the door. Li Su, bewildered, wondered, what secretive business are they up to? Dismissing the thought, he concluded that the trio was hardly capable of concealing anything significant. As expected, during dinner, Li Su pressed them, and they revealed everything. He was both amused and bewildered. "So this is what you were up to? And you even made yourselves angry over it? Let me see the notes you took." Lindsay and his companions obediently presented their notebooks, resembling 3 contrite schoolboys. Li Su, suppressing a smile, opened the booklet and perused its contents, finding nothing but the usual remarks. Qin Ming, in a fit of frustration, struck his own cheek several times, lamenting that it was his own words that had led to this predicament. Had he not mentioned in the restaurant that Su Gu aimed to secure the top position in the imperial examination, they would not be embroiled in such troubles now. Regret consumed Qin Ming as he pondered the trouble his careless remark had caused Su Gu. What's the harm in it, Xiaoming? He mused. The more unkindly they speak now, the more painful their expressions will be when the results are announced. Li Su, however, bore no resentment towards Qin Ming. He had come with that very goal in mind. Yet, some scholars seemed overly anxious. Perhaps they were not feeling enough pressure. Then there was Yi Wenshu, who acted as if the top position was already his. He had even declared that on the day the results were released, he would treat everyone to a meal before departing. Qin Ming remarked on this. Yi Wenshu's intention with the meal was to garner praise while also forging connections with esteemed scholars who ranked highly, a potential network for future endeavors. Offering a meal? Why not? We could enjoy a complimentary feast, Li Su replied, though he wondered if they would still have an appetite with Yi Wenshu's presence. Lin Zhe inquired. Should we also attend that day? Of course, why wouldn't we? Li Su responded. We must witness their expressions. I relish these occasions. Since they love to speak, I shall make my appearance that day and let them indulge in their words. Li Su was not one to shy away from the spotlight. Although he often refrained from seeking attention, he could not ignore the spectacle unfolding right at his doorstep. Chapter 59. Invitations to feast and the announcement of results. Days passed swiftly, yet not so swiftly as to be unnoticed. Li Su continued his studies diligently, while Lin Zhe and others took the opportunity to compile their blacklist whenever they had a moment. On the day of the meal, they intended to confront those who had spoken ill of them, reading aloud their disparaging words in front of them. How embarrassing for them, Li Su thought. As he had been absent from sight for several days while rumors circulated that Lin Zhe and the others would relay messages on his behalf. One might think he had committed a grave offense, he mused, as others spoke with such righteous indignation. As the announcement day approached, the number of voices began to dwindle, replaced by anxiety over their own results. Upon reviewing the little notebook that Lin Zhe and the others had maintained, Li Su noted that only a few individuals had been particularly vocal, reminiscent of the modern-day internet trolls. These few were closely associated with Yi Wenshu, who played the role of the gentleman, speaking sweetly while his friends delivered the harsher critiques, creating the illusion of detachment on his part, as though he were merely offering counsel. After much contemplation, Li Su felt compelled to applaud Yi Wenshu's cunning. The manipulation of public sentiment and the orchestration of narratives was a skill he had mastered. Did they harbor any deep-seated grievances? They had likely never even met, yet the malice was palpable. All Li Su had done was express a desire to attain the top position. If he actually succeeded, would Yi Wenshu not wish to eliminate him? A playful smile graced Li Su's lips as he anticipated Yi Wenshu's reaction at that moment. When the day of the announcement arrived, throngs of scholars had gathered in eager anticipation. The four of them arrived as well, and upon Li Su's entrance, whispers and pointed fingers followed him. Yet, his demeanor remained unchanged. After all, such a spectacle was best witnessed with all principal actors present. Young Master Yi, the results will be announced shortly. Why are you not at all anxious? The pursuit of literary fame is not merely about being on the list, but rather about securing the top position. Of course, that sets us apart. In Yi Wenshu's heart, he firmly believes that the top position belongs to him alone, yet he would never display such arrogance in front of others. Dear Li, do not speak so, he replied. Most participants in the provincial examination are indeed talented individuals. There are always greater mountains beyond the mountains. Young Master Yi, you are truly humble. It is the capable who exhibit humility, while those lacking ability tend to boast loudly. He shook his head as he spoke. Strictly speaking, Li Su was merely engaging in light banter with friends, which is not inherently wrong. Everyone shares such jokes with companions. However, Li Su's words were exaggeratedly publicized by others, and those who did so were Yi Wenshu's acquaintances. They acted as Yi Wenshu's swords, striking towards Li Su. To outsiders, Yi Wenshu appeared entirely untainted by the matter. Not only did it not concern him, but he even spoke well of Li Su. Those of lesser intellect might genuinely perceive Yi Wenshu as a virtuous person. Lin Zhe clenched his fists, filled with the desire to strike those faces. Looking at Yi Wenshu's face reminded him of Lin Shi, equally hypocritical. In fact, Yi Wenshu was even more duplicitous than Lin Shi. In Yi Wenshu's view, he was the one orchestrating the game, while everyone else was merely a pawn in his scheme. Yet, from Li Su's perspective, Yi Wenshu was unknowingly ensnared within the game himself. Yi Wenshu's companions pointed out Li Su's location to him. and he cast a glance in Li Su's direction. When their eyes met, Li Su smiled subtly at him, causing Yi Wenshu's heart to flutter with an inexplicable sense of unease. Suppressing his anxious feelings, he approached Li Su with a smile. "Might I inquire if this esteemed gentleman is Li Su?" Lin Zhe and Qin Ming shot a glare at Yi Wenshu, yet he simply responded with a gentle smile, which appeared provocative in their eyes. Li Su slightly nodded and, perplexed, asked, "And you are?" Yi Wenshu thought, how could Li Su possibly be unaware of his identity? Was this intentional? A peculiar sensation of being at a disadvantage washed over him. He knew Li Su, yet Li Su did not know him, even if it were merely an act. Indeed, Li Su was pretending. Upon seeing Yi Wenshu, he had recognized him instantly. Maintaining his smile, Yi Wenshu introduced himself. "I am Yi Wenshu. I have long heard of your esteemed name, but I have yet to meet you in person. I would like to invite you to a small gathering at Fuminlu. Many scholars participating in this provincial examination will be there. Would you do me the honor of your presence? Young Master Ye's invitation is one I cannot refuse. I shall certainly attend to honor your request," Li Su replied nonchalantly. Yi Wenshu thought to himself, it seems Li Su is quite tolerant, having accepted his invitation to dine together. Could he be unaware of the rumors circulating about him? "Why do you wish to invite him?" Lin Zhe interjected. "Dining with him would be quite difficult to swallow." Li Su, puzzled, responded, "Is that so?" "Indeed. How delightful. I have yet to witness what one finds difficult to consume. I would be grateful if this gentleman could enlighten me. Furthermore, young Master Ye's willingness to extend an invitation surely indicates a desire for friendship. Let us not disturb our enjoyment. Shall we, young Master Yi?" Yi Wenshu choked momentarily, pondering whether Li Su was genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance. With a light-hearted chuckle, Yi Wenshu remarked, "Both of you were personally invited by me. Naturally. I hope you can attend." The other person's expression soured, and with a cold snort, they retorted, "For your sake, young Master Yi, I shall overlook this." Yi Wenshu cautiously assessed Li Su, concluding that he was either truly dim-witted or an astute individual adept at masquerading his intentions. As the drums signaling the announcement of results reverberated, a clamor erupted among the crowd. Yi Wenshu appeared nonchalant, yet his heart raced toward the list, though he refrained from pushing his way forward, opting instead to remain at a distance. Observing the throng jostling for a glimpse of the results, Li Su too decided against the struggle of pushing through the crowd. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, having gained experience from the previous occasion, deftly maneuvered through the throng, finding a position closer to the center. Lin Zhe and Ren Shuhua continued to grapple with the outer crowd, ultimately conceding and relying on Qin Ming, as they found it impossible to squeeze in. It was perplexing how nimble Qin Ming was, contrasting sharply with their own clumsiness. Noticing Li Su's immobility, Yi Wenshu suspected he was attempting to mirror his demeanor and inquired, "Young Master Li, are you not going to view the results? The list is right there. Whether you look now or later, it remains the same. Moreover, my friend has already gone to see it." Li Su patiently replied. Yi Wenshu internally scoffed, thinking that Li Su was merely trying to feign composure. Li Su mused that once he viewed the results, he could finally return home. It had been nearly a month since his arrival, and it felt as though he would scarcely have time to rest before facing the next round of examinations. A slight sigh escaped him, for the ancient imperial examination system was indeed taxing for scholars, requiring incessant travel for various assessments. The journey could be perilous, and in remote areas, a round trip could consume a month and considerable funds. No wonder it was so challenging. As the crowd erupted in noise near the announcement area, many cast complex glances toward Li Su and Yi Wenshu. Yi Wenshu slightly lifted his head, interpreting those gazes as admiration and envy for his accomplishments. Chapter 60. Attaining first place on the provincial list. Upon entering, Qin Ming immediately directed his gaze to the top position. Upon seeing the name he had eagerly anticipated, a broad smile spread across his face, revealing his teeth in sheer delight. It seemed these scholars had underestimated Su Gu, believing themselves formidable. Yet none could hold a candle to him. Continuing his examination, Qin Ming noted that Yi Wenshu secured the second position. He acknowledged the boy's talent, yet still deemed him inferior to Su Gu. Upon spotting Lin Zhe, Ren Shuhua, and his own name, Qin Ming exuded joy akin to a spirited horse galloping across the plains, bursting forth from the crowd with an exuberance that was unmistakably infectious. Lin Zhe hastily grasped Qin Ming's garment, inquiring, "What is it? What is it?" Ren Shuhua eagerly fixed his gaze upon Qin Ming, who tilted his head back. teasingly swaying as he said, "Care to take a guess?" Lindsay slapped Qin Ming lightly on the head, urging, "Just tell me. You're going to drive me mad." Both his inner turmoil and outward expression conveyed his impatience, while Qin Ming continued to toy with the suspense. Who else would he tease if not him? Unperturbed by the playful hit, Qin Ming chuckled. "Su Gu is first on the list. We are all on it. This time, I performed remarkably well. Our names were quite closely positioned. Although he still ranked last among the four, he has indeed made progress. The provincial examination is considerably more challenging than the county one. Yet he has experienced a slight elevation in his ranking, which signifies a significant advancement." Lindsay's initial excitement was not derived from his own results, but from those of Li Su. Lindsay burst into laughter, exclaiming that Su Gu had indeed secured the top position, and we should inform him. The three of us hastened towards Li Su, with Qin Ming loudly declaring, "Su Gu, you are the top of the provincial list. Congratulations on achieving 2 first-place rankings." As Qin Ming uttered these words, he deliberately cast a glance towards Yi Wenshu, who, upon hearing this, visibly furrowed his brows, feeling that Qin Ming was deceiving him. How could Li Su possibly be the provincial champion? A tempest swirled within Yi Wenshu, his fingers tightening slightly as he inquired, "Are you certain you did not misread?" His gaze bore down on Qin Ming, conveying a threat that should Qin Ming repeat the assertion of Li Su being the provincial champion, he would be met with lethal intent through mere eye contact. Qin Ming, undeterred, continued to congratulate young Master Yi for ranking second, asserting that he performed quite well, merely falling short of our Su Gu by a hair's breadth. As he spoke, Qin Ming mimicked a minuscule gap with his thumb and forefinger. Yi Wenshu, instantly agitated, erupted in fury, "You are lying." Qin Ming could not contain his eye roll, replying, "If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. It is clearly written on the list. One must learn to accept their mediocrity." Despite Yi Wenshu's apparent lack of mediocrity, he dismissed the notion. He was not in the mood to engage in a verbal spar with Qin Ming, his steps somewhat unsteady as he approached the notice board, attempting to maintain an air of nonchalance. Yet the urgency and disbelief within him rendered his gait uncontrollable. Lindsay chuckled softly, "Xiao Ming, I never realized you had such a way with words now." That earlier display of sarcasm must have unsettled Yi Wenshu. Qin Ming responded with a smug grin. "I learned from Su Gu. What do you think? Have I graduated?" Li Su nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, you have." Qin Ming beamed even more proudly, reveling in Su Ji's praise, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Meanwhile, Yi Wenshu sought to edge closer to the notice board, but the surrounding scholars expressed their discontent. "Who are you? Why are you pushing? Those who have seen it can exit first. Don't crowd in here." Unperturbed, Yi Wenshu pressed forward, coincidentally colliding with a friend emerging from within. He grasped the person's shoulder, inquiring, "Did you see my ranking?" The scholar appeared conflicted, admitting he had. Yi Wenshu tightened his grip further, asking, "What was it?" The scholar's expression twisted. "Wenshu, you need to release me. You are indeed listed, and quite prominently too. If not for Li Su ahead of you, you would be quite satisfied. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this scenario." The scholar extricated himself from Yi Wenshu's grasp to avoid being hurt if Wenshu could not handle the outcome. "Am I the champion?" The scholar swallowed hard. "No, you are second. Wenshu, second place is also impressive. You simply did not perform well this time. Next time, you will surely surpass Li Su." He believed he was comforting Yi Wenshu, but to Yi Wenshu's ears, it felt like adding fuel to the fire. After completing his examination, Yi Wenshu felt he had performed exceptionally well. However, this scholar now claimed that it was Yi Wenshu's lackluster performance that allowed Li Su to secure the top position, relegating him to second place. If he had truly excelled, how could he have ended up in second? Yi Wenshu shook his head, resolute in his decision to see for himself. Surely, this was a deception. Internally, he struggled to accept the news. He had deliberately delayed his participation for 2 years in pursuit of the title of Zhuangyuan, aspiring for fame. Now, hearing that the top spot had been snatched away, all his preparations felt futile. How could he come to terms with that? If it were merely to attain the status of a scholar, he could have participated earlier. Why waste these years? Determined to see the rankings with his own eyes, Yi Wenshu pressed forward, disregarding the people he bumped into, causing a nearby scholar to frown. Yet, upon witnessing Yi Wenshu's distressed expression, coupled with his friends apologizing on his behalf, the scholar chose not to voice his discontent. At last, Yi Wenshu navigated through the crowd and beheld the rankings, where the glaring name at the top read Li Su, His vision dimmed momentarily, but fortunately, his friend steadied him. "Wenshu, what's wrong?" they inquired. He stared blankly at those two characters, deaf to all around him, fixated solely on Li Su. Was Li Su truly that formidable? Yi Wenshu clenched his jaw. Why did Li Su have to appear this year? In that moment, a thought crossed his mind. If only Li Su had refrained from participating this year, the top spot would undoubtedly have been his. He was acutely aware that he had performed admirably, yet Li Su had still claimed first place. The extent of Li Su's knowledge was unfathomable to him. Yi Wenshu had to concede that he was disheartened. No, he resolved to study even harder upon returning, to strive for excellence. Aiming to surpass Li Su in the next examination. Finding a semblance of focus, Yi Wenshu weakly declared, "I'm fine, let us go." At that moment, a friend chimed in. "Shall we head directly to Fumin Tower?" Yi Wenshu realized he had forgotten about their prior arrangement. Regret washed over him. Why had he invited his fellow scholars to dine together? Did he seek to embarrass himself further? The invitations had already been sent, and with some difficulty, Yi Wenshu replied, "Yes, let us go to Fumin Tower." Chapter 61. The banquet becomes an apology gathering. Yi Wenshu's friends assumed he had taken their comforting words to heart and felt relieved. It seemed that Wenshu indeed possessed a good temperament, as he appeared hardly fazed. Internally, Yi Wenshu bolstered his resolve. Next time, he would surely surpass Li Su. He cast a glance through the crowd at Li Su, scoffing inwardly. What was there to be proud of? Had he merely won a single round? The outcome of future encounters remained uncertain. Little did Li Su know that Yi Wenshu had mentally declared a challenge against him. Even if he had, it would scarcely have mattered to him. Yi Wenshu sought discomfort on his own accord, and he did not deter him. Should Lin Zhe and the others become aware of Yi Wenshu's inner thoughts, they would likely regard him with sympathetic eyes, pondering whether a single devastating defeat was insufficient, and whether he desired to endure another round of such tribulation. It is indeed rare to witness someone voluntarily seeking hardship. He must not let such experiences lead him to doubt his scholarly capabilities. With considerable effort, Yi Wenshu mustered his spirits, although he had not secured the top position. Achieving second place still placed him among the elite. His fellow scholars were inclined to show him respect. Conversely, numerous scholars were reluctant to face Li Su, as they had previously mocked him, especially given that he had indeed claimed the top rank, while some of them had failed to make the list entirely. Admitting such a shameful reality rendered them hesitant to approach Li Su. However, their avoidance did not imply that Lin Zhe and his companions would refrain from seeking them out. The scholars from the same county as Li Su felt a surge of pride, while those who had refrained from disparaging him were immensely relieved. Thankful they had not followed the herd, as doing so would have not only offended someone, but also brought them considerable embarrassment. "Brotherly, we always knew you could do it. Those who claimed you would not achieve the top and mocked you are now slinking away in defeat," one remarked. "I was wondering why Brotherly did not come out to clarify. It turns out he was preparing such a magnificent retort. What a splendid comeback. Yet, such a response required substantial ability. Otherwise, they would have been tempted to test their mettle. Brotherly, you truly bring honor to our county. Let us see if they dare to label our county as remote and backward, claiming our scholars merely participate for form's sake." With all four, Li, Lin, Qin, and Run, having made the list, our county now boasts 8 individuals recognized. Li and his companions alone accounted for half of that number. Historically, their county had only seen 3 or 4 scholars listed each year, and on occasion, none at all, particularly in the more disheartening examinations. It was not uncommon for those from other counties to label theirs as a desolate place, with few who genuinely understood the value of education. Li Su primarily listened, occasionally interjecting a remark, yet the atmosphere remained amiable. The local scholars sang praises of Li Su, believing he had elevated their reputation. Lin Zhe and the others felt a swell of pride. Since encountering Su Gu, many fortunate events had unfolded. Lin Zhe quietly inquired, "Have you brought your scrolls?" Qin Ming nodded affirmatively. "Of course I have them. I must argue my point, even if it seems unreasonable. Besides, we possess valid reasons now." Ren Shuhua expressed a hint of concern. Might this come across as overly aggressive? Not at all. They were the ones who spoke ill of Su Gu first. We are merely reiterating their words in their presence. How does that constitute aggression? Did they truly think us easy to bully? Lin Zhe asserted confidently. "Shuhua, if you are apprehensive, hand your scroll to us. Xiaoza and I shall handle it. You may simply observe from behind." Qin Ming understood that Ren Shuhua, raised by a scholarly grandfather, might struggle with such confrontations. Ren Shuhua quickly shook his head. I am not afraid. I merely worry it may not be worth it. Let us proceed together. All are good brothers, sharing fortunes and facing difficulties together. He would willingly sacrifice himself for his noble friend, for after all, his grandfather remains oblivious. Li Su turned and inquired, What are you whispering about back there? Qin Ming, like a thief, stealthily retrieved a small booklet from his pocket. Brother Su, we have brought the booklet. A sudden smile graced Li Su's lips. Quite good. They certainly know how to have fun. Indeed, Qin Ming was entirely devoid of modesty. As the group engaged in conversation, they arrived at the Fortune Pavilion, where Yi Wenshu went to negotiate with the innkeeper. Yi Wenshu had invited numerous scholars, but some had decided against attending. Upon seeing the announcement, they immediately embarked on their journey home. Among those who did come, several dared not meet Li Su's gaze. Initially, it was assumed that even if Li Su were invited, he might not attend, and if he did, he would merely be the subject of jest. Now, however, no one dared to mock him. The fact that he did not seek retribution was already a relief. As the dishes were served, Lin Zhe, Qin Ming, and Ren Shuhua took the booklet to confront someone. Come, take a look. Did you not say these words? I trust one have not wronged you. Lin Zhe pointed to the booklet, which meticulously recorded the time, place, individuals involved, and their statements, leaving no room for denial. The man chuckled awkwardly, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding, I assent it? When was this recorded? How could you confront me with the booklet in hand? Is this not shameless? Misunderstanding? Is that all it takes to dismiss this? Although Lin Zhe wore a smile, the man felt an icy chill creeping down his back. Young Master Li, I apologize. It is my fault for echoing the words of others. I am truly sorry. This should suffice, right? The scholar felt as if he were being pierced by 1,000 needles, his face ablaze with embarrassment. Li Su nodded slightly, merely sitting there and observing the scholar, who felt an overwhelming pressure. Beads of sweat began to form on his brow, filled with regret for having spoken without thought. Li Su slowly remarked, studying cultivates wisdom. If one were to attain an official position in the future while being so easily swayed by others' opinions, it could prove perilous. I understand. The scholar's sweat trickled down. If this incident were to spread, his reputation would suffer. What was once a trivial matter now seemed unduly serious coming from Li Su. And what of Yi Wenshu? Did he know Li Su? Was this gathering intentionally orchestrated for them to apologize? Upon reflection, it was clear that Yi Wenshu had consistently spoken in favor of Li Su. It dawned on him that the top two scholars had deliberately set up this apology scenario. He felt he had uncovered the truth, and his apology became more sincere. Yi Wenshu and Li Su were indeed friends, while they had been spreading slander about their friend. In truth, regardless of who held the top position, both were firmly in control of the situation, leaving them with no stake in the matter. Yi Wenshu remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in their minds. Had he known, he would have cried out in protest. For his intention in organizing this gathering was to showcase himself and forge friendships. However, he found himself unable to shine or cultivate connections. With the first individual breaking the ice to offer an apology, others followed suit without Lin Zhe and his companions needing to seek them out. Seizing the moment, they stood up to extend their apologies to Li Su. Lin Zhe pondered. They haven't even had the chance to approach each person. How have they all suddenly taken the initiative to apologize? Li Su remained silent on whether he accepted their apologies or not. Observing the awkward atmosphere, Yi Wenshu, as the host, felt compelled to mediate. Frustration welled within him as he realized he had gained nothing from this affair, yet was burdened with the aftermath. Chapter 62. Returning home after the provincial examination, let us dine first. The food will grow cold soon, Yi Wenshu suggested, glancing at Li Su, hoping he might say a few words. Seeing Li Su's reluctance to speak only heightened Yi Wenshu's irritation. It seemed all the benefits were reaped by Li Su while he bore the brunt of the situation. Even the farewell banquet had transformed into a venue for Li Su's apologies. Who could be more unfortunate than him? Fortunately, he had not publicly criticized Li Su throughout the gathering. Otherwise, he might have found himself compelled to apologize as well. The initial group of friends led by Yi Wenshu also offered their apologies, acknowledging their short-sightedness in underestimating Li Su's capabilities. They recognized his strength and felt that exchanging a few words among friends was indeed harmless. Most importantly, Li Su had maintained a low profile until the end, making a remarkable impression that they genuinely appreciated. After sharing a meal, Yi Wenshu struggled to swallow his food, while Li Su seemed to enjoy his meal thoroughly. As they prepared to leave, Li Su approached Yi Wenshu, who, taken aback, warily inquired, "Is there something you need, young Master Li?" Li Su smiled gently, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Yi, for your hospitality. The food was delightful." With that, he departed, leaving Yi Wenshu inwardly seething. What a cunning fox. Li Su was clearly toying with him, perhaps relishing in his vexation. Once everyone had left, Yi Wenshu could no longer restrain himself and kicked a chair in frustration. He resolved to remain calm, vowing that next time, after surpassing Li Su, he would see if Li Su dared to be so arrogant. He swore to repay this grievance in a manner befitting a scholar. Meanwhile, Li Su remained indifferent to Yi Wenshu's turmoil. He and his companions began packing their belongings that evening, preparing to return home the following day. Alongside their personal items, they packed gifts and books, each accumulating quite a load. Fortunately, their two spacious carriages could accommodate all their belongings comfortably. "I haven't been away from home for this long. I yearn to return immediately," Qin Ming expressed eagerly. "If my grandfather learns I passed the provincial examination, he will be overjoyed," Ren Shuhua added with a smile. This remark brought laughter among the group as they reflected on their success. Having cleared the provincial examination, their aspirations for scholarly achievement grew ever closer. They could hardly contain their excitement as they approached the final step. This time returning home, one must not become complacent. Rather, one should continue to strive. "Before the entrance examination, I shall once again delineate the key points for you. Ultimately, your success hinges on your own efforts." Li Su expresses little concern for himself, yet he harbors significant worry for his three friends. The trio nods vigorously, affirming their commitment to persevere without faltering. Regardless of whether they succeed in the examination, they are deeply grateful to Brother Su. In truth, even if they wish to continue their studies, it would be challenging for them to take the provincial and metropolitan examinations alongside Brother Su. They certainly have the potential to succeed, but it would require several more years of diligent effort. Even Li Su does not possess the assurance that he can guide them smoothly to success. For the pursuit of knowledge ultimately relies upon one's own resolve. His supportive nature may help them attain the status of a scholar, but beyond that, the path grows arduous. After all, subjects such as essays and poetry cannot be mastered without genuine talent and skill. Even with prior access to topics, one cannot produce exemplary works. The four of them boarded the carriage, their hearts set on returning home, yet they did not remain idle during the journey. Having reached this pivotal moment, they felt compelled to exert themselves fully. Observing the earnest determination of his friends, Li Su began to formulate his 3 essays in his mind. The return journey was quiet, devoid of any mishaps. The four of them swayed gently in the carriage as they studied for several days, and upon disembarking, they still bore the sensation of reading while in motion. "I can't go on. I must return home to rest," Qin Ming said, rubbing his temples, his face etched with fatigue. The other 3 were in a similar state, hastening homeward. Before their families could inquire, they collapsed into slumber. Li Su was the first to visit his master's home, intending to rest for a night before returning home. Upon seeing Li Su's weary expression, Shi Sheng refrained from asking questions, advising him to rest. After rejuvenating himself, Li Su rose from bed, and it appeared that Shi Sheng and Uncle Lin were engaged in conversation. Li Su approached, greeting, "Master, Uncle Lin." Shi Sheng turned to Li Su, inquiring, "Have you rested well?" Li Su nodded. "Master, Uncle Lin, I have brought you gifts from the capital." Uncle Lin smiled warmly, appreciating the thoughtful gesture. The feeling of being remembered was indeed heartwarming. Li Su proceeded to unveil the items he had brought back, presenting the gifts meant for Shi Sheng and Uncle Lin. Both received them with smiles, though Shi Sheng leaned closer to glimpse Uncle Lin's gift, only to be playfully evaded. "I'm not going to take it." "Why are you hiding?" Shi Sheng teased. Uncle Lin chuckled, clarifying that he was not concerned about being outdone by his master. With a cheerful demeanor, Uncle Lin took his gift downstairs to boast to the household servants and maidens. Shi Sheng inquired about the topics of this examination, requesting Li Su to write down his answers. Li Su complied dutifully, and Shi Sheng reviewed them thoroughly. With a serious demeanor, he advised Li Su not to lower his standards merely because the questions seemed simple. He knew that Li Su could have crafted a more refined essay. Shi Sheng understood that these topics were straightforward for Li Su, yet he stressed that even simple questions deserve one's utmost effort. Li Su felt a tightening in his chest. His body tensed as he replied, "I will remember." Shi Sheng nodded slightly, cautioning, You must not approach the imperial examination in such a manner again. If you aspire to take the top position, you must exert your utmost abilities. Yuan from the Yun family in the capital is also participating in this examination. He is originally from Kangwu, and you will undoubtedly encounter him. Like you, Yuan has already secured both the county and prefectural top positions. Your objectives align, and he should not be underestimated. 2 years ago, when Shisheng was still in the capital, the Yun family sought for him to accept Yuan as a disciple. Though Yuan possesses commendable knowledge, Shisheng had no intention of taking on more students, thus he declined. As for accepting Li Su, that was never part of his original plan. It is said that after being rejected by him, Yuan has worked even harder and has now gained a modest reputation in the capital. The mention of Yuan lingered in Li Su's mind. Shisheng continued his admonitions, "You must not lose." Li Su nodded and asked, "Master, do you have any grievances with him?" Shisheng shot him a glance. "What grievances could I possibly have with a mere boy? However, your situation with him is a different matter." Li Su, perplexed, remained silent. Nevertheless, the instruction was clear. He must not lose. Had he accepted Yuan it would have been a different story, but if Li Su were to lose to Yuan it would be a source of embarrassment for him, one he would not be able to bear. "Understood, master. By the way, how is the heated Kong working out?" Li Su inquired. At the mention of it, a smile crept onto Shisheng's lips. "Quite well. Your mind is brimming with peculiar ideas." "As long as it serves its purpose," Li Su replied, gathering his belongings. "I shall return home now. Go on, your family misses you dearly." Li Su raised an eyebrow teasingly. "Oh? It seems even master misses his good disciple." Shisheng feigned a reprimanding gesture, but Li Su deftly evaded him, exclaiming as he ran, "Master, I miss you too. Farewell, I'm heading home." A slight blush appeared on Shisheng's face as he muttered softly, "That impudent child." Chapter 63. The family's reaction to the results. Li Su first made his way to his family's shop, where only Feng Suizue and Li Zhengxiang were busily attending to customers. The fields were currently demanding attention, leaving the rest of the family unable to assist. The 2 younger boys had also been sent to private school, while Li Zishi and Li Zuru were at home caring for the newborn child of Dong Fangfang. Feng Caizue and Li Zhengxiang were bustling about in the shop, and upon seeing them, Li Su felt a pang of sympathy. With insufficient help at home, it would be prudent to spend a little money hiring 1 or 2 shop assistants. There was no need for them to shoulder everything alone. After all, earning money was meant to ease their burdens, not exacerbate them. As Li Su entered the shop, Feng Suizue greeted him, "Esteemed customer, what would you like to eat?" While her hands continued to work diligently, she looked up and was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Li Su. After a moment of surprise, she exclaimed joyfully, "Ah, Xiao Si, you finally returned. Please, sit and rest." Li Su shook his head, saying, "I'm not tired, mother. I'm here to help you." He reached out to take the dishes from her hands. Feng Suizue, quick and evasive, sidestepped his attempt, insisting, "You're not tired? Then sit down. You don't need to touch these. Just focus on your studies." Seeing that his mother was adamant about not letting him help, Li Su, feeling somewhat helpless, suggested, "Then, mother, we should hire a couple of assistants to help you. This is too exhausting." Feng Suizue replied anxiously, "What is exhausting about this? Hire assistants? Does it seem like we have money to burn?" As soon as the young master returned, he was preoccupied with thoughts of reckless spending. Although Li Su was willing to spend money, Feng Suizue truly detested the idea of squandering it. Just the thought of it caused her heart to ache. Feng Suizue was reluctant to part with her money. If they could manage, why should they hire others? It would be far better to earn it all themselves. Before Li Su could respond, a customer urged her, prompting Feng Suizue to hurry over. Li Su suggested they discuss it later, as their mother would lack the patience to listen at that moment. Eager to assist, Li Su found himself restrained by both Feng Suizue and Li Zhengxiang, who insisted he remain seated while they worked. Ultimately, he chose to step out and purchase a few items to bring back. Before the shop closed, Li Su first went to the private school to collect his younger siblings, Li Zilin and Li Zilyang, who had just finished their lessons. The Li family boarded an ox cart, albeit not their own, as their oxen were currently plowing the fields. Feng Suizue noticed the large bundles in the cart and silently cast a glance at Li Su, saying nothing this time. She had gradually grown accustomed to his habit of purchasing various items. Observing her expression, Li Zhengxiang couldn't help but chuckle. Only the young master could shop without being scolded. Once Feng Suizue had a moment to spare, she cautiously inquired, How did you fare in the exams, dear? Even if you don't place, we can continue studying and trying. Success will come in time. She was concerned that Li Su might consider giving up if he did not achieve a top position. Li Su thought to himself that it seemed his family lacked a clear understanding of his academic capabilities. Mother, please don't fret unnecessarily. You're only scaring yourself. I did place. And moreover, I was first. If I secure first place again in the next examination, I will achieve the title of Xiao Xin Yuan. First, I shall attain Xiao Xin Yuan, and then I will aim for Lu Yuan GD. When Li Su chose the path of the imperial examination, he set this as his goal. Feng Suetsue's eyes widened in astonishment. You were first again? Li Zhengqiang swallowed hard. With Li Su participating in the examinations and their family running a shop in the county, they were privy to more information regarding the significance of titles. They understood that the county top scholar and the provincial top scholar were not on the same level. The county top scholar ranked first among scholars in Ningxin County, while the provincial top scholar was the best among all scholars from the entire Tan Prefecture, encompassing over a dozen counties. Li Su, you are remarkable. As Li Su's elder brother, he felt immense pride and joy. Feng Suetsue smiled broadly. Her son was truly exceptional. Li Ziliang and Li Zilin looked up to Li Su with admiration, aspiring to study diligently and become like their uncle. The ox cart also carried several village women, who had come to the town for shopping. They were unaware of the significance of the top scholar title, but they understood it meant he had passed the exams. They gazed at Li Su with astonishment, realizing the Li family was thriving, and they enthusiastically engaged him in conversation, showering him with compliments without reservation. Feng Zitsui could not deny that such praise brought her joy, though she feigned modesty. Before long, the family arrived home. Just as the rest of the Li family returned from their work in the fields, Li Daping brushed off his shoes against the ground, removing the dirt that had accumulated. The new house was nearing completion, and he instructed his daughter-in-law to deliver dinner to the workers shortly. Currently, only a few laborers and Li Zhengyi were present, wrapping up the final stages of construction. Zhuangyuan responded from the kitchen, admiring the sight of the blue brick and tile house, filled with curiosity about what it would be like to reside within its walls. After a long day in the fields, Li Daping felt weary in body but not in spirit. With the assistance of an ox for plowing and the use of a curved plow, although there were fewer hands, the progress remained steady. Once Xiao Si returned, the construction would be nearly finished. A smile crept upon Li Daping's lips as he wondered how Xiao Si had fared in the exams. Dong Fangfang interjected, Father, worry not. I believe Xiao Si will surely succeed, perhaps even excel. Li Daping switched to the other shoe, stating that if Xiao Si were to pass the scholars' examination, they could purchase additional land, for it was said that scholars enjoyed a tax exemption on 50 acres. Having been a farmer for decades, Li Daping valued land and grain above all else. That would be splendid, allowing for a bountiful harvest, Dong Fangfang exclaimed, her excitement palpable. However, she cautioned against placing undue pressure on Xiao Si should he fail. Li Daping reiterated this sentiment, both for Dong Fangfang's benefit and his own. Dong Fangfang nodded. Acknowledging the difficulty of becoming a scholar, in their entire region, there had yet to be a single one. At that moment, Feng Suetsue burst through the door with an air of exhilaration. Old man, Xiao Si topped the provincial examination. Our Xiao Si is truly remarkable. The elder sisters praised him as a literary star upon his return. Upon hearing the women's compliments about Li Su, Feng Suetsue felt invigorated, as if a weight had been lifted from her body. Li Daping, taken aback, leaped to his feet in excitement. Xiao Si, is he back? Feng Suetsue, beaming with joy, replied, Yes, he's back, just behind us. All his belongings are with Li Zhengqiang and the two children. Li Su didn't get a chance to take anything for himself. Li Su felt like he was being regarded as a mere burden. Once home, he eagerly presented the assorted items he had purchased in the provincial city to his family. Chapter 64. Aspiring for a shop assistant. What a lovely shade of lipstick. Zhuangyuan marveled at the lipstick she held in her hands. Everyone looked on with curiosity at the items they had received. Li Su had brought back a plethora of miscellaneous goods, including local specialties from the provincial city. Upon his return, the family's culinary conditions improved significantly. The children could hardly contain their joy, knowing that as long as their uncle was home, they would enjoy a feast. The workers at the construction site also benefited from improved meals, with meat served today. Is it true? They really have meat? The Li family is quite generous. Working for such a family is truly comfortable. Although the Li family had been pressing for quick results, they compensated generously, providing ample food and drink, an experience unlike any the workers had encountered before. The child from the Li family who participated in the imperial examination has returned. Last time, he secured the top position in our county, and this time, he achieved first place in the provincial city as well. This child is truly remarkable. If my own child possessed even a fraction of his talent, I would awaken from dreams with a smile. Is he now a scholar? Not yet. There is still one more examination to go, but I believe it's only a matter of time before he attains that status. Indeed, studying is no easy task. The numerous examinations sound daunting, let alone actually taking them. Do you not wonder why so few become scholars? It is, of course, due to the difficulty of the examinations. A few laborers were conversing while having their meal. After finishing their meal, Li Su suggested, "Father, Mother, I think we could hire 2 shop assistants to assist my sister and second brother a bit. Why must we tire ourselves when we could earn more easily?" Feng Suetsue's expression changed slightly. She had thought that Si had abandoned this idea, only for him to bring it up at this moment. "I disagree. We can manage just fine, can't we, second brother?" Li Jingxiang immediately nodded in agreement with Feng Suetsue, stating that while it was indeed tiring, the prospect of earning money made it worthwhile. Li Su, with a pained expression, remarked, "Earning a little less is fine. I mainly worry for our family's well-being." The Li family fell silent. Even Feng Suetsue opened her mouth to speak several times, but ultimately remained quiet. Li Su realized that he needed to employ this tactic to persuade them. Otherwise, they would dismiss the issue, believing that a little fatigue was inconsequential as long as there was money to be made. Li Jingyi glanced at Li Su and said to Feng Suetsue, "Mother, you should listen to Si. He is also concerned for your well-being." Li Su was taken aback by his elder brother's support and immediately chimed in, "Yes, mother. Please heed my words." Feng Suetsue, with a conflicted expression, reluctantly agreed. "All right, we can hire shop assistants, but if no one comes, we shall manage ourselves." Indeed, Li Su concurred, though he was confident that many would be willing to work. What will be the monthly wage for the assistants? Feng Suetsue felt uneasy at the thought of sharing their earnings. "How about 31 a day?" Li Su inquired. No. 31 a day for one would amount to 901, which is 1 tael of silver. For 2, that would be 2 taels. Goodness. Feng Suetsue clutched her chest, feeling even more distressed. Li Su explained, "Now that we have the shop, working from dawn until dusk, our daily income has more than doubled compared to our previous stall. We can still expect a profit of 200 taels a month. And yet my mother is troubled by the prospect of giving away 2 taels. Moreover, they had not even reached that amount yet." Feng Suetsue was indeed calculating on the higher end. "Mother, what do you think would be a suitable wage?" Li Su asked. Feng Suetsue murmured softly, "I think it would be best not to hire anyone." Li Su gazed at Feng Suetsue with helplessness. Her miserly nature was evident. But at least she had shared some money with her older siblings. Otherwise, if all the money remained with her, she would likely be reluctant to spend it in many areas. At that moment, Li Daping interjected, "If Si suggests 31, then let it be 31. Si, do you think we should hire from the county city or from our village?" Upon hearing Li Daping's words, Li Su inferred that he had some thoughts regarding the candidates. "Father, do you have suitable candidates in mind? Do you remember the family of Uncle Qin? In times of hardship, when our family faced difficulties, his family graciously lent us money. Although we have since repaid the debt, this kindness is not easily forgotten. He is a man of integrity. His wife passed away early, leaving him to raise 3 children alone, a task fraught with challenges. His youngest son is nimble and resourceful. He once worked as a shop assistant in the county, but was wrongfully accused of theft and sent back home. I have watched him grow up and cannot believe he would engage in such wrongdoing." The villagers also share this sentiment, believing him to be innocent. However, due to this tarnished reputation, no shop in the county is willing to employ him. Li Daping sighed as he spoke, and Feng Suetsue chimed in, affirming that Qin's youngest son is indeed a good person and the accusation of theft is undoubtedly unfounded. Both of our parents echoed this belief. So Li Su harbored no doubts about Qin's character. The intention behind recruiting workers was to ease the burden on the family. And since mother and second brother had spent considerable time with Qin, it was only natural they would wish to bring him into their fold. "Given that both our parents have spoken in his favor, it is settled," Li Su declared. A smile illuminated Li Daping's face as he exclaimed, "I shall go to the Qin household and share this wonderful news." Little 4. I believe hiring just one shop assistant should suffice. Two may be excessive, Feng Tsuetsue reflected. With one capable person, they can manage well without overexerting themselves. Qin's youngest son has experience. Adding him would be entirely feasible, Li Jingxiang agreed. Originally, he and their mother could manage alone, but now having someone with experience would be advantageous. Very well, we shall hire one for now, and if the workload becomes overwhelming, we can consider hiring another later, Li Su concurred. Feng Tsuetsue smiled. Yes, let us start with one. Due to Shi Sheng's mention of Yunqin, Li Su made a mental note of this individual. Mother, I will go and study now, she expressed, eager to solidify her knowledge during the upcoming period. Determined to give her utmost in the next examination. Go along, Feng Tsuetsue urged, wary of hindering her child's education. Li Daping hurriedly made his way to the Qin family's doorstep, where he found their gate ajar. The family inside wore expressions of worry. Among the three Qin children, only the eldest was married, while the second had developed feelings for a young woman, yet their family was unable to provide any financial support. Qin heir, aware of their circumstances, did not wish to burden the girl. His father had injured his leg while hunting in the mountains and could only manage light tasks at home, leaving the three brothers and their sister-in-law to tend to the limited farmland. With their father requiring medication, the family's financial situation was indeed dire. Qin Sin reflected on how he had been wrongfully accused of theft after crossing the young master. He felt a pang of regret for his earlier meddling. Had he maintained a stable income in the county, their living conditions might have improved. Heir, once the busy farming season is over, let us venture to the county together to find work. If necessary, we can borrow some money. We cannot allow our younger brother to remain unmarried, Qinda encouraged. And you, San, if there is someone you fancy, our family will do our utmost to find a match for you, he added. Looking at his elder brother's weary yet resolute face, Qin heir replied, perhaps it is simply fate that my path and hers do not align. I shall not force it. Old Qin sighed, lamenting, it is I who have burdened you all. What are you saying, father? You alone have raised us. How could you possibly be a burden? Old Qin's son, Qin San, reassured him. Is Old Li here? Li Daping smiled as he approached the door, addressing Old Qin. Come in, Li Daping. Old Qin welcomed him. What brings you here today? Qin San promptly stood up to offer a seat. Uncle Li, please have a seat. Thank you. Old Qin, I have some good news to share with you today, Li Daping announced. Old Qin raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Good news? You see, I have opened a shop in the county. My youngest, C, believes his mother and elder brother are working too hard and wishes to hire some assistance. Upon hearing this, I thought of your elder son, who once worked as a steward in a tavern. I wanted to see if he would be interested in helping out at the shop. It's 30 won a day, which may not be much, but it would provide the family with a stable income, wouldn't it? The Qin family rejoiced at the prospect. Really? Li Daping nodded. Yes, but I don't know if your elder son is willing. Of course he is. He would be. Old Qin interjected eagerly, fearing that hesitation might cause them to miss this rare opportunity. Qin San emerged from the house with a stool, having overheard Li Daping's words. Initially filled with delight, his expression soon turned calm as he realized the significance of the moment. Uncle Li, Qin San began, but Li Daping waved his hand dismissively. We know what kind of person you are. You wouldn't engage in any unsavory business. Deeply touched, Qin San felt tears welling in his eyes. Thank you, Uncle Li. Thank you for believing in me. Just come tomorrow, and we will go to the county together with your aunt, Li Daping instructed Qin San. Qin San nodded vigorously, vowing to work diligently and not disappoint Uncle Li's family. After spending some time in conversation with old Qin, Li Daping eventually took his leave. The next day, Li Su sought out Shi Sheng, accompanied by Lin Zhe and the others, who were also coming to study with him. When faced with Shi Sheng, they felt akin to mice confronting a cat. They truly believed that Master Su was an intimidating figure, one only a person of such extraordinary caliber could withstand. Upon assessing Lin Zhe and his companion's abilities, Shi Sheng decided against offering them guidance, fearing it might lead to his own frustration. Once Shi Sheng departed, Lin Zhe and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. Master Su, do you feel fear when you see your master? They inquired. Li Su shook his head slightly. Rest assured, he won't speak ill of you. The trio thought, while he may not criticize them. His gaze instilled doubt about their own writing abilities. He doesn't single you out. He simply has higher expectations. That only makes us feel worse, they lamented. My father is eager to support my studies. Ever since I returned and he learned I passed the provincial examination, He is ready to provide whatever I need. Qin Ming remarked. It turns out that academic success comes with its own privileges. My family was initially very excited, but once that subsided, my grandfather could hardly wait for me to study all the time. Ren Shuhua expressed that he did not enjoy the same fortune as Qin Ming. His grandfather hoped that he would directly succeed in the examination for the scholar's degree this time. Initially, he may not have harbored great expectations, but upon learning of his success in the provincial examination, it seemed that his hopes had risen significantly. My mother was quite pleased. While the old man told Lin Shi that it was merely good luck on my part, Linzai could not help but roll his eyes. He longed to pass the examination to demonstrate whether it was indeed mere luck. In truth, it could be considered luck, for he had encountered Su Ge. Without Su Ge, he certainly would not have reached this point. Qin Ming, with his notorious temper, was instantly infuriated. What about Lin Shi? His success is attributed to his scholarly prowess. As if the literary star had descended upon him, while my achievement is simply dismissed as good fortune. He retorted, isn't it true? His mentor expelled him from the school. Yet your father still indulges him? Linzai replied with irritation, that old man is not my father. Who knows what Lin Shi discussed with him? Perhaps he genuinely cares for Lin Shi as a child. At present, Linzai held no expectations for his father. My mother stated that if I successfully passed the examination for the scholar's degree, she would seek a divorce. And that old man and Lin Shi would gain nothing from it. After all, the shops were managed by my mother, many of which were her dowry. Thus, Linzai felt a strong urge to prove himself. He wished to vindicate his mother and ease her path to divorce. Although she claimed she could ensure that old man would comply with her wishes even if I failed, he understood that if he succeeded, his mother would find considerable relief. Enough said, I must dedicate myself to my studies, Linzai declared, immersing himself in his books. Li Su and the others exchanged knowing glances, understanding his sentiments, and promptly returned to their studies. They would not linger long before departing for the provincial capital. Traveling by water was slightly more expedient. They could reach their destination in about 10 days. After tidying up, they prepared to set off. Before Li Su left, Shisheng reminded him not to be careless this time. Li Su nodded earnestly. I understand, master. You can rest assured. Then go, Shisheng said calmly. The four embarked on the boat, fortunate that none suffered from seasickness. Otherwise, the voyage would have been significantly more arduous. While they did not feel ill, enduring 10 days on a boat was still exhausting. They continued their studies aboard, and upon arriving in the provincial capital, they rented a house similar to the last one, with nearby accommodations also taken by scholars. Just as they settled in, their temporary neighbors came to visit. The visitors were dressed in splendid attire, adorned with exquisite jade pendants and ornate hairpins, exuding an air of sophistication. The leader of the group radiated an innate nobility, his every gesture embodying grace and composure. Standing like a fragrant orchid in the wind, Qin Ming's eyes flickered with surprise. This person reminded him somewhat of Su Ge, though he believed Su Ge surpassed him in certain aspects. I am Yun Qin. He introduced himself. I have heard that those residing here are also attending this examination, so I took the liberty of visiting, hoping not to intrude. Yun Qin spoke with gentle politeness, and Linzai and Qin Ming, present in the courtyard, found him quite likable. Linzai and Qin Ming introduced themselves, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. No, esteemed young Master Yun, please take a seat. Qin Ming graciously invited Yun Qin and his companions to sit down for further conversation. Yun Qin had initially intended to engage with scholars from other locales, believing that in a gathering of 3, one could always find a mentor. Accepting Qin Ming's invitation, he replied, Then I shall not be courteous. I apologize for the intrusion. The others accompanying Yun Qin were equally polite. Once seated, Linzai poured tea for them, and he and Qin Ming began to converse. After a moment of exchange, their eyes met. It was evident that Yun Qin's knowledge far surpassed theirs. Despite the disparity in their intellectual levels, Yun Qin displayed no hint of disdain. At that moment, Linzai spoke up, Young Master Yun, I believe you would find much common ground with my friend Su. Among those present, only he possesses the scholarly prowess to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Yun Qin paused, taken aback, and then expressed keen interest. Pray tell, who is this individual you speak of? Chapter 66. A conversation with Yun Qin. My dear friend, Li Su, is both the chief candidate for our county and the provincial examination, Linzai replied with a hint of pride. Yun Qin's interest in Li Su intensified as he too was both the county and provincial chief candidate. Is this young Master Li present here? Yunqin inquired eagerly, his face radiating an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Lin Zhe and Qin Ming exchanged glances, contemplating that engaging in discourse with a learned individual might elevate Su's understanding. They had noticed that Su sometimes appeared troubled, though they were uncertain of the cause. It seemed likely that he faced challenges in his writings. Yet they knew their own limited capabilities could not significantly assist him. Lin Zhe promptly stated, "He is in his room. I shall fetch him." Rising, he made his way to Li Su's quarters, where Li Su was practicing calligraphy, an endeavor that brought tranquility and cultivated one's character. In truth, he preferred calligraphy over composing essays. At that moment, Li Su found himself somewhat distressed, feeling as though he had hit a bottleneck in both his essays and poetry, sensing a lack of evident progress. Nevertheless, he was aware that he still had ample room for growth and had not yet reached the pinnacle of his potential. Over the past year, he had made significant strides in his essays and poetry, crafting them independently for both the county and provincial examinations. He was fortunate to have a distinguished mentor for his essays. While his mind was filled with a treasure trove of poetry spanning 5,000 years of Chinese history for inspiration and reference. In terms of resources, he had access to far more than the average scholar. In terms of learning ability and diligence, he was not inferior to his peers. Moreover, he understood that the pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds. There is always a higher level to attain, and one can never reach the ultimate limit of learning. After some contemplation, Li Su resolved to immerse himself in more books while also recognizing that many of the scholars gathered for the examination were likely to possess considerable knowledge. Perhaps it was time for him to venture out and socialize. Successfully navigating the examination would surely be advantageous, and forging connections among scholars could prove beneficial in the future when entering the officialdom. Previously, he had refrained from networking, focusing instead on his studies, which had yielded significant improvements, as he believed that dedicating time to his own learning was far more effective than engaging in discourse. Under the dual imperatives of maximizing benefits and time, he chose to temporarily refrain from forging new acquaintances, opting instead to dedicate his hours to self-improvement. Li Su concluded his writing, admiring his calligraphy. His diligent practice had indeed borne fruit, elevating his skill to new heights. Lin Zhe knocked on Li Su's door, his tone laced with urgency. "Sugu, Sugu." Li Su placed his brush on the stand and opened the door. Lin Zhe burst in, excitement evident in his voice. "Sugu, a certain young master Yun has come to seek you out for an academic discussion." Yunqin? Upon hearing the name of the young master, Li Su immediately recalled his master's mention of Yunqin. Lin Zhe, taken aback, inquired, "Sugu, you know him?" Li Su nodded slightly. "I have heard of him, though I have yet to meet him. But how did he come to know of me? Does he truly know of my existence?" "He lives next door and was aware that we are here for the examination, so he came over," Lin Zhe revealed candidly. Li Su mused inwardly that it might be mere coincidence. However, whether it was truly coincidental would be revealed upon meeting. Let us go out and meet him. He was contemplating expanding his circle of friends, and an opportunity had seemingly presented itself. His master held Yunqin in high regard, which sparked Li Su's interest. As Lin Zhe and Li Su walked out together, Yunqin's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Li Su. Through further inquiry, he learned that this young master Li hailed from a rural background, his county being quite remote. He had expected a rather unassuming figure to emerge from such humble origins. But upon meeting Li Su, he found him to be entirely different from his expectations. While Li Su's attire was indeed simple, his aura and demeanor spoke of a sophistication befitting a noble from the capital. Yunqin felt, in fact, that Li Su possessed an air of distinction that slightly surpassed his own. Suppressing his astonishment, Yunqin rose and clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Yunqin. I have heard that young Master Li is the top scholar of the county and the prefectural examination, thus possessing extraordinary talent. Meeting you today, it is indeed as the rumors suggest." "You flatter me, young Master Yun," Li Su replied. "I have heard that you also excelled in the county and prefectural examinations. And with such remarkable talent, your future is undoubtedly bright." Li Su gestured for Yunqin to take a seat, and Yunqin reciprocated, both settling down. Yunqin thought to himself how intriguing it was that this young master Li had heard of him. Recognizing that Yunqin was unaware of his relationship with his master, Li Su took a seat directly opposite him. After exchanging a few more compliments to strengthen their rapport, they proceeded to the crux of their conversation. As both were eager to engage in scholarly discourse and elevate their understanding, their dialogue flowed seamlessly, both recognizing the extraordinary intellect in each other. The onlookers, while hesitant to interject, found themselves captivated by the profound exchange between the two prominent figures, seizing the rare opportunity to listen attentively. As Li Su and Yun Xin conversed with immense pleasure, Li Su felt a remarkable sense of enlightenment, akin to unblocking meridians. Yun Xin, equally astonished, realized that this minor triad of examinations might not be his after all. The depth of knowledge Li Su exhibited was undoubtedly on par with his own. Yet, rather than envy, Yun Xin felt only admiration for Li Su. The imperial examination is a matter where the capable prevail. It is not merely a question of whether one might lose to Li Su, even if he does not secure the top position in the provincial examination. Forming a friendship with a scholar like Li Su is certainly a worthwhile gain. In the realm of the imperial examination, one's mindset is of utmost importance. Should one encounter an exceptionally knowledgeable individual and succumb to fear and anxiety, such a disposition would inevitably hinder any significant achievements, a truth that Yun Xin perceives quite clearly. As the evening unfolded in a pleasant atmosphere, they decided to dine together. Yun Xin and Li Su walked ahead, and Yun Xin curiously inquired, "Esteemed brother, do you have a mentor? If not, with someone of Li Su's caliber arriving in the capital, it is likely that many learned scholars would vie for the opportunity to take him as a disciple." Through their conversation, the two had already begun to address each other as esteemed brothers. Yun Xin had just celebrated his 15th birthday, while Li Su would soon turn 16, placing him a few months older than Yun Xin. Li Su nodded, "I do have a master." Yun Xin felt a tinge of regret, thinking it truly unfortunate. In Yun Xin's eyes, the place where Li Su hailed from lacked formidable scholars. He surmised that Li Su must have taken on a master who was merely a licentiate or a successful candidate in the examinations. To Li Su in his current state, such a mentor could hardly provide substantial assistance. Yun Xin pondered that had Li Su not yet found a mentor, he would gladly introduce him to someone of great repute. "My master is quite impressive," he remarked. Li Su glanced at Yun Xin's expression and felt compelled to defend his master. "May I inquire, esteemed brother, what is your master's name?" Yun Xin asked, believing that if the master was truly remarkable, he would surely be knowledgeable. He was familiar with many renowned scholars across the land. This query caught Li Su off guard. He only knew that his master's surname was likely Sheng, or that the character Sheng was part of the name, but he had no clear idea of his master's full name. His master had never mentioned it, and Li Su felt that names were of little consequence, thus he had never thought to ask. However, admitting ignorance of his master's name felt somewhat inappropriate, as if he were a disloyal disciple. While Li Su contemplated this, Yun Xin assumed he was merely defending his mentor, who was indeed an obscure figure. Li Su worried that revealing his master's name might expose his own ignorance. Yun Xin hastily shifted the topic, saying, "Having a master is quite beneficial. Have you not taken on a mentor yourself?" He had expected someone of Yun Xin's stature would be in high demand, only to realize he had underestimated the scholars of this world. Li Su reflected on his own abilities and concluded that he might not be as impressive as he thought. Perhaps his previous environment had been too small, leading him to view the world from a limited perspective. It was no wonder his master had never praised him. The realization dawned that his skills were indeed not as formidable. Consequently, Li Su resolved to work harder in the future, otherwise he would never achieve his aspirations. Chapter 67. The provincial examination. Yun Xin appeared somewhat downcast, expressing, "The gentleman I wish to study under is unwilling to accept me." While many others were eager to take him on as a disciple, he only desired to apprentice himself to that particular gentleman. Li Su's determination grew stronger upon witnessing Yun Xin's plight. If someone of his caliber could not find the master he sought in the capital, it seemed the scholars there were indeed more accomplished. Unbeknownst to Yun Xin, Li Su had developed a significant misunderstanding, positioning himself as a scholar of above-average ability. In the ensuing days, several individuals frequently gathered to engage in discussions, and while Li Su and Yun Xin experienced profound insights, their companions also reaped numerous benefits. Soon, the day of the examination arrived. In this dynasty, the examination consisted of two parts, the primary examination and the re-examination. Only those who succeeded in the primary could partake in the latter, and from the cumulative results, the successful candidates would be selected. Li Su had become quite familiar with the examination process. As Yi Wenshu stood in line, he caught sight of Li Su not far away and thought to himself that he had diligently prepared for this return and was determined to surpass Li Su. This time, Yi Wenshu had no intention of aiming for the top spot. His sole ambition was to outshine Li Su. The examination was crowded with talent, and his grandfather had informed him that a scion from a prestigious family was participating this year. By the time he learned of this, it was too late, and he understood that he had little chance against such a formidable opponent. Thus, upon realizing that Yi Wenshu had not secured the top position in the provincial examination, he merely sighed, acknowledging the abundance of talented candidates this year. In previous years, he believed his grandson had a fair chance of achieving the third rank. Who could have anticipated such a competitive landscape this year? Perhaps it was simply not meant to be. Upon learning of the scion's participation, Yi Wenshu abandoned any aspirations for the top prize. Meanwhile, Li Su, after reviewing the questions, began to answer earnestly, determined to showcase his full capabilities in the essay section. As both the primary and re-examinations were of equal significance, ultimately, the selection of the top candidate and scholar depended on their combined performances. The essay questions in the primary examination were not particularly obscure. They were considered standard, yet to stand out, one needed to invest considerable thought. The essay prompt was, "Corruption among local officials persists despite prohibitions. Apart from penalties, how can it be prevented?" After careful deliberation, Li Su chose to approach the topic from an institutional perspective, proposing, firstly, the establishment of a system of mutual oversight with diverse methods of supervision. Secondly, the enhancement of evaluation and incentive mechanisms. And thirdly, the strengthening of checks and balances on power. Once he had determined his approach and viewpoint, he began to incorporate content from the 4 books and 5 classics. Constructing a comprehensive outline in his mind, Li Su gradually put pen to paper, writing, "The malady of local corruption is akin to a festering wound. As the ancients said, public virtue fosters the people's well-being, integrity engenders authority. Local officials bear the heavy responsibility of governance. Their integrity directly impacts the welfare of the populace and the stability of the state. While penalties may serve as a deterrent, they seldom eradicate the root of corruption. Thus, it is imperative to seek preventive measures at the institutional level." Throughout his essay, Li Su referenced classical texts, articulating the implementation of each proposed system with clarity. After completing his writing, Li Su reviewed it once more, nodding slightly in satisfaction. The imperial examination did not provide any draft paper. If one made an error, it was challenging to amend, thus necessitating complete conceptualization before writing. This process tested both literary skill and the rigor of thought. Following the completion of the primary examination, results would be announced the next day, with the re-examination scheduled for the 3rd day. As candidates exited the examination hall, Yi Wenshu approached Li Su and remarked, "Li Su, I have studied diligently this time. I hope you can still rank above me." This statement was intended as a provocation. Li Su merely smiled and replied, "Then I shall take your words as an auspicious sign, Brother Yi." Frustrated, Yi Wenshu turned away in a huff, feeling that Li Su was deliberately trying to provoke him. As Li Su observed his departure in anger, he couldn't help but reflect on Yi Wenshu's penchant for provocation, a fool who relished in taunting him, only to leave in frustration. The list for the re-examination was filled with many familiar scholars. During the final round of assessments, Lin Zhe and Qin Ming were so anxious that their palms began to perspire. This was indeed the last chance, and failure here would lead them to tears. Ren Shuhua appeared quite composed, though only he knew the tension brewing within him. "Brother Su, I am so nervous, what should I do? Tomorrow is the last re-examination, and everything hinges on this moment," Qin Ming admitted, his composure wavering. Li Su, however, remained unaffected by their anxiety, practicing the 4-7-8 breathing technique, inhaling for 4 seconds, holding for 7, and exhaling for 8, repeating the cycles several times. What does 4 seconds mean? Li Su paused for a moment before demonstrating what a single second entailed. The trio found this intriguing and attempted it themselves. Lin Zhe exclaimed joyfully, "I seem to be much less tense now. How marvelous. Is this some sort of magic?" This is called the 4-7-8 breathing method, which can swiftly relax the body. "It is not some sort of sorcery," Li Su replied with a hint of exasperation. He had read about this method but had never had the need to practice it himself, as he seldom experienced tension. Li Su recounted the examinations, 5 rounds for the county test, 4 for the prefectural, and 2 for the academy, totaling 11 assessments to become a scholar, an initiation into the imperial examination process. The upcoming provincial examination was particularly grueling, stretching over 9 consecutive days and nights. with all bodily needs managed within the examination hall, a true test of endurance. Although Li Su had faced numerous examinations throughout his life, he had never endured one lasting 9 days and nights. For those with weaker constitutions, it could indeed prove fatal, as they needed to rise early for the academy test. Li Su and his companions refrained from studying late into the night, opting instead for an early rest to rejuvenate themselves for the final trial. Upon completion of the re-examination, Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, relieved that it was finally over. As for his performance, he felt uncertain, hoping merely to pass. Even if it meant coming in last, he wished for the heavens to grant him this chance. Silently, they refrained from inquiring about one another's performances. When Yunqin approached Li Su, their conversation shifted to how they had tackled the examination questions. The others present were disinclined to hear about their approaches, as it only served to highlight their own inadequacies. Yunqin gazed at Li Su in admiration. "Brother Xian, your perspective on addressing the questions was truly remarkable." Li Su replied, "Brother Xian, yours was not lacking either. Do you recall how you composed your entire essay?" Yunqin stammered, "Brother Xian, do you remember the entirety of what you wrote?" "Of course, I can recite it from memory for us to review," Li Su responded, finding it rather commonplace. Assuming everyone would remember their entire content, Yunqin's eyes widened slightly. Could he admit that he could not reproduce it from memory? He and T made a concerted effort to memorize it. Though it was his own writing, he only recalled the general ideas. To reproduce it verbatim was beyond his capacity. Chapter 68. This young man's insights are remarkably unique. A group of individuals gazed upwards at Li Su, who, astonishingly, could recite his meticulously penned thesis verbatim after the examination. "It's quite all right if you can't remember," Li Su remarked, noticing the expression on Yunqin's face, thus refraining from insisting on the recitation. The two engaged in a discussion, delving into the nuances of their respective theses, each deriving valuable insights from the other's work. "Since you can recite your thesis, might I be privileged to appreciate the entire composition?" Yunqin inquired, his curiosity genuine, eager to behold the entirety of such an impressive piece. Of course, Li Su readily acquiesced, perceiving no offense in the request. Lindsay volunteered, "Allow me to prepare the ink for you, Su Gu," as Li Su took up his brush to transcribe both of his theses. A glimmer of awe flickered in Yunqin's eyes upon first seeing the characters. Li Su's handwriting, though conventional in its regular script, had a vigor that seemed to penetrate the paper, exuding a lively essence. The strokes were balanced, proportioned harmoniously, akin to a serene masterpiece. The onlookers gathered closely, with Yunqin securing the prime vantage point, studying intently, his admiration deepening. He couldn't help but reflect that within the contours of Xianji's thesis, he discerned echoes of the esteemed chief minister's style. Perhaps those who excel share certain similarities. Yet, a tinge of disappointment arose within him. If the chief minister was reluctant to take him as a disciple, perhaps it was an indication of his own inadequacies. At that moment, witnessing Xianji's thesis, he recognized the truth in the saying that there are always greater talents beyond oneself. Had Xiangu been born into a prominent family in the capital, he likely would have already garnered widespread acclaim. Yunqin's own thesis was commendable. However, after encountering Li Su's work, he became acutely aware of his shortcomings. Following their discussion, Li Su, too, felt that his own thesis could be refined further. Both young men recognized their respective deficiencies while simultaneously fostering a deeper appreciation for one another's abilities. Lindsay, Qin Ming, and Ren Shuhua observed Yunqin, who was engaged in lively conversation with Li Su. They felt a surge of joy for Li Su, yet were relieved that Yunqin hailed from a different region. Otherwise, they might never have had the opportunity to converse with Su Gu. The trio could not help but muse that they fell short in their studies. Had they possessed Yunqin's caliber, they would not have been relegated to mere spectators, unable to interject. Regardless of the outcome of the examination, they resolved to remain steadfast in their studies, not aspiring to surpass Su Gu, but at the very least, to be able to keep pace with him. In the ensuing days, the scholars anxiously awaited their results while forging connections with fellow candidates, hoping to cultivate friendships with kindred spirits. Their discussions meandered across various topics, revealing the youthful vigor and ambition embodied within them. Each had their own aspirations, and while they might change over time, the youthful spirit and noble ideals they carried, alongside like-minded companions, were palpable. A single question could ignite diverse perspectives, spawning lively debates among them. In such an environment, Li Su felt a surge of fervor within his heart. During his time in the provincial capital, he forged several friendships with individuals hailing from diverse locales. Perhaps they will meet again in the future, or perhaps not, yet all shall fondly remember the engaging conversations shared during this period. Within the examination room, several examiners were deeply engrossed in a mountain of test papers, their expressions focused as they wielded their red pens to underscore notable points. One examiner casually flipped open a test paper, initially scrutinizing its contents in a perfunctory manner. Upon glancing at the written words, he relaxed his brow slightly. He found no faults in the preceding sections. However, when he reached the poetry segment, his eyes widened in astonishment. What a splendid piece this was! It truly resonated with his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he regained his composure and continued reading. With an expression of admiration, the examiner approached the argumentative section, and upon reading the first few lines, his gaze instantly hardened, his demeanor shifting to one of solemn focus. Unconsciously, he straightened his posture and drew the paper closer. This student's insights were remarkably profound. The examiner could not help but exclaim. This utterance shattered the tranquility of the examination room, prompting the chief examiner and the other examiners to lift their heads towards him. Unable to contain his excitement, the examiner hastily beckoned the others over, urging them to take a look. The other examiners rose and gathered around, their expressions transitioning from curiosity to astonishment and admiration. Such eloquence, such ingenuity, truly remarkable. After perusing the poetry and the argumentative piece, the chief examiner could not refrain from exclaiming, "I was already quite impressed with this submission. Yet I did not anticipate encountering a student of even greater merit. Our Kangwu certainly boasts a wealth of talent this time. Both pieces are exceptionally outstanding, though I believe this one slightly surpasses the other. It is indeed a blessing for Kangwu. Given time, this student will undoubtedly achieve greatness." The examiners took turns appreciating the work, declaring this paper to be the pinnacle of the current examination cycle. This student is undoubtedly the top candidate of this session. Yet, which scholar could this be? The examiners, fueled by curiosity, all hoped that this student hailed from their own province. After grading all the papers and finalizing the student scores, they eagerly urged the officials to unseal the names. The supervising official, perplexed by the examiner's urgency, wondered why they were so impatient, as none were new to the role of examiner. Nevertheless, the official promptly began to unseal the envelopes. The first one contained the top candidate's name, and all the examiners leaned in to see. Li Su? Does anyone know this student? Li Su? I know him. The little third scholar. Our Kangwu has produced a little third scholar this time. What? A little third scholar? Indeed, I am familiar with him. Li Su is a student from Ningxin County in Tanzhou Prefecture, having secured the top position in both the county and provincial examinations. This student is destined to shine brightly in the future. The supervising official couldn't help but widen his eyes. Our Kangwu has actually produced a little third scholar? While not as rare as the 6 scholars, it is still uncommon. To consecutively achieve the top position in the county, provincial, and institutional examinations is no small feat. It requires both skill and a stroke of luck. Tomorrow, arrangements will be made for the officers to convey the joyous news to him privately, and messages will be sent to Ningxin County as well. We must not be negligent. The officers tasked with delivering the news to Li Su's home should be carefully chosen, and their entourage should be more substantial than that of other scholars. Additionally, the officers should prepare to celebrate with drums, gongs, and fireworks in advance. The examiner from Tanzhou Prefecture was overwhelmed with excitement, astonished that a scholar from Tanzhou, albeit not a native, had excelled in the imperial examination. His official position in Tanzhou meant he could share in this remarkable achievement. The other examiners from various prefectures looked on with envy and jealousy, as Tanzhou had historically performed mediocrely in the Kangwu examinations, yet this time, they had produced such an exceptional candidate. The Tanzhou examiner held his head high, knowing that no other examiners dared to mock the capabilities of their prefecture any longer. Their performance was akin to a sudden revelation after a long silence. The chief examiner praised the Tanzhou examiner and advised him not to underestimate the potential of this promising student, who might very well achieve astounding results in future examinations. Although the notion of achieving the highest honors, 6 yuan, remained unspoken, the exhilaration in their hearts rendered them momentarily speechless. The rarity of such an achievement, which might not occur even once in a century, filled their minds with hopeful possibilities. As the examiners reviewed Li Su's papers, they recognized his exceptional talent and felt that with a stroke of luck, he might indeed achieve greatness. The chief examiner noted that since Li Su would participate again next year, it was fortuitous that many students who had not previously entered the preliminary examinations were now choosing to do so this year, anticipating the upcoming provincial examinations. The examiners eagerly awaited next year's tests, keen to witness Li Su's remarkable performance. Their excitement kept them awake through the night. And only as dawn approached did their thoughts begin to settle. In a nearby tavern, Li Su contemplated his future. With the results due to be announced tomorrow, he resolved that if he did not succeed this time, he would refrain from participating in further examinations. His family had already endured significant hardship due to his pursuit of education, and he could not afford to be selfish any longer. Should he fail, he planned to seek employment in town and temporarily abandon his scholarly ambitions. Yet, if opportunities arose in the future, he would certainly wish to continue his studies. Having devoted all his time to his studies without success thus far, he understood that if he were to abandon his scholarly pursuits for a job, the chances of passing the examinations would diminish significantly. Meanwhile, from their perch above, Li Su and his companions listened in silence to the discussions of the students below. Yunqin sighed softly, recognizing that for families of modest means, supporting a single scholar through the rigors of education was a formidable challenge. Many scholars, despite their diligence and capability, would ultimately abandon their aspirations due to a lack of fortune. Li Su nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the cost of trial and error in education was exceedingly high for ordinary families. The high stakes and low tolerance for failure made it difficult for the underprivileged to rise to prominence. Most critically, the educational resources available to those from humble backgrounds were vastly inferior to those accessible to the aristocracy. Even he, with the wealth of knowledge bestowed by his master and modern texts, would not have achieved such distinction without that advantage. The disparity was not merely financial. Much of the knowledge remained firmly in the hands of the elite, while common students were limited to the foundational texts, making further advancement exceedingly challenging. Yunqin silently recited the phrase cost of trial and error. Although he had never heard many of the things his wise brother mentioned, upon reflection, they were described with remarkable precision. Yunqin could not help but voice his thoughts. If the costs of ink, paper, and writing tools were not so exorbitant, perhaps many scholars would be able to persist in their studies. Li Su took note of this matter, resolving that once he ascended to greater heights, he would reduce the price of paper, for he was well acquainted with the craft of papermaking. Lowering the cost of paper would undoubtedly encroach upon the profits of many influential families. Without sufficient elevation, one could easily meet their demise without understanding how. While his master might offer protection, he placed greater trust in his own capabilities. The weightiness of the topic prompted Lin Zhe to shift the conversation, remarking that after the results were announced tomorrow, they would have to return, expressing a sense of reluctance to part from everyone. During this time, they had all engaged in mutual learning and enjoyed each other's company. However, post-departure, Yunqin would no longer be able to spend each day alongside Su Ge. Though they had managed to secure their positions, they would undoubtedly meet again in the future. After raising his cup, Yunqin proclaimed, "A toast to all." The group joined in, lifting their cups, and as the wine flowed, laughter erupted, momentarily dispelling the sadness of impending separation. Before dawn had fully arrived, a throng of scholars gathered at the entrance of the examination hall. For many students from humble backgrounds, this was a pivotal moment in their destinies. As the light gradually brightened, more scholars joined the assembly, and soon, Li Su and his companions arrived. Qin Ming, anxious to the point of trembling, fervently invoked every deity he knew and summoned his ancestors, fervently wishing for their blessing to succeed. Were it not for the crowd, he would have knelt to plead for divine favor. Several officials strode forth, bearing the list of results, and with the fervent gaze of the crowd upon them, they affixed the list to the wall, subsequently displaying the examination papers as well. The students jostled at the forefront, some rising on tiptoes and straining their necks, eager to press their eyes against the list. Others, squeezed by the crowd, struggled to advance but remained resolute in their efforts. On the periphery, those in a state of agitation flushed red, repeatedly attempting to push forward only to be thwarted, their expressions rife with urgency. "I did it. I succeeded," a scholar exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. "This is wonderful. Li Su recognized the young man as the one who had declared the previous night that he would abandon the imperial examination if he did not pass. His friends surrounded him, rejoicing in his success and offering their hearty congratulations. Even Qin Ming found himself unable to push through the throng, though he was burning with impatience. He could only wait for those inside to finish and for the crowd to thin. Yi Wenshu exerted considerable effort to peer into the crowd from a corner, hoping that he had surpassed Li Su this time. Searching from the 10th position upward for his name, he spotted it in 3rd place. A flicker of disappointment washing over him as he had secretly aspired for a higher rank. It seemed that this year's examination had produced formidable competitors among the scholars. He had believed he could at least secure 2nd place. Yet, having scanned the area, he could not find Li Su's name, which struck him as odd. A pang of anxiety struck Yi Wenshu, compelling him to continue searching forward, hoping that he was mistaken, and perhaps Li Su had faltered, landing further down the list. As Yi Wenshu glimpsed the 2nd place without yet seeing Li Su's name, a thought struck him. Li Su must have performed poorly. However, when his gaze fell upon the top position, he felt as though he had been scalded, his eyes widening in disbelief as they fixated on the 2 prominent characters. Was it not said that this cohort of scholars included many formidable contenders? How could it be that Li Su ascended to 1st place? At that moment, a constable burst forth from the examination hall, calling out loudly, "May I inquire if Master Li Su is present?" Upon hearing his name, Li Su promptly replied, "Yes." "Esteemed officer, how may I assist you?" This immediately drew the attention of many scholars. For those who had perused the list understood that Li Su was indeed this year's top scholar, casting admiring glances in his direction. The constable approached Li Su with utmost respect, his words brimming with excitement. "Congratulations, Master Li. You have achieved the distinction of scholar, excelling in the county, provincial, and imperial examinations. What a remarkable triumph." This pronouncement incited a wave of astonishment among the crowd. Li Su was momentarily taken aback. Was it customary for a constable to personally deliver such good news to a scholar? Hastily, he retrieved some silver from his pocket, expressing, "I beg your pardon, esteemed officer, for your trouble in delivering this joyful news. I hope you will accept this token of appreciation." Fortunately, he had enough silver on hand, or he would have found himself in an awkward predicament, for it was typically the case that constables would visit scholars' homes to convey such news, rather than seek out the scholars directly. After a brief exchange, the constable accepted the silver, having earnestly worked for this honor. It was no small feat to be the bearer of good news, which accounted for his slight delay in comparison to his fellow constables. Once the constable departed, Lin Zhe and the others excitedly exclaimed, "Congratulations, Su Gu! You did it! You truly secured the 3rd rank." Qin Ming gave Li Su a thumbs up. "Congratulations! I can hardly believe I have a friend who is a 3rd-ranked scholar," he said, beaming with delight. Ren Shuhua echoed the excitement. "Su Gu, congratulations! Not to mention, my grandfather has likely never encountered a 3rd-ranked scholar. What a privilege it is for me to befriend one." Li Su graciously accepted their congratulations. Although he had anticipated this outcome, it still brought him immense joy. Now, he found himself among those who could genuinely celebrate his achievements. "Now that the crowd has thinned by the list, you 3 should hasten to check your results," Li Su encouraged Lin Zhe and his companions. They nodded eagerly and rushed off, hoping their own results would not bring them shame. Meanwhile, whispers of admiration and reverence echoed among the other scholars. A 3rd-ranked scholar? Is it true that someone has achieved this honor? Chapter 70. All 4 scholars have made their mark, a 3rd-ranked scholar? I was so preoccupied with the list that I neglected to examine the examination paper itself. I must see how this 3rd-ranked scholar performed. With this reminder, the other scholars reacted, and those who had reviewed the list surged forward, eager to inspect the examination paper of the 3rd-ranked scholar. "Who is it? Don't push. You're stepping on my foot. Easy now, there's no need to shove. The paper isn't going anywhere. Then step aside so we can take a look." At this moment, the fervor surrounding the scene rivaled that of the list unveiling itself. Yi Wenshu stared blankly at Li Su, finally coming to the realization that the disparity between them was not merely one of 1st and 2nd place. Rather, during the provincial examination, he had fortuitously secured the 2nd position. At this moment, Yi Wenshu's spirit felt somewhat shattered as he reflected on his arduous efforts, which had not only failed to surpass Li Su, but had widened the gap between them on the leaderboard. Hadn't his father always claimed he possessed a natural talent for studies? Was that merely a deception? Now, he found himself questioning his own abilities. In comparison to the prodigies from illustrious families, it could be argued that his limited exposure to literature made his struggles understandable. However, he had inquired about Li Su, who emerged from a humble farming family in a remote county where not a single scholar could be found in the surrounding 10 miles. In his heart, Yi Wenshu began to doubt his own talents. Perhaps he was not as gifted as he had once believed. At least, in relation to Li Su, this seemed to be the case. With a complex expression, he felt unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, the crowd observing Li Su's examination paper erupted in exclamations of admiration. Truly, the small third place was deserving of accolades. Just look at the calligraphy, the poetry, the essay, exquisite, unparalleled. It was utterly flawless, leaving no room for critique. Was this the chasm that lay between him and the small third place? Yi Wenshu, upon hearing the commotion, felt compelled to approach and witness the magnitude of their differences. He struggled to push through the throng, his eyes fixed intently on the examination paper, overwhelmed by the shock it evoked within him. Even his father, he mused, could hardly produce such an exceptional essay. He swallowed hard, hoping that Li Su would overlook his previous misdeeds and not dwell on the past. With such remarkable talent, barring unforeseen circumstances, Li Su was destined for great heights. Regret gnawed at Yi Wenshu as he pondered why he had chosen to offend Li Su. Furthermore, the other scholars had already apologized to Li Su, yet he had not. While others might fail to discern his petty antics, how could a genius like Li Su possibly be oblivious? A sudden thought struck him. Should he seek out Li Su now to offer an apology? As Yi Wenshu raised his gaze toward Li Su, he noticed him engaged in conversation with Yun Qin. Yi Wenshu was well aware of Yun Qin's esteemed reputation. Despite ranking second, Yun Qin still enjoyed a jovial discourse with Li Su. Why had he not possessed such magnanimity at the time? Even a talent like Yun Qin did not seem to feel constrained, leaving Yi Wenshu baffled by his own previous feelings of inadequacy. Fostering animosity towards Li Su was clearly more detrimental than beneficial, and Yi Wenshu found it difficult to empathize with his former self. Lin Zhe and his companions quickly searched for their names on the list, starting from the middle and moving downward. The number of scholars from Kangwu was comparatively fewer than in other provinces, with the annual admission of scholars ranking near the bottom, resulting in just over 300 candidates listed. In contrast, provinces ranked higher could boast of thousands of scholars admitted. Qin Ming scanned the list with remarkable speed. Shuhua, I see you. You're in 277. Ren Shuhua immediately shifted his gaze to that position, confirming it was indeed him, typically the calmest among the three. He felt a surge of excitement that made his fingers tremble. I really passed the examination. Upon finishing his words, Ren Shuhua could not help but laugh. His grandfather had only gained the title of scholar in his 30s, while he himself was merely 17. Lin Zhe and Qin Ming continued their search, and at that moment, Qin Ming spoke up, let me check from the end. I made the list. At the very last position. When Qin Ming laughed, he resembled a foolish son of a wealthy family. It seemed that the deities and ancestors had heard his wishes, for he truly made it onto the list. Though he was in the last place, among the multitude of scholars, only 308 had passed. And he was precisely that 308th. Truly a child chosen by destiny. Lin Zhe swallowed nervously, praying that heaven would grant his name a place on that list. When he finally spotted his name, he double-checked to ensure it was indeed him, letting out a long breath, followed by elation. I made the list too. Wonderful. We have all succeeded in becoming scholars. Among the three, Ren Shuhua ranked the highest. They exchanged glances, unable to suppress their smiles. Let us go. Let us tell Su Gu right now. Without Su Gu's assistance, it would have been impossible for them to achieve their scholarly status. Relying solely on themselves, they might not have succeeded even after several more years of attempts. In their county, it was already considered exceptional to have 1 or 2 scholars each year, and it was not uncommon for there to be none at all. This year, aside from one other student from a different private academy, only the 4 of them had passed, a significant increase compared to previous years. Their academy had 4 successful candidates, and Su Gu was even a small third-degree scholar. One could only imagine the joy of their teacher, especially given how other academies looked down upon him, thinking he accepted anyone, contrary to previous years, when they had not had a single successful candidate, or perhaps just one on rare occasions. This year, they had 4. The 3 of them excitedly rushed towards Li Su, who was bidding farewell to Yun Qin as they were about to leave. Xian Xiong, I believe you will come to the capital next year. I shall host you splendidly then. Yunqin said with a hint of reluctance in his tone, having finally found someone with whom he could bond so well, both as a mentor and a friend. Let us exchange addresses for future correspondence. Li Su thought that communicating with Yunqin would be beneficial for his own growth. Yunqin was more than willing, and they exchanged addresses. Su Ge, we all made the list. Thank you. Before meeting you, we wouldn't have even dared to dream of this. The last time they had taken the county examination, they had failed. Yet, merely a year later, they had become scholars. Yunqin smiled at the three of them, offering his congratulations. Qin Ming shyly scratched his face, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Being the last on the list and receiving congratulations from the first and second places felt rather ironic. Li Su was also pleased for them, acknowledging that it was indeed the result of their own hard work. After all, without their own effort, he could not have guided them, nor would he have chosen to do so. I wish I could tell my mother this good news right now. Lindsay longed to be home instantly to share this news with his mother, who would surely be delighted upon hearing it. Having become a scholar, perhaps his mother could finally reunite with his father? The messenger bearing the good news will likely arrive before you, Yunqin remarked with a smile. My father remains oblivious to the extent of his impending joy. Qin Ming beams broadly with delight. Li Su remarks, perhaps this is precisely how you appear at present. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Yi Wenshu strides towards Li Su. Chapter 71. The official delivers good news. Lindsay, upon spotting Yi Wenshu, reaches out to halt him, wearing a wary expression as he inquires, what do you intend to do? Are you perhaps envious of Su Ge, seeking trouble? Or has the sight of Su Ge, the third-place scholar, provoked you? Qin Ming and Ren Shuhua also display apprehension, fearing that Yi Wenshu might suddenly act against Li Su. Yi Wenshu's lips twitch. He merely approached to extend an apology, yet they regard him as if he were a criminal. Yunqin, puzzled by the apparent animosity among them, muses that anyone who could fall out with such an admirable individual likely possesses their own shortcomings. Having spent some time with Li Su and the others, Yunqin understands that while he may not know everything, their temperaments are generally amiable. With an awkward smile, Yi Wenshu addresses Li Su regarding the previous matter. I acknowledge my fault and sincerely hope you can overlook it. The three, Lin Zhe and his companions, gaze at him in disbelief. You have come to apologize? Yi Wenshu nods vigorously, pleading, I hope you will be magnanimous and not hold a grudge. Li Su had no intention of confronting Yi Wenshu, and had it not been for Yi Wenshu's initiative, he would have nearly forgotten about him. Thus, Lin Zhe and the others eased their vigilance. Li Su surmised that Yi Wenshu's apology stemmed from a fear of potential retribution. Yet, it could also be that Yi Wenshu, having seen his answers, was genuinely impressed by his talent. Li Su narcissistically mused. Without waiting for a response from Li Su, Yi Wenshu hurriedly departed after delivering his apology, feeling somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, students who had reviewed Li Su's answers flocked to him, showering him with praise. To which Li Su responded with a warm smile and exchanged a few words. After Li Su left, one scholar remarked, this third-place scholar possesses a commendable temperament. He is not at all arrogant. The other scholars nodded in agreement, their admiration for Li Su growing, appreciating both his knowledge and courtesy. The four of them prepared to return home after reviewing the rankings. Meanwhile, the county magistrate, Li Jin, received news from the prefectural government, commending their county for producing a third-place scholar. Li Jin could hardly contain his joy, recalling the previous submission of the plow, though no reward was bestowed upon him. The prefect had shown great favor towards him, leaving him to wonder if the prefect had usurped the credit for the plow. Nonetheless, gaining the recognition of the prefect was a commendable achievement. The emperor was distant, but the prefect was his direct superior. This third-place scholar must not be neglected. He needed to consult with his assistant regarding appropriate gifts. The name of this third-place scholar seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Yet he could not recall the specifics. Li Jin pondered that if he could not remember, it mattered little. Attaining third place must have been a remarkable feat, making it understandable that he felt a sense of familiarity. Consequently, Li Jin began to make preparations, and when the official bearing good news arrived, he accompanied him to meet this promising talent, aware that maintaining a positive relationship was imperative. Unbeknownst to them, they soared to great heights. And even if no further accomplishments follow, this small third degree is already dear to the heart of the governor. It is best not to offend. The grand residence of the Li family, adorned with blue bricks and white tiles, has been completed, yet they have not yet moved in. They wish to wait for the results of Li Su's examination, should he succeed in becoming a scholar. They will host a banquet at their new home to celebrate with friends and family. Furthermore, they intend to allow Li Su to choose a room himself, despite having selected the finest one for him, as his preference must also be taken into account. Thus, the Li family has yet to take up residence. Little Four should be returning soon, and my heart races with anticipation, uncertain of how he fared in the exams. Feng Tsuetsue, of course, hopes her child achieves success as a scholar, yet fears any slip-ups could place undue pressure on Li Su. When asked by the villagers, she claims ignorance, unwilling to assert that he will pass lest Little Four be ridiculed by their peers. Although they would not dare speak ill to her face, she would not hesitate to confront them. The joyful officials arrived in the county, and Magistrate Li sought out the officers tasked with delivering the good news to Li Su. Gentlemen, please wait a moment while I gather my things to accompany you. There were 5 officials in total to convey the joyful tidings, one serving as the chief messenger responsible for reading the proclamation, while the others assisted, 2 bearing plaques, 1 striking gongs and drums, and another carrying gifts. Alongside Magistrate Li were 2 local gentry. Upon being summoned, the gentlemen were overjoyed, astounded that their county had produced a 3rd-degree scholar, an unprecedented event in history. Magistrate Li's invitation to accompany him in presenting gifts and sharing the joyous news was a momentous occasion for them. Meanwhile, the officials delivering congratulations to Lin Zhe, Ren Shuhua, and Qin Ming cast envious glances at the jubilant scene, lamenting their missed opportunity, though they found solace in the fact that they hailed from the same locale. Only 1 official was dispatched to each of the 3 families to deliver the news. At the Lin residence, Madame Lin was perusing the account books when an ecstatic nursemaid rushed in, exclaiming, Madam, young master has passed the examination and become a scholar. The official messenger is already at the door. Madame Lin, filled with excitement, set the account book aside and exclaimed, Is it truly so? Indeed, it is true. Come quickly. Let us not keep the official waiting. The nursemaid urged, assisting Madame Lin as they hastened outside. Even Master Lin received the news. At that moment, Lin Shi was with him, and their first reaction was one of disbelief, for Lin Zhe was seen as a spoiled child lacking in scholarly pursuit. A jolt of surprise coursed through Lin Shi as she pondered, did little brother truly pass? Is there no mistake? There is no mistake. Madam has verified it. Master, she is already at the door. Will you not go out? Master Lin, filled with joy, quickly rose and declared, Go. Having 2 sons as scholars brings such prestige. Seeing her father depart, Lin Shi followed closely, still struggling to believe that Lin Zhe could have achieved such an honor. He has personally taken the examination and is well aware of the formidable challenge of aspiring to become a scholar. From a young age, he has exerted tremendous effort. Yet how diligently has Lin Zhi studied? Lin Shi is reluctant to admit her inferiority to Lin Zhe, whom she perceives as a mere wastrel, incapable of passing the scholar examination. Madame Lin, brimming with enthusiasm, discreetly slips a handsome sum of silver to the official, who, in turn, utters many flattering remarks. Madame Lin's spirits soar, and the previous shadow of worry fades from her countenance. Little Zhe truly brings her pride, now that he has also succeeded in becoming a scholar. Upon his return, she intends to separate from Lin Fu and return with her son to the ancestral home of the Zhang family. Lin Fu, lost in his own joy, remains unaware of Madame Lin's demeanor. Meanwhile, Magistrate Li has made his preparations, marching triumphantly towards Li family village with the jubilant officials, beating drums and sounding gongs. Chapter 72. The village's reaction to the news as they entered Li family village. The grand spectacle instantly captivated the attention of the chatty elders at the village entrance. What is that sound of gongs and drums? Has anyone in the village announced a joyous occasion? No sooner had the thought crossed their minds than they spotted officials clad in uniforms, accompanied by several middle-aged men of apparent stature and influence. Though the villagers were oblivious to the specifics, the atmosphere unmistakably suggested that splendid news was on the horizon. The leading official brandished a conspicuous announcement. The character's congratulations on passing shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, while the other officials continued to beat drums and gongs. Children flocked to join in the merriment, eager to partake in the celebration. The villagers whispered among themselves, "Third uncle, aren't you literate? What does it say up there?" The man referred to as third uncle suddenly slapped his thigh in excitement, exclaiming, "It says congratulations on passing. Someone from our village has become a scholar." "What? Is it that lad from the Deping family? We heard he participated in this year's imperial examination. Let us go, let us follow them." As the officials arrived at the doorstep of the Deping family, the villagers' words and expressions brimmed with envy and astonishment. Indeed, it was that lad from the Deping family. The fortune teller had previously predicted his academic prowess, and it turned out to be true. Didn't you previously claim that the Deping family was foolish for believing the fortune teller? Go on, I never said such a thing. The officials halted at the entrance of the Li household, and the chief official took a deep breath, raising his voice to announce, "Is the Li family present? Congratulations to Master Li Su for passing the scholar examination, excelling in both the county and provincial tests, and achieving the rank of top candidate, securing the coveted title of the third Yuan." Immediately, hurried footsteps echoed from within the courtyard. Did you hear that? Yes, little C has passed the scholar examination. Furthermore, he is a top candidate. Li Zhongyi exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, unsure where to place his hands and feet. Quick, go greet the officials. I must change my clothes. As little C's mother, I cannot bring shame upon him. Feng Zizue hurriedly retreated to her room, simultaneously retrieving a jar filled with silver coins. She had heard that they needed to prepare a gift of silver for the officials delivering the good news. Currently, Li Zhengxiang and Dong Fangfang were in charge of the business in the county town. Dong Fangfang, feeling sufficiently recovered, decided to let Feng Zizue stay at home while she and Li Zhengxiang went to their shop in the county town. Considering that if Xiao Si were to achieve the status of a scholar, it would be appropriate for her, as a mother, to remain at home while the officials brought the good news. Feng Zizue refrained from insisting on going to the county to assist. Upon Feng Zuezue's entrance into the house, Li Daping and Li Zhongyi exchanged glances. Li Daping remarked, he also wishes to change into a new set of clothes. We cannot keep the officials waiting at the door. With a tug at his clothing and a deep breath, he proceeded to open the door. Li Zhongyi and Zhuangyuan hurriedly followed, their hearts undoubtedly racing. Yet they could not afford to miss such an occasion. With a quivering voice, Li Daping addressed the officials. Is it truly so? Has my Xiao Si indeed become a scholar? The leading official extended the congratulatory notice, affirming the truth of the matter. Indeed, he had attained the rank of a little third place, a first for Ningxin County. Li Daping and Li Zhongyi gasped in astonishment. Xiao Si had truly excelled. The onlookers around were equally astounded. Our county's first little third place? Good heavens, the young man from the Daping family is so remarkable. This is genuinely the manifestation of the literary star. It seems only our village has received this honor. That boy has always shown intelligence since childhood. I had foreseen his bright future. If my own children could achieve even a fraction of this, I would be immensely grateful. What kind of worship does the Daping family offer to have such a son? Perhaps I should pay my respects as well. At that moment, Feng Zuezue emerged, impeccably dressed and exuding vitality. The crowd was taken aback. Was this truly the Daping family's daughter-in-law? The officials mused that indeed, a family capable of raising a little third place must possess some distinction. Feng Zizue thought to herself that this attire was fashioned from the fabric she had purchased for Xiao Si, which she had previously hesitated to wear. But now it served a purpose. With a beaming smile and unparalleled enthusiasm, she graciously bestowed silver to the congratulating officials, not sparing a thought for the expenditure. Her heart was lightened by this act of generosity, relishing the joy of spending money for the first time. The other members of the Li family regarded Feng Zizue with admiration as she handled the situation with such ease. In truth, Feng Zizue had conducted business in the county for some time, and her demeanor had undergone significant transformation. Magistrate Li stepped forward, stating, Li Xiaocai has yet to return home. I am the magistrate of Ningxin County, and this is a small token of my goodwill. I hope Li Xiaocai performs excellently in the upcoming county examinations. An official approached, carrying an item covered in red cloth, the contents hidden from view. The crowd was even more astonished. They had not expected the county magistrate himself to arrive, indicating his high regard for the young scholar. Feng Zuezue was both flattered and surprised. Magistrate, Xiao Si has not returned home yet. I am exceedingly grateful. Magistrate Li exchanged a few more words, and once the officials and the magistrate departed, the atmosphere at the Li household grew even more boisterous. The villagers spoke animatedly, no longer restrained in their excitement, extolling Li Su to celestial heights. Yet, in that moment, none found the praise excessive. Grandfather Li and Grandmother Li heard the news and hurried over, as did the village chief, who dashed from his home with remarkable speed. When Grandpa Li arrived, the entrance was crowded to the point of being impassable. Upon seeing him, the crowd instinctively parted to grant him passage. As he stepped inside, his gaze fell upon the plaque, and he inquired, "Has my grandson successfully passed the examination?" Li Daping nodded vigorously. "Father, Xiao Si has achieved the coveted title of Zhuangyuan. Do you know what that means? It signifies that he has secured first place in the county, prefectural, and provincial examinations consecutively." This was information Li Daping had just overheard from the officials and the county magistrate. Feng Tsuetsue chimed in, "Father and mother, this is the first time our county has produced a Zhuangyuan, truly unique. The county magistrate even paid us a personal visit." Feng Tsuetsue felt a surge of pride. Those who had previously whispered disparaging remarks about their family's support for Xiao Si now regarded her with envy and admiration. Grandpa Li's face beamed with joy. "Wonderful. Our family's Xiao Si has truly made a name for himself, bringing honor to the Li lineage. Do you know when he will return?" Now that the results are out, Xiao Si should already be on his way back, though it might take him a few days to reach home, Feng Tsuetsue speculated. "Once he returns, we must host a grand banquet. If funds are lacking, I will cover the expenses," Grandpa Li declared. Feng Tsuetsue quickly interjected, "We certainly must host a banquet, but there is no need for you to foot the bill. It is our duty as Xiao Si's parents to handle the costs." At this moment, Feng Tsuetsue felt no regret over the expenses. She believed every penny spent was worthwhile. The village had arrived, nearly tripping over his own shoes, with his youngest son struggling to keep pace behind him. He couldn't help but wonder, didn't father say he had been feeling unwell lately? Chapter 73, Preparations for the Banquet. The village head is here, someone shouted. The village head abruptly halted, feigning calmness as he approached, his gaze fixed intently on the plaque. "Daping, what do you think of placing this plaque in the village ancestral hall?" he eagerly proposed. Li Daping hesitated for a moment. He had envisioned displaying it in the living room of the new house, where it would be visible to all who entered. "Placing it in the ancestral hall is also a good idea," he replied after a moment's thought. "I will consult Xiao Si upon his return. Although I am his father, this plaque was earned through his own efforts, and I cannot make that decision for him." The village head nodded appreciatively. Of course. I will endeavor to persuade him to display the plaque in the ancestral hall, so that others in the village can take inspiration from it. Daping, be sure to inform us when the banquet is being organized." "Yes, do let us know when the banquet takes place," others echoed. Li Daping responded affirmatively, "Certainly. I will invite everyone from the village." He could distinctly sense the warmth and enthusiasm of the villagers towards him had increased. After the crowd dispersed, Li Daping and Li Jingyi cautiously carried the plaque into their home. Feng Tsuetsue called out, Be careful. If this plaque gets damaged, you two will be in for it." Zhuangyuan observed the scene with amusement, and upon exchanging glances with Li Daping, both father and son handled the plaque with even greater care. "As we await Xiao Si's return, we shall host a banquet in our new home, preparing the dishes in advance. Eldest sister-in-law, I recall that your elder brother from your maternal family is a chef. He catered for the second brother's wedding, and his culinary skills were truly commendable. Shall we invite him once more for this occasion?" Feng Tsuetsue turned to Zhuangyuan with an inquisitive gaze. Zhuangyuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she replied, "Mother, if you think it feasible, I shall consult my elder brother." It had been quite some time since she last visited her family. Now that they had some financial stability, she had previously discussed with Gu the idea of sending some money home as a gesture of filial piety to her parents. Her elder brother was not a professional chef working in a restaurant, but rather a mobile chef catering for rural feasts. His income reliant on being hired for weddings and funerals. While sometimes his earnings were satisfactory, often they were meager. This would provide her brother with an opportunity for work. Although she hadn't inquired about the payment, her mother-in-law would surely be generous, given that this was for Xiao Si's celebration. "Very well, you may ask him later. And perhaps bring back some pastries," Feng Tsuetsue said, not being stingy, for her daughter-in-law did not visit often, and returning empty-handed would be rather inappropriate, especially when seeking her brother's assistance. "All right," Zhuangyuan replied, her smile deepening. "If he agrees, we can discuss the menu in advance." Feng Tsuetsue hoped for a splendid arrangement. After enjoying lunch that day, Zhuangyuan set off for home with a bag of pastries. As she approached the door, she joyfully called out, "Father, mother." "Is that Xiaoyu's voice?" Zhang's mother exclaimed, and upon seeing her daughter, she asked with concern, "Xiaoyu, what brings you back? Is there trouble? Did you quarrel with Zhang Yi?" A worried expression crossed her face. Zhuangyuan quickly shook her head. "No, mother, do not speculate. Where is elder brother?" "He has gone to fetch water," Zhang's mother replied. Zhang's father silently gestured for Zhuangyu to take a seat. "Xiaoyu, please sit," he said. Zhuangyu handed the pastries to her mother. "Mother, these are for you." Zhang's mother looked at her reproachfully. "Xiaoyu, why did you buy such expensive pastries? What if your mother-in-law makes things difficult for you?" No mother-in-law appreciates a daughter-in-law who constantly supports her own family. "It was my mother-in-law who insisted I bring them." Zhuangyu insisted, pressing the pastries into her mother's hands. "Really?" Zhuangyu nodded vigorously and then pulled out 5 taels of silver from her pocket. "Take this. And buy something nice for yourself and father." Zhang's parents gaped at the silver, and Zhang's mother quickly tried to return it, as if it were a scalding hot potato. With a serious expression, she admonished, "Xiaoyu, accepting pastries is one thing, but why bring so much silver? What will your mother-in-law think of you?" She was genuinely concerned about her daughter's welfare in the Li household. Zhuangyu pressed the silver into her mother's hands once more. "I discussed this with Ego. This silver is a token of respect for you both. It is our family's own money, and my mother-in-law does not concern herself with how we spend it." "Where did you acquire such a sum?" Zhang's mother questioned, astonished. "I earned it through business in the county town. Rest assured, I have more savings. And Zilin has been sent to a private school. Father and mother, you need not worry about me. I am doing quite well." Zhuangyu smiled as she spoke to the 2 elderly individuals. In the eyes of Zhang's parents, the Li family still appeared to be the same struggling household that had previously sacrificed to educate their youngest son. They had shown considerable affection for their daughter, often providing her with financial assistance. Yet the Zhang family, being of modest means, could only do so much for their married daughter. Now, had the Li family truly improved? How could they afford to send their son to a private school that required a significant amount of silver? It was no wonder that Zhang's mother felt concerned. The Li family had endured hardship to fund their son's education in the past. Zhuangyu briefly shared the current situation at home, mentioning that they had made a little money, though she did not specify the amount. The youngest son of the Li family had proven to be quite remarkable, having devised a new culinary delight. They had indeed heard of the popular bobo chicken in the market, which many in the county enjoyed, although they had never purchased it themselves. Furthermore, little C had successfully passed the imperial examination this year and became a scholar. Upon hearing this, Zhang's parents were left speechless. In their eyes, succeeding in business was nothing compared to the astonishment of becoming a scholar. Achieving this status meant he had earned a degree, something that wealth could not procure. He passed? Yes, he did. He achieved top marks in the county, prefectural, and academy examinations, a feat known as the little third place, which is particularly challenging. Even the county magistrate attended to celebrate the occasion. Zhuangyu elaborated, painting a vivid picture of the celebration. Zhang's parents listened, their eyes wide with disbelief. The Li family had truly turned a corner. This was indeed a blessing, as it would ensure their daughter's well-being. As Zhang's elder brother returned with a water bucket and spotted Zhuangyu, he exclaimed, "Little sister." Zhuangyu smiled at him and said, "Brother, I came to ask if you could assist with the banquet for my brother-in-law's scholarly celebration. Do you have some free time?" Zhang's elder brother paused for a moment, momentarily forgetting to put down the yoke and water. A banquet for scholars? The youngest son of the Li family has become a scholar? Once he comprehended the situation, he quickly responded, "I have time." "When is it?" "Little C hasn't returned yet, but it will be in the next few days. My mother-in-law wishes to discuss the menu in advance and prepare for a grand event," Zhuangyu continued. Zhang's elder brother managed to gather his thoughts and finally set the water down. "All right, I will visit the Li family tomorrow to finalize the menu. Is that acceptable?" "Yes. I will return with you tomorrow. I haven't been home in quite a while," she replied. Meanwhile, Li Su's private school was receiving numerous visitors, and he remained blissfully unaware of the developments, wearing a bewildered expression. Chapter 74. Mr. Meng's reaction. "Master Meng, are you still accepting students at your private school? I have brought my child for you to assess. Here is a token of respect. And I have my child too, Master Meng. He is quite intelligent." "Me too. Me too." Master Meng was taken aback, unsure of what was happening. Some of the students were familiar to him, being pupils from other private instructors, and they had performed admirably at their respective schools. However, he was puzzled as to why they sought to study at his institution. It was widely known that his school catered to students whom other instructors were reluctant to accept, with the exception of Li Su, who had inexplicably chosen his school over others. The other private school teachers were somewhat envious of him, believing he had struck lucky. Since Li Su arrived here, he has failed several times in his examinations. It is evident that the private tutors claim that his teaching is inadequate, thus hindering a promising talent. Even Li Su himself began to doubt his own abilities at that time. Meng Fuzi's feelings towards Li Su are quite complex, having undergone significant changes along the way. Suddenly, an idea struck Meng Fuzi. Could it be that these people have come to inform him that Li Su has finally succeeded in his examinations? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. However, he did not agree. Li Su's success would not be attributed to his teaching, but rather to the commendable guidance of his own master. With limited spots available in the private school, it was best for everyone not to crowd at the entrance, Meng Fuzi lamented. The anxious crowd urged, "Could you perhaps expand the capacity? We are all willing to contribute financially. Meng Fuzi, we sincerely wish to enroll our children in your esteemed school. Please consider accepting them. We are open to any conditions." Indeed. Meng Fuzi, feeling an urgency to inquire whether Li Su had indeed passed, found himself unable to escape the throng surrounding him, and thus inquired, "What has prompted this sudden interest in my institution?" "Oh, Meng Fuzi, are you not aware? Your student has achieved great success this year. For candidates passed 4. One of them, Li Su, not only passed the scholar examination but also attained the rank of little third scholar. Today, there was a grand celebration at his home, with the county magistrate attending as well. It was quite the spectacle. The title of little third scholar is rare, not just in our county, but across several neighboring counties. Meng Fuzi, please accept my child. I assure you he will study diligently and will not bring disgrace to your name." Meng Fuzi stood in stunned silence, doubting his own hearing. Little third scholar? Li Su achieved the rank of little third scholar? 4 of my students passed the scholar examination? He could hardly believe such a reality, which seemed too fantastical to even dream of. While he harbored hopes that Li Su might one day return with the title of Zhuangyuan, provincial graduate, he had never imagined that Li Su would achieve the rank of little third scholar. In many respects, attaining little third scholar is more challenging than becoming a Zhuangyuan, as it requires excelling in county, prefectural, and provincial examinations. Who else among my students has passed? Meng Fuzi quickly inquired. One is the son of the Lin family, Lin Zhe. The Lin family is indeed fortunate, as both their sons are scholars. The speaker, having some business dealings with the Lin family, conveyed this with evident envy. I have gathered information. It is Lin Zhe, Rin Shuhua, and Qin Ming. I hear these 3 share a close camaraderie with Li Su, this little third scholar. Meng Fuzi. His disbelief grew. Although these 3 had been earnest this past year, had they truly transformed the examination into such an accessible endeavor? Were they also exceptionally gifted? The magnitude of this revelation overwhelmed Meng Fuzi. He pressed a hand to his chest, needing a moment to collect himself. He hastily dismissed the crowd gathered at the entrance and, trembling, made his way outside, determined to inquire personally. After a thorough inquiry, Master Meng began to believe. His expression dazed as he exclaimed, "How remarkable!" On his journey home, he encountered other scholars from private academies, observing the unabashed envy and jealousy in their eyes. This Master Meng had truly been favored by fortune. Who could witness such prosperity without uttering a word of envy and resentment? Master Meng was soaring with pride, having brought honor to his name. A mere student of the 3rd rank, yet he had produced a scholar of the 3rd rank, and not just one, but 4 promising young talents. The following day, Zhuangyuan and brother Zhang went to the Li family to discuss the menu. Feng Tsuetsue enthusiastically suggested 4 meat dishes, leaving brother Zhang somewhat bewildered as he glanced at Zhuangyu, who appeared unfazed, as though this were the most ordinary matter. Brother Zhang began to wonder if the standards for such feasts had changed due to his recent lack of orders. Typically, when he catered for weddings or funerals in surrounding villages, a decent spread would consist of 2 meat dishes, though it was more common to have just 1, with 6 dishes overall, including 4 vegetarian options being considered quite lavish. Yet here was Feng Tsuetsue declaring 4 meat dishes right off the bat, causing brother Zhang to feel slightly dazed. Was the Li family intending to go all out for this occasion? Why wasn't Xiaoyu advising against it? However, it was not his place to intervene, and ultimately, they settled on a banquet of 8 dishes, 4 meat and 4 vegetarian. Brother Zhang found himself hesitating to voice his concerns multiple times. After finalizing the menu, he left in a daze. And since they lacked sufficient tables and benches for the feast, Feng Hitsue went to borrow from the neighbors. In rural households, it was customary to borrow pots and pans from nearby families when hosting a banquet, returning them clean once the event was over rather than purchasing new items for the occasion. As soon as Feng Tsuetsue spoke, the neighbors readily agreed. After all, This was a favor for the scholar's family. Who could refuse? Perhaps by lending their belongings, they too might share in the joy. Feng Zhenhe distinctly sensed a newfound warmth from the villagers, and she couldn't help but feel proud, thinking how remarkable her Shaoxi was. The Li family eagerly awaited the return of Li Su, having prepared everything, save for Shaoxi's presence. Li Zhengxiang and Dong Fangfang felt a twinge of regret for not witnessing the jubilant arrival of the messenger bearing good news. Feng Zuizue comforted them, saying, Shaoxi still has more examinations to take. There will be other opportunities. Li Zhengxiang and Dong Fangfang nodded in agreement, confident that with Shaoxi's exceptional abilities, he might yet return with the title of a scholar. The Li family members all nodded in affirmation. They were unaware of the true difficulties involved in the examinations, but their belief in Li Su's potential fueled their optimism. Exhausted yet invigorated, the four of them disembarked from the boat, eager to reunite with their family and share the news of their success in the examinations. They each returned home, planning to gather again at a later date. As soon as Li Su finished speaking, Lin Zhe and the others had already run quite a distance. Li Su remarked, their hearts are as eager as arrows. They truly are still children. With a chuckle, he quickened his pace, intent on informing his master before heading home. Upon reaching the entrance, he called out, Master, Master. Yes, I've heard you, Master Shisheng replied, somewhat exasperated. Must you not exhibit the composure befitting a scholar? Li Su was utterly unconcerned with Shisheng's demeanor. Master, I have achieved a minor triple success. Isn't that impressive? Li Su resembled a child yearning for praise. Chapter 75. Lin Mother and Departure. The words poised on Shisheng's lips were swallowed upon witnessing Li Su's expression, and he offered a subtle nod, affirming, well done. Continue to strive. In his heart, Shisheng reflected that he was indeed still a mere 15 or 16-year-old child, and occasional words of affirmation were certainly warranted. Should any of Shisheng's other disciples observe him in this moment, they would undoubtedly cast envious glances, for he had never treated them with such warmth. Li Su couldn't help but let a wider smile spread across his face. He had previously achieved many accolades, but none brought him the joy he felt now. There were others to share in his happiness, and he was no longer the unloved child, bereft of parental affection. Uncle Lin showered him with praise as if it were a free commodity, extolling Li Su's accomplishments without reservation. Among the esteemed disciples of the master, there were indeed those who had also achieved minor triple successes, yet this did not deter him from lauding the young gentleman. Feeling elated from the compliments, Li Su said, Master, Uncle Lin, I shall return home now. Shisheng, understanding his desire to see his family, did not insist he stay. Go ahead. I shall have a servant escort you home. Thank you, Master. As Shisheng and Uncle Lin watched Li Su's retreating figure, Uncle Lin remarked, I never imagined the young master would achieve a minor triple success. Do you think passing the imperial examination is within his reach? Is it possible for him? Shisheng replied, though inwardly he pondered that it was not entirely out of the question. He resolved to use this as a goal to encourage the young lad to intensify his studies. Li Su sneezed and rubbed his nose, wondering who might be thinking of him. Qin Ming's household. Qin Ming dashed home, and upon reaching the doorstep, he called out, Father, Mother. A servant promptly announced, Young master has returned. One of the servants hurried inside to fetch Qin father and Qin mother. Upon hearing the news of Qin Ming's return, Qin father and Qin mother, supporting each other, swiftly made their way outside. Despite his plump figure, Qin father moved with surprising agility. Good lad. Qin father embraced Qin Ming tightly. Qin Ming, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Father, Mother, I have passed the examination. Both Qin father and Qin mother nodded vigorously, with Qin father proudly declaring, I knew my son could do it. He has wholly inherited his father's intelligence. Qin mother rolled her eyes, retorting, he clearly inherited my traits. If he had inherited yours, with that wide, stout body, he might not even fit into the examination hall. Qin father sheepishly rubbed his nose, conceding, Yes, it is indeed your inheritance, my dear. I am simply fortunate to have married you. Qin mother nodded in satisfaction, while Qin Ming stifled a laugh. My son truly brings me pride. Ever since I learned of your success, many have come to our home inquiring about you. Even those who previously looked down on you have sought us out. Qin father felt an overwhelming sense of pride. As Qin Ming walked home with his parents, he recounted recent events, and Qin mother and Qin father listened with rapt attention. At the Lin residence, Lin Zhe hurried directly to his mother's chamber. The matron, upon seeing Lin Zhe, was filled with delight. Young master, you have returned. The madam has been yearning for you. Lindsay nodded to the matron, while Lady Lin held a ledger in her hands, a smile gracing her face. Ever since she learned of Lindsay's success in the imperial examination, her spirits had soared. Mother. Hearing Lindsay's voice, Lady Lin abruptly looked up, her heart swelling with joy. Xiaozhe, you have truly surprised me. Lindsay pulled a chair and seated himself beside her. Mother, I have passed the examination. Can we leave this place now? Lady Lin nodded with a smile. Yes, I will take you to reside at the Jiang family's ancestral home, leaving the Lin residence to them. She regarded the house with disdain, declaring it unworthy of her. All right, I will follow your wishes, mother. Lindsay beamed with delight at the prospect of departing this place with her. Will he agree to the divorce? Lindsay asked, a flicker of concern in his eyes. He has no choice but to acquiesce, Lady Lin replied, a cold glint appearing between her brows. She had meticulously prepared for this moment. Lin Fu could no longer refuse her. Observing his mother, Lindsay recognized the unwavering determination and chill in her demeanor, realizing she had changed significantly. She had undoubtedly orchestrated everything. He felt he had contributed little to her plans, and he lowered his head slightly. Seemingly sensing his thoughts, Lady Lin spoke. Xiaozhe, now that you have passed the examination, we can establish our own household, which will help dispel many rumors. Lindsay couldn't help but smile. Lady Lin affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, Your willingness to stand by me is the greatest source of strength for me. Over the past year, Lady Lin had discreetly gathered numerous pieces of evidence against Lin Fu, and if he had any sense, he would agree to the divorce. Once divorced, the Lin family would be reduced to just this Lin residence. She would naturally take all their businesses with her, as she had no desire to contest ownership of this house, which she found beneath her. Meanwhile, Lin Fu was reveling in flattery from numerous acquaintances, blissfully unaware of the impending upheaval. Holding the divorce papers, Lady Lin made her way with Lindsay to the reception hall. Upon seeing them approach, Lin Fu greeted them with a cheerful demeanor. I have something to discuss with you, Lady Lin said, her expression grave, causing the guests accompanying Lin Fu to perk up their ears. Lin Fu immediately dismissed them, a hint of reproach in his tone. Can't this wait until I finish my conversation? Lady Lin had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. Let us divorce. Lin Fu paused in disbelief before erupting into laughter, as if she had uttered the most absurd joke. You wish to divorce me? Lindsay positioned himself protectively in front of his mother. Lin Fu scoffed. So, Lindsay has passed the examination, and you think that gives you the upper hand? You think it will be that easy? He was fully aware that if a divorce were to occur, he would gain nothing. His plans were still in motion. Lady Lin's expression remained unchanged, and Lin Fu lowered his voice. Are you still unable to accept her? I could visit your courtyard more often. Would that suffice? Lindsay clenched his fists, and Lady Lin grasped his hand, saying, unwilling? Then perhaps you should take a look at this. Madame Lin handed over an object to Father Lin, who, filled with confusion, took a glance and was profoundly astonished. When did you come to know this? He stammered, a sense of dread creeping over him. The realization that Madame Lin possessed such significant items left him shaken. If this woman desired to drag him down with her, his life would be irrevocably ruined. Just moments ago, he had been boasting to friends, but now his spirits plummeted to the depths of despair. Divorce, Madame Lin stated coldly. When Father Lin met her gaze, he swallowed hard, and, after a long pause, managed to utter, fine. But do not regret this. Sign it, she insisted, producing the divorce papers once more. Father Lin, incensed, replied, you had this prepared all along, didn't you? Ultimately, he begrudgingly signed the divorce papers. Xiaozhe, you are of the Lin lineage. Do you truly wish to leave the Lin family with this woman? You must think this through, he warned. His eyes fixed intently on Lindsay. Lindsay glared back defiantly. If you utter another word, do you believe I won't ensure you lose, even the Lin estate? What do you mean by that? Father Lin asked, momentarily stunned. Madame Lin responded indifferently. The shop originally belonging to the Jiang family was my dowry. I will take it with me upon my departure. As for the shops established later, I have placed them all under Xiaozhe's name. Father Lin felt as if struck by lightning. When had Zhuangyuan orchestrated all this? How had he remained utterly oblivious? He had always believed he understood Zhuangyuan well. Yet now he realized he hardly knew his wife at all. According to the laws of the land, any shop established under Madame Lin's name would entitle Father Lin to half of its proceeds. However, if the shop were in Lindsay's name, it would solely belong to him. The current law permitted individuals from various trades, except for 4 categories of lowly status, to participate in the imperial examinations. Thus, even if the shop were in Lin Zhe's name, it would not hinder him from pursuing the examinations. Zhuangyuan contemplated that since Xiao Zhe wished to focus on his studies, he would manage the shops, and if he chose to abandon his scholarly pursuits, the shops would remain under his control. She simply did not want to leave anything for Father Lin. Enraged, Father Lin's eyes turned red as he cursed under his breath, raising his fist to strike Madame Lin. Chapter 76. Li's return home. Lin Zhe swiftly kicked out, causing Father Lin to stagger back several steps. Grateful for having heeded his brother's advice to pursue the path of the imperial examinations and maintain his physical health, Lin Zhe remained diligent in his training. Lin Zhe, I am your father. How dare you kick me, you unfilial son? Father Lin shouted furiously. Lin Zhe, being the younger generation, found himself at a disadvantage in status against Father Lin, but Madame Lin calmly remarked, Xiao Zhe merely acted out of concern for his mother and accidentally bumped into you. Father Lin was taken aback, his abdomen throbbing with pain. Was this merely an accident? Lin Zhe crossed his name off the family register. Father Lin growled menacingly, Lin Zhe, you shall not regret this. Though reluctant to remove Lin Zhe's name, Father Lin's pride prevented him from showing weakness. Madame Lin softly urged, Xiao Zhe, let us depart. Lin Zhe nodded and, casting one last glare at Father Lin, prepared to leave. Father Lin attempted to block their path, but Lin Zhe raised his fist, halting Father Lin in his tracks. Father Lin pondered that even without the resources of the Zhang family, he could still rise to great heights, leaving Zhuangyuan and Lin Zhe to rue their decisions. Moreover, with Zhuangyuan out of the picture, he could elevate Jiao Jiao to the status of his legitimate wife. Come here, he called out sharply. After a prolonged silence, he stormed outside, only to find the Lin residence devoid of any servants. Li Jiao Jiao hurried over, exclaiming, Renlang, what is happening? Why has the maid and the old woman who attended to me been taken away by the madam? Have I done something wrong? She feigned a delicate demeanor, as if she had suffered a great injustice. What? Father Lin gasped, suddenly recalling that all the contracts of the household servants were in Zhuangyuan's possession. He grumbled, Zhuangyuan truly is something. She has left us with nothing but the Lin residence. How ruthless. He turned to Jiao Jiao. How much silver do you have left? We need to buy some maids and servants. Considering his limited funds, he also aspired to open a few shops. Jiao Jiao's expression froze. What is going on? I have divorced Zhuangyuan and allowed her to take Lin Zhe with her. From now on, it will only be you and Xiao Shi. I will elevate you to the status of my legitimate wife. Jiao Jiao gazed at Father Lin in astonishment. Divorced? Does that mean all the assets of the Lin family will belong to Xiao Shi? The tribulations she had endured suddenly seemed worthwhile. Yes, and that is why she took all the maids and servants with her, Father Lin bitterly responded. A sense of foreboding rose within Jiao Jiao. What about the shops? At the mention of this, Father Lin's anger intensified. She left us with nothing but the Lin residence. Everything else was taken away. Fortunately, I had previously purchased a considerable amount of gold, silver, and jewels, and I still have some silver left. Jiao Jiao was taken aback. Why would Lin Ren agree to such terms for the divorce? What kind of divorce is this? Is there any difference between Lin Ren and being left with nothing? Fool. He is simply a fool. Jiao Jiao felt a pang of anxiety. What had her years of subservience amounted to? She forced a smile, contemplating a moment when she might take her gold and silver and leave. Lin Ren, unaware of Jiao Jiao's thoughts, urged her to retrieve the gold and jewelry. Jiao Jiao steadied herself, intending to discuss matters with Lin Shi upon her return. Meanwhile, Zhuangyuan had brought Lin Zhe to the old Zhang family residence. A smile gracing her lips as she announced, Father, Mother, I have returned, only to lament the loss of her parents. She had misjudged her choices. When Ren Shuhua arrived home, his grandfather exaggeratedly set off firecrackers at the sight of him, startling Ren Shuhua. He wondered if his grandfather had been waiting at the door for his return. Otherwise, how could the sound of firecrackers coincide so perfectly with his arrival? Shuhua, my boy, you have become a scholar. It seems your academic talents were merely delayed. Grandfather Ren lamented, wishing he had pushed harder. Since learning that Ren Shuhua had passed the scholar examination, Grandfather Ren could hardly contain his pride, frequently proclaiming that without his relentless encouragement, Ren Shuhua would not have achieved such success. After his family had grown weary of his boasting, he went out to flaunt his grandson's accomplishments to friends. Ren Shuhua. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Could it be that his success was not merely a result of his scholarly aptitude, but rather due to the fortuitous guidance of a benefactor? Ren Shuhua hastily offered an explanation to Grandfather Ren, who widened his eyes in astonishment. Could he truly possess such remarkable abilities? It was undeniable that a tinge of jealousy crept into Grandfather Ren's heart. Why had he not encountered such a formidable companion in his youth? It seemed evident that his failure to attain the title of scholar was attributable to the inadequacy of his own acquaintances. The Ren family was also busy arranging a celebration banquet for Ren Shuhua, inviting relatives and friends to partake in the festivities. Li Su, having returned in the carriage from the grand estate, brought nothing with him, though his master insisted on sending him off with something, which he did not decline. Upon reaching the village entrance, he overheard someone exclaiming, "Is that the young scholar returning?" In this village, Li Su was the only one who could afford to ride back in a carriage. No other family could boast such luxury. The remark instantly captured the attention of the villagers gathered at the entrance, recognizing Li Su's remarkable achievement at such a tender age of 15 or 16. Having been awarded the title of scholar, even securing a commendable third place. Indeed, the Daping family's fortunes were on the rise, as evidenced by the considerable sum of silver they received that day, though the exact amount remained unknown. Li Su mused that the joyous news must have caused quite a stir, as the entire village was now aware of his accomplishment. Sheng Wu was equally delighted for Li Su, exclaiming, "Young master, I haven't had the chance to congratulate you yet." "Thank you," Li Su replied habitually. Sheng Wu was taken aback, not expecting such gratitude from Li Su. As the carriage arrived at their doorstep, Li Su's heart swelled with excitement. The moment the vehicle came to a halt, he leapt down and told Sheng Wu, "You may return now." Sheng Wu nodded in understanding of Li Su's current emotions. Li Su pushed open the door to find his family in the courtyard busy counting borrowed pots and pans. "Father, mother, I'm back," he announced. Upon seeing him, the family members' faces lit up with joy. "Xiaoxi, you've finally returned. You must be tired. Please sit and rest." "Eldest brother, fetch Xiaoxi a cup of water with a bit of sugar," Feng Zizui urged, pulling Li Su to his seat while instructing Li Zhengyi to pour the water. Li Zhengyi complied. "Certainly. I have passed the examination and earned the title of scholar," Li Su declared, even though he knew his family was already aware of the news. Feng Zizui and Li Daping beamed with pride, their smiles wide. "Oh, we know. Our Xiaoxi is simply extraordinary." The day the news was delivered was quite a spectacle. Even the county magistrate came to join in the celebration. "Xiaoxi has truly brought honor to our family." The business in their city shop had prospered as well. Upon hearing that it belonged to the family of the third-place scholar, customers flocked to buy more. Many scholars specifically visited their shop for the famed boiled chicken, claiming that it was this dish that helped Xiao Su secure his title. Li Su thought it absurd. He had achieved this through his own diligence. "Thank you very much." The Li family stood tall and proud, receiving warm greetings from everyone they encountered, basking in the newfound respect and recognition that surrounded them. "Mother, what is all this?" Li Su inquired, casting a glance at the multitude of pots and pans strewn about. Where had all these come from? Chapter 77. Preparations for the Scholars' Banquet. The new house has been completed, awaiting your return. We are preparing to host your Scholars' Banquet there. Not only the villagers, but also acquaintances from neighboring villages have expressed their desire to be invited to the celebration. Additionally, we must extend invitations to your maternal relatives. Everything necessary for the banquet has been arranged. We are simply waiting for your arrival." Li Su exclaimed, "Are we really hosting a banquet for passing the scholar examination? When I achieved the top score in the Science College entrance exam, my parents merely acknowledged it with a sigh, and that was the end of it. No banquet at all. Now, having merely passed the scholar exam, my family is bustling about to organize a feast for me." Li Su felt a sense of joy, relishing the attention and affection bestowed upon him. "Thank you, mother and father." His smile broadened. Li Daping patted Li Su on the shoulder. Remarking that there was no need for such formalities in their family, they did not adhere to the conventions expected of scholars. "So, when shall we hold this banquet? I would like to invite some notable individuals, such as my teacher, the master, and my classmates from the private school." "Xiaoxi, you should rest for a couple of days after returning. Your father has consulted with others and determined that July 5th is the most auspicious date for the banquet." Feng Zizui interjected. They had approximated Xiaoxi's return and sought out an appropriate date without publicly announcing it, fearing any delays that might prevent him from returning by July 5th. They had also calculated a few alternative dates just in case. Now that Xiaoxi was back, They could announce the banquet's date. Today was July 1st, and the feast was just a few days away. Have you not yet seen the new house? Go and take a look, shall see, and choose the room you desire, Li Daping suggested, thinking that they would move there to reside after July 5th. But no one had selected their rooms yet, as everyone wished for Xiao Si to choose first. Feng Tsuetsue playfully tapped Li Daping on the back of his head, exclaiming that there was no need to rush. Xiao Si had just returned and deserved to rest. She shot him a disapproving look. Li Daping, resigned, rubbed the back of his head but held his tongue. Meanwhile, outside, Li Ziru and Li Zishi, upon hearing that their uncle had returned, immediately abandoned their friends and rushed home. Their forsaken companions exchanged glances, ignorant of the significance of passing the scholar examination, yet aware from their parents' tone that it was an extraordinary achievement. They envied Li Ziru and Li Zishi for having such an accomplished uncle, who treated them well by bringing them delicious snacks and toys, and even sent their older brothers, Zilin and Ziliang, to study. Not only did they feel envy, but their parents also admired the family for having such a remarkable child. They lamented that if only they had a child like that. In comparison to Li Su, their own children seemed to pale in comparison. The rejected children lamented that those who achieved success had families willing to invest in their education, while they toiled in the fields every day, wishing they too could pass the scholar exam. However, due to Li Su's success, there arose a desire among some villagers to send their own children to study, even if their sons were too old, for they still had grandsons of suitable age. These psychological transformations remain unbeknownst to Li Su. Li Ziruo and Li Zishi hurried home, their footsteps echoing with glee, which elicited envy from other children, while they brimmed with pride, proud of their little uncles. Little uncle, little uncle. The two voices rang out in unison. Li Su turned to see the shining eyes of the children, filled with admiration, and affectionately ruffled their hair. Have your older brothers taught you to read and write? Have you studied diligently? Indeed, we can write our names and even recite the three-character classic. Li Ziruo and Li Zishi puffed out their little chests with pride. Recite it for me, Li Su playfully prompted. In unison, they began, at the beginning. Human nature is inherently good. Oh, I forgot, Li Ziruo said bashfully, scratching her cheek. Not bad, Li Su replied, noticing the sparkle in their eyes intensifying. Suddenly, the sound of a child crying pierced the air. Feng Chui rose to head into the room. It must be Zian waking up. I shall go take a look. Li Zian was not yet a year old, having thrived on good nourishment, his complexion delightfully fair and tender. When he was a month old, Li Su gifted him a silver longevity lock, yet he had hardly seen the child, as he had been preoccupied with examinations shortly after Zian's birth, often absent from home. Li Su followed, eager to glimpse his little nephew. Upon seeing someone approach, Li Zian ceased his cries, and Feng Chui tenderly lifted him. Li Su, captivated by the soft, fair visage of Li Zian, felt a strong urge to pinch his cheeks. However, she refrained, knowing that a child's face should not be pinched to avoid provoking drooling. Instead, she gently poked his cheek with her finger, delighting in the soft indentation it created. It must be said that the Li family's genes were exceptional. No member was unattractive, and Li Su herself was a fine blend of her parents' virtues. Li Zian reached out with his chubby little hand, beaming at Li Su. It seems our Zian is quite fond of his little uncle, Feng Chui remarked with a smile. Li Zian emitted cheerful sounds. Ah, do you want to hold him, little four? This little fellow wants you to embrace him. I won't, Li Su exclaimed. Shall we try? She quickly shook her head. No. No. She had heard that a child's bones were not fully developed. An improper holding posture could potentially harm the child. Feng Chui couldn't help but chuckle. Look at you. When you have your own child, won't you hold them? Currently, I have no thoughts of marriage. Having grown up observing the marital dynamics of his parents, he harbored no aspirations for marriage. Their irresponsibility towards their own union and their children had instilled in him a resistance to the concept of matrimony from a young age. Yet he would not voice this to his parents. Many modern parents struggle to accept their children remaining unmarried, let alone in ancient times. Fortunately, he was not the sole son. His parents had already been blessed with grandchildren. Li Su deftly shifted the topic. Let us discuss this later. I shall take a nap in my room first. Feng Chui, feeling for her son, responded, Go on, rest well. Studying is commendable, but it can be exhausting. How could a mother not be concerned for her child? Li Su had a comfortable slumber and awoke to find that the sun had already set. As Li Su stepped outside, she noticed that her second brother, second sister-in-law, and third sister had returned home, with the business thriving. Li Jinping had gone to the shop as well. Li Su greeted them warmly. Li Jinping, beaming with joy, announced that they had purchased fish and meat, urging, "Little Four, you've worked hard for your exams. Do eat well to replenish your strength." She had transformed entirely since her return home, radiating confidence and charm, making it difficult to believe she was the mother of a child merely 7 or 8 years old. "Ah, then I shall indulge a bit more tonight," Li Su replied with a smile. During dinner, everyone eagerly served Li Su various dishes. "That's enough," she exclaimed. "Little Four, would you like to accompany me to your grandmother's house tomorrow?" Feng Tsitsue inquired, noting that the two villages were somewhat distant, and she planned to wait until the date of the banquet was confirmed before visiting her maternal home. "Grandparents? Since I arrived here, I have yet to meet any relatives from that side." Li Su nodded slightly, adding, "My mother and I will make a trip. I wonder how my grandmother's family is. If they are decent, perhaps they could lend a hand when labor is scarce here, rather than letting others benefit. It is better to support one's own family." With a year remaining until the provincial examination, aside from studying, he could spare some time to utilize his funds to generate more wealth. Money sitting idle would not multiply itself. Chapter 78. The plan to earn money and visit grandmother. Li Su had contemplated his plans for quite some time. The funds he possessed needed to circulate to enhance their growth. The dates for the county, prefectural, and provincial examinations were closely spaced, and the journey was lengthy, requiring his undivided focus to secure top marks in each. Now that the childhood examinations were complete and he had been accepted as a scholar, he had ample time before the provincial exam. He envisioned establishing a distillery in the village, aspiring to produce a spirit with a higher concentration than those available in the market. The workers for the distillery could be sourced from his village and the neighboring ones. There were indeed many diligent and earnest villagers, and he could help them earn a bit of money. Having funds at one's disposal made everything more convenient. He believed that the name Apricot Blossom Village was particularly fitting for a wine business. Where might one find a tavern? The shepherd boy pointed towards Apricot Blossom Village. Was this not an ideal location for selling wine? If all went smoothly, he intended to market this wine as a specialty product of the county, seeking an audience with the county magistrate. Now that he was a scholar, he would no longer need to kneel before the magistrate. He had once considered presenting the curved plow to the magistrate, but at that time, he was merely an ordinary farmer's son, a mere child scholar without any formal title. The thought of kneeling and performing the customary greetings was something he had found challenging to accept upon his arrival. Most importantly, he was concerned about the magistrate's integrity. Presenting such a valuable item to a magistrate without any formal qualification was a gamble on whether the magistrate was a man of honor. If it were not for the circumstances, even if he claimed to offer it to the county magistrate as a political achievement, the magistrate might harbor intentions of eliminating potential threats and claim the credit for himself, leaving him with no recourse for redress. His initial intention was merely to alleviate the burdens of his family, deeming it unnecessary to gamble with such perilous stakes. It is well known that individuals engaged in politics often possess ruthless and unscrupulous hearts, rivaling the avarice of capitalists. However, the situation has changed. He is no longer just a mere scholar or a minor achiever, but has garnered a modest reputation not only within the county, but also throughout the province. The county magistrate cannot act against him lightly. Most importantly, he is under the protection of his formidable mentor, and any attempt by the magistrate to harm him would necessitate consideration of his mentor's possible objections. This assurance bolstered Li Su's confidence, leading him to contemplate a mutually beneficial collaboration. In truth, Li Su has yet to fully embrace the custom of kneeling in submission. His aspiration is to continue his studies diligently and strive for a decree that would exempt him from such deference, ideally even when in the presence of the emperor. Having just attained the status of a scholar, Li Su has already begun to dream grandly. Brewing wine requires a substantial quantity of grain, prompting him to acquire several farms for grain cultivation, assigning his uncles and grandfather to oversee their management, thus sparing him from manual labor. After accounting for taxes, the grain produced would be divided between the winery and their personal consumption. With the acquisition of these farms and lands, his household registration now reflects his status as a landowner, while his commercial ventures remain secondary and do not alter his merchant status. Although this dynasty does not impose strict prohibitions on merchants, Li Su believes that maintaining a non-merchant status offers greater security. The winery and farms are registered under his parents' names, While the two shops in the city are managed by his elder brothers, also recorded in their names, but the winery is primarily overseen by his younger sister, ensuring her a share of the profits. This arrangement provides her with additional capital for her future endeavors. Li Su has refrained from placing any assets in his name, as he is not in want of silver. Even if he were, his family would certainly support him. Before embarking on his studies, he has made arrangements for his household. In ancient times, purchasing land was never a loss. Currently, as a scholar, he possesses 50 acres of tax-exempt land for his family's use. He will pay the usual taxes on the land belonging to the farms, but as he advances in his studies, he will qualify for increasing tax exemptions, which he can later apply to the farms. He had previously discussed the farms with Qin Ming's father and had already formed his decisions. The next morning, Feng Tsutsui radiated joy, her cheerful demeanor evident to all who encountered her. She loaded rice, oil, and meat onto the ox cart, provisions intended for her family. "Xiao Si, are you ready?" she called while knocking on the door. Li Su set down the pen he had been using to finalize a proposal for the county magistrate, though it was still incomplete. "All set," he replied, rising to open the door and greeted by Feng Tsuitsui's beaming face. Given the current state of transportation and the busy nature of every household, married daughters wishing to visit their families typically do so only on special occasions. Otherwise, a meeting is not easily arranged unless they reside in the same village. "Is father going too?" Li Su inquired, noticing his father, Li Daping, impeccably dressed and appearing quite different from the usual farmer's attire. Li Su couldn't help but marvel at how spirited his father looked today, and of course, his mother was no less impressive. He was tasked with driving the cart, as Feng Tsuitsui herself was unable to manage the ox cart, and she certainly wouldn't allow Li Su to take on such a task. Everyone claimed that Xiao Si was a manifestation of the literary star. How could he possibly engage in such labor? Feng Tsuitsui deemed it unsuitable for Li Su, so she asked Li Daping to assist instead. Upon rising that morning, Li Daping began to fuss over his appearance, prompting one to wonder if he was akin to an awkward bride meeting her in-laws for the first time. It was surprising to see how much he cared about his image. In Li Daping's eyes, Xiao Si had now become a scholar, and as the father of a scholar, he could not afford to bring shame upon him. Li Su observed his parents, but ultimately chose not to comment. "Come on, let's go. Get in the cart," Feng Tsuitsui urged. Li Su nodded and climbed into the ox cart beside her, selecting an empty spot to sit. Li Daping drove the cart slowly toward Feng's home, which was farther away than the county town. As they entered Fengjia village, they attracted considerable attention. "Whose family is visiting relatives? I've never seen them before. The one driving the cart looks somewhat familiar, but I can't quite place him. He seems to be dressed like a townsman, resembling the husband of the daughter who married into Xinghua village. I remember seeing him a few years back. You must be mistaken. How could there be someone like that in Xinghua village?" The ox cart eventually arrived at Feng Tsuitsui's maternal home, where the courtyard gate stood ajar. Feng Tsuitsui and Li Daping walked ahead, while Li Su followed closely behind, curiously observing the courtyard. It appeared quite similar to his own home, albeit an older structure, not a newly built one. "Mother, I'll go fetch some water first," a bright male voice rang out. The man bore a resemblance to Feng Tsuitsui, and Li Su speculated that he must be his uncle. Second brother, Feng Tsuitsui greeted with a cheerful tone. The man holding the wooden bucket was momentarily taken aback, as he seemed to think that a distinguished guest had mistakenly arrived at the wrong home. "Elder sister," he exclaimed, finally recognizing Feng Tsuitsui. "Ah," Feng Tsuitsui responded. "Elder sister and brother-in-law have arrived." Feng's second uncle promptly set the bucket down, no longer concerned about fetching water. "What are you making such a fuss about for just fetching water?" An energetic elderly lady emerged, addressing Feng's second uncle. Initially, she did not recognize the three at her doorstep, furrowing her brow in confusion as to what they were doing there so early in the morning. "Mother," Feng Tsuitsui spoke first. It was only then that the elderly lady recognized her. "Tsuitsui? Mother, how could you not even recognize me?" Feng Tsuitsui approached her, leaning in so Feng's grandmother could see her clearly. Feng's grandmother remarked, "It is not her fault. The last time she saw her daughter, she was not in this state. The current Tsuitsui bears quite a difference from the impression I had of her." "Li Daping?" He nodded in acknowledgement. Feng's grandmother then turned her gaze towards Li Su. "And this must be the young one, Su?" Now, the appearance of Chui's family left her nearly unrecognizable. "Grandma," Li Su whispered. Grandma Feng promptly responded a few times, noting that this child was completely different from the wild boys at home. They said he was sent to a private school in the county, and indeed, education made a difference. It was only a pity for Cui Cui and Deping, as education came at a considerable cost. Come in, good children, do sit down, Grandma Feng said, stepping aside to allow them into the house. Uncle Feng glanced at the water bucket on the floor and decisively turned to follow them inside. Now that the Feng family was gathered indoors and recognized Cui Cui's family, the atmosphere shifted to one of curiosity as they exchanged polite greetings. Cui Cui spoke up, "Mother, I have come to share some wonderful news." Observing her daughter's demeanor, Grandma Feng sensed that their circumstances had likely improved. Uncle Feng hurriedly chimed in, "Elder sister, what is this good news?" Cui Cui immediately replied, "Xiaoxi has been accepted as a scholar." A profound silence enveloped the room, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After allowing a moment for the Feng family to absorb the news, Cui Cui continued, "We have come to invite everyone to our scholar banquet on the 5th of July. Grandpa Feng was the first to react, turning his gaze towards Li Su. "Accepted?" Li Su nodded affirmatively. "Yes, this year he has succeeded." Grandpa Feng was overjoyed, exclaiming several times about the good news. It was still rare for farming families to send their children for education, and now his little grandson had become a scholar, causing Grandpa Feng's face to break into a smile that seemed to smooth out his wrinkles. "Xiaoxi has become a scholar? My heavens!" exclaimed Aunt San, her eyes reflecting astonishment and admiration for Li Su. Meanwhile, Aunt Air's eyes glinted with excitement. "We must attend the scholar banquet. Such an occasion is a must." She enthusiastically grasped Cui Cui's hand. "Elder sister, come sit over here." Cui Cui's smile dimmed slightly. In previous visits home, this aunt had not held back from subtle jabs and mockery. Yet, upon hearing of Xiaoxi's achievement, her demeanor shifted entirely. Uncle Feng, filled with excitement, patted Li Su on the shoulder. "Good lad. You have truly brought honor to your parents." Grandma Feng swiftly swatted Uncle Feng's hand away, her concern evident. "With your strength. What if you hurt the boy? You couldn't afford to compensate for that." "Li Su, come sit next to your grandmother." Li Su replied, "He is not as fragile as you think." Uncle Feng suddenly realized, mother is indeed considerate. If he were to be injured, it would not be good. And Air, with a hint of intention, inquired if Li Su had any particular girl in mind, frequently mentioning the daughters of her brother's family. The Feng family collectively frowned, and Grandma Feng's expression darkened. "As for the family of the second branch, you may choose to support your maternal family, but how could your brother's daughter, that dark girl, ever be suitable for Xiaoxi?" Aunt Air protested. "Why is she not suitable? She is diligent and sensible, not lacking in worth." She turned to Li Su. "What do you think, Xiaoxi?" Li Su responded casually, "Why are you fixated on my marital prospects? I think she is not suitable." Feng Cui expressed her discontent, warning not to provoke her into reproaching anyone on such a day. "As for that dark-skinned girl from your elder brother's family, both unattractive and brash, how could she aspire to be the wife of our Xiaoxi? That is but a dream. Her temperament mirrors that of this second sister-in-law, whom she holds in disdain." Li Su immediately interjected, asserting his desire to continue his studies and examinations, hence marriage was not on his agenda for the time being. Feng's second aunt was about to voice her thoughts when Feng's second uncle tugged at her, realizing that his wife lacked clarity of mind. What sort of match could possibly be deemed unworthy in this region? Was it necessary for her to meddle? Moreover, whom was she attempting to arrange a match with? How could one so foolishly jeopardize their own nephew? The second aunt's remarks displeased those present. Feng's grandfather, with a stern countenance, addressed her firmly, stating that this matter should not be revisited. Li Su has both parents. Does he require a meddling aunt to orchestrate his marriage? The second aunt felt a swell of indignation, believing the Feng family looked down upon her, yet chose to remain silent. As the conversation shifted, everyone resumed their lively chatter. Feng Cui spoke with eloquence, while the Feng family listened, marveling at Li Su's prowess. Recalling that the county magistrate himself had come to deliver the good news upon his success in the imperial examinations, Li Su, upon hearing his mother's exaggerated portrayal, felt a flush rise to his cheeks. Was it truly that dramatic? As lunch approached, Feng's grandmother instructed, "Second son, go and slaughter a chicken. Third daughter-in-law, fetch some vegetables." "Certainly, mother," came the replies. Feng's second uncle and third aunt promptly rose to fulfill her requests. The children of the Feng family clapped in delight, exclaiming how wonderful it was to have chicken for their meal. At that moment, Feng Cui remembered the items in the ox cart. With a clap of her hands, she called out, "Daping, Go and bring down the things from the cart. I wish to have a chat with mother. Feng Tsuitsue desired to converse with her grandmother about familial matters. I'll go with Daping. You all can come without bringing anything. Feng's grandfather and Li Daping stepped outside to retrieve the items. Upon seeing the heap of goods in the cart, Feng's grandfather was taken aback. Why on earth did you bring so much? Li Daping chuckled. It's all a token of respect for you. Since Tsuitsue and I cannot visit often, we brought a little extra this time. Gifts from the Li family were typically sent to both Uncle Li and Second Uncle Li, as Grandfather Li and Grandmother Li resided with Uncle Li, thus receiving more. The Feng family, being farther away, could not afford to make frequent visits, so they brought more this time. Chapter 80. The scholar's feast. Feng's grandfather couldn't help but smile. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. But please refrain from such generosity in the future. You have your own families to care for, and Li Su must continue his studies. He was informed by Li Daping that they had recently opened a shop in the county. That is splendid. I hear that education is a costly endeavor. Given Li Su's talent, he should be encouraged to pursue his studies, and as his parents, you must consider the financial implications. Li Daping replied. They do wish to support Xiaoxi, but the reality is that Xiaoxi and his master are currently engaged in some endeavor, rendering their assistance unnecessary, and instead, it is Xiaoxi who contributes financially to the household. Aunt Air's eyes widened at the sight of so many items. Feng Tsuitsue had returned with an abundance of treasures. Surely, it would not be inappropriate for her to take some to her maternal family. This afternoon, it was Feng Grandma who prepared the meal, and Li Su discovered that her culinary skills were quite commendable. After Aunt Air finished tidying up the dishes, she spoke up. I noticed that the items brought by my elder sister include rice and meat. I would like to take some to my parents. Li Su was taken aback, questioning Aunt Air's reasoning. Are you truly considering taking what belongs to your mother-in-law and giving it to your parents? Feng Tsuitsue's expression soured immediately. Dare you try it? Feng Grandma furrowed her brow and remarked, if you wish to take something, use your own money to purchase it. This is a gift from Tsuitsue for me and her father. Do not covet it. Her disapproval of Aunt Air had reached new heights. It was not that honoring one's parents was wrong, but one could not continuously take from the in-laws to support their own family. Air, do you concur with your wife's sentiments? Feng Grandma directed her gaze at Feng Air. He quickly shook his head, looking troubled. I did not intend that. It is for our parents, not hers. Aunt Air, should you continue to take our family's possessions to support your maternal family, do not expect my kindness. If you are so concerned about your own family, perhaps you should return to them. Feng Grandma's displeasure had been simmering for some time, and today it erupted. Each time she departed with large bundles, she returned empty-handed. Now that the children were older, she suggested, if you wish to return to your family, then do so. Her tone was frigid. Aunt Air was taken aback, unable to comprehend how the situation had escalated. You must speak to me, she implored Feng Air. He appeared distressed and, with resignation, stated, I believe mother is right. Aunt Air, furious, retorted, very well, then I shall leave. This was not the first time, but Feng Air would often come to coax her back within a few days. However, this time, their mother was truly upset, and she was confident that her husband would come to retrieve her. In a fit of rage, Aunt Air slammed the door behind her, and Feng Air attempted to pursue her when Feng Grandma commanded, Air, halt. Let her go. She was unwilling to indulge her any further. Should he dare to seek her out, he would not be welcomed back. She had truly lost her patience. Seeing that Feng Grandma was genuinely angry, Feng Air ceased his pursuit. Li Su entertained Feng Grandma with amusing anecdotes, ultimately managing to elicit a smile from her. In the afternoon, the three of them departed, and along the way, Feng Tsuitsue vented her frustrations regarding Aunt Air's behavior. Li Su couldn't help but reflect on how Aunt Air had become accustomed to such treatment, leading her to act with impunity. However, it appeared that this time, Grandma was truly upset and would likely not permit Feng Air to fetch her back. Upon returning in the afternoon, Li Daping brought Li Su to their new residence to select a room. Li Su casually chose one, content with his decision, as the rooms were all fairly similar. After he had made his selection, that evening, all the rooms for the Li family were chosen. The younger children, thrilled at the prospect of their own individual rooms, dashed about, jumping and giggling with excitement. The following day, the Li family moved in their belongings. Many items had already been transported previously, and with this move, the old house was nearly emptied. Upon moving into their new home, the family was so exhilarated that they found it difficult to sleep that night. Previously unimaginable, they now resided in such a splendid abode. When the Li family relocated, They did not permit Li Su to lift a finger. Instead, he ventured into the county town to extend invitations to his master, teachers, 3 close friends, and other classmates. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the 5th day of July. Brother Zhang had arrived at the Li residence the day prior, preparing to procure and prepare the necessary ingredients. Upon his first entry into the new house, he was momentarily taken aback. The dwelling appeared more exquisite than those in the city. With eyes wide in astonishment, Brother Zhang mused that if he had the means, every family would yearn for such a home. The Li family temporarily closed their shop for a day, while wealth could always be earned. No one wished to miss such a significant occasion. Li Su observed the entire family bustling about in preparation for his scholarly banquet. The 5th of July was a day of great festivity at the Li household. Every family in the village sent representatives, some bringing their entire families along. Guests arrived bearing gifts of eggs and fresh produce, and upon entering, they assisted in washing dishes and preparing vegetables, mingling with laughter and conversation. The villagers were well aware that the Li family's new house had been completed. Many had only seen it from the outside, and were now stepping inside for the first time. The interior was even more impressive than the exterior, evoking a sense of longing, as they realized that such a home might be beyond their reach for generations. The Li family's new residence had become the epitome of aspiration within the village. Having only viewed it from the outside, they were astonished by the comfort that the inside promised. Upon witnessing the Li family's new home, I suddenly felt that my own house paled in comparison. Your home is already considered one of the finest in the village, someone remarked, but when compared to the Li residence, perhaps it's best not to draw comparisons. Gradually, more guests arrived. The villagers were hosted by the Li family, while Li Su entertained his classmates and teachers. Lin Zhe, along with 2 companions, curiously glanced at the boxes held by Ren Shuhua and Qin Ming. "What gifts have you brought?" he inquired. Qin Ming protectively cradled his box, responding, "I want to tell you." However, Ren Shuhua divulged, "I have a renowned calligraphy piece. I selected it with my grandfather, who looked rather pained when giving it to me." In truth, Grandfather Ren had worried that his grandson's gift would be the least impressive, so he had chosen a treasured piece from his extensive collection. Lin Zhe nodded and said, "I have a shop." Since Zhuangyuan and Li Su had parted ways, Lin Zhe had acquired a considerable number of shops. After thoughtful deliberation with his mother, he chose a well-located and spacious shop as a gift for Li Su. Seeing his friends share their gifts, Qin Ming decided to reveal his as well, feeling no shame in doing so. "I have gifted a farm. Previously, Su Ge had inquired about farms from my father, who assured me that this one would surely please him." Lin Zhe and Ren Shuhua exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of envy. Why do we feel as though our gifts are lacking? This insufferable spirit of competition. Had they known Su Ge favored farms, they would have chosen one as well. With a satisfied grin, Qin Ming thought to himself that Su Ge would undoubtedly be pleased with his gift. When Li Su received gifts from the 3 individuals, he was somewhat taken aback, not expecting their generosity. When Lin Zhe and the others hosted their scholar banquet, he intended to seek out his master for a rare book to present to Shuhua. He planned to compile a comprehensive recipe book for Xiao Zhe, whose family owned the most successful restaurant in the county. Given that Lin's parents were now separated, Lin's father might resort to unsavory tactics regarding the restaurant. He also intended to gift shares in a winery to Xiao Ming and bring Qin father on board as a partner, as Qin father managed several farms. The classmates had gathered together, flattering Li Su and the others, while simultaneously feeling a mix of regret and envy upon seeing Lin Zhe, who had also passed the scholar examination. They were all too aware of who Lin Zhe and his companions had been, and it was only after Li Su began to take his studies seriously that Lin Zhe and his friends followed suit, eventually achieving the same scholarly success. Had they known it would unfold this way, they would have clung to Li Su, perhaps securing their own positions as scholars. They were astonished to discover that Li Su possessed the remarkable ability to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary, not only achieving success for himself, but also enabling his friends to succeed. This realization left the classmates with a sense of lost opportunity. They had failed to seize their chance, while those around them had thrived. Their own failures were indeed disheartening. But witnessing the success of their peers was even more chilling, leaving them feeling both regretful and helpless. Now that Li Su and his companions had become scholars, there was no longer a need to attend the private academy, as the instructors there merely held the same scholarly title. Their path led them to the prefectural academy, where the likelihood of their reunion was slim, unlike the frequent encounters they had enjoyed at the academy. Confucius Meng arrived in his newest robe, and upon seeing him, Li Su promptly approached. "Sir, please come in. The others are already inside." Meng was pleased to see Li Su's respectful demeanor and felt a sense of pride. "Indeed, I did not misjudge you, my boy. Keep up the momentum and pass the county examination with flying colors." Meng had high hopes for Li Su. Although he himself could not achieve the title of Jin Shi, the success of a former student would bring him immense honor. "I will," Li Su responded, setting his sights not merely on passing but on claiming the top position. Meng nodded with a beaming smile, and, upon entering, he praised Lin Zhe and the others for their accomplishments, which brought him great pride. Since Li Su and his companions had all passed the scholar examination, many of the private academy instructors who had once dismissed him approached him for advice on teaching methods. This filled Meng with a sense of youthful vigor reminiscent of his own early achievements as a scholar. After conversing with his classmates for a while, Feng Chui entered and announced, "Shao Si, your master has arrived." Li Su immediately stood up, saying, "You all continue your discussion. I will step outside for a moment." Meng was quite curious about the master who could cultivate such a remarkable disciple as Li Su, pondering the depth of his knowledge. "Master." Li Su greeted Shisheng with a respectful bow. Shisheng nodded slightly, having already located part of the books. "You may retrieve them tomorrow." Li Su fell silent for a moment. Even on this joyous occasion, he was reminded to study. "Very well, Master. Just how many books do you possess?" "It feels as if there is no end to them, an endless abyss of reading." "That is of no concern to you, Lin Shu," came the reply. Lin Shu stepped forward, presenting Li Su with a small box. "Young master, this is a gift from the master. Another gift will arrive shortly." Li Su accepted it with both hands, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, master. Allow me to show you to your room. I specifically designed a chamber for you in the new house." Shisheng, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "What, my room? Did I not mention it before?" "This house was designed with a room for you," Li Su replied, exuding an air of certainty. This left Shisheng silent, while Lin Shu, smiling, glanced between Li Su and Shisheng. The young master truly keeps the master in mind at all times. After a while, Shisheng finally spoke. "Let us proceed." Li Su led the way, prompting Lin Shu to comment, "Young master, your home is indeed quite intriguing, unlike anything I have encountered before." Upon opening a door to one of the rooms, Li Su declared, "Master, this is the one. If you are not fond of the current layout, it can be altered." Upon surveying the room's arrangement, Shisheng felt a profound satisfaction. Truly, his most cherished disciple understood his preferences. "Very well, you have put thought into this," he remarked. Though this lad often enjoyed engaging in banter with him, he indeed cared deeply for his master. "That is good," Li Su thought, believing Shisheng would appreciate it. Though until Shisheng voiced his opinion, it remained merely Li Su's assumption. "What are your plans for the future?" Shisheng asked. "Master, do you have any esteemed academies to recommend? Ideally, where the students are exceptional and can engage in mutual learning." Since meeting Yunqin, Li Su had come to value the importance of exchange and discussion, particularly for someone like him, who had embarked on this journey later in life, dedicating himself to arduous study and practice. Typically, a scholar who passes the Xiuzai examination would opt for the local academy, but Li Su sought a more distinguished institution. Shisheng concurred, believing that Li Su should broaden his horizons. Remaining cooped up in such a small county was unwise, as it limited his perspective and exposure. Relying solely on books would not suffice. "Then start with Mingwei Academy. I shall provide you with a letter of introduction. You may go ahead, and I will visit later to assess your progress. You must keep up with your studies there and not bring me shame. But do not neglect the tasks I have assigned you." Shisheng had elevated the expectations for Li Su's studies. Li Su, feeling overwhelmed, thought, "If learning does not kill me, I shall study tirelessly." The tasks assigned by master alone, he felt, could exhaust even Lin Zhe and the others. Yet he was informed that this was merely the baseline expectation. Li Su pondered whether the county was too small, as the competition was not fierce enough, while scholars outside were relentlessly pursuing knowledge with utmost fervor. Unbeknownst to him, the current standards of learning were a novel application for Shisheng. And yet Li Su managed to endure and fulfill Shisheng's tasks punctually. On that day, the villagers, upon seeing the sumptuous dishes laid out on the table, were dazzled. How could the Li family's cooking be so exquisite? The usual chatter among them faded, as their eyes fixated solely on the feast before them. Every word uttered was a morsel lost. The only sounds that filled the room were those of serving and chewing. The younger members of the Feng family eagerly vied to join, ultimately selecting two through a game of chance. "Wow, your aunt's house is truly beautiful," exclaimed one. Feng grandmother, taken aback, soon felt a swell of pride, recognizing that her daughter had indeed triumphed. At that moment, friends and relatives of the Li family gathered in the new home, their faces aglow with joy, engaging in lively conversation, and laughter echoed in every corner, praising Li Su's remarkable talent and bright future. Suddenly, a rhythmic and powerful sound of hoofbeats resonated from afar, growing closer. The crowd speculated that it was someone Li Su had befriended in the city, with remarks about the notable figures he must have met. A troop of guards clad in distinctive uniforms galloped into view, led by the county magistrate they had encountered previously. "Horses! So many horses!" exclaimed the children playing outside, bouncing with excitement. The crowd turned in unison, eyes wide with astonishment. Was the county magistrate here to attend Li Su's scholar banquet? Meanwhile, the normally meticulous magistrate appeared somewhat disheveled, his official robe dusty, his face flushed, beads of sweat trickling down his temples. He trembled with a mix of anxiety and trepidation. He finally recalled who Li Su was, the farmer's son who had presented the curved plow. But it was too late. Chapter 82. The imperial edict and the proposal to establish a private school behind the county magistrate followed a retinue of palace attendants in dark blue attire, their long blades sheathed at their waists, their demeanor grave and weary. The magistrate had no time to adjust his attire, nearly tumbling from his horse before regaining his balance. "Where's Li Su?" His voice came out hoarse and dry. Li Su immediately turned to his master, who nodded in acknowledgement. With a tinge of uncertainty, Li Su stepped forward, announcing, "Student Li Su is present." His voice was calm and composed. The magistrate's gaze was fixed intently on Li Su, his heart racing with regret for his earlier misstep. Had he known Li Su possessed such prowess, he would have presented the matter with utmost honesty, rather than claiming all the credit for himself. He had underestimated Li Su, a mere farmer's child, believing he could not achieve much, even if he took credit. It would not matter, and Li Su would remain oblivious, a small figure of no consequence in his eyes. His desperate desire to be reassigned clouded his judgment, leading him to assume all the glory for himself, thinking that a rural student in this county would likely only manage to pass the scholar examination at best. When he first arrived in this county, he was filled with ambition and aspirations. However, after much effort, he found that this county remained the poorest in the entire Tanzhou prefecture, achieving no significant political accomplishments. Each time the governor summoned him, the county magistrates gathered together, and he was met with mockery and belittlement. Deeply disheartened, he believed the issue lay with the county, if only he were reassigned to another location. He was certain he could achieve something noteworthy. Thus, upon encountering the curved plow, in a moment of folly, he acted impulsively. Little did he know that the sovereign was fully aware of the situation. Now, not only was there no promotion or transfer in sight, but he was also unlikely to retain his current position. Regret consumed him, wishing he had acted differently. With the imperial decree now issued, he found himself powerless to resist. Before the gathered crowd, this county magistrate, who usually held a position of high esteem, suddenly fell to his knees before the inner court official, bowing deeply in front of so many villagers. The guards solemnly announced, "The imperial edict has arrived." The words imperial edict thundered like a bolt from the blue. Li Su clenched his teeth and knelt down, realizing his mentor must have known something yet chose not to inform him in advance, an intentional oversight. As Li Su knelt, the courtyard filled with villagers following suit, all witnessing such an unprecedented spectacle, their minds buzzing, instinctively responding without conscious thought. They understood this was an immense blessing for the village, yet their bodies trembled uncontrollably, with only Li Su and Shisheng appearing relatively composed. One guard, with measured movements, unwrapped the yellow silk bundle and retrieved the imperial edict. "By the grace of heaven and the will of the emperor, it is decreed, I have heard of Li Su, a scholar from Xinghua village, whose ingenuity has led to the creation of the curved plow, which facilitates farming and reduces labor by nearly 30%, enabling deep tillage and benefiting the fields. This instrument is truly a boon for the populace, and it brings me great comfort. I bestow upon him 100 taels of gold to honor his merit and inspire the realm. Thus it is decreed." Upon the conclusion of the proclamation, Li Su suppressed his inner doubts, bowed deeply, and spoke with clarity and solemnity. "This humble subject, Li Su, expresses gratitude for the heavenly grace." Long live our emperor. The guards regarded Li Su with newfound respect, surprised by his composed demeanor. It was not uncommon for even some aristocrats in the capital to tremble at such an announcement. The guards formally presented the edict to Li Su. Once the edict was handed over, the guards and county magistrate Li departed hastily, not even pausing for a meal before swiftly riding away. Once they left, the villagers in the courtyard awoke from their stupor, exclaiming, "Oh my, the imperial edict! Young Su has received the edict. The emperor has even granted him 100 taels of gold." Rising from the ground, Li Su turned his gaze slowly toward Shisheng, who wore an expression of serene indifference. "I never anticipated that in my lifetime I would witness an imperial edict. An edict, 100 taels of gold." The faces of all present radiated envy, unable to articulate the emotions swirling within them. What began as a gathering for a scholar's banquet had transformed into an unforgettable event, a tale worthy of retelling for generations. I always knew the curved plow crafted by Su was remarkable, but I never imagined it was this extraordinary. Even His Majesty has bestowed a decree and 100 taels of gold. It must be truly exceptional. I have personally utilized it and found it remarkably effective. Mr. Meng and his fellow scholars were left speechless. An imperial edict. Such a decree is indeed a rare sight. Mr. Meng, who has devoted his life to scholarly pursuits, had never laid eyes on such a thing until today, thanks to the fortune of his own student. His pupil has received the imperial decree. A swell of pride filled Mr. Meng's heart as he accepted Li Su, considering this moment to be the greatest blessing of his life. His classmates were filled with both envy and pride. The honor that every scholar yearns for throughout their lifetime has been bestowed upon Li Su. The Li family took a moment to process this extraordinary news, their hearts racing with excitement, unable to contain themselves. "Li Su, may we gaze upon the decree?" The village head inquired, his eyes fixed intently on the document. Li Su nodded slightly and unfurled the decree, inviting everyone to gather around. Although they could not decipher the text, their admiration was unmistakable. The village head had previously discussed placing the plaque for the minor scholar in the village shrine, but upon seeing the decree, he hesitated to speak further. Seizing the opportunity, Li Su announced, "Your Majesty has graciously granted 100 taels of gold. And I have a proposal. I wish to allocate half of it to establish a private school in our village." Upon hearing this, the villagers swallowed hard, gazing at Li Su in disbelief. Is this lad jesting? Using his own funds to build a school in the village? 50 taels of gold for a private school? It is unheard of for any school to require such a sum. They stared at Li Su, their lips trembling, on the verge of speaking, yet overwhelmed by sheer astonishment. Li Su continued, "Though gold and jade are precious, they are finite, whereas the knowledge imparted through a private school is limitless. By utilizing the 100 taels granted by His Majesty for this noble cause, I will honor his intentions." Li Su contemplated that he and his family were no longer in dire need of money, and by establishing a school, he could benefit the people greatly, thereby acquiring a name and achieving the utmost advantage. Moreover, using the awarded gold to create a school would yield even greater value. On another note, for him, the establishment of a school would maximize the benefits. The individual who had just conferred the decree during his scholar banquet certainly did not do so by mere coincidence. If it were merely chance, the decree would have been issued long ago, not delayed until this moment. The intent was clear, to encourage the populace to pursue education. By repurposing the 100 taels of reward for the establishment of a school, he would align perfectly with that individual's wishes. Li Su mused that had he not succeeded in his studies, he likely would not have received this decree. Master Shi, regarding Li Su with admiration, found himself increasingly fond of his young disciple. The gold was bestowed upon Li Su by His Majesty, and how he chose to utilize it would not elicit any objections from the Li family. They were filled solely with pride. To build a private school? This is gold. Just a portion could purchase numerous fertile fields or construct grand houses. And you wish to use it for a school? The village had exclaimed in disbelief. Li Su, have you lost your senses? This is gold granted by the emperor, a testament to glory for the family. In the village, how many of these children possess the potential for scholarly pursuits? Let not these precious gems be squandered. The village chief turned his gaze towards Feng, Sitsue, and Li Daping, hoping they might persuade Li Su, yet they remained silent. As they observed the Li family prospering, some began to entertain the notion of sending their children to school. But the distance was daunting and the financial burden significant, rendering it a formidable challenge. Upon hearing that Li Su intended to contribute his own wealth to establish a private school, their feelings were complex. On one hand, they felt he was sacrificing too much, while on the other, they sincerely wished for his success in founding the institution. Some lamented in their hearts that they should never have spoken ill of Li Su, for he was indeed a diligent student. He was filial and even sought to invest his resources in the village's educational advancement. How could they have uttered such slander? Chapter 83. No one may speak ill of Li Su. Li Su surveyed the assembly, his voice unwavering. 100 taels of gold could purchase vast tracts of fertile land, could fill granaries to the brim, yet without the skillful art of cultivation, such land may fall into neglect. A granary overflowing, if not safeguarded with wisdom, cannot withstand the ravages of calamity. Only through education and enlightenment can we, like this curved plow, break through the soil of ignorance, ensuring that our descendants shall no longer rely solely on brute strength to compete with the heavens for sustenance or to contend with fate for their paths. Li Su's voice crescendoed, imbued with a resonant power. The school I shall establish will not only teach reading and writing, but will also impart knowledge of the seasons in geography, arithmetic, and accounting, and the practical application of knowledge, so that the children of our village, whether they wield a pen or guide a plow in the future, will possess clarity in their hearts. As for the honor of glorifying our ancestors, that remains a secondary concern, sufficient in its own right. As Li Su spoke passionately, he reflected inwardly on how his oratory skills had not waned. It was indeed worthwhile for his teachers to have made him represent the students in speeches so frequently, inspiring his peers. His powerful words echoed through the courtyard, striking the hearts of everyone present like a heavy hammer. Not only the villagers of Xinghua, but also the attendees from neighboring villages, Mr. Meng, and Li Su's classmates were captivated by his radiant presence. They found themselves questioning, if it were us, could we accomplish what Li Su has? It seemed an insurmountable task. Thus, a profound respect blossomed in their hearts. A person like Li Su was destined to succeed. The admiration in the eyes of the chief deepened, his gaze sparkling with mirth. The villagers of Xinghua experienced a tumultuous emotional wave, both shaken and bewildered, with an indescribable thrill coursing through them. They struggled to articulate their feelings in that moment, yet they knew that should anyone dare to utter a word against Li Su, they would surely be met with violent retribution. The village chief trembled, his lips quivering, struggling to articulate a response, his eyes fixed on Li Su, brimming with fervent emotion. Their village's circumstances were distinct from others. Their ancestors had fled and ultimately settled here, purchasing land and building homes. Though decades had passed, they were not of a single clan. Their surnames varied, lacking the unity found in other villages. Perhaps this was an opportune moment. Li Su, smiling, asked everyone for their thoughts. The village chief met his gaze and passionately proclaimed, "Indeed, let us establish a private school. The children must be educated. Education is invaluable. Just like you, I shall provide the desks and chairs for the school. Count me in. I am more than willing to contribute. I can lend my strength." A fervent wave of enthusiasm swept through the entire courtyard as the villagers eagerly responded, sharing what they could offer. This scene left Shisheng somewhat astonished. At that moment, the hearts of the villagers burned with fervor, filled with a sense of empowerment, believing that their village had a promising future. By the end of the banquet, Brother Jiang was drenched in sweat, and Feng Tze handed him the surplus meat dishes from the day, giving him 5 taels of silver for his efforts. Feng Tze was overjoyed. Little C had passed the examination, receiving a decree and a reward personally bestowed by the emperor. Brother Jiang's eyes widened at the sight of the 5 taels. Was this amount not exceedingly generous? It was the highest sum he had ever received. "Take it. You have worked hard today," Feng Tze said. As Brother Jiang walked home with the silver in his pocket, he felt as though he were floating. Li Su, having decided to attend Mingyue Academy, was determined to set everything in order before his departure, ensuring his family could live comfortably. He busied himself without rest. The winery and the private school were being constructed with great zeal. Although the villagers assisted in the building, they were only aware of the existence of the private school, while the purpose of the other structure remained unclear. Having just completed the new house, they could not possibly construct another one, could they? In addition to the farm provided by Qin Ming, Li Su purchased 2 more, intending for one to be managed by his eldest uncle's family and the other by his second uncle's family, while his grandparents would oversee the third. It turned out that he had also acquired the management of the farm, Most tasks would be handled by the farm's steward and servants, with the tenants cultivating the land. Li Su merely wished for them to assist in oversight. As for the winery, he needed his family to manage it directly, so he did not involve them in the farming. It was impossible for Li Su to take on the role of teacher at the private school himself, as he needed to continue his journey through the imperial examination and attend Mingyue Academy. Thus, he had to hire another teacher. The individual recommended by Shisheng perfectly matched Li Su's requirements, being knowledgeable in reading, writing, arithmetic, and even astronomy and geography. Without hesitation, Li Su agreed, confident in his mentor's recommendation. However, the teacher would take some time to arrive, which was not an issue since the private school was still under construction. And even if the teacher arrived, he could not commence teaching yet. As for the brewing process, he entrusted the critical steps to his family, while the more intricate tasks would be handled by individuals from the surrounding villages. Upon hearing Li Su's arrangements, his family was left dumbfounded, realizing the considerable amount of silver involved. The shop in the city specializing in spicy chicken would be managed by his second brother. He was to oversee it without needing to engage in the nitty-gritty, merely hiring others to work. Xiaozhe gifted me a shop after the winery opens. That shop will be used to sell wine. Brother, you will manage that shop as well, simply overseeing it while delegating other tasks. The brewing process would require the assistance of his parents and sisters-in-law. The specific steps he mentioned could only be performed by them. The Li family. Li Jingping wore a look of bewilderment. Everyone in the family had been assigned their roles, yet she had been overlooked. What about me, Xiaoxi? She inquired. Li Su turned to her. Third sister, I wish to entrust you with matters concerning the winery. Li Jingping nodded vigorously, content with her involvement. In terms of the winery's profit distribution, your share will exceed that of father, mother, and the elder and second brothers. Is everyone in agreement? Li Su asked. Naturally. The Li family had no objections. Whatever Xiaoxi decided was final. Li Jingping felt a surge of gratitude. It appeared that Xiaoxi had already paved a path for her. Though the youngest, Xiaoxi possessed the most comprehensive foresight, always considering the broader implications of every step. With the family matters settled, Li Su spoke again. Father, please discuss with Uncle Da and Uncle Air about assisting with the management of the estate. Mother, you should inform grandfather and grandmother. Li Su then took her prepared documents to meet with the county magistrate and Mr. Qin, as a new magistrate had recently been appointed. Li Daping and Feng Tsuetsue exchanged glances and promptly replied, all right. Li Daping hurried towards Uncle Da's residence. As the youngest brother, he had received ample support from his elder siblings and now felt elated to give back. He first visited Uncle Air's home and summoned the entire family to Uncle Da's house. Daping, is something amiss? Why have you called everyone here? Uncle Da inquired, his expression heavy with concern. Uncle Air, equally anxious, urged, if something is wrong, just tell us so we can devise a solution together. Indeed, united as a family, we can overcome any obstacle, Li Daping replied with a smile. It's not a misfortune, rather, it is good news. Both families were taken aback. Good news? Could it be? Uncle Da and Uncle Air began to suspect. They had long noted that Susie was a promising individual and had heard their wives suggest that he should assist both families. However, both uncles had dismissed their wives' proposals, believing it inappropriate to expect Susie's aid. Uncle Da's and Uncle Air's wives had quelled their ambitions, reasoning that their own households were manageable. Especially since Susie's family often provided them with food, they could not be overly greedy. But now, could it be that Susie had devised another plan? The thoughts ignited both uncles' wives' hopes, for everyone desired a more prosperous household. Chapter 84. Negotiating with the new county magistrate regarding winemaking. Xiaoxi had acquired 2 estates and wanted you to help oversee them, concerned about the management's adherence to their obligations. After paying taxes, the annual yield from the estates would be divided in a ratio of 70-30, with the winery receiving the larger share. Whether you choose to consume or sell the grain is entirely up to you. Uncle Da and Uncle Air's families swallowed hard. The prospect of receiving a significant portion of grain after taxes was tantalizing. Moreover, they would not need to exert much effort. Merely assisting in supervision, was this not akin to receiving grain for free? Uncle Da's wife hesitantly asked, Daping, are you serious? Li Daping nodded earnestly. Xiaoxi said that if you agree, all that is required is your thumbprint on the document. Later, it was mentioned that if he was unwilling, he would seek someone else. The subsequent words were left unspoken by Li Daping, for in his estimation, such an offer would be too enticing for anyone, even a fool, to decline. Auntie Li promptly interjected, expressing their agreement, affirming that to refuse such an offer would indeed be irrational. Uncle Li tugged at Auntie Li's hand, questioning whether the terms being proposed to the young man were overly disadvantageous. Li Daping shook his head, reassuring his elder brother that the young man had expressed a desire to prioritize their family, placing greater trust in them. Should they choose to decline, he would seek out others under similar conditions. He intended to continue his studies, with plans to attend Mingyue Academy, which was quite distant, leaving him little time to attend to these matters. Uncle Li and Uncle Air, aware of the young man's genuine intention to assist them, understood that even if he sought others, he could not offer such favorable terms. Their hearts warmed at this acknowledgement, and they felt a surge of gratitude. Very well. Let us sign the agreement. We shall certainly take good care of the young man, Uncle Li declared. Uncle Air vigorously nodded, committing the young man's kindness to memory. Grandfather and Grandmother Li nodded with satisfaction, having always wished for familial harmony and obedient children. The young man, the most promising of the family, was willing to uplift his relatives, which elevated their esteem for him even further. Even if he chose not to assist them in any capacity, they would not voice any discontent. A similar scene unfolded in the Feng family. Grandmother and Grandfather Feng praised the young man for his filial piety. Now that the second aunt had returned, no one had sought her out. She had returned in a rather dejected state. She had come back empty-handed, having stayed at home for several days without anyone coming to fetch her. The family members began to scrutinize her, and gossip flourished in the village. Fear gripped the second aunt as she realized that if the Feng family rejected her, she would face dire circumstances at her birth family's home. She recognized that her family had only indulged her because of what she could bring back, and without those offerings, her parents' affection was non-existent. She could not expect genuine warmth from them. Thus, she returned to the Feng family in a subdued state. Initially, Grandmother Feng had disapproved, but after the second aunt assured her repeatedly that she would not engage in such behavior again, Grandmother Feng reluctantly allowed her entry. Despite her birth family treating her poorly before her marriage, she had held on to hope that her parents would show her kindness upon her union. Now, having faced disappointment once more, the second aunt resolved to lead a good life within the Feng family, having relinquished any expectations from her birth family. If the Feng family were to dismiss her, she knew her birth family would not take her back. Reflecting on this, she felt a tinge of envy towards Li Jingping, who was so cherished by her family. Upon hearing that she would be managing a farm for Grandfather and Grandmother Feng, she felt a renewed sense of relief for having returned. The Feng family is undoubtedly on the path to prosperity. She must not allow herself to be swayed by mere flattery again. Li Su has come to the county town in search of the magistrate, who is no longer the same as the previous one. It is said that this magistrate has been appointed by His Majesty. Perhaps it is merely Li Su's impression, but he feels that the current magistrate regards him with a certain degree of respect. The magistrate greets Li Su with a smile, inquiring if there is a matter that requires his attention. Li Su bows slightly and replies, "Greetings, Your Excellency. Indeed, I have some matters to discuss." The magistrate encourages him to proceed. Li Su hands over a piece of paper, which the magistrate takes with curiosity. As he reads through it, he suddenly looks up, astonished. "You brew wine." The art of winemaking is typically a family secret, known only to a few. Li Su nods slightly, explaining that he stumbled upon a recipe and has produced a small batch. Your Excellency may wish to sample it. He produces a flask of wine, which is the result of his earlier attempts. Aside from this flask, there is little left, as he has reserved some for his family and his mentor. The magistrate pours himself a glass and is struck by the potency of the wine, which surpasses any he has previously tasted, with a rich and lasting aroma that is truly distinctive. If mass-produced, it could be marketed as a local specialty, potentially yielding substantial tax revenue. He has been fortunate to receive such an opportunity from Li Su upon his arrival. The former magistrate was not so lucky. He had squandered his chance. The magistrate's demeanor toward Li Su becomes increasingly cordial, showering him with compliments as if they were worth nothing. Li Su smiles and responds, "Your Excellency is too kind. I shall leave the matter of the winery in your capable hands." The magistrate, eager to assist, replies, "I will have it arranged by tomorrow." In this dynasty, brewing wine for personal consumption poses no issue, but should one wish to sell it, official approval from the government is mandatory. Without proper documentation, one risks confiscation of the wine, corporal punishment, or imprisonment. With the magistrate's promise, there is no longer a concern. The magistrate does not impose any additional demands, recognizing that the taxes on the wine will be substantial. Should Li Su indeed generate significant tax revenue, the magistrate's achievements will be assured. Furthermore, he perceives Li Su as a person of great fortune. If he can sell well, he should do so without offending anyone, unlike the previous magistrate. Li Su departs the magistrate's office and heads toward the Qin family. Upon seeing Li Su, Qin Ming is filled with joy. "Brother Su, what brings you here?" he asks. "I am looking for Uncle Qin." "My father?" Qin Ming replies, puzzled. "You may have to wait a moment. He has stepped out. Then I shall speak with you first." Li Su produces some prepared documents and hands them to Qin Ming. "What is this? A winery? Brother Su, are you giving me silver for free?" Qin Ming glances at the general contents, realizing it entails profit sharing, with no effort required on his part. Is this not akin to receiving silver? Although Su Gu had never mentioned his brewing skills, Qin Ming had unwavering faith in him, believing wholeheartedly that he could indeed brew. Chapter 85. We shall together ascend to officialdom in the capital. What concerned Qin Ming more were other aspects. Was it something unique to him? Or did Xiao Zhe and Xu Hua possess it as well? With earnest curiosity, he inquired. Li Su replied nonchalantly, "Only you have it." Suddenly, Qin Ming burst into hearty laughter, startling Li Su. Li Su thought, what on earth? Within Qin Ming, there stirred a feeling of triumph. As if he had surpassed Lin Zhe and Ren Xu Hua to become Li Su's most special friend, which exhilarated him beyond measure. He could hardly contain his excitement. What I give them, they alone possess. Although he bestowed different gifts upon the three, each was uniquely singular. Qin Ming's laughter abruptly ceased, and he gazed at Li Su with a hint of sorrow, resembling a heartbroken lover, stirring a whirlwind of emotions. Li Su found this somewhat amusing, urging him to simply state his desire. "Yes," Qin Ming exclaimed hastily, fearing the offer might be revoked. He quickly sought a pen to inscribe his name and affix his seal, then scrutinized the document's contents, having only glanced at it initially. Upon closer examination, he beamed. After all, what Su Gu had given him was indeed extraordinary. When Qin Ming learned that Li Su would not attend the provincial academy, but rather the Mingyue Academy, a sense of reluctance crossed his features. The Mingyue Academy would undoubtedly reject them due to their insufficient abilities. Their best option was the provincial academy, which would necessitate their separation. Li Su also felt a tinge of reluctance, yet he understood that all gatherings must eventually disperse. And this was merely a temporary separation from studying together. "I will return during the academy's break. Do not slacken in your studies. I will assess your progress upon my return. Work hard, and together we shall ascend to officialdom in the capital," Li Su encouraged, weaving aspirations for the future. Qin Ming nodded vigorously, vowing to exert himself to keep pace with Su Gu, lest such moments become increasingly rare. Their conversation was cut short when Qin Ming's father returned. He greeted Li Su warmly, partly because Li Su was his son's friend who had motivated him to study diligently and succeed in the imperial examinations, and partly because he recognized Li Su's remarkable talents, believing he would achieve great things in the future. Having a friend of such caliber was indeed a blessing for his son. When Li Su mentioned the winery, Qin Ming's father was immediately intrigued. If Li Su had convinced the county magistrate, then it was undoubtedly feasible, and profits were assured. Li Su's decision to include him likely stemmed from the fact that he was his foolish son, who never anticipated that one day he would benefit from his son's endeavors. Qin Ming's father and Li Su also signed an agreement and invited Li Su to dine with them. Li Su also delivered gifts to Ren Xu Hua and Lin Zhe. Upon learning that Li Su would not be attending the provincial academy, but would instead go to Mingyue Academy, both felt a mix of joy and reluctance for him. Although their time together had not been extensive, just over a year, the three had seemingly grown accustomed to, if not dependent on, Li Su's presence. However, even if Su Gu did not attend the academy, they would still strive to pursue their studies. It matters not if they cannot compare to Su Gu, but should they lack ambition, Su Ji's attendance at Mingyue Academy would introduce him to many diligent scholars, thus jeopardizing their standing. When Grandfather Ren laid eyes upon that rare book, his eyes sparkled with astonishment. He never anticipated he would have the opportunity to behold such a tome in his lifetime. In his excitement, Grandfather Ren reached out to grasp it, but Ren Shuhua quickly evaded, regarding his grandfather with caution. This was a gift from Su Gu to him, and he could not allow his grandfather to take it away. Grandfather Ren remarked, "The calligraphy and paintings you gave to Su Gu were taken from my collection. Shouldn't you reciprocate after Su Ji's gift?" Ren Shuhua remained composed, indifferent to his grandfather's claims. After all, the gift was for him, not for his grandfather. Protecting the precious book, he walked ahead while grandfather Ren trailed behind. Lin Zhe perused the menu. Lin Ren had recently opened a new tavern opposite theirs, luring away their apprentices with the same dishes offered at a lower price. This undoubtedly impacted their business. However, did Lin Ren truly believe that such tactics would compel him and his mother to abandon their tavern? Lin Ren's naivety was astounding. Fortunately, he did not follow Lin Ren's foolishness, for with such intellect, he would stand no chance of passing the scholar's examination. After the divorce, the remaining silver with Lin Ren was already scant, and his actions were tantamount to self-sabotage, for the funds in his possession would not last long. With the recipe bestowed by Su Gu, their tavern could indeed introduce new dishes, attracting more patrons while simultaneously causing Lin Ren's efforts to collapse and failure. This served as a wake-up call for him. He must not underestimate the apprentices within the tavern. Lin Zhe conferred with Zhuangyuan, whose eyes glinted coldly. This time, she intended to leave Lin Ren no opportunity for resurgence. The merchants they collaborated with were aware of the divorce between Lin Ren and Zhuangyuan. All dealings were now conducted through Zhuangyuan. Many merchants looked down upon her, viewing her as a mere woman daring to step into the limelight, subtly conveying their disdain. While outwardly maintaining a semblance of politeness, their true sentiments hidden behind veiled words. Lin Zhe felt a pang of sympathy for Zhuangyuan and wished to represent her. Yet she declined, urging him to focus on his studies. Your diligent studies are our greatest asset. Even if they disdain me, the written word binds them. They cannot breach the contract. Besides, if I were afraid of others' opinions, I would not have sought a divorce. Whether they respect me or not is of little consequence. Within a few days, Lin Ren's tavern collapsed, leaving him seething with rage, his eyes burning with frustration. He could not comprehend where he had faltered. In a daze, he returned to the Lin residence, seeking to persuade Li Jiaojiao for more silver to stage a comeback. He refused to give up. To his shock, however, he was intercepted at the entrance. Lin Ren exclaimed, "Why am I being barred from my own home?" The young servant at the door disdainfully replied, "This house has been purchased by our master." What? It was only then that Lin Ren learned Li Jiaojiao had sold the house and disappeared with Lin Shi. Lonely and desolate, Lin Ren gritted his teeth as he sought out Li Jiaojiao's family, only to be met with their claims of ignorance regarding her whereabouts. Li Jiaojiao was acutely aware that Lin Ren possessed no remarkable abilities. It was Zhuangyuan who truly held the prowess. Continuing to associate with Lin Ren would only serve to burden her and her son, who aspired to become a respected scholar. She could not allow Lin Ren to squander their family's wealth. After conferring with Lin Shi, Li Jiaojiao resolved to gather their existing silver and gold jewelry, sell the items from the Lin residence to amass a sum of money, and then relocate to another place to establish a new home. With these funds, as long as Lin Ren did not waste their resources, they could lead a comfortable life. Li Jiaojiao felt a deep sense of resentment, having invested so many years only to gain nothing from the Jiang family's vast riches. Meanwhile, Lin Ren, destitute and lost, sought to find Zhuangyuan but was met with hostility from the Jiang household servants, who would beat him on sight. After several attempts, he dared not return. Zhuangyuan was always accompanied by guards, leaving him with no opportunity to approach her. Desperate, Lin Ren lowered himself to seek employment, yet no shop would take him in. He suspected that Zhuangyuan had orchestrated this, and ultimately, he had no choice but to return to his hometown, harboring resentment towards both Zhuangyuan and Li Jiaojiao, cursing his miserable existence in his shabby dwelling. Upon learning of Lin Zhe's mother's divorce, Li Su contemplated having his third sister follow Zhuangyuan for a period of study, believing that this would better equip her to manage the winery. Additionally, he intended for her to bring the children to live in the city for a while. The Wang family, upon discovering that Li Su had passed the scholar's examination and received a royal reward, perceived the Li family as wealthy and sought to negotiate for a share of their fortune. Consequently, whenever Li Zhengping was alone, Wang de Fa would appear unexpectedly. Much like a specter, the Li family, wary of allowing Li Zhengping to act independently, prompted Li Su to propose that his sister spend some time in the county learning, planning to deal with Wang de Fa later. This time, he intended to decisively eliminate Wang de Fa. Chapter 86. Employing workers at the winery. The villagers expressed gratitude. It seemed the Wang family had not yet learned their lesson from the last encounter. A glimmer of coldness crossed Li Su's eyes, though he had anticipated this development. Since the divorce of Li Zhengping from the Wang family, he had been vigilant against any subsequent actions from them. For instance, The friend of Wang De by his side was one he had strategically placed. Now, he was ready to proceed to the next phase. If Wang De had no ulterior motives, they could coexist peacefully. After Li Su broached the subject with Zhuangyuan, she immediately acquiesced. The simple matter of Lin Zhe passing the scholar's examination was something she could easily support. Zhuangyuan expressed interest in the winery, inquiring if she could purchase a portion of the wine produced by Li Gongzi's establishment. Li Su readily agreed, assuring her that he would gladly sell to Madame Jiang. Lin Zhe, standing nearby, beamed with joy, believing that his brother's decision was made with his interests in mind. Zhuangyuan remarked, having become a scholar, yet still so unruly, you should take a leaf out of Li Su's book. Tianhua found herself in a most precarious position within the Wang household, where no one seemed to regard her with favor. Even Wang De had changed, and her own son now cast her cold glares, a reality she found profoundly difficult to accept. With the Wang family now intent on bringing Li Zhengping back, what was she to do? This predicament rendered her increasingly cautious in the Wang residence. Father, mother, the Li family is wary of me, forbidding Zhengping from seeing me. I have yet to implement any of the lessons you taught, Wang De expressed, his countenance fraught with distress. Wang Mu retorted sharply, isn't it your own misfortune that has led to this? You forsook someone like Zhengping, only to pursue someone else's discarded shoe. Look at how well the Li family is faring now. Had there been no divorce, would our family be in such dire straits? As she spoke, she pinched Tianhua fiercely, causing her to wince in pain. When Tianhua instinctively recoiled, Wang Mu's grip tightened. Dare you evade me? If it weren't for your mischief, our family would have soared to greatness by now. Silently, Tianhua stifled her voice, her heart swelling with resentment as she cast a glance at Wang De, who averted his gaze. Clenching her fists, her nails dug deep into her flesh. At that moment, Wang Mu continued, let us take a chicken and a few eggs. We shall visit the Li family and converse amicably. After all, Zhengping has been residing with the Li family, and they must have faced their share of village gossip. If we humbly approach them, they will surely welcome Zhengping back. Wang Mu thought her plan splendid, believing that Zhengping was a burden to the Li family, and that a slight bow from the Wang family would suffice to facilitate her return. Mother, Tianhua began, her voice trembling with urgency. Wang Mu coldly interrupted you? If Zhengping agrees to return, take that illegitimate child and leave. Who knows if it is even DFA's? Regardless, no money was spent, no feast was held. If they wish to cast you out, so be it. The Wang family will not suffer. Tianhua's eyes widened in disbelief at the prospect of such a fate. Would she even survive such an exile? Despair clawed at her heart, and jealousy toward Zhengping began to fester within her. Zhengping was indeed fortunate. A divorced woman whose family still sheltered her, even caring for the burden she brought along. A flash of malice crossed Tianhua's eyes. If the Wang family intended to treat her thus, then they too would not find ease. Meanwhile, the Li family remained unaware of the Wang family's scheming. As they deliberated on hiring workers for the distillery, all gathered together. Li Su felt it would be advantageous for her grandparents to take charge, as they were well acquainted with the villagers. Grandfather, grandmother, would you be willing to oversee the hiring of workers? We need those who are kind-hearted, perceptive, and industrious. Li Su proposed to her grandfather. Li Grandpa incredulously asked, we? With a slight nod, Li Su praised, grandfather, grandmother. You possess a deeper understanding of the villagers than I do, and having weathered many storms, your steadiness makes you the most suitable for this task. Unconsciously, Li Grandpa and Li Grandma straightened their backs, filled with pride. Li Su could not help but smile. Her family here truly was delightful. Grandfather Li readily agreed, saying, all right, my dear, this matter is entrusted to me and your grandmother. Third sister, I have a friend whose family is engaged in business. After I go to school, you will take charge of the distillery here. I was thinking you could learn from her for a while. What do you think? Li Zhengping was suddenly called upon. Momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized the rarity of such an opportunity. Her current aspiration was to enhance her abilities to assist Xiaoxi in managing the distillery effectively. Li Zhengping also surmised that Xiaoxi's sudden suggestion for her to go to the county town had something to do with Wang Dafang, as Xiaoxi was always thorough in his considerations. All right, I will heed Xiaoxi's advice. As Li Su arranged matters regarding the distillery and the academy, she diligently continued her studies, visiting her master regularly to check on the old man. After Grandfather Li and Grandmother Li received their tasks, they energetically summoned the villagers. Almost every household had someone present, all gathered beneath the large tree at the village entrance where they often sought shade. Li San, did you gather us for something? The villagers curiously gazed at Grandfather Li and Grandmother Li. Ever since Li Su passed the scholar's exam and received the imperial decree to establish a private school in the village, the elderly couple's status had risen significantly in the community. Grandfather Li feigned modesty, clearing his throat a couple of times. You all have seen the distillery being constructed, haven't you? The villagers whispered among themselves, realizing that it was indeed a distillery being built by the Li family. Their gazes towards Grandfather Li were filled with envy. Surely this was also Xiaoxi's idea? They had never heard of anyone in the Li family brewing liquor before. Education was indeed invaluable, and once the private school was established, they would ensure their children received a good education. The thought of the Li family expanding their livelihood filled them with admiration. But they wondered how this related to their gathering. A few astute villagers experienced a flash of insight, their expressions growing more animated. Grandfather Li signaled for silence. The Li family needs individuals to brew liquor, and as we are all from the same village, I thought of you first. His words were skillfully chosen. Leaving the villagers astonished and deeply touched, the Li family truly cared for them. Previously, villagers with some wealth would often migrate to the city, forgetting their roots. And even when encountering acquaintances in the county town, they would be disregarded. Yet, the Li family, now prosperous, was investing in the village by establishing a school and a distillery, providing educational and employment opportunities for their children. This was precisely the effect Grandfather Li desired. We currently need 50 workers, with a daily wage of 31. Those interested can approach me, and I will note down your names. Although priority would be given to villagers, individuals from surrounding villages were also welcome to relay the message to any relatives interested in trying their luck. A broader pool would yield better candidates, as this was a task entrusted to Xiaoxi and must be executed diligently. Instantly, excitement surged among the villagers. Earning 30 a day right in their village was something they had only dared to dream of before. Li San, are there any specific requirements? Someone promptly inquired. Grandfather Li nodded slightly, acknowledging the presence of certain qualities. Nimbleness and diligence are essential traits for anyone engaged in work, particularly those who maintain cleanliness and hygiene. What about women? Another woman inquired. It may not be feasible, Grandfather Li responded thoughtfully, but it is indeed possible. Chapter 87. The Queen Mother and Wang Dafa encounter resistance. Although Li Su was surprised when Grandfather Li mentioned that women could participate, she believed that the women in the village, accustomed to working the fields together, could certainly engage in brewing, perhaps even with greater meticulousness. The main overseer of the brewery, Sister San, was also a woman. Considering all factors, it seemed prudent to divide the workforce into two groups, men and women, especially since the brewery's layout was quite spacious. The two groups could inspire one another. The men, eager to outperform the women, would strive harder, while the women, determined to prove their capabilities, would also exert greater effort. Ultimately, this arrangement was advantageous for Li Su. Furthermore, he had been raised with the principle of gender equality. If women were capable, why not afford them the opportunity? This revelation was quite shocking to the villagers, who had not anticipated that women would be given such an opportunity. While rural households may not adhere to strict customs, the notion of women working alongside men in the brewery seemed inappropriate. In the fields, men and women labor together, but that is merely within the confines of their own families. Grandfather Li further clarified that the workspaces for men and women would be distinctly separated. Wonderful. I shall inform my daughter-in-law at once. I believe my niece would be an excellent fit for this opportunity, one villager exclaimed. Each household, having both sons and daughters, was eager for their relatives to join the brewery. Grandfather Li coughed gently, and the cacophony of discussions quickly subsided, fading into silence. Within the next 3 days, those wishing to register their names for a position at the brewery should come to me, he announced. Some villagers immediately followed Grandfather Li and Grandmother Li to register their names, while others hurried home to spread the news or set off to neighboring villages. They did not doubt the sincerity of Grandfather Li's words. After all, he was the grandfather of a scholar, and his proclamations were undoubtedly truthful, especially given that the brewery was indeed under construction. The Li family held considerable influence in the village, and Grandfather Li planned to enlist a few of his children to assist with the registration, as he was illiterate. He contemplated learning to read and write himself. While he was somewhat advanced in age, he need not attend a private school. His younger relatives could teach him casually. Not only he but all members of the Li family should acquire some literacy. Li Su was evidently an ambitious individual with grand aspirations, and as his kin, they desired to support him in any way possible, at the very least by being able to read. Furthermore, should Li Su pursue a career in officialdom, they would need to be able to read letters he sent and assist in writing replies, rather than relying solely on the younger children for help. Unbeknownst to Li Su, Grandfather Li's thoughts extended far beyond immediate concerns. Afterward, Li Su took Li Zhongping and Li Zishi to Zhuangyuan's place, where Li Zhongping admired Zhuangyuan greatly, viewing her as a role model, and Zhuangyuan treated her and the children with gentle kindness. Li Zhongping and Zhuangyuan were engrossed in conversation, while Li Zishi obediently sat beside Li Zhongping. Noticing that they were too preoccupied to engage with him and Lin Zhe, Li Su decided to step out with Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Sugu. There are many things my mother won't share with me, but she will tell your sister. It's beneficial for her to have someone of a similar age to converse with." Li Su patted his shoulder, replying, "It's also advantageous for my third sister. Let us not dwell on this matter between us brothers." Lin Zhe nodded vigorously, his smile widening. Meanwhile, the Wang family arrived at the Li household bearing a chicken and some eggs. Upon seeing the grand blue brick and white-tiled residence, Wang Mu and Wang Defai were filled with greed. How much silver must this have cost? If only they would share a portion with us, our fortunes would change. Wang Mu's eyes gleamed with desire. Why bother establishing a private school when they could simply give us that gold? Wang Defai nodded, determined to charm Li Jingping upon their arrival. As for Tianhua, not only did her family's circumstances pale in comparison to Li Jingping's, but her laziness was also glaringly evident. In the past, when Li Jingping managed the household, Wang Defai had found reasons to admire Tianhua. Yet now that he was with her, his reality was far from the bliss he had envisioned. Life had become increasingly burdensome. The punishment he received nearly shattered his relationship with Tianhua, and the subsequent need for medicine only exacerbated their already strained finances. When Grandpa Li approached and spotted Wang Mu and Wang Defai, his brow furrowed deeply. Thankfully, Su had taken Ping Jie to the city. Otherwise, he would have had to endure the sight of these bothersome individuals. "What are you doing loitering at the entrance?" he inquired, as behind him stood several villagers eager to have their names recorded by him. Upon seeing his stern expression, they began to ponder the identities of the two intruders. Wang Mu, noticing the villagers, felt a surge of hope. Surely, in front of so many people, the Li family could not deny them a glimpse of their children. With a forced smile, she approached. "Uncle, Defai has merely come to see Ping Jie and Zhaodi," bringing a chicken and some eggs as a gesture. Wang Defai chimed in, "Grandpa, I previously wronged Ping Jie. I realize my mistakes now. Zhaodi is my biological daughter, and you must allow me to see her." Grandpa Li's face darkened. "Get out." Wang Mu and Wang Defai's expressions stiffened momentarily, but she persisted, "Uncle, this isn't fair. Zhaodi is indeed a member of the Wang family." She then turned to the surrounding villagers. "Surely you can attest to this. Although we are estranged, we are still the child's grandmother and grandfather. Must we be denied the chance to see our own grandchild?" Grandpa Li clenched his teeth. "Why don't you consider the actions of your family? And we have no Zhaodi in our household." Wang Mu looked around, hoping the villagers would support her. Yet they erupted in protest. "Does the Wang family dare to show their faces here? Do you think the people of Xinghua village are so easily bullied? Who among you is unaware of the disreputable deeds committed by the Wang family? I have heard that they recently received a sound thrashing. Yet they still fail to learn the virtue of humility. Will you depart on your own accord, or shall we be compelled to expel you by force?" From this point onward, no member of the Wang family is permitted to set foot in our Xinghua village. Otherwise, every encounter shall result in a confrontation. The villagers are quite moved by Li's initiative to establish a private school and a winery to hire workers. Now that someone has emerged to champion their cause, they are more than willing to show their support. Setting aside these matters, we find ourselves caught between the Li family, our fellow villagers, and the Wang family, who are as distant as can be. Furthermore, given the Wang family's prior misconduct, it is only natural that they would not receive any assistance from us. Wang Mu and Wang Dafa were taken aback, for this was not how they had anticipated events to unfold. Why do all the villagers rally behind the Li family? The two remained in stunned silence for a considerable time until Feng Zisui and others emerged from the room, drawn by the commotion. Wang Dafa felt a sharp pang of pain as he looked at them. Every punch they had thrown at him was accompanied by excruciating agony. The members of the Li family glared at Wang Dafa, their fists ready for action. Wang Dafa instinctively hid behind Wang Mu, too afraid to meet their gaze. "Dare you return, Wang family?" Feng Citsui furiously searched the area until she found a hoe. Brandishing it, she charged toward Wang Mu and Wang Dafa. Terror filled the eyes of Wang Mu and Wang Dafa as they turned and fled, with Wang Mu's chicken seizing the opportunity to escape her grasp. The two were too preoccupied with their flight to even consider retrieving the chicken, fearing that Feng Citsui might indeed strike them with the hoe. The fearsome reputation of the Li family was deeply ingrained in the hearts of the Wang family. Chapter 88. The Malice of the Heart. He has plenty of it. Feng Citsui pursued them for a considerable distance before finally halting. Her intent was merely to frighten the Wang family, for she had no intention of truly using the hoe as a weapon. Last time, her actions were justified, although the Wang family had come this time. They had not committed any overt act of aggression. If they truly resorted to violence, there was concern about the repercussions it might have on Shaoxi. Upon returning home, Li Su learned of the incident and instructed his associates to be prepared for action during his visit to the city. Wang Mu and Wang Dafa returned empty-handed, having lost a chicken in the process. Upon their arrival, Wang Mu vented her frustration on Tianhua, unleashing a torrent of harsh words and scolding that reverberated throughout the household. Wang Dafa, furrowing his brow and weary of the domestic uproar, turned to seek solace from a friend. Tianhua, bearing wounds from the altercation, prepared dinner while casting a vengeful glance at the rat-poisoned stone, a malevolent glint flashing in her eyes. As for the Wang family, may they all perish. She added the poisoned stone to the food, her mental state teetering on the brink of madness, oscillating between laughter and tears. Wang Dafa sought out his friend Gong Chao to lament his woes. Observing his distress, Gong Chao remarked, "Dafa, times are tough for you. How about this? Allow me to treat you to drinks in the city. A little indulgence might ease your troubles." Without a second thought, Wang Dafa agreed, joining him for a night of revelry where he poured out his heart to Gong Chao. "Is it so grievous that I made a single mistake? Must Li Jinping go to such lengths to prevent me from seeing my own daughter?" Gong Chao nodded. "Indeed. Oh, my heart is heavy, Chaozi," Wang Dafa lamented. Gong Chao, growing weary of the conversation, suggested, "How about I take you to a place of amusement? I guarantee it will help you forget your troubles." At this moment, Wang Dafa had indulged in drink a bit too much. "Where are we going?" "You'll find out when we get there." Stumbling under the influence, Wang Dafa followed Gong Chao, who led him to a casino. Initially, Wang Dafa refrained from betting, but upon witnessing Gong Chao's considerable winnings and feeling the electrifying atmosphere around him, he was tempted to try his luck. Wang Dafa played a few rounds and emerged victorious, gradually succumbing to the thrill, his eyes alight with excitement. Gong Chao, arms crossed, observed the increasingly frenzied Wang Dafa, a faint smirk playing on his lips, realizing that their escapade was nearing its conclusion. However, Wang Dafa not only lost his winnings, but also his principal sum, eventually borrowing a substantial amount from the casino. He intended to ask Gong Chao for assistance, but Gong Chao claimed he needed to keep playing. Nonetheless, he assured Wang Dafa that he knew the casino staff and could facilitate the loan for him. Wang Dafa hesitated until Gong Chao reassured him, "Don't worry, if you can't repay it, I'll cover you." Thus, Wang Dafa became even more engrossed, signing for loans time and again, each signature a testament to his desperation. He was fervently eager to recoup his losses, promising himself he would stop once he did. Yet the more he gambled, the greater his losses became. Within mere hours, the sum he lost reached astronomical proportions for him. Ejected from the casino like a discarded rag, Wang Dafa lay on the ground as a henchman stepped on his chest, threatening, "You have 3 days to repay. If you fail, it won't just be you. Your entire family will face the consequences." The biting cold wind outside jolted Wang Dafa back to reality, sending shivers down his spine. "Gong Chao, aren't we brothers? Why would you betray me like this?" He felt doomed, unable to fathom how he could repay such a staggering debt. These men would surely take his life. Wang Dafa attempted to storm back inside to confront Gong Chao, only to be met with a beating. He was bewildered, unable to comprehend why Gong Chao would treat him in such a manner. Wang Dafa's despondency was palpable. He resembled neither man nor ghost as passers-by on the street recoiled in disgust, covering their noses and mouths as they moved away from him. Upon pushing open the door to his home, an unsettling silence enveloped him. "Mother, Tianhua," he called out, swaying as he walked, but received no response. Striding further inside, his eyes widened in horror. Tianhua wore a disturbingly eerie grin, while the rest of the Wang family, including Tianhua's biological son, lay sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth. The grotesque scene sent chills down Wang Dafa's spine. "Tianhua, what have you done?" he gasped, kneeling to shake his mother's lifeless body. "Mother! Mother!" His heart raced as he cautiously checked for a pulse, only to recoil in disbelief, collapsing onto the floor. You killed them." Tianhua laughed maniacally. "Yes. Your entire family deserves to perish." Wang Dafa shouted in disbelief. "You've lost your mind." "Indeed, I have lost my mind," Tianhua retorted vehemently. "It's all your family's doing." Her eyes burned with resentment as she glared at Wang Dafa, lamenting the fact that she had not poisoned him as well. Wang Dafa felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Ever since Tianhua had entered their lives, tranquility had been elusive, and now, his family lay in ruins. Tianhua was impulsive, ruthless, and vindictive, a truth Wang Dafa had long recognized. Yet previously, he had merely perceived her as different from other women, possessing a unique fierceness, willing to do anything for him. He and Tianhua had known each other since childhood. After Tianhua married that frail man, he remained infatuated with her. When they began their clandestine affair, he merely encouraged her a few times, leading to the shocking outcome of her poisoning the sickly husband. For Tianhua, this act was not her first. Yet Wang Dafa never anticipated that ultimately, his own family would also fall victim to her treachery. Consumed by regret and despair, Wang Dafa lamented that had he chosen to stay with Li Jinping, none of this turmoil would have ensued. Tianhua, too, harbored regrets. Had it not been for Wang Dafa's sweet nothings, she might have peacefully coexisted with her husband, avoiding such dire consequences. Although she had previously held disdain for her spouse, she now found herself longing for him, filled with remorse. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Dafa's eyes. Burdened with substantial gambling debts, he knew he could not remain there. Especially with his family gone. He needed to flee. However, escape required money, and his coffers were bare. Selling land was impractical and too conspicuous. In a fit of rage, Wang Dafa seized Tianhua by the throat, exclaiming, "You wretched woman!" As she struggled, her gaze began to shatter. Suddenly, he recalled something and gradually loosened his grip. Tianhua could not die just yet. He intended to barter her for the funds necessary for his escape. He tore off his belt and bound her hands. That night, under the cloak of darkness, he took her to the county town and sold her for 2 taels of silver. As Wang Dafa attempted to leave the town, he was apprehended by the casino's enforcers, who beat him mercilessly and confiscated all his possessions. They coerced him into selling his family's land. And when he could not repay his debts, they sold him into a labor camp, where the average lifespan of a miner was less than 2 years. News of these events spread through Zhuangyuan village, eliciting a mix of astonishment and lamentation. People marveled at Tianhua's ruthlessness in eliminating Wang Dafa's entire family. Others criticized Wang Dafa for squandering a good wife and choosing to associate with Tianhua, resulting in his family's ruin. Since the incident, many households that had mistreated their wives or daughters-in-law had become more cautious, fearing they might provoke someone to retaliate in kind. The Li family was equally taken aback upon hearing the news. Just the day before, someone had come to their door seeking to meet Sister Ping. And now the news of such calamity had emerged. Truly, life is unpredictable. Li Su expressed his surprise. While he had orchestrated Wang Dafa's downfall, he had not anticipated Tianhua's ferocity. He felt no remorse for his actions, believing that peace could have been maintained had the Wang family not intruded upon his sister and her children. The demise of Wang Dafa's family was a consequence of their mistreatment of Tianhua. Their failure to treat his sister well and their subsequent ill-treatment of her led to their own downfall. Li Su was always wary of others, ready to protect those he cherished, while also having no shortage of intentions to harm those who threatened him. His inspiration for this scheme derived from Lin Shi's methods against Jinping, imparting valuable lessons. No one would suspect any connection to the Li family, nor would they discern his involvement. He remained entirely in the shadows throughout the ordeal. Chapter 89. Preparations before departure. Nevertheless, there was no longer anyone to disturb Li Jinping, and the Li family felt a profound sense of relief. In the following 2 or 3 days, a steady stream of individuals arrived at the Li residence, all eager to work at the distillery. The members of the Li family embraced a routine of laboring during the day and reading with the children at night. Grandfather Li had made it abundantly clear that disobedience would not be tolerated, lest one face his wrath. The first to incur his ire was Uncle Li, who lamented his lack of talent, finding himself dizzy while attempting to decipher the circular characters. As a result, he was subjected to a severe reprimand from grandfather Li, rendering him too intimidated to utter a word, and he diligently followed along with the literacy lessons, enduring the ordeal with weary eyes. Yet, he conceded that his father's words held merit. It was indeed prudent for the younger generation to assist in managing the farm and acquire literacy. With Uncle Li's experience as a cautionary tale, the other members of the Li family dared not exhibit any sign of discontent. It was only through their own efforts that they realized the formidable challenge of reading and writing, which deepened their admiration for Li Su. Observing their determination, Li Su felt a sense of gratification and offered a few words of encouragement. Before long, the time arrived to announce the list of selected candidates for the distillery. A throng had gathered at the entrance of the Li household. Grandfather Li strode forward with his hands clasped behind his back, followed closely by Li Zhuo, who mimicked his posture, their steps almost identical. "Everyone, please come into the courtyard. I shall read the names of those chosen," Grandfather Li declared. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd surged forward. Some had even traveled from neighboring villages for this occasion. Holding a sheet of paper with solemnity, Grandfather Li was met with eager anticipation. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly before he suppressed a smile. As he announced each name, those called upon were engulfed in jubilant elation. A moment of silence ensued as Grandfather Li paused, prompting perplexity among the crowd. Why had he stopped? He leaned in to whisper to Li Zhuo, "What is this character? I had memorized it earlier, but have now forgotten." Li Zhuo tilted her head and replied, "Zhuangyuan." The crowd was momentarily bewildered. Who was Zhuangyuan? There seemed to be no family by that name in the village. Could it be from a neighboring one? Am I selected? Dogden's mother? Do you go by Zhuangyuan? Zhuangyuan smiled shyly and affirmed, "Yes, I am Zhuangyuan. However, after marrying, I have been known as the 8-gene wife. And once I had children, they called me Dogden's mother. It has been quite some time since anyone addressed me by my birth name." Being selected was indeed fortuitous, as it would ease her family's burdens. In farming households, no one was affluent, and it was nearly impossible for a woman like her to earn 30 when in a single day. Only the Li family was willing to extend such an opportunity. Even if the men toiled in the county town for an entire day, they earned merely 21. Wu Daya. Is that my daughter? There were 2 or 3 with that name in the surrounding villages, making it unclear. Grandfather Li continued to speak slowly, "The daughter of Wu Xiao." "Excellent. Daya, you can go earn money at the distillery." Wu Daya nodded excitedly. In no time, the names of 50 individuals had been read aloud. These 50 had been meticulously chosen by Grandfather Li and Grandmother Li, who took their grandchild's task to heart with great dedication. Currently, the distillery has yet to be completed. During this period, the selected individuals took the time to attend the training session. Grandpa Li paused for a moment and asked, "What exactly are we attending?" He glanced at Li Zhuo, who softly replied, "Training, pre-job training." "Oh, right, we are attending pre-job training, which will instruct you on how to conduct yourselves in the future. If it does not work out, we will have to replace you." The way educated people speak is truly remarkable. He could hardly remember, but thankfully, there was Zhuo to assist him, or he would have felt quite embarrassed. As one ages, the mind indeed becomes less agile than that of a child. Grandpa Li mused inwardly. After Grandpa Li announced a time for the gathering, everyone dispersed, conversing amongst themselves as they exited the Li residence. Some discussed matters concerning the Wang family, while others focused on the distillery. The consensus was that the Li family was indeed fortunate, and that the Wang family had previously avoided calamity due to the presence of the fortunate Li Jinping. However, with her departure not long ago, the Wang family had suffered complete ruin. Li Su took the time to emphasize to his family the unique steps involved in brewing, stating that only family members should partake in these processes, while other aspects could involve outsiders. He taught the entire brewing process to his family, ensuring that any training for outsiders would be conducted by Li family members. Li Su shared his future plans with his family, leaving Li Daping and Feng Cuizue astonished. "Have we become landowners? All 3 farms are under our name, along with the distillery." Li Su chuckled. "Yes, you could say that." When the elder brother and sister-in-law, as well as the second brother and sister-in-law, learned that the shop was under their name, they were deeply moved, realizing that Xiao Si had given them all the good fortune without retaining anything for himself. They vowed to treat Xiao Si even better in the future. Upon hearing Xiao Si's arrangements for her, Li Jinping was overwhelmed with tears. She felt it was only natural not to have a shop under her name, given that she was a woman. Yet, Xiao Si had allocated her a share of the distillery's profits that surpassed those of other family members. Xiaoxi treated her equally, not belittling her for being a woman. She had never heard of any younger brother being so generous to his elder sister. With tears in her eyes, Li Jingping moved Li Su to a state of awkwardness. Why are you crying? Sister, please don't cry, Li Su exclaimed, his tone tinged with concern. Xiaoxi, I am truly grateful to you for the separation, for renaming Zishi, and for the profits from the distillery. You are the best brother in the world. Li Jingping had been spending time with Zhuangyuan recently, which had shifted her perspective, leading her to realize that women could carve out their own paths. With the distillery entrusted to her, she vowed to work hard to increase its profits for Xiaoxi. Li Su couldn't help but smile. You are my sister. Li Jingping wept tears of joy, and the entire family could not help but share in the laughter. Xiaoxi's actions made them sincerely believe that all their previous sacrifices were worthwhile. Having arranged matters at home, Li Su entrusted the other affairs of the distillery to Li Jingping. He then spent a few days with Shi Sheng, playing chess together. Have you sorted out your family's affairs? Li Su inquired as he placed a piece on the board. Almost done, he replied. Shi Sheng nodded slightly. It should be time to set off for Mingwei Academy. You can stop by various towns along the way to understand the differences between the outside world and here. It will be beneficial for you. There is indeed some truth to the saying that reading thousands of books is not as enlightening as traveling thousands of miles. Master, when will you visit Mingwei Academy? Li Su, still preoccupied with thoughts of Shi Sheng, asked. You needn't worry about that. He has some matters to attend to and cannot provide a specific timeline. Just ensure that you complete the books I have given you and maintain your daily studies. Otherwise, when he arrives, this young man will reap the rewards, Shi Sheng replied. Li Su responded with a muted acknowledgement, realizing that since his arrival here, he had become somewhat homesick. Observing his gloomy demeanor, Shi Sheng sighed. I will make haste to find you. You are already a scholar, and separation from family will be a common occurrence. You cannot expect to bring your family wherever you go. Having grown accustomed to the lively company of family, friends, and a master, the abrupt solitude of pursuing knowledge was somewhat disconcerting. Indeed, it is easier for a person to indulge in luxury than to revert to simplicity. Before coming here, he had been alone without feeling discomfort, but now, having embraced the warmth of companionship, being alone again felt unfamiliar. Nevertheless, Li Su quickly adjusted his mindset and declared, in the future, when I serve as an official in the capital, I shall bring my family to join me. Chapter 90. Farewells and Departures. Shi Sheng found himself at a loss for words, somewhat speechless. You are planning quite a future for someone who has just begun their scholarly journey. Just having passed the examination, you already envision a career in the capital? You should remain grounded. Do you truly believe that becoming an official in the capital is an easy feat? Many strive for such positions only to be assigned insignificant roles in remote areas, never to escape their fate. Li Su blinked innocently. I genuinely believe I can. A scholar with ambitions of greatness is bound for success. Shi Sheng retorted, you seem eager to soar before you've even learned to run. It's not entirely a bad thought, however, always ready to argue, he thought, recalling how his other disciples had obediently listened to him. Yet this one, with every statement, had a retort ready. Li Su muttered softly, I did not. How can that not be considered arguing? Li Su smiled ingratiatingly at Shi Sheng. I said nothing, master. Whatever you say is right. That's more like it, Shi Sheng replied, his expression softening. Standing nearby, Uncle Lin could scarcely suppress a smile. It was a rare sight to see the master so softened by the young master's banter. Shi Sheng handed Li Su a letter. Take this to the academy. Li Su accepted it with both hands, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Master, does this mean I have connections? Connections? Shi Sheng mused. Are you suggesting that through my influence, you gain entry to the academy, and the instructors will treat you with special consideration, perhaps showering you with warmth and concern? You can enter the academy with your modest achievements, but special consideration may indeed be granted. However, it may not align with what you envision, Shi Sheng added, glancing at Li Su with a hint of sympathy as he recalled the academy's headmaster's past grievances with him. Li Su's eyes lit up. Master, what sort of special consideration? Shi Sheng teased. You will find out once you arrive. Li Su looked skeptically at Shi Sheng. Master, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? I can't shake this ominous feeling. Shi Sheng deftly evaded the topic, shifting the conversation elsewhere. All right, you should gather your belongings. You may forget anything, but never your books. Li Su's tone carried a hint of melancholy as she remarked. If I were to fall into the water with my books, master, what would you save first? The books, of course, you can swim up on your own. What? Li Su exclaimed. A person is worth less than a book. Amused by her expression, Shisheng resolved to conclude his affairs swiftly so that he could seek out his young disciple. By the way, master, if someone insists on taking me as their disciple and I claim to already have a master, how should I introduce you? Li Su inquired. Shisheng cast a sidelong glance at her and replied nonchalantly, tell them your master is Shisheng. Who would dare to compete for a disciple with him? Li Su's eyes widened in disbelief. Shisheng? The current prime minister bears that name. I truly have landed a remarkable opportunity. Shisheng calmly observed the surprise in Li Su's round eyes. On the eve of her departure, Li Su visited her master to bid farewell, sharing a meal with Lin Zhe and the others, urging them not to become lax in their studies. They readily agreed. Su Ge, our next meeting will be in several months. You mustn't forget us if you make new friends at Minghua Academy. Their greatest concern was that someone might usurp their cherished place in Li Su's heart. With a smile, Li Su reassured them, of course. The following day, as Li Su prepared to leave, her family reluctantly accompanied her to the county town. Feng Cuizue spoke up. Xiaoxi, take good care of yourself while you're away. If you run out of money, write home. Eat well and don't go hungry. Her family constantly reminded her, a child journeying 1,000 miles leaves a mother worried. Feng Cuizue's heart ached, fearing Li Su might neglect herself. Li Su, exhibiting remarkable patience, replied, do not worry about me. I will write home if anything arises. I promise to take care of myself. Please, do not overexert yourselves. My efforts are to lighten your burdens. If you can delegate tasks, do so, otherwise, my dedication to my studies would be in vain. Especially you, mother. Li Su turned her gaze toward Feng Cuizue. Feeling inexplicably guilty, Feng Cuizue smiled warmly. I understand. You care for us. We shall heed your advice. Li Su hired a coachman, and the carriage was filled solely with people and books. Coachman he held Li Su in high regard, knowing this young gentleman was a well-known scholar in the county, having received a royal decree and bestowed gold to establish a private school in his village. Upon seeing him, he comprehended the meaning of a dragon among men. As Li Su's carriage departed, her family waved goodbye. Leaning out the window, Li Su waved back, while her family reciprocated. Feng Cuizue, filled with reluctance, worried aloud. Xiaoxi is heading into unfamiliar territory. Will anyone bully him? She clutched her chest, distressed at the thought of her son being mistreated. Li Daping patted Feng Cuizue's back. Stop frightening yourself. Xiaoxi will be among scholars and teachers. Who would dare to bully him? Feng Cuizue glared at Li Daping. Xiaoxi is also your son. Why can't you feel a bit of concern? Li Daping, Li Zhongping quickly replied, Mother, our little C is so wonderful that all those talented scholars and teachers must adore him. They would never bully him. In Li Zhongping's eyes, her younger brother was the best in the world, and no one could possibly dislike him. Feng Cuizue nodded in agreement, affirming, Sister Ping is absolutely right. Li Daping remarked. It's just that he speaks rather ungraciously. The Li family departed the county town only after they could no longer see Li Su's carriage. The carriage swayed as it traveled along the official road. Night fell, and a heavy rain began to pour. Li Scholar, someone called out, it's raining. We won't reach the next town tonight. There is a village ahead. Can we seek shelter with a farmer for the night? Certainly, Li Su readily agreed, feeling no urgency. The coachman knocked on the door of a farmer's house, but it was eerily quiet inside. He knocked again, calling out, is anyone home? It's raining. We would like to stay here for the night. After a moment of silence, an old man opened the door, seemingly relieved to see the coachman. Li Su slightly bowed to the elder, saying, I sincerely apologize for the intrusion. We wish to borrow a night's lodging. Would that be convenient? The old man, seeing Li Su's scholarly demeanor, regarded him with increased respect. It is convenient. Please, come in, young master. The coachman secured the horse in an appropriate spot, and Li Su entered the house ahead of the elder. Inside the home, a woman was busily preparing dinner in the kitchen. As the coachman entered, the old man hurriedly closed the door, his demeanor somewhat flustered. Chapter 91. Why do you not kneel upon seeing us? The old man said. We only have simple fare at home. I hope you won't find it lacking. There was a slight formality in the old man's tone as he conversed with Li Su. Li Su smiled gently at the elder, asking, My surname is Li. May I inquire your esteemed surname? Su. I am Su, the old man quickly replied. You seem to be of a similar age to my grandfather. May I call you Grandpa Su? Li Su inquired tenderly. Su, taken aback, felt a surge of affection for Li Su, who was willing to refer to a humble farmer as Grandpa. If it pleases you, of course. Grandpa Su invited Li Su to sit. As Li Su settled down, he reassured, Grandpa Su, there is no need to be nervous. I also hail from a farming family. Having merely studied for a few years, Grandpa Su was even more astonished, unable to fathom that Li Su was a farmer's child. He would have thought him the son of a wealthy family had Li Su not disclosed it himself. Upon learning that Li Su shared his humble beginnings, Grandpa Su relaxed considerably, and their conversation flourished. As they chatted, their rapport deepened, transitioning from formalities to an increasingly familiar tone. With Grandpa Su referring to him as Little Li, Grandpa Su asked, Little Li, did you participate in the imperial examination this year? I hear it is quite challenging. We have a local old scholar who has been attempting to pass for 50 years. I did participate, Li Su replied. At that moment, the coachman entered and overheard their exchange, beaming with pride as he said, Li Scholar not only participated but also achieved the rank of Little Third, scoring first in each examination. When the news was announced, even the county magistrate attended. The coachman had witnessed the event and never imagined he would one day meet Li Su in person, let alone serve as his coachman. He had also received the emperor's decree, which granted him a substantial amount of gold. With this fortune, he aided his family, established a private school in the village, and extended his support to the villagers of his own and neighboring communities. The inhabitants of other villages could only envy the emergence of a scholar like Li, a man of letters, from their village. Li pondered. Although the news of his success in the imperial examination had indeed stirred quite a commotion, how could the carter possibly be aware of the subsequent events? How could the news have spread so rapidly? Old Su's eyes widened in astonishment. Young Li was a scholar who had received a royal decree. The scholar was conversing with him and even addressed him as Grandpa Su. Goodness! However, after listening to the carter's subsequent remarks, Old Su realized that this scholar was indeed extraordinary. He possessed no heirs, was dutiful, and generously assisted the other villagers. Li soon discovered that the establishment of the private school and the recruitment for the distillery had already spread throughout the region. The villagers of Xinghua village took pride in having a scholar among them, regarding it as a matter of great honor. Yet, when they mentioned this, they faced ridicule, as some claimed that even though Li was a scholar, it had no bearing on the people of Xinghua village. Unable to contain their pride, the villagers divulged the news about the private school and distillery, leaving those present astonished and envious. It was unexpected that Li was not only scholarly, but also had a heart for his family and fellow villagers, which further fueled their admiration for the inhabitants of Xinghua village. As the tale circulated, it became increasingly embellished, transforming Li's achievements into something almost mythical. Nevertheless, Li reflected that while the core of the story was true, he found the embellishments somewhat exaggerated. He was not as selfless as portrayed, for he harbored his own aspirations. Yet, it was indeed a positive development. A scholar's good reputation could only be beneficial. Thus, his esteemed reputation emerged sooner than he had anticipated. Li shared a meal with the carter at Old Su's home, where they dined on flatbreads. After taking a bite, Li began to praise Grandma Su. Your flatbreads are wonderfully crisp and delicious, possessing a hint of home. Really? Grandma Su beamed with joy, her face radiating a genuine smile. These are merely ordinary flatbreads. If you enjoy them, I shall prepare extra for your journey tomorrow. Thank you, Grandma Su. Li's kind words brought smiles to both Old Su and Grandma Su. Li then produced some coins, saying, Grandpa Su, this is for tonight's lodging and the flatbreads. Old Su appeared somewhat surprised, not expecting Li to offer money. Oh, no need for that. It's hardly worth anything, he insisted. Li firmly placed the coins in Old Su's hand, declaring, Please accept it, Grandpa Su. I cannot take advantage of your kindness. Ultimately, Old Su accepted the coins, and both he and Grandma Su grew even fonder of Li. They wondered which family was fortunate enough to have such a child. Old Su prepared a room for Li and the carter, which had previously belonged to his son. At this moment, Li inquired, Grandpa Su, is it just you and Grandma Su at home? Old Su sighed softly. Both my daughters are married, and my eldest son has joined the army. He sends money from time to time, but rarely returns home. Li nodded, understanding the situation. As night fell, raucous noises from outside roused Li Su from her slumber. She donned her garments and stepped outside, only to behold several constables forcefully subduing Grandpa Su. Frowning deeply, Li Su rushed to assist him. The constables scrutinized her with an intrusive gaze, their demeanor decidedly offensive. Grandpa Su hastily interjected, Gentlemen, have you even asked her a question? The leader interrupted him, Turning his attention to Li Su, "Why do you not kneel upon our arrival?" This audacious inquiry nearly provoked a laugh from Li Su. Addressing them as gentlemen was mere civility. Did they truly consider themselves of such high station? Outside, the rain poured heavily, and armed as they were, she feared their actions might escalate, endangering lives. "I am a scholar, and thus I do not kneel before those who are not officials." The leader furrowed his brow. "You are a scholar? Is this not the old man's son?" Seizing the opportunity, Grandpa Su quickly added, "Gentlemen, this young master is indeed a scholar. He sought refuge in my humble abode due to the rain, and regrettably, we have no spare rooms to offer." The leader, observing Li Su's demeanor, pondered that she certainly did not resemble an ordinary peasant. She bore the grace of a scholar. He trusted that the old man lacked the audacity to deceive him. Their attitude toward Li Su shifted instantaneously, realizing that she was indeed a scholar, and they had previously offended her. Li Su offered a slight nod, given the rain. "I kindly ask you to seek alternative accommodations." "It is no trouble at all," they replied, departing. Li Su secured the door behind them and supported Grandpa Su. "Shall we go inside?" she inquired regarding the constables. Grandpa Su nodded and recounted the situation. These constables were tasked with escorting exiled criminals and would often intrude upon the village, taking advantage of the local populace. The villagers, being mere farmers, dared not voice their grievances, silently enduring the indignities. Those with larger families fared somewhat better, but for individuals like him, living solely with two elderly residents, the constable's demeanor grew increasingly intolerable. Previously, merchants would seek shelter in their home, allowing them to earn a modest income. However, since the arrival of the constables escorting exiles, merchants found themselves rudely turned away and gradually began to avoid this route altogether. While merchants could choose to bypass the area, the residents had no such luxury. Li Su pressed for further details regarding which magistrate governed these constables, and Grandpa Su shared all that he knew. "Little Li, it would be best if you refrained from intervening in this matter. It will pass if we endure. They do not come daily." Grandpa Su expressed his reluctance for Li Su to get involved, fearing it might implicate her. Li Su merely nodded in agreement, remaining silent. The following day, Grandma Su prepared a bounty of pancakes for Li Su to take on her journey. Grateful, Li Su hastily expressed her thanks and left some silver coins in the room where she had been staying. As she traveled through the county town, she resolved to pay a visit to the magistrate. Li Su was well acquainted with the county magistrate, who presided over one of the most prosperous counties in the state.